Chapter 1. This is my escape route in the depths of the night. Within the confines of Silver City's Rose Iron Prison, a slender, pale hand suddenly broke through the earth from beneath. I've finally done it. Ha ha ha. I've escaped. A woman, her complexion ashen, clawed her way out of the freshly dug tunnel, disregarding the dirt that clung to her prison garb. Aiden, you fool, did you really think you could keep me locked away? This is my escape route, and when it comes to cunning, you cannot outsmart me, Ophelia. Ophelia, a royal bloodline vampire, was one of the top criminals under the watchful eye of Rose Iron Prison, having secretly excavated for 2 long years. She was finally able to see the light of day. Oh no, the moonlight. The full moon outside the prison, the breath of freedom. As she emerged from the prison's restrictive barrier, the power that belonged to the Night Clan surged through her body once more. Standing beneath the night sky, Ophelia took a deep breath, joyfully spreading her arms and tilting her head back to cheer at the luminous orb above. Making such a commotion before you've even escaped. Are you afraid I won't find you? A languid male voice suddenly echoed from behind her. You escapees seem to get less competent with each passing generation. Ophelia felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly turned around. With a sharp click, a blinding flash of light pierced her eyes. Instinctively, she blinked, and when she reopened them, she beheld a young man in uniform, half kneeling on the ground, a camera aimed at her. You really took your sweet time. I've been waiting for you. The young man greeted her with an air of calm indifference. You Aiden. Ophelia shrieked in terror. Call me Warden. It's been 2 years since I was transferred here from the Inquisition Bureau. Have you really not memorized the rules yet? Aiden leisurely rose, brushing the dust from his trousers. What are you doing here? You scoundrel. Naturally, I'm here to bring you back. It's my job. After all, Ophelia, you still have 98 years left on your sentence. Aiden replied matter-of-factly. How did you discover I had escaped? Ophelia asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Aiden chuckled. Well, actually, we knew about your escape plan from the moment you began digging that tunnel under your toilet 2 years ago. We've been monitoring your progress all along. This is impossible. Please, use your brain. You're a vampire who doesn't even need to use the restroom, yet you spend over 2 hours every day in the stall. Were you sneaking snacks or digging a tunnel? How could we not be suspicious? Aiden shrugged. Every time you went outside for fresh air to dispose of the rubble, we checked your progress. Then why did you wait until now to capture me? The revelation that her 2 years of effort had been in vain left Ophelia feeling despondent. First, it was to teach you a lesson. Second, I wanted some amusement. Aiden's lips curled into a sly smile as he waved the camera. Look at this, a royal bloodline vampire digging in the dirt like a gopher. Covered in grime. It's truly a sight to behold. You bastard, I will kill you. Ophelia seethed, her eyes aflame with fury. Oh, your escape plan has already been exposed, and you still wish to force your way out. Aiden narrowed his eyes. Don't forget who caught you. In an instant, the fear rooted deep in Ophelia's memory was awakened. Once upon a time, it was this very man who had single-handedly apprehended her and cast her into the terrifying Rose Iron Prison. Just as she began to waver, a large-caliber flintlock was silently pressed against her head from behind. Realizing there was someone standing behind her, Ophelia turned her head slightly to see a petite girl. Her delicate left hand steady on a weapon far too lethal for her stature, while her other hand wielded a curved blade. Her eyes were as still as a pool of stagnant water. Devoid of emotion. You're not Ivantia. Ophelia gasped, recognizing the girl. The tainted Ivantia, prisoner number 3201, another top-tier criminal marked as red for danger, once the underground world's #1 assassin, imprisoned for murder. What are you doing here? Why are you helping this man? Ophelia felt a surge of confusion. Ivantia remained silent, and it was Aiden who answered. I've selected some capable individuals among the inmates, securing them a degree of clemency in exchange for their assistance in maintaining order within this prison. More figures emerged from the trees. And as Ophelia surveyed her surroundings, a chill crept down her spine. The witch Dolly, the necromancer Asina, and including Ivantia, there were 3 notorious female inmates, all classified as red alert level threats within Rose Iron Prison. Damn it! Why are you serving this man? Are you content to remain prisoners for life? Ophelia shouted. If you have even a shred of pride as powerful beings, join me in eliminating this man and reclaiming our freedom. Yet, no one responded. Ultimately, it was Aiden who spoke. Save your breath. Each of them has willingly signed a contract with me. Should anyone attempt to escape, I can execute them with a mere flick of my finger. Conversely, if they assist me, I can guarantee their treatment within the prison. Ophelia was rendered speechless. So, what will your choice be, vampire? Will you obediently return to your cell, Aiden inquired, or will you prepare to fight us? Ophelia faltered. To break through 3 inmates who were her equals in strength while contending with the man who had once bested her in her prime seemed nearly impossible. However, to submit to his tyranny would be to cast aside the dignity of a royal bloodline vampire and forsake the freedom that lay so tantalizingly close. Relegating herself to the status of a common prisoner, how could she swallow that bitter pill? Better dead than unfree. Damn humanity, do not underestimate the spirit of a royal bloodline vampire. After an intense internal struggle, she raised her face to meet Aiden's gaze, channeling her energy, ready to utter a resolute declaration. If you dare to make a move, I swear that after capturing you, I will bind you to a stake. Stuff your mouth with garlic, and leave you to roast under the sun for a day. Aiden interjected suddenly. All I wanted was to enjoy the moon before returning. Why threaten me like this? Ophelia swiftly shifted her demeanor, adopting a pitiful expression. Clearly, a forceful breakthrough was too ambitious. It was better to feign submission and plan for the long term. Preserving her strength was a strategic consideration, not a sign of fear. Aiden scrutinized her for a while, ultimately rolling his eyes and exhaling, pointing toward the tunnel she had excavated. Go back and don't waste time. Oh, Ophelia shrank her neck, reluctantly moving to the tunnel's entrance. Beginning to crawl inside. Faster, if you don't get in soon, I'll pour holy water down there. Aiden urged, his brow furrowed. He gestured to Ailsha, who nodded in understanding, kicking Ophelia squarely in the backside, sending her tumbling into the hole. Once Ophelia had vanished from sight, Aiden turned to Dolly, instructing, fill this tunnel and add a seal. Understood, Warden. The enchanting witch, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, gracefully bowed before waving her wand to cast a spell. Warden, this is the last escapee for today. The composed necromancer adjusted her glasses as she reported to Aiden. Excellent. Then let us do one last round of inspections before we call it a day. Aiden meticulously donned a military cap that matched his uniform, leading the female inmates back toward the prison. Chapter 2. You are ever present in every sweep of ice with a combination of rotating password locks, automatically triggering magical symbols, and a hexagram alchemical sealing formation. The surveillance spirits allowed Aiden to pass through the heavy iron door after the female guards meticulously unlocked a series of intricate mechanisms. Before him lay a long corridor, flanked by rows of iron cells. Rose Iron Prison, located in Silver City, was universally acknowledged as the most formidable and secure women's prison in the entire continent, housing the most dangerous and notorious female criminals. Aiden was the warden responsible for overseeing this institution. This was the core area deep within Rose Iron Prison, where the most perilous witches were confined. As warden, Aiden made it a point to personally conduct inspections every few days. Following him was the head of the prison area, Flanda, who entered the gate and struck the adjacent bars with an iron rod, calling out with great vigor, "Line up at the door. Behave yourselves. The warden is personally inspecting." Upon hearing this, dozens of cells immediately erupted into commotion. Aiden is here. The female inmates gathered at their cell doors, peering through the iron bars toward the end of the corridor. How have you all been, ladies? Aiden greeted them with a smile, waving as though he were a star performer acknowledging his fans in an opera house. The utterance instantly ignited a tumult within the prison, unleashing a cacophony of wails and howls that reverberated through the air. The female inmates, in a fervor of enthusiasm, clamored to express their longing for the warden. Damn you. Someone come, feed the warden some feces. Aiden, I curse your lineage. If you dare, come in for a one-on-one. Ha! What brings our head of the prison back for a visit? Are you unsatisfied? Come lick my feet. Aiden. You fool, come and taste my wrath. A torrent of venomous invectives filled the air, yet Aiden and his companion, Flanda, had long grown accustomed to such hostility, nonchalantly strolling down the corridor as they counted the inmates. In the depths of this core area, the prison predominantly housed a singular breed of criminal, those with exceptional power, formidable beings that other prisons found difficult to contain, entities far beyond human strength, such as vampires, demons, liches, dragons, and even some indescribable horrors that could nearly constitute a biological museum. These sorceresses, ruled by their immense power, brazenly trampled on the rules, representing the most critical threats within this prison. From the varied reactions of the female inmates, one could glean a rough estimate of their duration of confinement. Those who jumped and shouted the loudest were the recent arrivals, their spirits still unbroken, their first instinct upon seeing the warden being a fervent desire to tear him apart. The second group consisted of those who had been incarcerated for a while, having tempered their initial fervor through experience. While they retained their edge, the impulse to vent their impotent rage had considerably diminished. Take, for instance, Ophelia, who had only recently been recaptured after a failed escape. "Ah, Prince of the Groundhog," Aiden remarked with a mocking grin as he halted before his cell. Observing Ophelia, who glared at him with palpable resentment, Ophelia averted her gaze in indignation. "Due to your escape attempt, your sentence will be extended," Aiden teased. "As if it matters, I've got 100 years to serve, what's one more?" Ophelia retorted defiantly. "Starting tomorrow. You will also spend another month in solitary confinement. No big deal. I used to sleep in a coffin." Ophelia scoffed dismissively. "I'll be turning your escape photos into promotional material to circulate among all the inmates here," Aiden struck back. This time, Ophelia faltered. Aiden had captured her in a moment of shock, covered in dirt, and if this humiliating image were to circulate among the other prisoners, it would be tantamount to a public execution, likely making her the subject of ridicule for a considerable time. Aiden had deliberately waited until Ophelia had crawled out of the prison before closing in, primarily to trample on her pride and to illustrate to the others how a fugitive danced in the palm of his hand, thus achieving the intended effect of deterring others. Sometimes, reputation serves as a more potent form of control than mere punishment. Many inmates are indifferent to punishment but deeply concerned about humiliation. "Do as you wish." Ophelia gritted her teeth, forcing out the defiant words. "Moreover, your treatment level will be downgraded. Starting tomorrow, your daily rations will be reduced to half a cup of blood." At this, Ophelia could no longer maintain her composure. "Wait a moment. Serving this princess pig's blood is already outrageous. Are you trying to starve me?" "What princess? You are merely a convict now. Please have some self-awareness, if you wish to restore your privileges. You must comply with the rules. Any further violations, and the consequences will be far graver than a mere downgrade," Aiden replied with a smirk. Ignoring Ophelia's furious outburst, the two continued down the corridor, where the atmosphere was considerably quieter than at the front. The inmates were mostly cooperative, gathered at the bars, some even greeting Aiden. "The warden is here today." Did the warden change his hairstyle? Looking handsome? "Warden, when will you take us out for some fresh air?" Aiden waved back with a smile, but Flanda remained vigilant, fully aware that these seemingly compliant prisoners were primarily long-term felons, having endured lengthy sentences in the Rose Iron prison and undergone Aiden's meticulous training. They had fully assimilated into prison life. Compared to the seemingly unruly newcomers at the forefront, these seasoned inmates were far more cunning and dangerous, housing some of the most formidable sorceresses within their ranks. Of course, there were occasional exceptions. "Ah, Lord Aiden. Finally, I see you again. I've missed you dearly." A sultry succubus enthusiastically waved at Aiden through the iron bars, blowing him a kiss. "Oh, it's Fee." Aiden nodded habitually, continuing his walk. After a couple of steps, he suddenly sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow and stepping back to fixate on the succubus in her cell. "Why are you still here? I recall you being released last month." "Ahaha." "Well," Fee scratched her face, awkwardly diverting her gaze. Aiden quickly grasped the situation and turned to Flanda, inquiring, "When did she return?" "Today." The reason remains the same: illegal activities and safety violations. She organized other succubi to engage in their old profession without restraint, resulting in numerous men being hospitalized due to sudden weakness. Flanda replied expressionlessly. "Why is it always you during these crackdowns?" Aiden's expression grew grave as he rubbed his temples. Since his tenure as warden began, Fee had now been incarcerated for the 5th time. Was she specifically targeting him? As a succubus, Fee and her companions possessed the ability to induce vivid dreams, allowing them to siphon off the life force of their victims, thus opening a business that charged patrons for dream services. However, due to their lack of moderation, they often drained their clients excessively, leading to hospitalizations, which swiftly resulted in their imprisonment and the closure of their establishment. Yet, Fee exhibited an extraordinary resilience. Even after losing her business license, she rallied her companions to clandestinely resume their activities after being released. Unfortunately, these insatiable succubi lacked the capacity to learn from their mistakes and were soon caught again for the same reasons. Thus, with each cycle of returning to their old ways, Fee became a regular at the Rose Iron prison. Under ordinary circumstances, her level of power and crime would not warrant comparison with other inmates in this area. However, as a high-ranking succubus, Fee could not only use magic to pass through walls, but could also enthrall ordinary individuals merely through eye contact, making it impossible for regular prisons to contain her, thus relegating her to the core zone of the Rose Iron prison. "I merely made a tiny mistake. They dare call me a repeat offender and sentence me for an entire year. How outrageous." "Aiden, Could you possibly help me reduce my sentence? I'm willing to do anything, Fee said with an ingratiating smile, attempting to charm Aiden. Oh. Aiden suddenly appeared intrigued, glancing around before leaning closer to Fee, whispering conspiratorially, "You're truly willing to do anything?" "Of course. I mean it. I can do anything." Fee's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of catching his interest. "Then can you?" Aiden licked his lips, pausing before flashing a warm smile. "Commit to genuine reform. Promise me you won't return to your old ways, all right?" Huh. Fee was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed her smile. "Sure. Next time for sure. But first, can we work on reducing my sentence? I can serve you well at night. You dare bring up sentence reduction? I've put up with you for far too long." Aiden's expression soured as he kicked the iron bars. "Do you think this is some kind of in? The foremost rule of being a warden is to never trust the inmates. For succubi are most dangerous when they can exploit moments of relaxation to ensnare their targets, thereby controlling their minds. Moreover, Fee's extensive criminal history, having even sent dream clients to the hospital, meant that succumbing to her temptations could lead to fatal consequences. Fee recoiled slightly, intimidated by Aiden's fierce demeanor. "I was just..." "Silence. If you return here again, I'll lock you up with the female corpse demon." Aiden's gaze turned icy as he threatened her. "No, please. Those undead beings are foul." Fee's face paled in fear. Aiden paid no further heed to the peculiar succubus, continuing his count of the prisoners with his subordinate. Finally, he stood at the entrance of the corridor, removing his hat to address the inmates. "I am gratified to see your continued cooperation with our work. Until we meet again, ladies, that I hope you strive for genuine reform within the confines of this rose iron prison." Amidst a chorus of curses from the female inmates, Aiden closed the heavy door behind him. Thus, another day in the rose iron prison passed in relative peace. Chapter 3, Death Row Inmates. The following day, within the warden's office. "Warden, I have completed inspections across all units. There are no irregularities," the unit chief, Flanda, respectfully reported, saluting Aiden, who sat behind the desk engrossed in paperwork. "Very well," Aiden nodded in acknowledgement. "Here are the letters delivered to your mailbox today. I have brought them for you." Flanda presented a neatly bundled stack of envelopes. "Why are there so many today? Are there any official stamps?" Aiden glanced up. "No. They're all ordinary letters." "Then let's set them aside for now. I'll review them later." Aiden gestured with his pen towards the corner of the desk. The mailbox of the warden of the Rose Iron Prison is publicly accessible, in addition to work-related correspondence. It also receives submissions from the public for feedback, a system that Aiden instituted upon his appointment. However, it is rare for ordinary citizens to send letters to a prison. Most of the typical correspondence comes from the families, friends, or other associates of inmates, with content that varies widely. Such letters are generally of low priority in terms of work and are usually dealt with last. Next, this is a suggestion submitted yesterday by an inmate from the core area. I've organized it for your perusal. Flanda presented another report sheet. The regulation allowing inmates to submit suggestions to the warden was also a new addition since Aiden took office. Previously, communication between inmates in the prison heads in Rose Iron Prison was unimaginable. "Just read it aloud to me," Aiden instructed without lifting his gaze. Inmate Philippa from Cell No. 2 has requested to purchase a grooming comb for the shedding season. Approved. All inmates in Cell Number 4 have requested that the reading room add the complete works of the overbearing Duke of Hell and the Little Witch. Can they even stomach that rubbish? Approved. Inmate Catherine from Cell Number 6 has requested to buy a dagger, claiming it's merely for warding off evil. Denied. Tell her not to treat the guards like fools. Similarly, Anna from Cell Number 6 left a note on her application saying she intends to hang you someday and then display your corpse on the mast of her flagship. Denied. Replace all her meals for the next few days with her most loathed pickled radish. Inmate Fiore from Cell Number 13 has requested a commutation of her sentence, asserting she will express her gratitude to you in a special way. Denied. Inform her that any further similar requests will result in solitary confinement. Aiden responded methodically to each inmate's application that Flanda read, all while maintaining his focus on the tasks at hand. Flanda couldn't help but regard her superior with a measure of admiration. Apart from Aiden himself, no one realized he could handle this job so adeptly, primarily due to his experiences from a realm that was not of this world. Before arriving in this world, he had diligently served as a prison guard under another name in a reality devoid of magic and fantastical beings, until he succumbed to illness. Then, inexplicably, he found himself soul transmigrated into the body of a young policeman who had been assassinated in the outskirts. Beginning a new life, the previous Aiden had been an accomplished investigator, proficient in firearms, swordsmanship, and even dark magic. Affiliated with a law enforcement agency known as the Inquisition. He had personally apprehended numerous dangerous criminals, including the bloodline Prince Ophelia, who had escaped yesterday, thereby creating many formidable enemies. Upon inheriting the memories of the former Aiden, he immediately recognized a grave issue with his limited experience. Continuing to uphold this position in his second life would likely lead to an early demise. Fortunately, he soon discovered that in this world, he had the opportunity to transfer to other judicial departments. Following the principle of loving one's work, he endeavored to secure a position in the prison. And, akin to his previous life, he became a guard. Within a few short years, he leveraged his accumulated experience to rise to the rank of Warden, although he lacked any of the traditional, bizarre advantages. He found satisfaction in the applicability of his past experiences. After completing his current tasks, Aiden lifted his face and was surprised to see Flanda still standing at his desk. Is there anything else? There's a report regarding the new inmates being transferred tonight that requires your attention, Flanda replied. What kind of inmate? Aiden knew this would not be an ordinary case. As standard inmates do not necessitate a special report to the warden, their information is merely mentioned in the weekly reports, such as the succubus who was arrested yesterday. She's a high-ranking officer from the cavalry. Named Veronica Wolfe, 22 years old, sentenced to hanging for the murder of civilians, with her execution scheduled for the 12th of next month. She is to be transferred to the core area. Why the core area? Aiden inquired. Murderers are hardly rare in Rose Iron Prison, unless they are particularly dangerous individuals that other prisons cannot accommodate. There is no reason to place them in the core area or specifically report to him. She is a pureblood werewolf, Flanda added. I see. Aiden understood. Werewolves, cursed with the ability to transform into wolves, also suffer from a condition wherein they lose their sanity upon sighting a full moon, driven by primal urges to kill. Pureblood werewolves refer to those whose entire lineage is cursed. Born with the werewolf curse innately, their beastly state is stronger than that of ordinary werewolves, and their uncontrollable rage is far more terrifying. Typical prisons struggle to contain werewolves, as these powerful beings can easily snap chains and take guards hostage upon transformation. Which is why this inmate is to be transferred to the core area of Rose Iron Prison. A werewolf in a cavalry position, either she is exceptionally talented or has connections, Aiden remarked casually. As a public servant within the judicial system, Aiden had a certain understanding of the internal dynamics of the police force. Given the potential for uncontrollable behavior, it is inconceivable that any department head would willingly recruit such individuals, let alone promote them. Her resume indicates she possesses considerable personal capability. She passed the police selection test with full marks at 17, apprehended 2 A-level wanted criminals, and was awarded second-class merit while dealing with a disaster-level beast incident. She garnered recognition for her outstanding performance, and her promotion has led to disciplinary action against her superior. It's intriguing how such a rising star in the police force has ended up on death row, Aiden nodded. When will the transfer take place? Tonight. Then arrange for another inspection tomorrow morning. I will meet this new inmate. Understood. As Flanda prepared to exit, she noticed Aiden's cup was empty. I'll go refill your tea. No need to trouble yourself. It's no bother. Just a simple task. Flanda courteously took the teacup and exited the office towards the tea room. Good morning. Oh, isn't that the warden's cup? Another colleague greeted her while pouring tea. Yes, just serving tea to the boss, Flanda replied while pouring. Indeed, such service is essential. Without this boss, how could we enjoy our tea breaks? The colleague sighed. Reminiscing, I remember the days when we were overwhelmed with work, sometimes not returning home for days. My husband nearly divorced me. All right, enough flattery. Why don't you take on the responsibility of serving him tea from now on? Flanda chuckled. They were both seasoned guards at Rose Iron Prison, and in terms of their tenure, Aiden was far from their equal. When Aiden was first appointed to Rose Iron Prison, he appeared to be in his early 20s. Leading many to worry whether such a young man could handle the responsibilities of this position. It should be noted that Rose Iron Prison houses some of the most dangerous witches on the continent, where incidents of chaos and escapes are commonplace. Moreover, compared to the Thorn Iron Prison for male inmates of equivalent level, Rose Iron Prison has historically received insufficient attention, leading to persistent shortages of funding and personnel, making management exceedingly difficult. In fact, the previous warden had been murdered during a large-scale riot 10 years ago, and thereafter, those who succeeded him either resigned voluntarily or sought to transfer out. It was Aiden's exceptional performance that ultimately led to his promotion to this position. Upon taking office, Aiden immediately initiated a series of reforms to address the prison's challenges. He established a tiered treatment system for inmates, employing various rewards and punitive measures to rehabilitate them. He offered privileges to capable model inmates as pawns, created educational programs, and established reading rooms and sports facilities to alleviate the inmates' oppressive emotions. Through these measures, he swiftly brought order to Rose Iron Prison, transforming it from the worst prison in Silver City into a model institution recognized year after year. With discipline and performance on the rise, the guards found their work to be considerably easier. Everyone expressed gratitude towards this young and capable warden, yet no one knew where he derived so many innovative strategies. In the eyes of the staff, he was a figure of both strategy and strength, a powerful ally. By the way, you haven't forgotten to report on that death row inmate, have you? The colleague reminded her while pouring tea. How could I forget something so significant? Flanda shook her head. I heard that not only did she injure the officers who attempted to apprehend her, but she also tried to attack the judge during her trial. That's terrifying. Just because someone spoke ill of her, she lost her mind and killed them in the middle of the night. The colleague clucked her tongue. Holding the teacup, what were they thinking? Allowing a werewolf to serve as a police officer? Such death row inmates are the most troublesome. One can never predict what they might do. Honestly, I'm a bit concerned. Flanda frowned slightly. We still have to keep this monster alive for over a month until the execution date. The prison's barriers only seal magic and have no effect on werewolves. This scene should be manageable for the warden. Shouldn't it? A colleague remarked with evident concern. Indeed, let us hope nothing untoward occurs. Chapter 4. I implore you, grant me a different cell. The following day, Aiden returned to the core area. Where has the werewolf been assigned? He inquired of his companion. Flanda, amidst the usual cacophony of curses. Room 13, Flanda replied. Isn't that? Yes, according to the order of incarceration, she has been assigned to share a cell with the succubus, Faye, Flanda confirmed with a nod. Aiden silently paced to the door of room 13, where a figure immediately lunged towards the bars. Lord Aiden, you have finally arrived, Faye cried, pressing herself against the iron bars. Please, move me to another room. I cannot bear to be with that murderer. She is terrifying, staring at me all night long. I couldn't close my eyes. Silence. A cold voice laced with threat emanated from behind Faye, causing her to tremble and fall silent. Aiden ignored Faye and slightly tilted his head to peer into the cell. The death row inmate, Veronica, sat on her bed with one hand resting on her knee, her gaze fixated on the cell door, radiating an indescribable ferocity. Are you inmate 3308? There's no need to be so tense. Your roommate is merely a non-combative succubus, Aiden remarked with a smile. What business is it of yours? Who are you? Veronica retorted without hesitation. I am the warden, Aiden. He adjusted his hat. Oh, so it is the head of the scum management. How very disrespectful. Veronica scoffed, her lips curling into a derisive smirk. It seems another difficult personality has arrived. Aiden raised an eyebrow. Inmate 3308. Adjust your tone. You are currently in prison. Flanda interjected sternly, issuing a warning to Veronica. Veronica showed no sign of restraint, instead grinning even more defiantly. I won't be around much longer, so please tolerate my attitude. Flanda's brow twitched slightly, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. Because you cannot contain your beastly nature, someone has already perished at your hands. Since you cannot undo this, at least spend your remaining time in repentance. Veronica paused, her smile vanishing like a receding tide. She glared fiercely at Flanda, and after several seconds, she articulated slowly, Shut up. Shut up. Who are you addressing? Do you think yourself a knight? Flanda met her gaze unflinchingly. Know your place. You are inmate 3308. Merely a murderer. I did not kill anyone, Veronica asserted, her face taut, her lips quivering. Most inmates here would say the same, Flanda replied, unfazed. No matter how obstinate you are, the fact remains, shut up. Before Flanda could finish, Veronica let out a chilling roar. In the next instant, she lunged at the bars, the force of impact reverberating down the corridor. Faye screamed and quickly dodged aside, narrowly avoiding disaster. Don't speak as if you understand everything. If I'm to be executed, spare me the chatter. Just do it. Veronica bellowed, grasping the bars and letting out a primal growl from deep within her throat. In an instant, her ferocity became apparent. Wolf ears sprouted from her head, and her mouth filled with sharp teeth, her dark yellow beastly eyes gleaming with menace. The sight was enough to make Flanda instinctively take a step back, while Faye cowered in the corner of the cell. Trembling in silence, only Aiden remained composed, standing before the cell door, maintaining eye contact with Veronica at a breath's distance. Inmate 3308, Aiden said, gazing steadily at the snarling Veronica. Step back. The response was a thundering crash as Veronica slammed against the bars. Accompanied by her furious growl, Aiden turned to the opposite cell and called out, "Dolly, release the temporary spell permissions. We need assistance." "With pleasure, my dear Warden." The witch Dolly, residing in the opposite cell, smiled as she appeared at the bars, extending her hand and waving her wand while murmuring incantations. "I am overwhelmed, dear Shadow. Lend me a few hands." As her words concluded, Dolly's shadow beneath her surged as if boiling, and several inky claws emerged. Extending like the tentacles of an octopus, Aiden swiftly stepped aside, allowing the claws to pass through the bars, seizing Veronica's limbs and neck, forcefully pushing her back into the cell and pinning her against the wall. Despite her struggles and furious roars, Veronica nearly broke free from the grip of the dark claws multiple times. "Oh dear, this little sister certainly has a lot of energy. Even the shadow demon's claws cannot restrain her," Dolly remarked with a weary smile. "Stop your futile fury. Do you not feel ashamed?" Aiden calmly advised Veronica. She appeared to regain some semblance of calm, halting her movements, leaning against the wall as she glared at him, breathing heavily. "Lord Aiden, you have witnessed it all. Please help me change rooms." Faye, trembling with fear, approached once more. "This creature is a death row inmate. She is destined to die. What is there she wouldn't do? If you don't help me, I might end up with my throat bitten out today. Why not simply donate money to transform this place into a resort? Choose any room you desire, and add a couple of hundred servants." Aiden retorted without hesitation, mocking her. "I have the money. I can offer you 1,000 gold coins, just for a room change," Faye exclaimed, her desperation evident as she clung to the bars. "Is that for real?" Aiden gasped in astonishment. He knew Faye had earned quite a bit of money from her exploits, but he hadn't anticipated her to possess such wealth, capable of casually offering a sum that could sustain a person for a lifetime. "Warden." Fortunately, Flanda's timely reprimand snapped Aiden back to reality. "I was merely surprised," he coughed awkwardly, then turned a stern gaze towards Faye. "Do you genuinely think this is a hotel? You can't simply change rooms at your whim. Remain where you are." Faye, a habitual schemer, was not someone to be easily swayed by bribes or seduction. Accepting her offer would be tantamount to handing her leverage over him, a decidedly unwise choice. "Lord Aiden, you can't seriously think my demise would be a burden off your shoulders. How cruel you are, Warden Aiden. I have been so accommodating. They say a night together breeds 100 days of kindness. And yet you treat me this way after all this time." Faye suddenly began to weep theatrically. "Mind your words. You may eat whatever you wish, but slandering an officer of the law to my face. Do you wish for solitary confinement?" Aiden shot her a disapproving look. Having regained her composure, Veronica shot Aiden a sidelong glance, scoffing. "Oh, quite impressive, head of the guards. No wonder you can manage such scum. It seems you are the very pinnacle of scoundrels. Do you believe everything others say?" Aiden retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. "Humph, so the tribunal's declaration of my guilt is enough for you, head of the guards? Why not release me?" Veronica challenged. "Are you claiming you are wrongfully accused?" Aiden sneered. "Isn't that merely your side of the story?" Veronica fell silent, turning her face away, seemingly disinterested in continuing the conversation. Aiden observed her for a moment, confirming she no longer posed a disturbance, before gesturing to Dolly to retract the spell. He then addressed the still sobbing Faye, lowering his voice. "You keep an eye on her. Should she attempt suicide or engage in any other aberrant behavior, alert someone immediately. I am to watch her." Faye's feigned tears ceased as she widened her eyes at Aiden. "My lord, do not jest. If she doesn't kill me, I will consider myself fortunate. Please, grant me a room change. An emotionally unstable death row inmate requires supervision. Endure a little discomfort. Cooperating with our work may lead to a reduction in your sentence," Aiden offered with a warm smile, patting Faye's shoulder. "I would rather serve a full year. Who would risk their life for a mere sentence reduction?" Faye lamented. "Look at you, hastily opposing. I am not negotiating with you." Aiden chuckled heartily. "This is the warden's order. Comply without question, and spare us the unnecessary chatter." With that, he turned and walked away, Flanda quickly following suit, leaving Faye clinging to the bars, crying out, "No, Lord Aiden, do not leave me alone with her. Please don't go. Gather all available information on this wolf girl. I wish to review it," Aiden instructed Flanda as they departed the core area, his smile fading into a serious expression. Chapter 5, Doubts. The victim was the proprietress of a tavern in the lower district. Aged 28. The initial conflict between her and the inmate arose from a counterfeiting case that on March 26th, a patron reported to Officer Veronica, who was patrolling the streets, that the tavern was selling fake liquor. After a preliminary investigation, Veronica ordered the tavern's closure and took the owner, the victim's husband, into custody. The following day, the victim arrived at the police station to protest, verbally assaulting Officer Veronica, which led to a confrontation between the two. In the warden's office, Flanda read aloud the details regarding Veronica to Aiden. At precisely 20 minutes past midnight, gunshots were heard emanating from the tavern where the incident occurred. Subsequently, the victim's body was discovered, shot in the back, with the bullet piercing the heart, resulting in immediate death. Upon the arrival of investigators, they identified the caliber of the bullet casings left at the scene as matching that of the firearms issued to the mounted police. Officer Veronica, who had a confrontation with the victim earlier that day, was subsequently named a suspect. The investigation team then retrieved Veronica's service weapon from the mounted police armory, only to find that one bullet was missing from her firearm. Wait a moment. She returned the used service weapon to the armory. Aiden interjected, raising his hand. Indeed, the officer on duty at the armory testified that Veronica returned the weapon in a visibly flustered state during the early hours. His testimony, coupled with the missing bullet, became pivotal in convicting Veronica. However, according to protocol, the returned service weapon should undergo inspection if it had been fired. That would have been discovered on the spot. Aiden raised his concern. Flanda nodded. This was also mentioned. The officer on duty was a newcomer who had previously received guidance from Veronica. He claimed he did not inspect her service weapon at that time. This sounds quite peculiar, Aiden mused, stroking his chin. What is it? Flanda asked, puzzled. According to the information, the perpetrator 3308 killed the victim out of personal vendetta, implying she must have been in a state of emotional turmoil at the time, Aiden reasoned. Yes. The adjudication body concurs with this assessment. Werewolves are more prone to losing control than ordinary individuals, Flanda affirmed. After all, under normal circumstances, had she retained even a modicum of rationality while committing murder, she would not have used the police-issued firearm. That if she had not utilized her service weapon, the investigation team would not have identified her so swiftly. During my tenure at the Inquisition Bureau, I handled several cases involving werewolf assaults. Typically, when werewolves lash out, they do so using bare hands or by hurling nearby objects. When enraged, they might unconsciously exhibit signs of transformation, while female werewolves do not transform as dramatically as their male counterparts. They still experience physical changes, such as thickening fingers and the emergence of claws. Aiden gestured as if mimicking the action of firing a gun. In such a state, handling a firearm would be rather cumbersome, wouldn't it? Retaining the memories of his previous self, the ace investigator from the Inquisition Bureau, Aiden found Veronica's use of a gun to be rather unorthodox compared to the violent cases he recalled. However, Warden, the perpetrator 3308, is a mounted police officer. She should be quite proficient with firearms. Even if it proved somewhat inconvenient, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to instinctively draw and fire her service weapon given its immediate availability, Flanda countered. Then how do we explain her voluntarily returning the firearm without confessing? If she intended to deny her guilt, why would she willingly submit evidence that could incriminate her? Even if she did not attempt to replace the missing bullet, she should at least have disposed of the service weapon and claimed it was stolen. Aiden crossed his arms. She is a police officer herself, and her background does not suggest foolishness. It defies reason. Perhaps it was simply a matter of panic following the murder. Flanda hesitated, then gazed at Aiden curiously. Chief, you do not genuinely believe she is innocent, do you? I am merely contemplating the possibility, Aiden shrugged. Flanda sighed. Chief, over 70% of inmates claim they are wrongfully accused, many of whom are caught red-handed. You must understand. One of the most crucial aspects of our profession is to not easily trust a criminal, Aiden interjected with a smile. I know. I do not believe her. However, there are indeed many peculiarities surrounding this case. The time from sentencing to execution is less than 2 months, which is rather astonishing. Flanda recalled, I heard it was due to the impact of the mounted police's murder case on the department's reputation that higher-ups ordered a swift resolution. Pressure from superiors. Understandable, considering this could be categorized as a significant scandal for the mounted police, Aiden nodded. Just then, someone burst through the door without knocking. Warden, a female guard exclaimed anxiously, failing to salute. There has been a fight in the bathhouse. Calm down. Take your time and explain clearly. Which inmates were involved? Aiden inquired with composure. It was 2 inmates from core area room 6, along with 2 from room 13, the female guard reported nervously. Aiden and Flanda exchanged glances. The 2 inmates from room 6 were the thief Catherine and the pirate Anna, while the inmates from room 13 included Phil and Veronica. The werewolf had only just arrived and was already causing trouble. What is the current situation? Have the individuals been restrained? Aiden redirected his attention to the female guard. They have all been subdued by the riot squad and are now being transferred to the medical department. Inmate 3307 from room 13 suffered a head injury and is unconscious. However, there is no immediate danger. The 2 inmates from room 6 also sustained minor injuries. And what of inmate 3308, the death row inmate? Aiden asked again. 3308, the female guard pondered, shaking her head. It seems she is uninjured. What prompted the altercation? Did you manage to ascertain anything? Not yet. When I heard the commotion and rushed in, the only one standing in the changing room was that death row inmate, and she had someone by the throat. Looking quite fierce, that S when I called for the riot squad to restrain her. The female guard replied cautiously, clearly worried about reprimand from her superiors. Were there any others present at the time? No. All the other inmates had finished their showers and were gathered outside. Only those 4 were in the changing room. So, the death row inmate assaulted the others, is that correct? Flanders sighed, rubbing her forehead. Take us to see. After a moment of silence, Aiden gestured for the female guard to lead the way. Chapter 6. I engage in lively banter with them. Aiden stepped into the prison infirmary, locking eyes with Veronica, who was seated across from the door. Veronica sat upright in her chair, restrained not only by handcuffs and leg irons, but also bound tightly with 2 loops of leather straps by the riot squad as a temporary control measure. She had just been involved in a fight and had not yet reverted from her transformed state, her furrowed brow and gritted teeth giving her a somewhat intimidating appearance. Warden, the 4 guards supervising Veronica saluted in unison. Supervising a werewolf necessitated such numbers. Long time no see, Aiden said, walking over to greet Veronica with his hands clasped behind his back. At this rate, we could share a meal together every day leading up to your execution. Veronica turned her head away, seemingly disdainful of engaging in conversation with him. Ouch, it hurts like hell. That filthy bitch broke my nose. Warden, you need to hurry up and hang this murderer. A piercing voice rang out from the opposite side of the room. Aiden glanced towards the source of the voice, spotting the thief Catherine with her face swollen and bruised, frantically gesturing towards him. Nearby, the pirate Anna, also sporting injuries, was seated while the prison doctor tended to their wounds. Aiden cast an inquiring glance at the doctor, who waved his hand dismissively. They're fine, just superficial wounds. And what of the other individual? Aiden inquired about Phil's condition. Inmate 3307 is lying down inside. Still unconscious, but there are no serious issues, just a mild concussion, the doctor indicated toward the interior. Inmate 3308, do you have to cause trouble every single day? Flanders stood before Veronica, her expression dark as she tapped her palm with an iron rod. How can you assert it was definitely me when you weren't even present? Veronica retorted, lifting her face defiantly. Flanders took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. She turned to Aiden and quietly suggested, Warden, this individual is a ticking time bomb. If left unchecked, she might kill someone one day. Given her recent misconduct, we should isolate her in the confinement cell and assign someone to watch her. After all, it's only for a little over a month. Flanders' suggestion was a rather seasoned approach. Prisons often have troublesome inmates who create chaos when mingled with others. Generally, guards strive to relocate such inmates or find reasons to separate them from the general population. Silver City lacks an alternative facility for pure-blood female werewolves, leaving them unable to transfer Veronica. The most prudent course of action would be to confine her before execution, and the recent fight provided a solid justification. Veronica's beastly ears perked up at Flanders' low voice, while her tone was subdued. The werewolf's acute hearing surpassed that of ordinary humans. She scoffed at the remark, but remained silent. The duo of Meatsai, sitting nearby, though unable to hear, could deduce from Aiden's demeanor that he was preparing to impose a sanction on Veronica. And both exchanged knowing smirks. However, Aiden shook his head at Flanders' proposal. There's no need to rush into action. Let us clarify the situation first. Separate all 4 involved parties for individual questioning. Flanders, you can interrogate the 2 from room 6, and I will question the 2 from room 13. Separating multiple suspects for interrogation, meticulously revisiting the sequence of events and details, then cross-referencing testimonies to determine who is lying is a fundamental interrogation technique. If the suspect had not conspired with accomplices in advance before lying, it would be quite easy for them to be exposed. As soon as the words left his lips, Veronica cast a surprised glance at Aiden. And the duo in cell 6 also altered their expressions. Flanders hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately acquiesced to the command. All right, understood. Wait a moment, Warden. Why must we endure beatings only to face interrogation? Catherine protested loudly. Is this blatant favoritism not even concealed? How delightful it is that a pretty face can act with impunity. Of course, the warden is a man too. Anna chimed in with a sarcastic tone. You too. Flanda was about to reprimand them sternly when Aiden raised a hand to halt her. Then addressed the pair nonchalantly. Inmate 3294, Inmate 3295, do you intend to teach me how to conduct my duties? The two were momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into shameless laughter. Oh dear, is the warden going to punish us without cause? Isn't it quite dignified for the warden to wield his authority to trample upon our rights? I wonder how the human rights organizations would react if they found out. They grew even more boisterous, these two, one a former bandit leader and the other a pirate captain, both ruthless characters thriving on defiance against authority. Indifferent to ordinary punitive measures, having spent considerable time in various prisons, they were well acquainted with the guards' powers, and their brazen disregard for repercussions was their forte, often leaving guards utterly exasperated. Recently transferred to this Rose Iron prison, they intended to instill fear in the warden using their usual tactics. However, Aiden showed no signs of anger, merely smiling at them. Rest assured, I am a fair person. Without reason, I would certainly not punish you. Yet, I can arrange for a change of your accommodations. The madwoman Hello in cell 3 is quite lonely on her own. How about you two, being so loquacious, share a room with her? The color drained from their faces at this suggestion. Madwoman Hello was notorious even in the prison's core area. A frenzied cult priestess whose behavior was never normal, often laughing maniacally and dancing about at ungodly hours. Furthermore, she was fervent about sacrificial rites, drawing strange symbols and blood in various places, including on others in their beds, conducting her rituals, and at times attempting to gouge out the eyes of sleeping individuals for offerings. More alarmingly, she was said to have received some form of blessing from her dark deity, ensuring that anyone who inflicted harm upon her would suffer equal injury, while she herself relished in pain. Thus, ordinary individuals could not lay a finger on her, forced to endure her antics. No one could withstand more than a day in her company. The last female inmate assigned to share a cell with her nearly committed suicide. Then there's the Tyrannosaurus Camilla in cell 10, the bloodstained Ivana in cell 11, and the corpse demon slain in cell 19. Aiden nonchalantly enumerated a series of names that would send shivers down the spines of most inmates in the core area. Glancing back and forth between the two, which one would you prefer as your new roommate? I can let you choose. The two, who had been so boisterous just a minute ago, fell silent, observing their sudden meekness. Aiden smirked. Do not equate the Rose Iron prison with the hotels you previously inhabited. Even a random heavy criminal from the core area far surpasses your level. I converse freely with them. I have tamed far more troublesome witches than you. Do you think you are worthy of challenging me? There is no need for me to seek your consent in arranging matters. Collaborate with my work, and we shall coexist peacefully. Should you insist on opposing me, he deliberately paused, casting a sharp gaze at the two. Beware of meeting your end at my hands. Catherine instinctively averted her gaze while Anna, biting her lip, glared at him, yet could not muster a single word. Aiden, fully aware that these bloodthirsty inmates regarded law as inconsequential, believing only in the survival of the fittest, knew the best approach was to counter them with even more formidable criminals. He simply needed to find a way to rein in the most troublesome batch of inmates. Take them away. Aiden commanded Flanda, who stood behind him. Chapter 7. Do not cross me after dismissing Flanda and the two inmates from cell 6. Aiden pulled up a chair and seated himself across from Veronica. Now, I trust you will cooperate with my investigation. Veronica scrutinized him with a peculiar expression, her eyes a mixture of suspicion and wariness. Why look at me with such eyes? Isn't it standard procedure to clarify matters before addressing them? You are a police officer yourself. There is nothing strange about it, is there? Aiden began his questioning unabashedly. Please, recount the events, the more detailed, the better. Veronica remained silent, fixated on him. After a few seconds of eye contact, Aiden sighed. What is the matter? Do you not wish to speak? Is there not a single individual willing to cooperate with my work today? I do not like bathing with those criminals, Veronica suddenly replied. Aiden was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gathered himself to listen intently. Veronica continued expressionlessly. So I deliberately waited until everyone else had finished before entering. Midway through my bath, I overheard a conversation in the changing room. Werewolves possess far superior hearing to ordinary humans. So I heard very clearly. Those two were extorting that succubus in the changing room, demanding money from her, or else they would find an opportunity to cripple her. Aiden nodded slightly, finding this explanation quite reasonable. The barriers of the Rose Iron prison could seal magical powers, rendering prisoners like Phil, who lacked any skills beyond innate casting abilities, utterly powerless here, essentially a helpless victim in the eyes of seasoned robbers like Catherine and Anna, who saw her as nothing more than a walking money bag. And then you want to stop them? Aiden smiled with a hint of amusement. How noble of you. I merely found them too noisy. Veronica frowned. And then you all ended up in a scuffle. Who struck first? Aiden narrowed his eyes, realizing this was the crux of the matter. Normally, individuals like Catherine and Anna, who preyed on the weak, would not dare provoke Veronica. Not only was she a pure-blood werewolf, but she was also a death row inmate awaiting execution, easily capable of killing them without any repercussions. Flanda would have swiftly deemed Veronica responsible for the incident precisely because of this. Quite frankly, if Veronica had claimed they struck first, Aiden would not have believed her either. Yet Veronica shook her head. When I warned them in the changing room, they pretended to behave. However, upon returning to the bathroom to continue washing, I heard them fighting in the changing room. When I returned, I saw those two kicking and beating that succubus out. I could no longer stand by and watch. So you intervened? Aiden smiled knowingly. All right then. According to your account, the succubus was knocked unconscious by them. Given the outcome of the fight, Phil's injuries were far more severe than those of Anna and Catherine, making it imperative to ascertain responsibility in this matter. Veronica remained silent for a moment before responding. No. It was the soap. What? Aiden was puzzled. When I struck those two, that succubus attempted to escape amidst the chaos, but she slipped on the soap I had dropped and hit her head on the cabinet. Knocking herself out. It was merely an accident. Oh, you were quite forthright. Aiden felt somewhat surprised. If that were the case, then the responsibility for Phil's concussion would fall upon Veronica's negligence, and she had admitted to it so candidly. I have nothing to feel guilty about, Veronica stated calmly. If that is the case, then why did you not clarify this from the beginning? When Flanda mentioned you, you did not defend yourself at all. If I said it, would you believe me? Veronica's expression was stoic. Aiden pondered. Whether or not I believe you will be determined after I have questioned everyone. However, if you do not speak, others will not even have the chance to believe you, will they? After saying this, he rose and beckoned to the prison doctor, preparing to check on Phil's condition in the inner room. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, Veronica's voice came from behind. Thank you for now. Aiden paused, turning back in surprise. What do you thank me for? I merely allowed you to recount the events. That does not imply I believe you. I merely thank you for the opportunity to speak. Veronica, seated in her chair with her back to him, spoke slowly. Few grant me the chance to voice myself, simply because I am a werewolf. Is that so? Aiden found himself at a loss for words. Each of Veronica's statements carried an unusual weight. Leaving him momentarily unsure of how to respond, he opened the door and found Phil lying on the bed in the center of the room. How long until she wakes? He inquired of the prison doctor beside him. Uncertain. But if the warden wishes for her to awaken immediately, there are methods to achieve that, the doctor replied, handing him a silver needle used for stitching wounds. Use this to prick her. Aiden frowned. That seems rather inhumane. Does it not? No. What I mean is, Warden, you can pierce your finger with this and then feed her a few drops of blood, the prison doctor said in a professional tone. Succubi can draw power from a man's bodily fluids to heal their wounds. Aiden cast a skeptical glance at the doctor, who nodded with certainty. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally chose to pierce his finger with a silver needle, then brought it close to Faye's lips, squeezing out a few drops of blood into her mouth. Faye immediately reacted, her brows twitching as she extended her tongue to lick the tiny drop of blood that had touched her lips. The next moment, she suddenly sat up, clamping Aiden's finger in her mouth and sucking vigorously. Aiden was startled and instinctively tried to withdraw his finger, but Faye stubbornly grasped his wrist, mumbling dazedly, Ambrosia. It smells just like the ambrosia from earlier. Aiden, exasperated, drew his sidearm and pressed it against Faye's forehead, declaring, there is no ambrosia, but a bullet could certainly fill you up. Faye jumped in shock, her eyes widening as they locked onto Aiden's. After blinking a few times, she awkwardly forced a smile. Lord Aiden. What is the meaning of this? Why are you pointing a gun at me? I'm scared. Cut the act. Aiden chastised, tapping her head with the butt of his gun. Ouch. Faye whimpered, covering the spot he had struck. Now that you're awake, answer my question. What exactly happened in the changing room? Aiden was impatient and got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Faye suddenly seemed to recall, tearfully exclaiming, Wah, Lord Aiden, let me tell you. Those two vile women tried to extort me in the changing room and even hit me. I was terrified. As she sobbed, she threw herself onto Aiden, who expressionlessly shoved her back with the gun pressed to her forehead. Don't come any closer, or I'll charge you with assaulting a prison officer and have you executed. I understand. Faye pouted, finally settling down. Chapter 8. Inception. So, you're saying that Anna and Catherine from cell number 6 cornered you in the changing room and extorted you for contraband money. Is that correct? Aiden crossed his arms and began his interrogation. Faye nodded vigorously. Yes. They said if I didn't give them money, they'd break all my fingers. I told them Lord Aiden wouldn't stand idly by. And they called the warden a worthless piece of trash. Let me warn you not to embellish the story, if I find out you're adding your own spin to it. You can expect to be thrown into solitary confinement, Aiden interrupted, glaring at her. In any case, they were trying to extort me, very aggressively. Faye shrank back slightly. Aiden nodded, finding her account consistent with Veronica's testimony. And what about Veronica? Faye pondered. She was taking a shower by herself, and I don't know how she heard, but suddenly she ran out to warn those two not to go too far. Then they attacked her, and the death row inmate got into a scuffle with them. Would they really be foolish enough to provoke a death row inmate? Aiden narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Who knows? They're bad people. What can't they do? Faye instinctively averted her gaze. Are you sure you didn't provoke them into hitting you? Aiden asked with a sardonic smile. How could that be? Faye chuckled nervously. Aiden remained silent, studying her. All right, I'll confess. Faye, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, raised her hands in surrender. I thought they were so afraid of the death row inmate, so I teased them a little. So, you were counting on Veronica to help you. Using her to deal with the two from cell 6, Aiden concluded, smirking. Smart move, very cunning, fighting fire with fire, and saving on bodyguard fees. What bodyguard fees? What are you talking about? Faye's eyes darted. Stop pretending, even without Veronica's help. You would have hired another inmate to deal with those two fools, right? You've always relied on such tactics to get by here. Haven to you. Aiden bluntly pointed out. Veronica was still unaware that she had been used by Faye. Although Faye lacked combat skills, she was quite shrewd. As the wealthiest woman in the core area, she often opted to bribe other prison leaders to resolve her troubles. Given her multiple stints, she had built quite a network. And those familiar with her would never dare to cross her, leaving only naive newcomers like Anna and Catherine, who had just transferred from other prisons, to foolishly attempt to extort her. How could that be? I am such a pure-minded person, Faye protested, trying to evade the accusation. A pimp calling herself pure-minded is like a lion claiming to be a vegetarian, Aiden scoffed. One last question. How did you lose consciousness? Faye tapped her chin. Feigning deep thought. I don't know. When they started fighting, I was preparing to run, and then someone hit me on the back of the head. You didn't slip on soap and knock your head on the cabinet? Aiden probed. You already know the answer. Why ask me? Faye pouted. That soap was dropped by Veronica. Are you trying to cover for her? She did help me once. After all, that I'm a person of principle, Faye declared, crossing her arms, her face a mask of righteousness. You're in prison and still talking about principles. Aiden found it both amusing and infuriating. Fine. I've got a general understanding of what happened. Since you're done, you can go back to your cell with the guards. Faye's final testimony aligned with Veronica's account, indicating that Veronica was likely telling the truth. Just as Aiden was about to rise, Faye suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment, Lord Aiden. What is it? Don't tell me you're going to say you feel unwell and want me to stay here with you. I'm busy and don't want any disruptions. Aiden eyed her warily, knowing she always seized any opportunity to cause trouble. No. Faye pouted in dissatisfaction. I just wanted to tell you that she might not be a murderer. How can you be so sure? Just because she helped you once. I stayed in the same room with her yesterday and was too scared to sleep. It was my first time being around someone so terrifying. I felt completely at a loss. So while she was asleep, I tried to explore her dream. Aren't your powers all sealed? Aiden frowned. I still have a little left. While I can't charm or drain energy, I can still peek into others' dreams. Faye explained. Dreams can sometimes reveal a person's subconscious, and I wanted to see if she had any psychological weaknesses. So, you're also a psychological expert. Aiden chuckled. I'm serious. Faye retorted. Her cheeks puffed up. We often delve into others' dreams to study their desires and preferences. Even a somewhat experienced succubus has a decent understanding of human psychology. So what did you see in her dream? If you grant me a bit of spellcasting permission, I can show you with an illusion. Faye requested. Aiden immediately looked skeptical. You won't pull any tricks, will you? I don't want to die. Faye urged, pounding the bed. All right. Aiden glanced at the prison doctor beside him. Keep an eye on her. If anything seems off, call in the riot squad immediately. You don't trust me at all, Faye complained. Anyone who trusts you is the biggest fool in the world. Aiden shot her a glare. Now hurry up, inmate 3307. Temporarily lift the spellcasting restriction. As soon as he finished speaking, Faye felt a portion of her magic, previously suppressed by the barrier, return. All right. She eagerly sat up on the bed, reaching toward Aiden's temple to begin casting her illusion. Aiden felt a flash of white before the surroundings transformed, and he realized he was sitting in the spectator's seat of a court, the solemn sound of a gavel ringing out from above. The defendant, as a law enforcement officer, abused their power to carry a firearm and kill a civilian. This behavior constitutes charges of dereliction of duty and murder, and during the capture process, the defendant maliciously attacked law enforcement personnel, severely undermining the reputation of the law enforcement agency. The jury unanimously finds the defendant guilty of dereliction of duty, murder, and obstruction of justice, and sentences them to death. Chapter 9. There is only one truth. Is this Veronica's trial? Aiden realized. Yes. Indeed. This scene frequently appears in her shattered dream. Faye replied, sitting beside him and offering a bag overflowing with popcorn. Aiden refrained from taking any, still wary of whether this succubus might take the opportunity to deceive him, perhaps in this dream. While he munched on snacks, he was actually clenching a pillow in the infirmary in reality. This is an exceedingly peculiar trial assembly, where the judge, prosecutor, and jury members are all towering giants exceeding 3 meters in height. These giants are devoid of eyes and ears, their facial features reduced to merely a nose and a colossal mouth, presenting an eerie sight. Meanwhile, in the audience, only 2 living beings are present. The remaining seats are occupied by faceless puppets. Following the judge's pronouncement, the puppets' hands are mysteriously lifted as if by invisible strings, and they commence clapping. Death penalty, death penalty, death penalty. The puppets chant in unison, echoing the judge's verdict. They possess neither vocal cords nor mouths, yet somehow manage to produce sound, as though each puppet were animated by an unseen puppeteer, voicing their sentiments through ventriloquism. Why do these figures appear so bizarre? Aiden surveys his surroundings. This is her dream. Dreams are inherently odd. The imagery of these figures has evolved from her subconscious impressions of them. PHYLL responds while munching on popcorn. And what of her own appearance? Aiden gestures towards the defendant's stand out. A small girl, bearing wolf-like ears and a striking resemblance to Veronica, stands there, helplessly scanning the room, tears brimming in her eyes. Many individuals dream of their childhood selves when they feel insecure, PHYLL calmly explains. In their memories, childhood represents a time of utmost vulnerability. Upon experiencing feelings of helplessness or injustice in adulthood, they often associate those feelings with their childhood recollections. After hearing PHYLL's explanation, Aiden begins to grasp the impression this trial leaves on Veronica's psyche. In this courtroom, the prosecutor accusing her, the judge presiding over her fate, and the jurors are all giants she feels powerless to confront. These giants are blind and deaf, incapable of perceiving the truth or hearing her defense. The audience consists entirely of foolish puppets, cheering for the outcome that sees the malevolent wolf-riding police brought to justice, oblivious to their own manipulation and blindness, and she herself, despite possessing the inherent strength of a pure-blooded werewolf, remains a frail and helpless little girl in the face of societal opposition. Death penalty, death penalty, death penalty, death penalty. The judge, jury, prosecutor, and puppets in the audience chant in unison, simultaneously extending a hand to render a thumbs-down gesture. In times past, when the barbaric practice of gladiatorial combat existed, audiences would collectively vote on the fate of the vanquished after a deadly struggle. A thumbs-up signified that they permitted the defeated to live, while a thumbs-down urged the victor to execute them. Veronica cries out in anguish, her mouth agape, yet no sound escapes her throat, as if an invisible barrier envelopes her, silencing her pleas. The cacophony of the courtroom demanding her death is deafening. Yet she can only flail her arms comically and mouth words futilely, akin to a silent film. Aiden observes this absurd scene in silence. In reality, countless individuals fear Veronica, the pure-blooded werewolf. Her ferocity and formidable strength instilling trepidation in both guards and inmates alike. It is likely that those aware of her werewolf nature share similar sentiments. However, within Veronica's subconscious, everything is inverted. Here, everyone desires her demise, yet she is utterly powerless to resist. Nonetheless, Aiden remains cautious. This alone does not establish her innocence. Does it? I have encountered many psychologically distorted criminals who steadfastly believe their actions are justified, viewing legal judgments as persecution against them. However, in her dream, I witnessed numerous scenarios, yet none related to her alleged murder. Given her intense concern regarding her death sentence, how could she lack a profound impression of her own crime? That seems rather unusual. Phyll asserts confidently, raising a finger and conjuring a detective's hat and pipe with her magic. Thus, the truth is singular. She is wrongfully accused. Very well, I comprehend your point, Aiden replies thoughtfully, nodding. Let us dispel the illusion. Phyll snaps her fingers, and in an instant, Aiden's consciousness transitions from the illusion back to reality. At that moment, Flanda enters, saluting him. Warden, what have you uncovered? Aiden inquires, turning to face her. During the initial interrogation, their testimonies were completely at odds, so I asked again. Here is the transcript. Flanda respectfully presents the document. Aiden swiftly peruses it, noting that Anna and Catherine initially directed their accusations at Veronica, yet many details contradict one another, indicating clear inconsistencies. However, this can be understood. Veronica's sudden emergence presented a wholly unexpected situation for them, and they had no opportunity to align their accounts after being assaulted by Veronica before being restrained by the riot squad. Upon being reinterrogated by Flanda, their statements became somewhat more credible. They admitted to extorting Phyll, with most details aligning with Veronica's and Phyll's accounts. The only point of contention is their mutual accusations, each claiming the other as the primary instigator of extorting Phyll, insisting they were merely coerced accomplices. These two are quite the loyal comrades, Aiden remarks with a sardonic smile. Returning the transcript to Flanda, both will serve 10 days in solitary confinement, with their privileges downgraded to the minimum. The extortion matter will be filed separately, and let them know their sentences are about to be extended. Understood. And what shall we do with the death row inmate, Veronica? Flanda cautiously inquires, her demeanor shifting to one of careful consideration after nearly wrongfully accusing Veronica due to her unilateral judgment. Put her in solitary confinement for a while, and return her to her cell tomorrow morning, Aiden promptly instructs. Does she also require solitary confinement? Flanda hesitates. The two who intervened in room 6 can be deemed as acting in good faith and will not be pursued. However, her negligence in dropping the soap, which caused other inmates to slip and injure themselves, still carries a degree of responsibility. We must adhere to the regulations. Aiden smiles. Very well, I understand that I will arrange for someone from the night shift to keep an eye on her, Flanda responds. No need. I will attend to it personally. Aiden waves his hand. I have a few things I wish to discuss with her privately. Chapter 10. The empathetic warden. The solitary confinement cell of the Rose Iron prison is a confined space of less than 3 square meters. Equipped solely with a squat toilet and a basin filled with water, lacking even a bedboard, the inmate must lie on the floor beside the toilet, covering themselves with a blanket to sleep. The room is devoid of windows, allowing communication with the outside world solely through the food slot in the iron door and a small barred opening above it. Inmates in solitary confinement are confined to this scant 3 square meters for all their eating, drinking, and other needs, translating to a genuine sense of time dragging on. In comparison, an ordinary cell could be considered a paradise. Hence, the prison employs solitary confinement as a punitive measure against those who violate discipline. Aiden personally escorts Veronica into the solitary cell, closing the iron door behind him before moving a chair to sit outside. What are you doing sitting here? Veronica glares at him from the iron door. The solitary confinement cell requires monitoring. It would be a serious matter if an inmate were to harm themselves by crashing into the walls. Aiden replies with a hint of melancholy. Then at least swap in a female guard. With you sitting here, how am I supposed to go to the bathroom? Veronica shoots him an exasperated look. Rest assured, I will leave after a brief chat, Aiden asserts, placing an oil paper bag in the food slot. Care for a bite? What is this? Veronica hesitates to reach for it. Yet the enticing aroma wafts from the oil paper bag, her werewolf senses far more acute than those of an ordinary person. Open it and see for yourself. Veronica skeptically unwraps the oil paper bag, and a wave of steam carrying a rich aroma escapes. Inside are several pieces of roasted chicken wings and drumsticks. Instinctively, Veronica swallows hard. In the dead of night, the scent of oil, spices, and honey roasted over flames is particularly enticing. Nevertheless, she restrains herself, warily fixing her gaze on Aiden. What are you up to, showering me with kindness? You haven't slipped anything strange in there, have you? Please, I have no desire to lose my job, Aiden scoffs. A smirk on his face. The food is here. Whether you eat it or not is entirely your choice. After a moment of hesitation, Veronica ultimately accepts the oil paper bag, turning her back against the iron door as she sits down. What exactly do you want? She queries through the door. As I said, I merely wish to have a conversation with you. Attending to the psychological well-being of inmates is part of a warden's responsibilities. Psychological well-being? What nonsense is this? Veronica responds, her expression one of skepticism. I'm not joking. I have established a position for providing psychological counseling to inmates within this prison, Aiden states earnestly. Occasionally, I also engage in face-to-face discussions with inmates, acting as an empathetic warden. The introduction of psychological correction roles is something Aiden learned from his previous life, even before becoming a warden. He had implemented this initiative. The prison system in this world is still rather rudimentary. Although psychologists exist outside, no one has ever thought to focus on the psychological issues of criminals. But what is there for us to discuss? Veronica's demeanor softens slightly. There is much to discuss, such as your and my interests, as well as our annual incomes. Are you attempting to set up a blind date with a death row inmate? Veronica catches his jest, managing a slight smile. Then let us discuss the journey of your murderous intent. I did not commit murder. The smile vanishes from Veronica's face, replaced by a somber tone. Then why not share how you were wrongfully accused? Aiden seamlessly transitions the conversation. Do you truly believe I am innocent? Veronica paused, her voice laced with disbelief. How could that be possible? Aiden responded without hesitation. This is a prison filled with thieves, robbers, liars, and murderers. While I cannot claim that there are no genuine good people here, they are indeed exceedingly rare. Few criminals ever confront their guilt. Each of them believes themselves wronged. In our line of work, it is a grave error to easily trust inmates. Then why do you even ask me? Veronica's gaze dimmed. Although I currently do not believe you, I am willing to listen. Aiden leaned back in his chair, speaking calmly. I have perused your case file, and there are indeed aspects that remain perplexing. Veronica fell into a long silence, so profound that Aiden briefly wondered if she had drifted into slumber. At last, she spoke. Your inquiry leaves me at a loss for words. If I had committed murder, I would surely have much to confess. However, the truth is, I did not kill anyone. That day I patrolled as usual, returned home as always, and then, inexplicably, I was arrested the following day. I noticed in the case file that on the morning of the incident, you had a confrontation with the victim. Is that true? Aiden inquired straightforwardly. Indeed, they were selling counterfeit liquor, so I apprehended the owner. Subsequently, the victim's relatives stormed the police station, which is a common occurrence, Veronica recounted calmly. That individual hurled insults at me and attempted to obstruct my duties. I had intended to detain her as well, but my colleagues intervened. What did she call you? I cannot recall all the details, but the most offensive remark was that I was the offspring of a prostitute and a wild dog. Honestly, did you not feel a surge of murderous intent? Empathizing with her, Aiden found it hard to believe that such a provocation would not elicit a reaction. Yet, Veronica let out a cold laugh. If one were to kill over mere words, I would have been a murderer since the age of 8, continuing until now. Warden, you are a rational being. You likely cannot fathom the experience of being inherently different from others. I have served in the mounted police for nearly 6 years. There are indeed those who are merely occupying space in our ranks, and others who engage in corruption, even without comparing myself to them. I consider my dedication commendable. Yet, every month, anonymous letters arrive at the precinct, urging my superiors to dismiss me, solely because I am a werewolf, with insults in those letters far worse than this. Very well, Aiden said, feeling a bit awkward, and quickly redirected the conversation. What time did you return your service weapon that day? Precisely at 12:30. Veronica replied instantly. The victim was murdered at 12:20, which is why you were under suspicion. Aiden nodded. The crime scene falls within your patrol area. Were you not nearby at the time, due to that morning's incident? I was reassigned to patrol another district that evening. My superiors were concerned that I might instigate a conflict if I passed by that tavern. Yet, the investigation team ultimately concluded that you stealthily ventured to that tavern to commit murder during your patrol, as your service weapon in the armory was found to be missing a bullet. Aiden referred to the crucial piece of evidence. To be honest, I do not know how that happened. Veronica lowered her gaze. That day, I returned my weapon as usual, and I even checked it before heading out to patrol. I did not fire a single shot during that time. Are you serious? Aiden furrowed his brow. Did I speak only the truth? Believe it or not, it is up to you. Veronica retorted sharply, feeling discomfort by Aiden's sudden doubt. No, I mean, do you genuinely fail to understand how this could occur? If you did not commit the murder, it is evident that only one possibility remains. What do you mean? Veronica perked up, her interest piqued. If what you say is true, then it must be that the person guarding the armory fabricated evidence to frame you. Veronica was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. That is impossible. How can you be so certain? The officer on duty that day was a rookie I had previously trained. Our relationship was amicable. I once helped him out of a predicament. I have done him a favor. He knows I am a werewolf, yet he still respects me. In that case, it seems you are indeed the murderer. Aiden could not help but chuckle. I told you I did not kill anyone. Veronica emphasized, her irritation evident. If you did not commit the murder, then it must mean he perjured himself. If he did not fabricate evidence, then you are indeed guilty. You have truly been sold out and are still counting the coins for those who betrayed you. Aiden said with unabashed sarcasm. You remain unaware of why the court condemned you to death. Is it not due to my being a werewolf? Perhaps they do harbor some prejudice against you for being a werewolf. But to sentence someone to death without substantial evidence is inconceivable. I have reviewed your case file. The court's conviction hinged on that individual's testimony and the weapon presented as evidence. He stated during the trial that you hurriedly returned your weapon at 12:30, without inspecting it at that moment. Is that true? That is indeed accurate. There was a downpour that night, and I was eager to return to my apartment for my belongings. Bruce, the rookie, allowed me to leave first and did not inspect my weapon on the spot. All right, that testimony might be considered an unfortunate coincidence, yet the issue lies with the weapon presented as evidence. Consider this. Your service weapon was missing a bullet upon being returned to the armory. If someone tampered with it, regardless of who that may be, they cannot escape the scrutiny of the officer guarding the armory. How could you possibly overlook such an obvious detail? Aiden asserted, you are a police officer. Set aside your personal feelings and think critically. Veronica contemplated for a moment, realizing, to her astonishment, that she had indeed been blinded by her own perspective. Having worked in the armory herself, she fully understood how secure it was. Rather than considering the implausibility of someone circumventing the officer on duty to tamper with the weapon, it was far more plausible that the officer had engaged in misconduct. My experience working in prison has taught me that it takes only a fleeting thought for an ordinary person to become a criminal. Anyone can err. Many criminals appear, by their demeanor, as though they would never commit a crime. If you are truly convinced of your innocence, you should be suspicious of everyone, Aiden advised her. But why would he do such a thing? Veronica exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation. I have shown him kindness. He has no reason to frame me. Aiden pondered for a moment. Well, perhaps we should first consider the true culprit. The true culprit, of course. If you did not kill him, then there must be a real murderer. According to the case file, the investigation team narrowed down the suspects to the mounted police after examining the shell casings found at the scene. Is there something unique about the service weapons used by your mounted police? Yes. During parades or celebrations, mounted police must present an aesthetically pleasing display, including their weapons. Which is why our service weapons differ from those of other departments. Veronica replied, only to suddenly realize, are you suggesting? If you are not the murderer, it is highly likely that another mounted officer is. Aiden continued seamlessly. Given that the rookie named Bruce was responsible for guarding the armory that day, the actual murderer must be another mounted officer. That he may have fabricated evidence, not just to frame you, but also to shield the true culprit. That true culprit and the officer on duty in the armory conspired to make you the scapegoat. Veronica was utterly bewildered. Since birth, she had been subjected to discrimination due to her identity as a werewolf. She had cursed her own bloodline countless times, and this wrongful imprisonment had led her to instinctively blame her curse for all her misfortunes. This habitual way of thinking had confined her perspective, from rage to despair, and then to self-destruction. She had spent day after day in prison lamenting the injustice of her fate, yet she had never deeply contemplated who had truly betrayed her. Aiden's suggestion was hardly a complex deduction. As a police officer, she should have arrived at such a simple conclusion long ago if others treated her differently because she was a werewolf. Was it not equally prejudiced for her to attribute all her problems to that alone? She hesitated for a long time, finally speaking, wished to meet that person. That is impossible, Aiden replied decisively. You are currently a prisoner. Prisoners cannot simply meet whomever they wish. They lack freedom. Veronica clenched her jaw upon hearing this. That moment, Aiden shifted his tone. However, I could visit him on your behalf. Veronica sprung to her feet, grasping the bars of the iron door. You can find a way. She swallowed hard, her throat dry from excitement, speaking in a rush. Can you help me clear my name? Is there any way to do so? Veronica pressed her face against the bars, her eyes fixed on Aiden with an intensity that reflected her newfound desire to survive. I cannot offer you any definite hope, but I shall endeavor to assist you in investigating this matter. If you truly are not the perpetrator, I will do my utmost to exonerate you. After a prolonged silence, Veronica inquired, Why? What do you mean, why? Aiden retorted, My prison houses only criminals. If you are not one, I have no reason to keep you here. I meant, why would you be willing to believe me? Veronica asked earnestly. Most people I have encountered regard me through the lens of a criminal solely due to my being a werewolf. I stated I do not believe you. I merely wish to hear your account. Aiden shrugged. All right. I concede that I would not typically extend such an opportunity to every inmate. My interest in you is somewhat personal, and please do not fix me with such a strange gaze. When I say personal, I do not mean it in that sense. Aiden sighed and retrieved a neatly organized stack of letters from his pocket, handing them through the food slot. Once you read these, you will understand. What are these? They are letters of appeal. On the day you were incarcerated, a considerable number arrived in my mailbox. Aiden explained calmly. Each letter is signed, sent by residents from your district. They are pleading for your case, with some even refusing to believe you committed the crime. Veronica stared wide-eyed, momentarily frozen. After a while, she extended her hand, cautiously grasping the letters as if they were relics from a bygone era. The paper fragile and yellowed, threatening to crumble with the slightest pressure. These individuals firmly believe you are a good officer. I assume they must have contacted the courts as well. How shall I put this? I cannot claim to be entirely impartial myself, to be frank. These letters have given me my first impression that you might indeed be wronged, which is why I have taken an interest in your case. Aiden donned his hat and rose. Remember, while some may harbor prejudices against you, there are indeed those who recognize your efforts. Well then, it is nearly time for the shift change, Aiden concluded as he walked toward the far end of the corridor. Leaving Veronica alone to contemplate the letters in her hands, rendered speechless. Chapter 12. The day of the incident. A month prior, at precisely 10 minutes past midnight on the day of the incident. In the lower town, the Oak Tavern, which should have been operating, stood with its doors firmly shut, 2 cross seals affixed to its entrance. This is absurd. We are not the only tavern selling other spirits. Why are we being singled out? The tavern owner exclaimed, slamming her hands on the bar in frustration. And to think they are arresting people in the dead of night. How are we supposed to continue operating after this? Indeed, that woman is quite the recluse in the police force. She possesses no understanding of propriety. A rotund man seated at the bar interjected, reeking of alcohol. He had indulged heavily, and as he lifted his glass, his hand trembled involuntarily, spilling some of the liquor onto his palm. Noticing the dampness, he instinctively wiped it with his uniform sleeve. That woman seeks to ruin us. I have heard that when werewolves kill, they carve flesh from their victims piece by piece, torturing others for amusement. Such inhuman monsters should be imprisoned from birth, the tavern owner continued, gritting her teeth. How can we allow werewolves to serve as police officers? This world has truly gone mad. If it weren't for the chief constantly protecting her, how could she remain in the force? The man concurred, shaking his glass. Could it be she has been sleeping with someone? The tavern owner scoffed. The man fell silent, her words stirring unpleasant memories. Women like you find it challenging to survive in the police force, but with the right connections, it becomes a different story. He leaned closer to the expressionless Veronica, whispering, You must have heard. My father is the esteemed Senator Anthony Roden. I am not exaggerating. Look at this exquisite pocket watch. He produced a finely crafted rose gold pocket watch, holding it before Veronica's eyes. Rambling on. See the griffin emblem? It is the Roden family crest. My father is the head of the Roden family, and I am his only son. You understand my meaning, right? I am a person of some standing in Silver City. I can dine and rest at the Crown Hotel in the city center without a second thought. You surely have never been there, have you? Perhaps tonight. Bolstered by alcohol, he attempted to place his hand on Veronica's shoulder. However, she swiftly raised her hand, firmly gripping his wrist with such force that he instinctively gasped in surprise. He attempted to retract his hand, only to discover it was ensnared as if caught in an iron vise. So, you wish for me to be your mistress? Veronica asked coldly, casting him a sharp sidelong glance. No, he stammered, sensing the palpable threat in her demeanor, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. I believe you are indeed the senator's son, otherwise. I find it hard to fathom how you possess the audacity to drink on duty, Veronica stated icily, her voice devoid of warmth. However, allow me to make two things clear. First, I detest drunks. Second, I abhor physical contact with others. Should you dare to touch me again, I may just react in a manner that could cripple your hand. At that moment, he felt Veronica's grip tighten, a sharp pain radiating from his wrist. Prompting an involuntary yelp, the memory was all too vivid, and the mere thought of it sent a twinge of pain through his wrist. Damn it, what an ungrateful woman, if not for her decent appearance. Who would have afforded her such an opportunity? He downed another hefty gulp of liquor in frustration. It had been several days since he had engaged with a woman. Perhaps a stroll through the Lantern Alley tonight would suffice. After all, as a mounted officer, he could indulge without spending a dime. The alcohol coursed through him, heightening his sense of euphoria, as if his mind were submerged in warm water, leaving him pleasantly dazed. The tavern owner observed the most expensive liquor in the establishment rapidly disappearing down his throat, akin to flowing into a bottomless abyss, causing her to wince at the loss. "Tell me, are you truly able to resolve this issue for me?" the tavern owner asked skeptically. This man had assured her he could have the case against their tavern dismissed and secure her husband's release. Hence, she had followed his instructions, providing him with money and allowing him to drink freely in her establishment. Truth be told, her late husband being locked up for a few days was inconsequential, but if they did not find a way to overturn the charges of selling counterfeit liquor, the tavern would be doomed. "When I say I can, I mean it. Why the incessant questioning? Do you not trust me?" the man replied, irritation creeping into his voice as he slammed his glass down, the remaining liquor splashing over the rim. "Who knows, if you deceive me, I have no recourse," the tavern owner retorted defiantly. She had always been the type to confront the police station when necessary, and her years of dealing with inebriated patrons rendered her immune to his intimidation tactics. This troublesome woman was truly a nuisance. The man, growing impatient, rummaged through his pockets for some time, the effects of the alcohol clouding his memory of where he had stashed the pocket watch. After a considerable wait, he finally produced the gold pocket watch, raising it for the tavern owner to see. "Look closely. This is the Roden family crest. You know Senator Anthony Roden, right? That's my father. And I have plenty of connections. Helping you with this minor issue is child's play." The tavern owner scrutinized the pocket watch, still harboring some skepticism. She was not well versed in the affairs of politicians. But the watch did appear quite valuable. Perhaps this officer truly had some influence. "Very well," she sighed, placing an envelope on the bar and sliding it toward him. "The money is here. You must ensure this is handled properly." The man, his expression darkening, took the envelope, struggling to fit it into his pocket multiple times before succeeding. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a difficult woman when he collected payments from other establishments. The patrons were always obsequious. He was not short on funds. He simply relished the feeling of superiority that came with his position. This tedious public service offered little pleasure, but that was one of the few redeeming aspects. Speaking of the women in Lantern Alley, they should be grateful for his interest. Yet, if payment was not made, they rushed to conclude matters, devoid of any enjoyment, now that he had drunk his fill. A stroll through the alley seemed in order. It felt as though the time for the gun exchange was approaching, and that cursed place was in the opposite direction. Could it not have been situated next to the police station? The man mused, his hazy gaze settling on the tavern owner's ample bosom. "What are you staring at?" She immediately noticed his gaze, shooting him a wary glare. Well, the man suddenly had an idea, grinning widely. "I have received the payment. So let us discuss the remaining compensation." Under the influence of alcohol, he reached out to grasp the tavern owner's hand. Chapter 13. My father has never hit me. The man found himself once more ensnared by the haunting memories of his past rejection by Veronica. A surge of anger welled up within him, and in a fit of rage, he seized the tavern owner's hair and yanked her forcefully to the ground, pressing himself upon her, incoherently shouting, "After all, is it not your beauty that draws customers to this establishment? I cannot fathom how many men have graced your bed. One more or less makes no difference. The only reason I would deign to entertain a woman of your ilk is out of sheer generosity. Get away from me. You wretched scoundrel, do not touch me." The tavern owner, incensed by the drunken slurs hurled at her, reacted instinctively. The stench of alcohol from his breath made her stomach churn, and in a fit of fury, she slapped his face with great force. The resounding crack of her palm left a dark red imprint upon his cheek. The man felt a ringing in his ears, as the last remnants of his fraying sanity snapped under the pressure. "How dare this harlot lay hands on me? Damn it, not even my father has struck me." As the tavern owner cursed and clawed at him, desperately attempting to wriggle free, she scrambled to her feet, lifting her skirt as she dashed towards the back door, intent on calling for help. Fuming, the man attempted to rise and tackle her again, yet his body felt unexpectedly heavy, his legs weak and unresponsive. The only part of him that remained capable of movement was his hand. Regaining a semblance of clarity, he discovered that the firearm, which should have been secured at his waist, was now clutched tightly in his grasp. The sting of the slap on his face still burned, and in a fit of rage, he raised his trembling hand, aiming it at the tavern owner's back, just as he prepared to issue a threat. The thunderous gunshot startled him, the recoil sending pain shooting through his wrist. The tavern owner emitted a muffled thud as she fell forward, as if struck from behind. She writhed in agony, her hands flailing. Before lying still, a pool of crimson seeping beneath her, the vividness of her blood jolted the man back to reality, the gun in his hand feeling unbearably hot. His mind went blank, memories seemingly yanked away. He could not recall whether he had fired the weapon in a fit of impulsive rage or if it had simply discharged due to a tremor of his finger. All that remained crystal clear was the lifeless body before him. Panic surged within him. He could not remain here. Fear, fueled by the alcohol that had once rendered him incapacitated, surged through him, granting him the strength to rise. Stumbling, he fled through the tavern's back door and into the dark alley, colliding with several empty wooden crates stacked by the entrance. Outside, a torrential downpour drenched him within mere steps. The gust of night air sent a shiver down his spine, rousing him from his stupor. He glanced at the gun in his hand, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation, that he had taken a life with a police-issued firearm, a weapon that was uniquely marked, and a simple inquiry would swiftly lead authorities to him. Returning to the scene was out of the question. The street was lined with taverns, and even at this late hour, many patrons lingered. The gunfire must have drawn attention, and returning might result in his immediate apprehension. The weapon had to be disposed of. The thought of failing to return the firearm on time filled him with dread, for it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. In a frenzy, he pulled out his pocket watch to check the time, 12:37. There was little time left for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he staggered towards the police station. "Mr. Jialong, thank you for your service, and I see you've been caught in the rain. What a misfortune," greeted the rookie. Bruce, who was on duty at the armory. After the initial pleasantries, Bruce frowned slightly, detecting the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafting from the man, who was known for his habitual drinking while on duty. Jialong maintained a stiff demeanor, nodding curtly without further response. Bruce scrutinized him for a moment, perplexed. "Sir, you're here to return your firearm, correct?" Only then did Jialong awkwardly unholster the weapon and hand it over to the rookie. The moment Bruce took the gun, he froze, catching a faint whiff of gunpowder. "Please allow me to conduct a check," Bruce said as calmly as he could, his gaze fixed intently on Officer Jialong. As Bruce began to inspect the bullets, Jialong could no longer contain himself and seized Bruce's hand. "What are you doing?" Bruce exclaimed, startled. "Kid, do me a favor." Jialong forced a grim smile. Desperation etched across his face. "You fired the gun." Bruce glanced nervously at the remaining bullets, his voice rising in alarm. "Where did this happen?" At that moment, several mounted officers rushed past down the hall. "You lot, stop your late-night snacking and get out on patrol. There has been a shooting in the lower district," someone shouted. Jialong trembled at the sound, instinctively reaching to press down on Bruce's hand, trying to conceal the weapon. Bruce, realizing the gravity of the situation, shot Jialong a look of sheer terror. "You only need to help me with this minor issue. Find a way to dispose of this gun. I will repay you. My father is a councilman. I have connections to get you promoted." Jialong whispered urgently. "What are you talking about?" Bruce shook his head in disbelief. "How can you possibly cover up having fired a bullet? You should just turn yourself in. Replace the bullets with someone else's, or just swap it for another officer's gun." Jialong gasped, his mind racing as the crisis sharpened his wits. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, Veronica, did she not have a quarrel with that woman this morning? She must have returned her gun. We can use hers. Yes, hers. Bruce's face paled at the suggestion. No way. Veronica is my benefactor. I could never do such a thing. He reached for the police alarm button on the desk. Pressing it would summon the mounted officers to the armory. Jialong quickly grabbed Bruce's other hand, his expression turning menacing. "If you refuse, my family will not let you off lightly. Do you understand? For a rookie like you, it would be all too easy for us to ruin you." "No, you can forget about that," Bruce retorted firmly, his hand inching toward the button. "I'll give you 100 pounds. Jialong blurted out, desperation flooding his voice. Bruce hesitated, his hand freezing. After a long pause, he asked shakily, "Are you serious?" Jialong paused, then realized he had grasped a lifeline. "Of course," he affirmed eagerly. Bruce swallowed hard, his eyes locked onto Jialong's. "So, where's the money?" Jialong cursed inwardly at Bruce's naivety. Who carries that much cash on them? But with his life in Bruce's hands, he could only produce his most valuable possession. A gold pocket watch. Take this. It will fetch at least 50 pounds. The rest I will give you later. Bruce's gaze fixated on the watch, and he extended a trembling hand, clutching it tightly. Seeing this, a sinister smile crept across Jialong's lips. Chapter 14. You are still too young. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule, Officer Bruce Kane. Aiden greeted warmly from across the tea table in the police station's reception room, glancing at the badge on the young man's shoulder. Ah, and congratulations on your promotion. He mentally reviewed Bruce's file. Bruce Kane, 19 years old, mounted police officer, confirmed 6 months ago, promoted to first-class officer last week. He had been on duty at the armory on the day of Veronica's incident. Thank you, Bruce stammered, his hands nervously clasping together on the table, fidgeting with his thumbs. You are Mr. Aiden from the Inquisition, right? It's an honor to meet you. Ah, haha. I no longer work for the Inquisition. I am now the warden of the Rose Iron Prison, Aiden replied with a courteous smile, compared to his former title as a senior investigator in the Inquisition. His current position as warden held more prestige among the mounted police. His smooth transition to the police department and this meeting with Bruce was largely thanks to the connections he had built during his previous tenure. The Inquisition was an enforcement agency dedicated to handling cases and disasters caused by aberrant creatures. More than half of the monsters contained in the core area of Rose Iron Prison had been captured by the Inquisition. To combat those dangerous magical beings, Inquisition investigators were permitted to utilize military-grade equipment and were even allowed to study forbidden dark magic. Within the hierarchy of this world, Inquisition investigators embodied the public's perception of elite professionals, whereas prison guards were often viewed as lazy, awaiting retirement. However, Aiden was not one to dwell on such matters. Considering his extensive experience, he had long since grown indifferent to how others perceived his profession. So, did the warden specifically request to see me for a reason? Bruce inquired nervously. Aiden noted Bruce's anxious demeanor and surmised that he had likely sensed the purpose of his visit. After all, the only prison capable of housing Veronica was indeed Rose Iron Prison. Indeed, we have recently received a death row inmate, Veronica Wolf. She was formerly a member of your department, and you should be familiar with her. Aiden began casually. Why yes. Bruce's expression tightened noticeably at the mention of her name. Since her arrival at our prison, she has been causing quite a stir, claiming that she has been wronged. Aiden feigned a look of exasperation, sighing. It has become rather bothersome. But her case has already been adjudicated, has it not? Bruce raised his face, forcing a smile. Exactly that. I told her the same thing. Without new evidence or grounds for appeal, she should not entertain notions of a retrial. Aiden replied smoothly, but she said, you can surely attest that she is not the murderer. For she personally handed you the service weapon that day. I too believe she is being unreasonable, but I simply cannot resist. I must come to you for confirmation to extinguish her hopes. It is all part of the job. After all, I have no choice but to follow the procedure. Indeed. Bruce forced a smile. Aiden thought to himself how easy it was to deal with the young man. In truth, he lacked the authority to question Bruce, as his position did not grant him investigative powers. If Bruce were to outright refuse to continue the conversation, Aiden would be at a loss. He deliberately spoke in vague terms, as if it were the duty of the guards to assist in confirming details for the inmates, confident that Bruce, being unfamiliar with the extent of a guard's authority, would be easily led into compliance. Then I shall ask a few simple questions, Aiden said with a smile, nodding slightly. You mentioned in the trial that on the day of the incident, Veronica hurriedly returned the service weapon at 12:30. And you did not inspect the bullets on the spot. Did I ask that true? Bruce hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. Yes, it was raining that day. She said she needed to go home to collect her clothes. So I let her leave first. Aiden noticed his stutter and smiled kindly. No need to be so nervous. I am not here to arrest you. Yes. Bruce chuckled awkwardly. Are you two quite close? Aiden pressed on. I suppose so. When I was an intern, Miss Veronica was responsible for guiding me. By the way, she often mentions how she once did you a favor. Is there any truth to that? Aiden brought up the topic as if it were entirely natural. Well, Bruce was caught off guard. Does that have anything to do with the case? It is mentioned in the case file, so I thought I would inquire. Aiden replied without missing a beat. Is there a problem with that? All right. I suppose it's not a big deal, Bruce answered, feigning casualness, though his gaze involuntarily dropped. During my internship, There was an instance where I, due to negligence, let a prisoner I had already apprehended escape. The criminal took a hostage in the street, and it was Miss Veronica who recaptured him and rescued the hostage. Then she put in a good word for me in the report. Oh, so that is how it was. Had she not intervened, you might have lost your job, Aiden remarked with a knowing smile and continued his questioning. When did the investigation team retrieve her service weapon? I believe it was around noon that day, Bruce replied. At that time, there were already missing bullets from her gun, correct? Aiden confirmed with him. Well, that is the conclusion of the investigation team, Bruce answered vaguely. You were on duty guarding the evidence locker during that period. Correct. Yes. Nothing unusual or strange occurred during your watch. No. Everything was as usual. Entirely consistent with what is stated in the case file, Aiden nodded thoughtfully. But then, to commit murder and nonchalantly return a firearm with missing bullets to the police. What could possibly be going through that woman's mind? Who knows? Bruce said, averting his gaze, scratching his brow uncomfortably. Perhaps she is simply foolish. From what I see in the case file, it was your testimony and evidence that landed her in prison. She seems entirely unaware and still believes you would help her overturn the verdict. Is she attempting to coerce you with sentiment? Aiden laughed sarcastically, then nodded appreciatively at Bruce. Not bad for someone so young. Being able to act so selflessly is quite remarkable. Thank you, Bruce responded. Completely unable to maintain eye contact after Aiden's sardonic remarks, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Chapter 15. Surely there will be none. Faltering glances, rigid facial expressions, somewhat stammering speech, and the occasional face scratching and sweating, based on Aiden's own subjective judgment. He could firmly assert that the young man before him was lying. The role of a prison guard is not entirely divorced from investigation. Many cases involving crimes committed by inmates within the prison are indeed handed over to the prison for investigation. Having encountered a myriad of criminals, Aiden had honed a certain degree of professional intuition, coupled with the knowledge and experience bequeathed to him by his predecessor as a senior investigator, while he had not yet reached a level of proficiency that allowed for effortless discernment. He believed he had inherited at least 60 to 70% of their acuity. Therefore, he held a considerable degree of confidence in his observational skills. Moreover, this rookie in front of him lacked the qualities necessary to deceive him. Bruce reminded Aiden of the first-time offenders he had encountered in the prison. Of course, he was well aware that his subjective judgment held little significance. To exonerate Veronica, it was essential to overturn the evidence that condemned her, namely, Bruce's testimony and the service weapon with the missing bullets. Both pieces of evidence could be fabricated solely by Bruce. Conversely, if Bruce were to recant his statement, the chain of evidence leading to Veronica's conviction would be incomplete. In other words, the young man before him was key to whether Veronica could be exonerated. This visit was primarily to ascertain the character of Bruce. Aiden's initial impression of Bruce was that of a rather simple character. He appeared genuinely uneasy about the false testimony that implicated Veronica. Beyond his guilt towards her, he feared that his perjury could tarnish his reputation and even lead to imprisonment. Such a minor character's false testimony should present opportunities to uncover flaws. At that moment, the door to the meeting room was suddenly pushed open, and a rotund man barged in. Panting and staring intently at the two, Aiden cast a surprised glance at the newcomer. Aware that due to the nature of their work, the mounted police selected members based on certain physical standards, the man before him, though seemingly in his prime, had developed a noticeable beer belly. Had he not been in uniform, Aiden would not have recognized him as an officer. Jia Long, Bruce exclaimed, appearing startled. What are you doing here? Jia Long scrutinized Bruce with a cautious gaze before turning his attention to Aiden. Which department are you from? Hello. I am Warden Aiden of the Rose Iron Prison. I am here to discuss a few work-related matters with Officer Bruce. Aiden offered a polite greeting. What kind of work-related matters? What business do guards have with us? Jia Long glared at him aggressively. You should not casually engage our personnel in idle chatter, as it disrupts our work. Rest assured, I've already asked all necessary questions and it is about time for me to take my leave. Aiden discerned the unfriendly attitude and decided it best not to entangle himself further. Standing up, thank you for your cooperation, Officer Bruce. I must insist on treating you to a meal sometime. Aiden extended his hand to shake Bruce's before striding out of the meeting room, the officer named Jia Long following silently behind. From the meeting room to the police station's main entrance, each time Aiden glanced back, he felt the weight of Jia Long's gaze fixed upon him. Once outside the station, Aiden turned into an alley. After ensuring no one was around, he touched a cat's eye stone ring on his finger, and a black cat emerged from the depths of the alley, nuzzling against Aiden's leg. "Did you spot the target?" he inquired, looking down at the black cat, his lips moving slightly. "It's that little imp talking to the warden, right?" "Understood," came the voice of Dolly, as if the enchanting witch were standing beside him, exhaling sweetly. The witch Dolly possessed extensive knowledge of arcane arts, in addition to summoning demons. She could control black cats and crows as her familiars, sharing senses with them. Furthermore, she could use the cat's eye stone and crystal ball as mediums to glimpse distant scenes, even while confined. She could assist Aiden in tracking and monitoring tasks. "Excellent. Keep a close watch on him once he leaves the station. I want to report on his movements tonight." Aiden crouched down, stroking the black cat's head. "It is my honor to serve you." "Of course. However, if I could partake in a freshly baked butterberry pie from 7th Street in the lower town today, I would be even more motivated," the witch coyly purred. "Surely, doing such work for the fair-minded warden would entail a reward, right? In any case, thank you in advance, even if the warden hasn't yet mentioned it. It must be forthcoming, yes?" Aiden raised an eyebrow, staring at the black cat for a while before breaking into a smile. "You've grown bold. Daring to negotiate terms with me? Very well." In the afternoon, upon returning to the prison, Aiden first visited the core area. "Room 12, Dolly, prepare for an interview." Aiden arrived at the door of room 12, signaling to his companion, Flanda, to escort her to the interview room. "Hee, love you to bits, Warden." Dolly leaned against the door, casting a playful wink at Aiden. All right. Remember to handle your tasks properly." Aiden waved his hand and turned to head towards room 13. Through the bars, he witnessed a scene he had never imagined until yesterday. Veronica sat listlessly on the edge of her bed, perusing a book, one of the few forms of entertainment permitted in the prison, while Phyllis knelt behind her, eagerly massaging her shoulders. Observing this, it was hard to believe that Phyllis had been crying just the day before, demanding a room change to distance herself from the death row inmate. "Oh, when did you two become so close?" Aiden teased as he approached them. "Warden." UVE arrived. Phyllis greeted him with her usual eagerness. The warden, Veronica, lifted her face and, somewhat shyly, nodded towards Aiden. After their heartfelt conversation yesterday, her attitude towards him had evidently softened. "Have you taken on a new little minion?" "She's integrated quite rapidly here." Aiden chuckled, gesturing towards Phil behind her. "She insisted on sticking close," Veronica replied, appearing somewhat exasperated. "I've even told her to focus on her own affairs and leave me be." "Oh. Since we're fated to be roommates, we should really nurture our bond. The moment I saw you, dear sister, I felt an instant connection," Phil exclaimed, playfully draping her arm around Veronica's neck. "Let go," Veronica retorted brusquely, shaking off Phil's arm. "Your talent for fabricating lies is evidently becoming more pronounced," Aiden remarked, shaking his head at Phil. He understood that once Phil was convinced Veronica was not a genuine murderer, she would cling to her, hoping to have Veronica as her protector, using her as a free bodyguard. "All right, room 13. Veronica, Warden's meeting." He turned to Veronica, broaching the serious matter at hand. "Warden's meeting?" Veronica seemed taken aback. "It's a meeting with me. I have some questions to ask you." Aiden indicated for Flanda to unlock the cell door. "Step out." "What about me?" Phil interjected, looking eager to capitalize on the situation. "Stay put." Aiden shot her a glare. Chapter 16. Suspect 5 minutes later, in the warden's office, Aiden plopped down in his chair, removing his police cap and placing it on the desk. He looked up to see Veronica still standing stiffly before him and gestured towards a chair nearby. "Please, have a seat." Nodding, Veronica cautiously sat down. "Would you like something to drink? Tea, coffee?" Aiden casually inquired. Veronica shook her head, looking quite tense. After observing her for a moment, Aiden couldn't help but chuckle. "It's as if in just one night, your persona has transformed." When they first met, Veronica had resembled a spiky-haired cat, filled with distrust towards everyone around her. Anyone who dared to touch her would face her wrath. Yet now, the fierce aura that had kept others at bay had dissipated entirely. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Veronica asked Aiden. "I just returned from the mounted police." "Did you meet with Bruce?" Veronica's eyes widened. "Yes, I had a brief chat with him." Aiden nodded. "That lad didn't admit to anything. But if you ask me, he's the one who got you locked up. Just a few questions in, and his guilt was practically written all over his face." "I am increasingly inclined to believe you've been wronged." Reflecting on Bruce's pathetic visage, Aiden smirked derisively. Veronica fell silent for a moment, gripping her left wrist with her right hand, her nails digging increasingly into her flesh. "I treated him like a younger brother." hoping he would become an upright officer. How could he betray me like this? She spat through clenched teeth, her words laced with rage and disappointment. And that is precisely the issue we need to clarify. Aiden tapped his knuckles on the desk, redirecting Veronica's focus. What do you mean? She blinked, momentarily bewildered. I can see that he is clearly uneasy about betraying you. Whether it's due to a guilty conscience or fear of exposure is another matter. However, there must be a compelling reason for him to betray his benefactor and shield another true culprit. Are you planning to approach this from the angle of motive? Veronica began to grasp his intent. At last. Your intellect has kicked in. Aiden smiled knowingly. Indeed, the most common reasons that drive someone to take risks are personal feelings, financial gain, or coercion. The true culprit must possess at least one of these factors. To your knowledge, who in the mounted police does he have a good relationship with? Is there anyone who could prompt him to protect another? No. Veronica shook her head without much thought. To be honest, the atmosphere within the mounted police isn't great. Newcomers like him, without connections and with a weak character, are sure to be ostracized, often relegated to menial tasks by the veterans that I've been the most supportive person in the entire police force. Workplace bullying. That could indeed lead to coercion, Aiden pondered, crossing his arms. Does he have any leverage over anyone? As far as I know, he does not. And, Veronica considered thoughtfully, I can hardly imagine what leverage could be more severe than this. Indeed. How is his financial situation? Not very good. He once mentioned that he comes from a single-parent household. His mother is a textile worker. They had to borrow money to send him to the police academy. And the salary for a trainee officer is quite low, just over £4 a month. Living conditions are rather strained. That suggests it's a possibility. Aiden rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, suddenly recalling something. By the way, do you remember which officers were assigned to patrol during the time of the incident? Upon hearing this, Veronica immediately understood Aiden's reasoning. Under normal circumstances, mounted police are only permitted to carry firearms while on duty. If the suspect is indeed among the mounted police, then the officers patrolling the district at the same time as her that day would be the prime suspects. I remember, quite clearly, Veronica replied confidently. It was over a month ago. How can you be so sure? After my arrest. I found myself replaying that day's events in my mind almost every day, Veronica stated earnestly. The mounted police have to assemble as a group before going out on patrol, so I have a clear impression. That's excellent. Aiden snapped his fingers. Among these officers, is there anyone who possesses the means to carry out such a thing? Veronica comprehended his implication. Committing perjury to pin a murder charge on someone else is no trivial matter. If the true culprit had coerced Bruce Kane into testifying falsely, they would undoubtedly need some form of leverage or a significant background. If the true culprit had resorted to bribery, they would require substantial financial resources. After mentally reviewing each of those individuals, she arrived at an answer. There is one. Do tell. His name is Jaron Lorton. Just as Veronica began to elaborate, Aiden furrowed his brow. Jaron, what's the matter? Veronica blinked in surprise. It's nothing. I think I've seen this individual at the police station. Aiden waved his hand dismissively. So, is this Jaron well connected? Or is he fairly affluent? In terms of background, he has some connections. His father seems to be a council member in Silver City. And he himself secured his position in the mounted police through family connections. Everyone in the police force is aware of this, and he often boasts about it, Veronica explained slowly. As for money, he likely has some. He is notorious for spending lavishly in the police force, and he always carries a gold pocket watch, never leaving it behind. The watch bears his family crest, and he frequently flaunts it to others. He sounds like the spoiled son of a landlord, Aiden remarked dryly. That's one way to put it. It is said that his father only recently became a council member. The so-called family he often boasts about only rose to prominence after his father's election. Calling them political upstarts wouldn't be an exaggeration, Veronica scoffed. That scoundrel is utterly despicable. Not lacking for money, yet he still extorts in his own territory. It seems you harbor quite a disdain for him. We have a history. He once attempted to make me his mistress, which I flatly rejected, Veronica replied, her expression hardening, clearly loathing the memory. Additionally, I once reported him for bribery. I see. Aiden reflected on the portly officer named Jaron, who had burst into the meeting room with a nervous look, interrupting his conversation with Bruce, and nodded thoughtfully. This fellow is highly suspect. Chapter 17. The dogged pursuer. That evening, Aiden arrived at the prison's interview room, and upon entering, he found the witch, Dolly, whom he had assigned to monitor duties. Sprawled over the iron table, sound asleep, her lips smeared with remnants of a buttery berry pie. Observing her sweet, slumbering visage, Aiden felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He turned back to the door and gestured to the guard stationed outside the interview room. "May I borrow a baton?" After acquiring the baton, Aiden returned to the table, stared at Dolly for a moment, then suddenly struck the iron table forcefully with the baton. The loud clang startled Dolly awake, her body springing upright as if propelled by a spring. "Good morning. Dolly, did you sleep well?" Aiden grinned, his smile not reaching his eyes, as he tapped the baton against his palm. Warden? Dolly finally recognized who had awakened her, placing her shackled hands over her chest and exhaling a sigh of relief. "Don't scare me like that. My heart nearly stopped." "Make sure to wipe the crumbs from your mouth after eating," Aiden remarked, pointing to the corner of his own lips. "Oh dear, how embarrassing for you to see me like this," Dolly replied, extending her tongue to lick at her lips, though she still struggled to reach the remnants. "You haven't cleaned it properly. Use your hand," Aiden frowned. "Why don't you help me?" Dolly pouted, elongating her fair neck and tilting her face towards him. "Very well, I can do that." Aiden revealed a benevolent smile, his right hand with fingers together slowly rising above his shoulder, seemingly preparing to deliver an earth-shattering slap. "All right, I will take care of it myself." Upon witnessing this, Dolly quickly changed her tune, wiping her mouth with her fingers. "If my memory serves me correctly, I believe I entrusted you with a surveillance task." Aiden's expression turned serious as he sat down across from Dolly, imposing as he placed his baton on the table. "You were granted the authority to use magic and left alone in the interview room for an entire afternoon, even sending someone to fetch snacks for you. Yet, upon my arrival, I found you slumped over the table asleep. You had better not be toying with me." "How could I?" Dolly hastily offered a sheepish smile, nervously justifying. "I was simply too exhausted. Prolonged use of summoning magic is quite taxing on one's mental faculties. And I couldn't possibly keep an eye on the target." "What do you mean?" "I can only possess an animal to monitor him, but he entered a place I cannot access." Dolly shrugged helplessly. "What location?" "A nightclub named Midnight Rose and Fireworks Alley. Let in by a rather rotund man." "Wait a moment." Aiden immediately reacted. "Repeat that." "He went to a nightclub called Midnight Rose." "No, the other part." Aiden's gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Dolly. "He went with a plump man." "Is it that officer with the handlebar mustache who chased me out of the reception room this morning?" "It seems to be him." Dolly pondered for a moment before affirming. It was Jalen Roten. Aiden was certain of it in his mind. "When did they meet?" Aiden pressed on. "Around 8:30 in the evening. It seems that chubby fellow arranged to meet him. These two were actually mingling together." It appeared his hypothesis was not far from the truth. Based on the intelligence provided by Veronica, Jalen Roten was currently the most likely suspect in the murder, while Bruce Kane had covered for him by disposing of evidence and framing Veronica for the crime. If this reasoning held, the two undoubtedly formed a conspiratorial relationship. If one was under investigation, the other would certainly feel anxious. Today, he had arranged a conversation with Bruce, and Jalen hurriedly interrupted their meeting in the reception room, later seeking Bruce out for a private chat that evening. Was he attempting to warn him? If so, what means did Jalen employ to coerce Bruce into perjuring himself? Was it through monetary incentive, coercion via his position and background, or perhaps a combination of both, to uncover the flaws in Bruce's false testimony? This point needed clarification. "Tell me about that lad's itinerary for today," Aiden instructed Dolly. "I've already written it down. Please have a look." Dolly handed him a report sheet placed on the table. Aiden took it, suddenly furrowing his brow as he lifted the paper and shook it. "Why is this paper wet?" A large blotch of moisture soaked through the report, causing some of the ink to run. "Well, this," Dolly bit her lip, offering an awkward smile. "I accidentally spilled my water." "More like you drooled while you were sleeping," Aiden bluntly pointed out, then spread the paper across the table and began to scrutinize its contents. At 2:10 in the afternoon, he left the police station to patrol the upper town, and while passing by the Royal Opera House, he queued outside to reserve 2 tickets. Aiden contemplated. "I recall those tickets are rather pricey." The Royal Opera House was the most opulent theater in the entire Silver City, and during popular productions, a single ticket could cost upwards of 10 shillings, comparable to ordinary concert tickets that might reach 1,000 in Aiden's previous life, and scalpers would double that price. "It must be for a date with a young lady. You will see as you read on," Dolly remarked with a knowing smile. Aiden continued reading, returned to the police station at 5, left at 5:30, and headed to the Queen's Hotel, seated by the window. Around 6, a female companion arrived, and they dined until 7. He looked up and asked Deli, "How old did the female companion appear?" "Around 20. Certainly very young. A romantic interest. There seems to be a subtle distinction. In my view, that lad is likely pursuing her." A hint of mischief danced on Deli's lips as she continued, "You see below." After their meal, they went shopping, and that lad even bought her a coat, yet he didn't even hold her hand the entire time. Aiden fell into contemplation once more. The average expenditure at the Queen's Hotel was about 10 shillings per person, roughly equivalent to a moderately expensive restaurant in his previous life where a meal could cost $400 to $500. Bruce, as a rookie officer, likely earned just over £1 a week, even with a recent promotion. The increase wouldn't be substantial if he were to be compared. His financial standing would not differ much from an office worker earning $4,000 to $5,000 a month, if Bruce hailed from a middle-class family. Such spending might be understandable, but according to Veronica, he seemed to come from a rather impoverished background. If this were indeed the case, how could he afford to lavishly pursue a woman? He must either have come into sudden wealth or be an unabashed simp, Aiden muttered. Hearing this, Deli flashed a charming smile at Aiden. "Actually, I am also your devoted admirer, director, woof woof." She mimicked a paw with her hands, striking a playful pose. "Oh, you." Aiden raised an eyebrow at her. "You should be considered my lapdog." "How cruel." "After all my affection for you." Deli feigned sorrow, collapsing dramatically onto the table. Aiden ignored her, continuing to scrutinize the report. He held no trust for words spoken by criminals that in his eyes. There was no sentiment whatsoever between him and the female inmates he exploited, only transactions of mutual benefit. After all, the greatest taboo in this line of work was to easily trust offenders. Chapter 18. A surplus of talent. The following morning, the gates to the core area swung open, and Warden Ferranda led several guards and a full squad of riot police into the corridor of the prison area. Shouting, "Core area, time to work." No sooner had she finished speaking than the cell doors of the core area swung open one after another, and the prisoners filed out, lining up in 2 rows along the corridor. In the Rose Iron prison, all able-bodied prisoners were required to participate in labor reform during working days. Even the most unruly witches in the core area were no exception. This labor was mandatory, and prisoners could only earn a meager sum of pocket money from it. Any additional revenue would be confiscated by the prison to fund its operations. Nevertheless, the leaders in the core area were generally cooperative. On one hand, long-term participation in labor reform, especially with outstanding performance, could aid in sentence reduction and improve their treatment level within the prison. On the other, they would not wish to offend a warden known for her cunning methods over such trifles. Ferranda walked through the corridor, counting heads, when suddenly she frowned. The number was short. Cell 13 had no one stepping out as a death row inmate soon to be executed. Veronica naturally did not need to participate in labor reform. But her cellmate, Phyllis, was a different matter. Ferranda approached the door of cell 13, her expression darkening as she shouted inside. "Inmate 3307, why are you still lying in bed? Get up and get to work." Phyllis remained cocooned in her blanket on the iron bed fixed to the wall, sleepily waving her hand at Ferranda. "I can't, Warden. I'm still feeling dizzy from the bump I took the other day. Please allow me to take a sick day." "Are you joking with me? You were fine yesterday after being bumped. Why are you suddenly unwell today?" Ferranda was exasperated by this obstinate individual, laughing in disbelief. "No one can take a sick day without the prison doctor's consent. Keep this up, and I'll have the riot squad drag you to work." Just then, Veronica, who had just finished washing up, glanced at the lounging Phyllis and shook her head, returning to her bed to read. At that moment, Aiden's voice echoed from the far end of the corridor. "Let her stay put." "Director, what are you?" Ferranda turned in surprise, seeing Aiden striding towards her from the main entrance, the guards stationed by the door saluting him in unison. Unlike the usual chaos that accompanied Aiden's inspections, this time, as he walked down the corridor, the prisoners standing outside the doors behaved themselves, with only a few casting him scornful glares or muttering curses under their breath. Those inmates who typically cursed Aiden the most knew well that while they might act out in their cells, it only amounted to disciplinary violations. However, in a situation where direct physical contact with guards was possible, even the slightest misstep could be categorized as an assault on a guard, subjecting them to a beating from the riot squad. Aiden did not acknowledge the lined-up prisoners, but strolled to the front of cell 13. "Let inmate 3307 remain in her cell. I have matters to discuss with her." "Ferranda, please take the other inmates to work." "Understood." Without hesitation, Ferranda complied. directing the other guards to organize the lined-up prisoners before leading them to various work areas. As expected, Aiden-sama is being considerate, allowing me to sleep a little longer. Phyllis, still lying in bed, greeted Aiden with a cheeky grin. Being considerate, my foot. Aiden retorted without a hint of politeness. I just came to ask you something. Answer my question and then get back to work. Oh, please don't. Fayer protested with a drawn-out tone. If you keep babbling, I'll assign you extra shifts, Aiden added decisively, instantly silencing Fayer. Warden, Veronica said, lowering her book the moment she saw Aiden at the door. Is there any news? She struggled to maintain a calm expression and tone. Yet the eager gleam in her eyes betrayed her emotions. Aiden sighed at her demeanor. While I understand your feelings, I must give you a word of caution. Do not harbor excessive expectations. After all, procedurally speaking, your case was effectively sealed when you were sentenced to death. Overturning it is not a simple matter. I'm aware of that, Veronica replied, her gaze dropping. Let's gather as many clues as we can. I also have something to confirm with you. Aiden transitioned to the main topic. Tell me, does that lad named Bruce have a girlfriend or someone he is pursuing? He doesn't have a girlfriend, but he did attempt to court a girl, a barmaid from a tavern in the lower district. Though it has gone well, Veronica recalled. Oh, how so? Aiden inquired, intrigued. That girl is quite materialistic. I've seen her on several occasions dating men who appear quite wealthy, at least 3 different suitors. Bruce has tried to ask her out each time. But she always turns him down. I've advised him to give up, but I'm not sure he took my advice, Veronica explained. I see. It seems that lad indeed came into some fortune, Aiden mused, stroking his chin. Yet he remains a hopeless romantic. Excuse me. Does this relate to the case? Veronica asked cautiously. Indeed, you've provided quite valuable information, Aiden replied with a smile, then turned to Fayer. Fayer, I have a question for you as well. I recall you used to run a shop in Fireworks Alley. Correct? Yes, indeed. Did you have a good reputation there? Are you joking? I was the night queen of Fireworks Alley. If my shop claimed to rank second, no one would dare assert they were first. Fayer suddenly perked up, sitting upright and boasting as she patted her thigh. So you think you can flaunt your superiority as a madam, huh? Aiden said, both amused and exasperated. All right, do you know of a place called Midnight Rose? Wait a moment. You would rather go to that overpriced, terrible establishment than seek me out, Fayer exclaimed, jumping up from her bed in indignation. When I was running my business across from that rundown place, they couldn't bring in a single customer all night. If my shop hadn't been shut down, they would have gone bankrupt by now. Calm down. Calm down. Look at how Veronica's gaze towards me has grown cold. Aiden quickly clarified. I am investigating there. This time, not only did Veronica wear a look of disillusionment, but Fayer also displayed a hint of skepticism. Lord Aiden, that excuse is rather flimsy. I am being serious. Aiden emphasized, enunciating each word distinctly as he tapped the iron bars. The 2 individuals I'm investigating visited that nightclub for a private meeting yesterday. So I wanted to inquire about it. That sounds difficult. Such establishments rarely divulge customer privacy, and you lack investigative authority, Lord Aiden. Fayer blinked twice. That's why I'm asking if you have any connections. Oh, that's simple, Fayer said suddenly, raising her hand with enthusiasm. Give me paper and a pen. I'll write you a letter of introduction and add my signature. I guarantee those people will be compliant after seeing it. You have such influence? Aiden asked, somewhat surprised. I'll threaten them by saying if they don't heed your words, upon my release, I'll make it my mission to watch over their establishment, driving away their clientele until they're left begging outside Fireworks Alley. Fayer grinned wickedly. All right. I didn't expect you'd have a day where you could be of use, Aiden said, nodding appreciatively. Will the person providing assistance receive a small reward? Fayer winked at Aiden. I can overlook your slacking today, Aiden mused. If that letter proves useful, I can promote you 1 level. Fantastic, leave it to me, Fayer declared, her enthusiasm palpable. Veronica looked back and forth between them in astonishment, unsure of what to say. This prison truly was a breeding ground for talent. Chapter 19. The Queen of Nightclubs. Ah, indeed, this is the handiwork of Lady Fayer. Ha! May I ask what relation you have with her, esteemed guest? A man in a striped suit greeted Aiden with a smile, while wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. Are you the owner here? Aiden surveyed the man before him. After arriving at the Midnight Rose nightclub and presenting Fayer's letter of introduction, Aiden was promptly ushered into a lavishly decorated private room. where he awaited the middle-aged man who appeared to be in charge. Yes. Yes. The nightclub owner nodded eagerly. Based on the location and caliber, Midnight Rose ranked among the more prominent establishments in the fiercely competitive fireworks alley. The owner, undoubtedly a wealthy individual, likely possessed a network and acumen to thrive in such an industry. However, before Aiden, the owner not only personally received him but maintained an exceedingly friendly demeanor, bordering on obsequiousness. You needn't be so anxious. I'm merely here to inquire about a few matters. Aiden smiled at him. Rest assured. Since it's a recommendation from Lady Fayer, we will cooperate fully, the owner asserted, sitting up straight. Oh, so she really holds such sway here? Aiden couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Lady Fayer is the goddess of the industry in Fireworks Alley. The owner's expression turned solemn with respect. She single-handedly attracts over half the clientele in this alley with her small shop. Her daily earnings surpass those of other establishments combined over a week. So, about that? The owner rubbed his hands together, smiling at Aiden. Please, feel free to ask for anything. And could you please convey to her to go easy on us in the future? By the way, could you ask if Lady Fayer has any intentions of forming a partnership? We would be fortunate to collaborate with her. Profit sharing can be discussed. Understood, understood, Aiden replied, maintaining an unruffled exterior while marveling internally. The troublemaker who only caused him headaches in prison turned out to be such a significant figure here. This was quite astonishing. Yet, the nightclub owner had a different perspective. Aiden had not donned his uniform today, as the attire would not facilitate any investigative advantages. Rather, it would increase the risk of being seen entering such a venue in uniform, potentially damaging his reputation. However, the owner, observing Aiden's ability to produce Fayer's letter of introduction with ease and address her so informally, felt an inexplicable dread. Could this young man possibly be Lady Fayer's lover? No. Considering how he treated the nightclub queen like a subordinate, he seemed more likely to be the powerful figure behind her. Such a person could easily disrupt the entire fireworks alley with just a flick of a finger, and it would take no effort at all to force the nightclub out of business. This was someone to be treated with utmost respect. Would you like something to drink? Perhaps a cocktail? I have some decent selections, the owner said, smiling attentively. No, I'll leave once I've gathered the information I need. Aiden waved his hand dismissively. Yesterday, around 9 o'clock, 2 acquaintances of mine entered your establishment. One was a stout man with a mustache in his 30s, and the other was a young man in his 20s. Can you find out who attended to them? Certainly. I'll inquire immediately. The owner promptly pressed a bell on the table, summoning the person who was responsible for hosting guests the previous evening, to whom he relayed Aiden's question. Ah, you're inquiring about Officer Jalen Roden? The attendant responded promptly. Yes. That's him. Aiden nodded. What a scoundrel, the nightclub owner muttered under his breath upon hearing. Then his expression stiffened as he realized he had misspoken, hastily explaining to Aiden. Ah, I didn't mean. Sir, you're not friends with him. Are you? Don't worry. Technically, we have a bit of a history. Aiden indicated for him to relax. Oh, that's a relief, the owner exhaled, patting his chest. That Roden is notorious throughout Fireworks Alley, acting like a bandit. Leveraging his status as a mounted officer to rack up debts at various establishments without repayment, and then demands fees in return, he frequently threatens to cause trouble for the shops. Ugh, it's really a headache just to see him. Clearly, Jalen Roden was not a well-regarded figure here. What did he do here yesterday? Did he speak with the young man he brought? Can you tell me everything you know? Aiden continued his inquiries. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the young lady who was entertaining them with drinks. The hostess bowed slightly to him, turned, and soon returned with several heavily made-up young women. Aiden proceeded to question those present, gradually reconstructing the activities of Jalen and Bruce in this nightclub the previous night, according to the hostess and the young ladies. The 2 men had not engaged in anything particularly noteworthy. They had first watched a performance near the stage, then requested a private room, where they indulged in drinking and revelry until the early hours. The only seemingly valuable piece of information was that one of the hostesses mentioned overhearing Jalen sternly admonishing Bruce before they entered the private room. He seemed to say something like, "I've given you everything. Don't let me down," or words to that effect, one girl recalled. Glancing at the others for confirmation, the others nodded in agreement. What did he give that young man? Did you not hear clearly? Aiden pressed earnestly. I'm sorry. It was hard to hear through the door, the girl replied. Shaking her head in confusion, Aiden turned to the others, who also shook their heads. How utterly useless you are, huh? The nightclub owner, impatient, feared offending Aiden. I apologize, sir. The girls bowed their heads in unison. It's all right, it's all right. Aiden raised his hand to smooth things over and turned back to the girls. Is there anything else worth noting? Please share. The girls, anxious to avoid further reprimand from the owner, strained to remember, and one suddenly exclaimed, Ah, Mr. Rodan seems to have changed his pocket watch. Oh yes, he switched to a silver pocket watch. He used to boast about his gold pocket watch when he drank too much, bragging about how impressive the family crest was. The others chimed in enthusiastically. A pocket watch. Aiden's brow furrowed in realization. Oh, why are you wasting your breath on such trivial matters? Don't waste the guest's time. The nightclub owner slammed the table in frustration. I'm sorry, sir. The girls bowed even lower, yet Aiden chuckled, clapping his hands. No, no, no. You provided excellent information. The girls and the nightclub owner exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher the youth's reaction. Is there anything else? Aiden asked the girls once more. And when he confirmed no further information was forthcoming, he stood up. Well then, thank you very much for your cooperation. I shall take my leave. Allow me to escort you, the nightclub owner said eagerly, rising to follow him. No need. Carry on with your duties. Aiden waved his hand dismissively and exited the private room. The owner exchanged a knowing glance with the hostess, who hurried after Aiden to see him to the door before returning quickly to ask in a hushed tone, Boss, who exactly is that young man? It doesn't matter who he is. From now on, whenever he visits, treat him with the utmost respect. Inform me immediately if I'm present. If anyone dares to slight him, I will not spare you. The owner glared at the hostess with fierce intensity. Chapter 20. Now it's a personal grudge sitting in the swaying public carriage. Aiden began to organize the information he had gathered. From what he had learned thus far, Bruce Kane had exhibited spending behavior entirely disproportionate to his income level following Veronica's case, suggesting he had come into a sudden windfall. This led to a bold inference. Jalen Rodan likely coerced him into perjury, primarily through bribery. Moreover, tying in the clues provided by the Midnight Rose hostesses, it seemed that what Jalen offered him was not merely monetary compensation. He carries a gold pocket watch adorned with his family crest, which he often flaunts. Aiden recalled this detail Veronica had mentioned, initially dismissing it. However, when the hostesses revealed that Jalen had switched pocket watches, a possibility struck him. The investigation team had taken less than a day to apprehend Veronica, if Jalen was indeed the murderer. And he had bribed Bruce to destroy evidence and frame Veronica. The urgency of his actions would have been paramount. The incident occurred in the dead of night, when banks were closed, making it improbable that he would have had sufficient funds to bribe Bruce on hand. Logically, for such a significant act of perjury, mere verbal promises would not suffice to compel someone to act. Therefore, the only thing he could have readily offered would have been that gold pocket watch. If that were the case, the watch was either still in Bruce's possession or had been sold off. It certainly had not returned to Jalen. This clue could potentially serve as a breakthrough in dealing with Bruce Kane. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the carriage arrived near the precinct of the mounted police. Aiden, leaning on his cane, entered the station, identified himself to the desk officer, and requested to see Bruce Kane. Then was led to the meeting room as before. Aiden decided to attempt to intimidate Bruce, telling him that Veronica had already requested a retrial, and that the established investigation team had made progress. Leading to him, he would then unexpectedly reveal that they had gathered evidence indicating Jalen was the true culprit and that Bruce had received Jalen Rodan's pocket watch, informing him that the only way out for him was to confess and negotiate a plea deal. From their previous interactions, Aiden perceived that although Bruce was a mounted officer, he was still a newcomer, lacking robust counter-surveillance instincts, and was evidently troubled by his role in the perjury. If Aiden could break through Bruce Kane's psychological defenses, it was likely he would come clean. With Bruce's testimony, the request for a retrial and the formation of an investigative team would follow naturally. Aiden's intimidation could transform into an effective interrogation technique, as he was quite adept at this aspect as a prison officer. This was the most direct breakthrough method available, as time was of the essence. Veronica's execution was only about a month away, and they needed to expedite the retrial application, which required substantial justification. After several minutes of waiting in the meeting room, the door finally opened. Aiden looked toward the newcomer, mildly surprised. The person entering was not Bruce Kane, but Jalen Rodan. Aiden sensed something amiss as he contemplated how to broach the subject, but Jalen spoke first. How many times must this bothersome fly buzz around before it tires? Are you hoping to overturn that woman's verdict? His blunt and rude words struck like a dagger, revealing his evident hostility. Aiden, recognizing the tension, decided to be forthright, locking eyes with Jalen and stating, "You seem quite anxious. It appears you truly are the one who committed the murder. You've done your homework. But I advise you not to waste your efforts. The trial has concluded." Jalen sat down across from Aiden, his mustache lips curling into a mocking smile. "I've already told that lad. As long as he keeps his mouth shut, no one can touch us. He won't be seeing you again. Think logically. Why would he help you recant? A pang of conscience? Ridiculous. That will only land him in prison." Aiden remained silent, fully aware that Jalen's arrogance was not without cause. If he was a detective pursuing the truth, he had already lost to the murderer when Veronica was wrongfully sentenced to death, and he was merely a prison officer devoid of investigative authority. Jalen spoke the truth. Without Bruce's recantation, overturning Veronica's verdict would be nearly impossible. However, Bruce Kane was unlikely to easily recant, as perjury and bribery were serious offenses that on the night of the incident. Jalen and he had merely shared a transactional relationship of bribery, but now they had evolved into inseparable accomplices. While Aiden's intimidation might indeed hold some sway over Bruce, Jalen's constant influence over him would complicate matters. Do not toil in vain. Leaving that she-wolf in the world is a liability. Sending her to prison is a service to society. Jalen spread his hands, continuing to mock. Understand your position, will you? You are merely a prison officer. Executing the sentence as adjudicated is your duty. If the court has commanded you to carry out that woman's execution, then you must obediently comply. Is it amusing to engage in these superfluous antics? Huh? Are you instructing me on my duties? Aiden's eyes narrowed in response to Jalen's words. Jalen paused for a moment, then arrogantly shot Aiden a glare, taunting, "What can you do to me?" "Officer Rodan, having served as a prison officer for an extended period, I have developed two occupational quirks. One is a profound disdain for amateurs instructing me in my professional realm, and the other is a propensity for holding grudges. If a prisoner openly defies me, I make a mental note to deal with them later. Only then can I establish authority among the inmates. And you, my friend, embody both." Aiden gazed into Jalen's eyes, speaking calmly yet firmly. "While I currently oversee the women's prison, you may not find yourself in my hands, but I am acquainted with the wardens of other prisons in Silver City. In the future, whether you are sentenced to death or life imprisonment, I assure you that I will do everything in my power to make your time in prison a living hell. After working as a prison guard for so many years, how dare a murderer walk free attempt to teach me my job? If my previous assistance to Veronica in investigating the case stemmed from a sense of responsibility, then my current desire to eliminate the opposition is purely personal." After hearing this, Jalong's cheeks twitched a few times. Just as he was about to retort, Aiden suddenly stood up, grasping his cane as he made his way to the door. As he passed by Jalong, he cast a sidelong glance at him, leaving behind a parting remark. "This has now become a personal vendetta, you fat fool." Chapter 21. Inmate 4001 in the evening, in the warden's office. "I see." Veronica lowered her gaze after listening to Aiden's account. So the likelihood of overturning the case must be quite slim. Once again brought to the warden's office for a discussion with Aiden, she listened as he explained the current situation. "At least, I cannot think of any means to break this deadlock for the time being," Aiden sighed. After a moment of silence, Veronica exhaled as if finding relief, and then forced a smile. "It's all right, Warden. You've done your best. I've come to terms with it. I am an orphan, without family or friends, so there is nothing to hold me back. Meeting someone as kind as you in my final moments is already a stroke of good fortune." Aiden frowned as he scrutinized Veronica for a while before suddenly saying, "Have you lost your wits after spending a few days here?" "Huh?" Veronica was taken aback. "No. How could one be at ease when wrongfully accused and facing the gallows? Surely, one would die with lingering resentment, unable to forgive those who have wronged them." Aiden glared at her. "At least have some backbone. I've gone through all this trouble for you, and I haven't given up yet. Why are you conceding defeat? Even if they are to carry out the death sentence tomorrow, you must be prepared to file for a retrial." Having become fully convinced of Veronica's innocence, he resolved to assist in overturning her case. He had devoted 2 lives to being a prison guard and still held a modicum of affection for his profession. The duty of a guard is to manage and rehabilitate criminals, Administering punishment to the innocent felt akin to swallowing a fly. Moreover, today's antagonist dared to mock him openly. Anyone with a shred of temper would find that utterly intolerable. But Veronica stammered, flustered by his sudden outburst. Didn't you say there was nothing you could do? Even if you don't give up, what difference does it make? What I cannot think of does not mean others cannot. Aiden crossed his arms. I know someone who might have an idea, since you seem to have no solutions. I will simply try to enlist her help. Who? Veronica blinked in confusion. Aiden glanced at her. It's a secret. You aren't intentionally saying this to prevent me from taking my own life, are you? Veronica looked at Aiden with skepticism. Please. I beg you, do not give me false hope only to plunge me into despair. If you can bear such a burden, I'm merely speaking the truth. Let it be clear that I have no obligation to cater to your feelings. Assisting you to this extent is my utmost limit. This is your battle. Regardless of the outcome, it is your responsibility to endure until the end. As Aiden spoke, he rose, donned his hat, returned to your quarters. I must go meet that person now. We do not have much time to waste. After dispatching the prison guards to escort Veronica away, Aiden confirmed that the corridor was empty before returning to his office and removing a painting from the wall, revealing a safe embedded within. This safe was designed to contain some of the more confidential items in the prison, accessible only to the warden. Aiden used it only on rare occasions. However, this time, Aiden did not intend to open the safe. He retrieved 3 different keys, inserted them into a row of keyholes, and began to operate the combination lock, inputting a password entirely different from his usual one. Naturally, the safe did not open, but a tile on the floor before Aiden emitted a sound akin to unlocking, sliding silently to the side, revealing a hidden passage. The passage contained a spiral staircase descending into the dark depths below. Aiden returned the keys, scrambled the combination lock, replaced the painting, and then picked up a lantern from the shelf, lighting it as he stepped into the passage. Once inside, he pulled a lever on the wall of the staircase, causing the floor tile to slide once more, sealing off the entrance. Holding the lantern, he descended. The underground space ruled by darkness remained eerily silent, save for the echo of his footsteps, as if another entity was shadowing him. Eventually, he reached the lowest level, a vast dark chamber, completely empty save for a door. A massive cell door, occupying an entire wall, forged from a mysterious silver. The door was equipped with a combination lock, automatic magical traps, and a hexagram alchemical seal, with all the necessary security measures intact. Moreover, the door was inscribed with several symbols deemed forbidden by the Inquisition, arranged in a densely packed spiral geometric pattern. An alarming sight. All these were attack symbols, not for reinforcing the door's strength, but designed to annihilate the inmate within the moment she attempted to breach containment, obliterating both her and the underground space, burying her in the dungeon entirely. This dungeon lay directly beneath the warden's office. Frankly, Aiden harbored significant doubts about the structure's integrity, though the higher-ups of the Inquisition had assured him that the foundation of this area had been specially reinforced, ensuring that even if the dungeon were to collapse, the prison above would remain unscathed. Aiden still worried that one day, while diligently working in his office, he would suddenly be engulfed in an explosive catastrophe, perishing dramatically in a fiery eruption. Furthermore, he suspected that these so-called forbidden techniques would likely not be capable of killing the woman. The mere existence of the inmate confined within was an abomination. Aiden unlocked the seals on the cell door, ultimately biting his finger to smear blood onto a groove on the door. This door could only be opened by him within the prison. As the gears meshed, the silver-forged door creaked open layer by layer, revealing the most secure cell in the Rose Iron prison before Aiden's eyes. The entire cell, like the door, was crafted from the mysterious silver, and a woman with long hair trailing to the ground was bound to the execution rack at the far end of the cell, long nails of peculiar shape driven into her palms, the tops of her feet, and her joints. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes tightly shut, appearing as serene as a corpse. The moment Aiden stepped into the cell, the slumbering woman slowly opened her eyes. Good evening. Inmate 4001. Aiden greeted her with an impassive expression. You finally came to see me again, my dear warden. Inmate 4001 smiled at him, her silver-gray eyes reflecting the image of Aiden holding the lantern. Chapter 22. The Goddess of Conspiracy. Inmate 4001, Melophilia Hughes, with the Inquisition's file code Saint. The maximum capacity of the Rose Iron prison is 4,000 inmates, and the inmate file numbers only extend to 4,000. Inmate 4001 is considered an extra inmate here, and her file is not housed within this prison, but is instead sealed within the Inquisition headquarters, not far from the Rose Iron prison. She was transferred from the Inquisition, the very organization Aiden previously served, specifically to be contained in this Rose Iron prison. This cell was constructed 6 years ago, a portion of a previously abandoned dungeon within the Rose Iron prison that had been secretly renovated. The renovation was funded by the Inquisition, and it is almost entirely made of mysterious silver, embedded deep underground like a gigantic safe. Both the cell itself and the complex engineering to secure it underground incurred astronomical expenses, which the chronically underfunded Rose Iron prison could not afford. Thus, strictly speaking, this cell should belong to the Inquisition. Meliphilia herself has little to do with the Rose Iron prison, which merely provided the location for her containment. Before Aiden's transfer here, not a single prison guard had the authority to open the cell door, nor even knew of its existence. The warden's office directly above the cell was also relocated only after Aiden assumed his position. Prior to that, the room had been utilized by the Inquisition as an archive, with the Inquisition publicly claiming that it borrowed the heavily guarded Rose Iron prison to store some surplus files. The higher-ups in the Inquisition were willing to allow Aiden, their ace investigator, to transfer to the Rose Iron prison largely because they required someone aware of inmate 4001's existence to periodically monitor her containment status. Aiden and Meliphilia share a certain connection. When was the last time we met? Meliphilia said slowly, seemingly not yet fully recovered from her prolonged slumber. About half a month ago, Aiden replied, taking a seat at the interrogation table before the execution rack, removing his hat and placing it beside him. Since you've come all this way, let us play a game of chess together, shall we? Meliphilia suggested. All right, which variant? Aiden moved the box beside the table and opened it, revealing a plethora of handmade game pieces and boards. Ludo, Meliphilia answered without hesitation. You truly do have a penchant for games that rely primarily on luck, Aiden remarked as he meticulously sorted through the chaotic contents of the box, extracting the pieces of Ludo and a parchment depicting the game board, all crafted by his own hands. As a traveler between worlds, he had not forgotten the noble tradition of promoting and revitalizing the essence of his former world within this new realm. Upon entering the Rose Iron prison, Aiden had endeavored to introduce various recreational activities from his past, including board games and simple ball sports, which had garnered significant popularity among the inmates, serving as a potent remedy for stabilizing their collective emotions. However, the downside was that some games became so popular that they also spread among the guards, prompting Aiden to issue stern reminders to his subordinates to refrain from indulging in games during their duty hours. Meliphilia also had a fondness for board games. Being unable to leave her cell, they provided one of the few means to alleviate her boredom, aside from the eternal slumber. Of course, Aiden was the only one available to engage in these games with her. In a game of intellect, you are bound to lose. There is no suspense in such games, making them exceedingly dull. It is far more intriguing to engage in games of chance where the variables are abundant, Meliphilia observed calmly as she watched Aiden set up the board. Aiden did not contest her statement, for she spoke the truth. With a computational ability that surpassed that of ordinary humans, Meliphilia's prowess in strategic games like chess rendered her nearly unbeatable. Shall I go first? Or will you? Aiden inquired after arranging the board, picking up the dice. I shall go first, Meliphilia replied, and no sooner had she spoken, the dice levitated from Aiden's hand and rolled onto the board. Even though her powers were largely sealed by 10 holy nails, she still possessed the mental capacity to manipulate the dice and pieces. Hey, you rolled a 6 on your first throw? You aren't cheating, are you? Aiden remarked as she triumphantly moved her first piece to the launch zone. All based on skill, Meliphilia replied with a hint of pride. Clearly pleased with her initial outcome, Aiden rolled his own dice, only to score a single point. What a stroke of misfortune, he sighed. So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me this time? Meliphilia asked while rolling the dice. The way you phrase it makes it seem as though I have ulterior motives every time I seek your counsel. Given your treatment of me thus far, I have long since learned how callous you can be. Aside from routine inspections, the instances where you voluntarily accompanied me could be counted on 2 hands, and each time you required something from me. Meliphilia gazed intently at the board and continued. Let us make a deal. If you keep me company for a game until dawn, I shall grant you inspiration. It seems this will be a drawn-out affair, Aiden mused, glancing at his pocket watch with a wry smile. This deal seems rather advantageous. Meliphilia chuckled. You certainly won't be sleeping tonight. Very well. I shall be forthright, Aiden declared, seizing the dice, ready to play while narrating the details of Veronica's case. So, what you are suggesting is that if we can sway that witness to admit to perjury, we will be in the clear, Meliphilia summarized after hearing Aiden's account. Indeed. Isn't that quite simple? All we need to do is incite a rift between those two accomplices. How do you propose we achieve that? Aiden realized she had already formulated a plan. For instance, if the murderer fears the witness might suddenly confess, they could send an assassin to silence him. If the assassin were to fail unexpectedly, the witness, having narrowly escaped death, would realize the murderer intends to eliminate him, thus fracturing their relationship, Mariphilia said with a dark smile. But the murderer may not resort to such measures, Aiden countered. To them, the witness is a malleable pawn, and there is currently no pressing need to eliminate him. Yet the assassin need not necessarily be dispatched by the murderer. Convincing the witness to believe so is sufficient. Wouldn't you agree? Mariphilia's smile widened. After all, don't you have quite a few useful pieces at your disposal? Aiden hesitated, his hand hovering over the pieces as he looked up at Mariphilia, engaging in such actions. Is it against the rules? Mariphilia raised an eyebrow in mockery. To the dominators, the rules of mortals are devoid of significance. You ought to know the outcome of seeking wisdom from me. Aiden fell silent for a moment, then resumed moving the pieces. Truly, you are the goddess of schemes. Your plans are as insidious as ever. What is termed conspiracy or strategy is merely a definition rooted in the mortal realm, Mariphilia remarked, casting the dice and moving her final piece to the end point. Well then, I have one. Let us commence the next round. Chapter 23. The Gold Medal Enforcer. I believe I have made myself clear. It is already past 6. Spare me, for I have work to attend to today, Aiden remarked, stifling a considerable yawn as he glanced at his pocket watch. In truth, he had begun pleading for reprieve around 4, yet Mariphilia showed no signs of relenting. From Ludo to his homemade Monopoly, from drawing lots to poker in 21, he had spent the entire night playing games with Mariphilia, experiencing more losses than victories by the latter half of the night. His eyelids had begun to droop, and although he felt less fatigued now, his mind remained clouded, leading him to conclude that staying awake during work today would be a challenge. Very well, given your current state. Continuing to play would not be enjoyable, Mariphilia finally conceded. Do make an effort to visit me often. It would be rather dull if you only ever slept. I shall do my best, Aiden replied, gathering the cards and pieces from the table into the toy box, donning his hat, and turning to leave. Do strive to live a little longer, Aiden, Mariphilia called after him, for you are the one I painstakingly summoned from another world. Do not share the short-lived fate of your predecessor. I, too, wish to live longer. Perhaps you should convey that sentiment to your followers. Aiden sighed. He stepped out of the cell and closed the door behind him, with the clamor of chains and gears. The silver-forged door swiftly sealed shut. Entirely separating the two, Aiden instinctively touched the twisted scar on his chest beneath his uniform, a stark reminder of the fatal wound that had pierced his heart. The previous Aiden had perished at the hands of a zealot of the deity sealed within Mariphilia. After the death of the former Aiden, it was this very deity who had summoned the current Aiden to this world. A fact that Mariphilia had openly acknowledged upon their first meeting. This day, he remained uncertain of her true intentions in summoning him. However, at the very least, she had not displayed any overt hostility towards him. For now, he could only regard Mariphilia as one of the prisoners under his supervision, managing her as he did with the others while diligently guarding her. This was, in his mind, the most appropriate dynamic between himself and the inmates. Upon returning to his office, he summoned the on-duty guard, instructing them to bring the inmates from cells 11 and 12 to the warden's office at the appropriate time. 2 hours later, the guard escorted Ivantia from cell 11 and the witch Dolly from cell 12 into the warden's office. Knocking on the door. Warden, the individuals have arrived. Aiden, who had been napping with his head resting on the desk, jolted awake, hastily wiping his face and calling out, "Let them in." The guard opened the door, allowing the 2 female inmates to enter before closing it behind them. Typically, high-risk inmates classified as red alert would require handcuffs and leg shackles during transfer, accompanied by a full squad of riot police. However, Ivantia and Dolly were exceptions, serving as exemplary inmates under the warden's command, a fact that was openly acknowledged among the guards. Of course, only Aiden, as the warden, could summon them. Other guards, like Franda, the head of the core area, were not entirely devoid of this authority. Aiden permitted her to utilize these exemplary inmates for handling urgent situations. Unlike Aiden, however, other guards generally sought to minimize contact with these inmates, fully aware that even though they were collared, their essence remained that of exceedingly dangerous beasts. "Please, have a seat. Would you care for something to drink?" Aiden gestured toward the adjacent guest chairs. "Black coffee," Dolly replied with a smile. "Milk tea." Ivantia stated with a blank expression. Aiden had them prepare hot tea and coffee, placing a small jug of fresh milk and a sugar bowl on the table. Dolly picked up her black coffee without adding anything, while Ivantia added milk to her red tea before liberally pouring sugar into her milk tea. "Hey, aren't you afraid of making it too sweet?" Dolly exclaimed, taken aback by Ivantia's extravagant use of sugar. "Do not mind her. Her sense of taste is impaired. If the sweetness is not pronounced enough, she cannot discern the flavor," Aiden explained from behind the desk. Dolly turned to Aiden. "So, Warden, is there any special task you wish to assign to us today?" "Your instructions remain unchanged. Monitor the task. Keep an eye on the target, who is still that individual, from the afternoon until evening. I will make arrangements later. For now, you are to remain on standby until the appointed time." Aiden did not indulge in unnecessary conversation with her, straightforwardly outlining the task. "Understood," Dolly replied with a sweet smile, winking at Aiden with a hint of mischief. "And the Warden, that should be included as well, right?" Aiden gazed at Dolly for a moment, then smiled wryly. "Go ahead. What is it that you desire?" "This time, I would like a rather unique reward," Dolly said, twirling her silky black hair. "I wish to request a hairdresser to assist me with my hair. It's been quite split-ended lately." After listening, Aiden nodded solemnly. "Very well, once your hair is styled, I shall arrange for you to enjoy a luxurious bath, followed by a session with the finest masseur for an hour, and finally, a restful slumber in a premium suite at the White River Hotel." "Is this for real?" Dolly exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. "What do you think?" Aiden replied, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Dolly's expression faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. "Right, my apologies. I got carried away. You ought to maintain a sense of propriety," Aiden admonished, his smile fading. "After all, a criminal is still a criminal. A prison is a place for punishment. Even when employing a combination of rewards and reprimands, the latter must prevail. Should these inmates be indulged too much, they would soon overstep their bounds." "A cream cake from Street 7 will suffice," Dolly suggested, unabashedly making another request. Ivisha had been quietly listening to their exchange, sipping her milk tea. Finally, she set down her cup and asked softly, "So, what is my task?" "Your assignment is for the evening, outside the prison. I will provide further details shortly." "Understood," Ivisha nodded. "Oh, how delightful. I get to enjoy some fresh air outside the prison," Dolly remarked, gazing enviously at Ivisha. "It seems there is yet another situation requiring our ace operative to intervene." Chapter 24, The Emotionless Assassin in the Depths of the Night. In a dimly lit alley of the lower city, Aiden addressed Ivanshah, holding a newly acquired set of attire. "The entire process will be roughly as follows. Do you find it acceptable?" "No problem," Ivanshah replied flatly. "I'm not asking if you can do it, but rather if you are willing to do so," Aiden emphasized earnestly. His question elicited a flicker of confusion on Ivanshah's impassive face. "Why do you inquire about my opinion? Did you not previously state that obedience was paramount within the prison?" "The rules of the prison are indeed as such. However, this time, it is a personal request of mine." To put it bluntly, Aiden paused. "I am abusing my authority for personal gain. You are free to decline this request." "I don't quite understand." Ivanshah tilted her head. "Should I refuse or agree? If I ask for your opinion, it renders your counter-question meaningless." Aiden sighed, finding it challenging to navigate Ivanshah's idiosyncrasies despite having known her for 2 years. Ivanshah pondered for a moment. "So, will there be a reward for this task?" "Compensation is certainly possible, provided it does not contravene prison regulations." Aiden crossed his arms. "Then, is that permissible?" Ivanshah pointed toward a shop across the street at the alley's entrance. Aiden turned to look. Most shops had already closed, but he could still barely make out the window display under the nearby streetlight that it was a toy store, showcasing a massive plush teddy bear. "You wish for that? It could be arranged, I suppose," Aiden considered. "However, according to regulations, such items pose a risk of inmates concealing contraband within them and must undergo daily inspections. If you can accept that." Ivanshah fell silent, seemingly picturing her plush toy being rifled through by guards every day. Shaking her head, "Then I will forego it, and perhaps follow Dolly's example instead." "You wish for cake as well?" Aiden inquired. Ivanshah nodded. "Very well, I shall procure it for you tomorrow." Aiden acquiesced. "Now, let us commence the task. I entrust this to you." Aiden handed the clothing to Ivanshah before drawing his cane across the ground. Pausing momentarily, the small cloud of mist began to envelop Ivanshah's form. This was a fragment of the dark magic knowledge inherited from Aiden's predecessor as an investigator for the Heresy Inquisition. While he could not wield it as deftly as its original master, he could still manage to manipulate it adequately. Causing an inmate to vanish from sight was inherently taboo, especially for a dangerously skilled assassin like Ivan Shah. Nonetheless, Aiden decided to respect her privacy. He was not overly concerned about any untoward actions on her part, not due to naive trust, but rather because he held her life in his hands. After a rustling sound, Aiden heard a raspy, androgynous voice emerge from the mist. All set. As Aiden dispelled the spell, the mist dissipated, revealing Ivasha transformed, her stature towering over Aiden, resembling a giant. She donned the attire Aiden had prepared. Cloaked in a dark robe, with a full face mask concealing her identity, the giant, Ivasha extended a hand, offering her discarded prison uniform and the concealing coat to Aiden. This transformation was a manifestation of Ivancha's unique abilities. Not an illusion or trickery, but a genuine alteration of her physical form. Raised as an orphan by an assassin organization, she underwent numerous brutal experiments from a young age, ultimately becoming a lethal weapon endowed with various extraordinary skills, albeit at the cost of some sensory perception and a significantly shortened lifespan. Excellent, off you go, Aiden nodded in satisfaction. Proceed according to plan. Our target will leave the opera house to return home shortly. Strike while he is alone. Ivasha crouched and leaped, swiftly scaling the alley walls with the grace of one with wings, vanishing into the night. Now then, Aiden mused, watching her depart, a smirk creeping onto his face as he leaned on his cane and walked toward the alley's mouth. Let us see how you perform your role. At that moment, Bruce Kane was walking alone along a nearby street, his steps buoyant with excitement. The expensive ticket he had purchased for the Royal Opera House's evening performance had indeed proven worthwhile. He had successfully taken Miss Mary's hand during the opera's climactic scene. If things continued this way, he would eventually secure their relationship, and he still had some of the savings he had previously acquired. A fleeting sense of unease washed over him, but he quickly dismissed it. Lost in his own thoughts, he remained oblivious to the imposing figure silently approaching from behind. Bruce Kane. As the figure drew close enough, Ivasha called out to him in a disguised voice. Huh. Startled by the use of his full name in such a secluded area, Bruce instinctively turned around before he could fully process the situation. Before he could react, a sharp blade pressed against his neck, sending a jolt of pain through him. Do not turn your head. Do not shout, and do not move, Ivasha threatened in a tone devoid of emotion. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to slice your throat before continuing our conversation. The sensation of imminent danger made Bruce's scalp tingle. What do you want? Do not blame me. I am merely carrying out orders. Ivasha continued reciting the lines Aiden had taught her. My employer desires your life. But before that, he has another request. You can't be serious. I'm a police officer. If you kill me, you want to escape. Bruce shouted in desperation. I told you not to shout. Ivasha brandished another knife, thrusting it dangerously close to Bruce's eye. Her tone was not harsh. If anything, it was disturbingly mechanical, yet it was this very coldness that instilled terror. Aiden had crafted a scenario targeting Bruce, with Ivasha's role as an emotionless assassin. However, she did not need to feign this role. She embodied it entirely. Bruce fell silent, overwhelmed by her chilling demeanor, far beyond his comprehension. He had never encountered a criminal of her caliber, someone whose level of threat surpassed the jurisdiction of the mounted police. My employer wishes for you to return the gold pocket watch he lent you. I trust that clarifies matters, Ivasha stated calmly. Hand it over, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you will surely regret how you met your end. Chapter 25. Life is a play, all about performance. The pocket watch. Bruce was momentarily taken aback, but then the image of the intricately carved golden watch depicting a griffin flashed through his mind. You mean? He swallowed hard, his throat dry from anxiety. Are you hired by Mr. Jalen? Right now, I am the one asking questions. Point one more unnecessary word, and you may find yourself regretting your eyes, Ivasha warned. I have already sold that pocket watch, Bruce exclaimed, his voice rising to a shrill pitch with fear. Haven't I already told him? Why is he still coming after me? His mind was in disarray. He believed that only Jalen would seek to reclaim that golden timepiece. Indeed, after Veronica was captured, Jalen had approached him, proposing to exchange money for the watch. However, Bruce had sold it the very next day after acquiring it. He had not given the matter much thought. He lacked the audacity to extort Jalen with the watch, and, fearing that Jalen might change his mind, he opted to convert the watch into cash immediately. At the time, Jalen had been somewhat frantic upon learning of the sale, yet he had not retaliated against Bruce. Why, then, Had he suddenly hired an assassin to track him down? Bruce quickly recalled the warden who had visited him that day and the subsequent warning from Jalen about a potential investigation into the case, advising him to keep his mouth shut. Could it be because of this? Was Jalen concerned that he might reveal the truth now that someone had begun to investigate, prompting him to take such drastic measures? Since you cannot provide what I seek, the assassin coldly remarked, I shall have to take your life as compensation. Wait a moment. Let me meet your employer. Allow me to speak with him. I assure you, I will not disclose anything about his affairs. Please, do not kill me. Bruce pleaded, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. My only task is to ensure silence. The mouths of the dead are the most secure. The assassin's voice deepened ominously. In desperation, Bruce foresaw the blood that would soon seep from his neck. Stop. Hold it. A deep male voice commanded from behind, halting the assassin's movements. If you dare to harm him, I will shoot you on the spot. At that moment, the protagonist made his entrance. Help me. Bruce instinctively cried out to the mysterious figure. Aiden sheathed a blade and turned around, grasping Bruce and facing the unknown man. Once forced to turn, Bruce blinked away the tears born of fear. Finally recognizing his savior, Are you Mr. Aiden? The very scenario I dreaded has indeed come to pass. Aiden sighed gravely, aiming his gun at the assassin behind Bruce. Release the hostage at once. You will be surrounded shortly. Surrender while you still can. The assassin remained silent, instead seizing Bruce by the collar with astonishing strength, lifting him off the ground as if he were a mere shield. Bruce struggled for breath as his collar constricted his throat, his legs kicking out in a frantic attempt to escape. Do not act rashly, Aiden barked. I said to let go of the hostage. If you kill him, you will be shot dead immediately. The assassin hesitated for a moment, withdrawing the blade from Bruce's neck and raising it high. Now that's more like it. Aiden feigned a sigh of relief. The assassin seized upon Aiden's moment of distraction, forcefully throwing Bruce towards him. Aiden, caught off guard, stumbled backward as Bruce collided with him. Both men fell to the ground, and by the time Aiden pushed Bruce aside to regain his footing, the assassin had already vanished without a trace. Damn it! He escaped, Aiden exclaimed, feigning anger. Bruce sat on the ground, his legs trembling, his expression one of disorientation. Are you all right? It's a pity we couldn't apprehend that man, Aiden said, holstering his weapon and extending a hand to help him up. Bruce finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Gazing into the space where the assassin had disappeared, a chill ran down his spine. His life was now under scrutiny, and the assassin remained hidden in the shadows. Why didn't you capture him? He rose to his feet, glaring at Aiden with agitation. If he gets away, I will be killed. Aiden paused, then burst into laughter. Is this how you treat your savior? Yet, I suppose it is understandable, considering you betrayed Officer Veronica, who has cared for you. What did you say? Bruce gasped, as if struck by lightning. It's about time we had an honest discussion. My boy, aren't you curious why I am here? Aiden said with a knowing smile. What? Bruce asked instinctively, following Aiden's lead. Because I have been monitoring you, Aiden replied, striking his cane against the ground with authority. Officer Bruce Kane, we suspect you accepted bribes in the case of Officer Veronica Wolfie's murder, fabricated evidence to implicate others, and have been classified as a suspect. I didn't, Bruce stammered, thrown into disarray as he shook his head vigorously. Having narrowly escaped assassination only to face Aiden's direct accusations, he had no time to think rationally. Aiden, however, showed no intention of granting him a moment's respite. Launching straight into the crux of the matter, let's discuss the golden pocket watch that Officer Jalen Roden entrusted to you, shall we? Bruce stood frozen in place, shock coursing through him. You should now comprehend the extent of our knowledge, Aiden stated, fixing his gaze on Bruce. To be frank, I am currently assisting in the reinvestigation of Officer Veronica's case, which has been approved by the prosecution. They have obtained significant leads and are now closing in on you. Which is why I have been following you. I don't know what you're talking about. Bruce attempted to argue, but beads of sweat were already forming on his brow. Has someone told you that remaining silent guarantees your safety? Do you still trust that person? Aiden pressed calmly. Where do you think that assassin came from? You must have some inkling. Bruce felt a chill run down his spine. After Aiden's inquiry, Jalen had specifically summoned him for a conversation and had even intercepted a meeting Aiden had requested, isolating him from the investigator. Then he had encountered the assassin, and it was Aiden who had saved him. Was this all part of Jalen's scheme? Had Jalen hurriedly sought to silence him due to the prosecution's inquiry? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Mr. Bruce, I am speaking to you out of concern for your coerced situation, Aiden said earnestly, patting Bruce's shoulder. Cooperate with us and apply for witness protection. This is your only chance for survival. If you remain obstinate, you will inevitably be silenced. Chapter 26. Deceiving the young man, witness protection? Bruce murmured, his eyes glazing over as if in a trance. Indeed, if you are willing to testify against the true perpetrator in Officer Veronica Wolfie's case, you can apply for witness protection through the prosecution. This is the only way to ensure your personal safety, Aiden patiently advised. But then I would still have to go to prison. Bruce trembled all over. Aiden smirked internally. Bruce's spontaneous admission was tantamount to confessing his guilt. Is your life not more important? Aiden leaned closer to Bruce, speaking earnestly. Reflect on the assassin you just encountered, the assassin who managed to escape from my grasp. Without professional protection, how do you intend to survive against him? Bruce's complexion paled. The oppressive sensation of the blade at his throat returned. He had first-hand experience of the assassin's prowess, a man radiating an aura of chilling terror. Capable of producing and concealing deadly weapons with the flick of a wrist and possessing the strength to lift a grown man with one hand. Such skills were not those of an amateur. This was why he had never considered the possibility of being manipulated. After all, hiring a professional assassin was not something one could easily achieve. The explanation that someone had gone to great lengths and expense to employ a professional killer to eliminate him seemed the most logical. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had merely been a pawn in Aiden's game, who happened to have such resources at his disposal. You must protect me, Mr. Aiden, he suddenly exclaimed, gripping Aiden's arm in desperation. Surely, you wouldn't let me be killed. Would you? Protect you? What obligation do I have to safeguard you? Aiden responded as if hearing a jest. I have my own job. I am merely assisting with this reinvestigation. I cannot possibly serve as your personal bodyguard 24 hours a day. If you wish for protection, seek it from the prosecution, but they will require a reason to offer it. Without your testimony, the process for witness protection cannot even begin. At this point, Bruce had completely fallen into Aiden's trap. Mistakenly believing he was being driven to confess his crimes to the prosecution, a path that would undoubtedly lead to his ruin. However, if he did not comply, the assassin hired by Jalen would claim his life. All Aiden needed to do was give him a gentle push in the right direction. Why is he resorting to such extreme measures? Bruce collapsed to the ground, fingers tangled in his hair as he screamed in despair. He killed people too. I have done everything he asked. It was all his fault. He caused all of this. Why is he still trying to kill me? Aiden looked down at him with a hint of disdain. Do not speak as if you are the victim. From the moment you chose to betray Veronica, you should have anticipated the possibility of this outcome. Did you truly believe that Jalen would let you live without consequence? Think carefully about why he wants you dead. Of course. For the prosecution has already turned its attention towards you. Face the reality. You have long since run out of options. Fortunately, you still have a choice now. Bruce slowly raised his head. Become a witness for the prosecution. I can help you establish connections. Although the prosecution has already zeroed in on you, as long as you cooperate with us from this moment forward, we can fabricate a narrative of you voluntarily turning yourself in.its best, not to mention the matter of you being pursued by a hitman. Simply tell the prosecution that it was your own conscience that led you to confess, and they should be able to advocate for a lighter sentence on your behalf. Aiden's tone softened slightly as he leaned down and patted Bruce's shoulder. You were merely deceived and took a wrong turn. The prosecution will surely understand this. Go ahead and accuse the true culprit. Your life has already been ruined by him. Would you truly resign yourself to dying at his hands without understanding the truth? Will you help me? You will definitely help me, won't you, Mr. Aiden? Bruce pleaded, grasping Aiden tightly. Those who find themselves cornered will invariably cling desperately to any semblance of hope. In Bruce's eyes, Aiden had become his sole anchor. Of course. Let us do this. Tonight, you will come back with me to my workplace. The prison is absolutely secure. Aiden offered a warm smile. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the prosecution to apply for witness protection. At that point, aside from cooperating with the inquiries, I will handle the rest of the procedures for you. Please, I am relying on you now. Bruce's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. He could not fathom that he had already been manipulated by Aiden. In reality, the prosecution had not even begun to investigate him, let alone receive a petition for retrial. However, if he followed Aiden's advice and turned himself in, the petition would naturally appear, with a key witness recanting. The retrial application would surely be accepted, but for Aiden, that was far from sufficient. His goal was not merely to exonerate Veronica, but also to see the true culprit, Jalen, Imprisoned, that a man must keep his word, having vowed to eliminate the adversary. He would not let that scoundrel escape. Thus, Aiden suppressed his urge to smile and continued to embellish his role. He helped Bruce to his feet, placing a hand on his shoulder, and spoke earnestly. I will certainly assist you. But in order to advocate for a plea deal, we must provide as many leverage points as possible. What do you mean? Bruce was still processing the information. We should aim to provide evidence that Jalen bribed you, such as that gold watch he gave you. Aiden whispered. If you can produce that gold watch, your testimony will gain significant value, and we will have room for negotiation. The exoneration of Veronica and the accusation of Jalen as the true culprit, though closely related, were procedurally independent. Veronica's retrial only required Bruce to recant his testimony, rendering the evidence against her ineffective. However, for the prosecution to file additional charges against Jalen, they needed to present supplementary evidence in court to corroborate Bruce's recantation, especially since Bruce had personally destroyed the evidence of Jalen's crime. That gold pocket watch was the most suitable piece of evidence. Securing it would be tantamount to sealing their victory. What if he claims that I stole the watch? Bruce asked, unease creeping into his voice. Isn't it suspicious that a police officer would not file a report for such a valuable item being stolen? Aiden gestured for him to relax. But I have already sold the watch. To whom? Aiden pressed. Perhaps we can trace it back through the channels. That might be difficult. I didn't sell it to a legitimate shop. Bruce avoided Aiden's gaze. You sold it to the black market. Aiden frowned slightly. How much did you sell it for? It was no surprise, given that the watch bore distinctive engravings, that Bruce, with his cowardice, would find it challenging to pawn it at a reputable jeweler. Tracing items that had entered the black market would indeed be difficult, which explained why Jalen had been unable to recover the watch through his influence. Nevertheless, Aiden had some connections in this regard. 35 pounds, Bruce admitted quietly. Aside from that, did Jalen give you any additional money? After that, he gave me another 60 pounds as hush money, Bruce replied, trembling slightly. 95 pounds for essentially betraying your benefactor. Aiden looked at Bruce with a sardonic smile. I was truly in need of money, Bruce attempted to justify himself. However, Aiden sharply interrupted, in need of money for women, perhaps? Bruce fell silent. Aiden mentally calculated that this amounted to roughly 100,000 in bribes. It was astonishing that Bruce had dared to risk such a morally reprehensible act. He truly deserved to be shot dead by Veronica without any remorse. Very well, I will escort you to the Rose Iron prison. Aiden retracted his disdainful gaze, placing a hand on Bruce's shoulder. Rest assured. At least for today, I will ensure your safety. He casually lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings, and eventually caught a glimpse of the assassin's figure in the distance, having returned to her original form. The now dressed Evanza waving at him. Mr. Aiden. Bruce looked at him in confusion, then followed his gaze to find the rooftop empty. It's nothing. Let us go. Aiden picked up his cane, wearing a friendly expression as he guided Bruce toward the other end of the street. Chapter 27. All set. Am I really supposed to stay here tonight? Bruce was taken aback as he surveyed the single room before him, after Aiden brought him to the Rose Iron prison. He had arranged for Bruce to occupy this room for the night. The single room appeared somewhat cramped but was relatively clean. A fixed single bed against the wall, a wardrobe, and a small partitioned toilet made the setup not much different from the police dormitories. The only distinction was that the door was a barred gate, which could only be opened from the outside, and the windows were barred as well. This was a single-cell prison. Is there a problem? Aiden feigned ignorance as he glanced at him. This is a prison. ISNT it. Don't overthink it. It's just for one night. Compared to the guards' lounge, this prison cell is actually more complete, Aiden said, patting Bruce's back, then added with a hint of implication, and you will be going in sooner or later. So it's not a bad idea to start getting used to it. But Bruce clearly struggled to overcome his mental barrier. Shall I book you a hotel then? It's really no trouble, Aiden suggested, pointing toward the outside, though I can't guarantee that I will see you in one piece the next day. Then I suppose I will stay here, Bruce nodded vigorously. Throughout their journey, he had the nagging feeling that someone was stealthily following him and Aiden. Several times, he had glimpsed a mysterious figure darting into an alley or around a corner when he turned around. The assassin might have been monitoring him all along, perhaps, the moment he stepped out of the prison. A hidden gunman would take him down. In comparison, the prison truly felt like the safest place. This area is filled with empty cells. You can rest assured if you need anything. Just let the guards know, Aiden said amiably as he locked Bruce inside the cell and then swiftly exited the prison block. Returning to his office. Everything has been destroyed, right? He asked Evanza, who was waiting inside as he entered the office. The clothes have been burned and buried. Avanza, now back in her prison garb, nodded. Bruce's feeling of being followed was not merely paranoia. In fact, Avanza had been tailing them the entire time, returning to the prison with them. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. You can head back to your room now. Aiden nodded and called for a guard to escort Avanza back. He then immediately began rummaging through the office's filing cabinet, sorting out several prisoner files to examine and noting their identification numbers. He called for a night shift guard. Bring these 3 prisoners here. I have something to discuss with them. Minutes later, the 3 summoned prisoners stood in his office, lined up neatly. They were all ordinary inmates from outside the core area, varying in age, and each wore a nervous expression, clearly worried about whether they had been called in for punishment or a transfer notification. You need not be afraid. The reason I called you here today is actually a good thing. I have an opportunity for you to earn merit, Aiden said with a calm smile. You 3 are incarcerated for crimes related to illegal gold transactions or fencing. Recently, the prosecution is investigating a piece of stolen property and seeks our assistance. It is a rose gold pocket watch that was sold on the black market on the afternoon of March 27, collected by a shop called Golden Plate in the gray-fingered alley of the lower town. We do not know where it has ended up now. Who among you has connections to retrieve it? If you cannot retrieve it, it's fine. Finding someone who can vouch for the shop will suffice. He glanced between the 3 prisoners. If we can successfully recover it, I can recommend that person for an upgrade in their treatment level and advocate for a reduced sentence. The prisoners' expressions relaxed somewhat at Aiden's generous offer. However, seconds passed without a single hand raised. Aiden observed them for a while before finally exhaling. Is that so? There are no clues at all. Well then, he also knew that it was unrealistic to always rely on finding someone with connections in his prison, especially considering that the types of criminals in a women's prison are not as diverse as those in a men's prison. At that moment, the oldest inmate, a woman, spoke up. Warden, may I inquire whether the buyers will be held accountable if the stolen goods are discovered? Aiden paused for a moment, then realized this woman might actually have something of value to offer, and promptly replied, as long as you actively assist in the investigation, you will not be held responsible. In that case, I might have a lead, the elderly woman said slowly. The gold business in Huaji Alley. My son is currently involved in a portion of it. The gold pocket watches we handled, particularly the rose gold ones, are usually not melted down casually if they are of good craftsmanship. Perhaps he still has some in his possession that, if necessary, I could arrange for him to provide testimony. Aiden recognized that many similar stolen goods in the black market often end up in the hands of a few oligarchs who operate through the same channels. He picked up the elderly woman's case file and examined it closely, then nodded in sudden understanding. I see now. You took all the blame upon yourself to allow your son to continue running the black market business. No wonder your monthly maintenance fees are so substantial. Warden, this won't affect my son, will it? The woman appeared somewhat anxious. As long as you actively assist in the investigation, there should be no problem. However, you may need to voluntarily surrender the stolen goods, Aiden replied. That's not an issue. I will make it clear in my letter to him. Then, Warden, if my treatment level is raised, can the number of visits also increase? The woman cautiously inquired. That is only natural, Aiden affirmed. I will definitely cooperate. The elderly woman nodded repeatedly. For these inmates trapped in confinement, treatment and rights are far more tangible than money. Treatment levels not only determine the quality of life within the prison, but also dictate how many visits from friends and family they can receive each week. Those with higher treatment levels might even apply for temporary leave to visit relatives. The warden, Aiden held these resources, which were more valuable than money, within his grasp, now that there was a lead on the evidence. The only remaining task was to prepare a petition for retrial penned by Veronica. Everything was in place. It was time to take the decisive step against a formidable adversary. Go notify the core area to bring inmate 3308 from cell number 13. He instructed the guard on duty as he opened the door once more. Chapter 28. You're about to make headlines 2 days later, in the afternoon, at the mounted police unit. No leave. Where has that brat run off to? In the office, Jaren fumed at his colleague on duty. Who knows? He hasn't been to the station for 2 days, the colleague replied. Glancing at the attendance sheet, Jaren felt a sense of unease creeping in. Damn it, that little rascal, how can he just vanish at a time like this? Ever since he discovered that bothersome guard was investigating Veronica's case, he had kept a close watch on Bruce Kane's movements. That kid was truly unreliable. He could easily spill everything if he felt even the slightest intimidation. That's why Jaren had been giving him a heads up these past couple of days. Logically, Bruce should have understood his precarious situation by now. After all, they were both in the same boat. Yet, Jaren was taken aback by Bruce's cowardice. Hiding at home and skipping work. Didn't he realize how suspicious that looked? He was almost tempted to have someone deal with him. Help me find out where that kid lives. I need to check on him, Jaren demanded of his colleague. Since when did you become so close to him? The colleague looked surprised. Enough with the chatter. Just find out for me, Jaren snapped impatiently. The colleague was somewhat annoyed by his attitude, but had grown accustomed to it. Jaren Roten held a relatively low position in the police force, yet he was notorious for his arrogant demeanor. Bolstered by his political connections, the veterans in the department largely disregarded his well-connected father, a city councilman, but most preferred to avoid conflict with him over trivial matters, just as the colleague prepared to sift through the personnel files in the drawer. The office door swung open, and 5 men, dressed entirely differently from the mounted police, stormed in. The leader, a middle-aged man with a keen gaze, scanned the two of them before asking, "Which one of you is Jaren Roten?" "That's me," Jaren replied, bewildered by these uninvited guests. "Which department are you from, and what do you want with me?" "I am Tiga Olsen from the prosecutor's office," the man said, flashing his credentials. "We are here specifically to request your assistance in reviewing a case." "Please come with us." "What case?" Jaren's expression shifted instantly. Besides reviewing cases and filing prosecutions, the prosecutor's office also oversees other law enforcement agencies, including investigating misconduct and bribery within the police force. If the prosecutor's office had come to address a specific case the mounted police were handling, they wouldn't have needed to be so aggressive by coming here to single him out, especially since Jaren wasn't currently managing any cases. The whole scene seemed to suggest they were here to arrest him. "Please follow us to the side. We'll explain everything," the prosecutor said in an official tone. "Wait a moment. You need to follow procedure. This sudden action will disrupt our department's work. I still have my duties to attend to," Jaren insisted, striving to keep his voice calm. "You won't be attending to your duties anymore. We've already spoken to your superiors about this," the prosecutor interrupted coldly, his tone growing impatient. "Please come with us." "No, how can I follow you when everything is so unclear? When did the prosecutor's office start abusing its power?" Jaren feigned bravado, desperately trying to buy time. "Let me remind you. My father is a city councilman. Ever heard of Councilman Anthony Roten? He might even know your superior." The prosecutor rolled his eyes, as if losing his patience, then pulled a photo from his pocket and held it up for Jaren to see. "You recognize this, don't you?" Jaren's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the photo, which clearly depicted a golden pocket watch with an engraving of a harpy on the rose gold cover. He distinctly remembered giving that item to Bruce Kane in a moment of desperation that night, only for that fool to sell it on the black market almost immediately. If it were any other police department that had seized it from the black market, it wouldn't be a cause for concern. But for it to end up in the hands of the prosecutor's office was utterly perplexing. The seasoned prosecutor leaned closer to Jaren, whispering, "You should know your position well enough. Making a scene will only make things worse for you. Cooperate, and it will be less painful." Jaren's heart sank. He caught a glimpse of his colleague's strange expression in the office and noticed other mounted police gathering in the corridor outside. Before he could react, the prosecutor's team had surrounded him, pushing him briskly toward the police station exit. Jaren walked unsteadily, his mind a chaotic swirl. He couldn't fathom how the prosecutor's office had obtained that pocket watch. Did Bruce go and confess? Had he been hiding it all along? That made no sense. After all the warnings, why would he do something so foolish? If he had that level of conscience, he wouldn't have been so easily bought in the first place. He was escorted out of the police station and onto the street, where a flash of light blinded him. He turned in astonishment to find a throng of reporters gathered at the entrance of the station. Their cameras pointed directly at him. The moment they saw him being led out, excitement erupted among them, flashes going off in rapid succession. "Why did you involve the media?" he instinctively shouted at the prosecutor beside him. "Is this not a calculated effort to ruin me?" "I have no idea how this happened," the prosecutor said, equally bewildered. His operation to apprehend individuals at the mounted police unit was supposed to be confidential. Unless someone had leaked information, there was no way the press could have anticipated their arrival. "Get him in the carriage," the prosecutor ordered his subordinates. Jaren suddenly realized that while the prosecutor's office was closing in on him, the press was also hot on his trail. This was no simple case of Bruce Kane voluntarily confessing. Someone was truly orchestrating this behind the scenes. Just before he was pushed into the carriage, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. Finally, As he stepped onto the carriage's platform, his gaze crossed over the reporters and onlookers, landing on a figure at the distant street corner. Under the street lamp, a young man in a guard's uniform leaned on a cane, wearing a smug smile. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the young man tipped his hat and waved farewell. "It was you." Jaron Roten bellowed in fury toward that direction. With the sound of cameras clicking in rapid succession, his distorted expression was captured by countless reporters. The prosecutor's team hurriedly shoved him into the carriage. "You should thank me. You're about to make headlines." "Officer Roten. I made sure to let the reporters know you're the son of a councilman. After all, that's your favorite bragging point. Isn't it?" Aiden, standing at the street corner, watched the departing carriage with immense satisfaction. "However, with things escalating this much, I doubt your councilman father will be able to save you. He might struggle to save himself." Chapter 29. You can cry a bit louder a few days later. In the afternoon, Aiden sat in his office, diligently attending to paperwork. He turned to a document submitted from the general prison area regarding a request for temporary release for family visitation. Upon glancing at it, he was unexpectedly taken aback to discover that it was submitted by the elderly woman who had previously assisted him in acquiring the gold pocket watch that had found its way into the black market. She sought permission to leave the prison for a day next month, accompanied by a guard, under the pretext of attending her son's wedding. This very inmate had been instrumental in writing to Aiden's son, who was engaged in an underground gold trading business, enabling Aiden to swiftly track down the whereabouts of the watch and provide critical evidence to the prosecutor's office for the arrest of Jalen Roden. Requests for family visitation such as this were not something every inmate could apply for. They had to provide compelling reasons for their temporary release, alongside demonstrating an impeccable record during their incarceration. Ideally with contributions to the prison or evidence of good behavior. It was no wonder the family was so eager to elevate the elderly woman's status, even voluntarily surrendering valuable goods and providing testimony to substantiate the origins of the evidence, all in hopes of allowing her to attend her son's wedding next month. After a moment of contemplation, Aiden stamped the approval on the elderly woman's application and signed it, setting it aside. He leaned back in his chair, preparing to steal a brief moment of rest amidst his busy schedule. It had been some time since Veronica's retrial request was submitted, and he wondered when it would receive approval. Reflecting on how he had managed to manipulate Bruce Kane into voluntarily confessing to the prosecutor's office, facilitating the smooth acquisition of evidence and its origins, and ultimately leading to the capture of the true culprit, Jalen, he noted how the rumors of a city councilman's son committing murder and framing another had swiftly dominated the headlines. Thanks to Aiden's behind-the-scenes orchestration, in short, he had done everything he could, and the developments had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. However, the retrial process required time, and Aiden had been waiting for a response. Naturally, Veronica was even more anxious than he. According to Phil, who shared the same room with Veronica, the latter had been either pacing restlessly in her cell or leaning against the iron bars, gazing longingly at the door. Especially when Aiden personally conducted inspections in the core area, Veronica would cling tightly to the bars, almost wishing to squeeze through them, her eyes ablaze with anticipation as she inquired whether any news had arrived regarding her retrial application. In Phil's own words, "This girl has nearly turned into a statue of longing at the prison gate." Aiden understood her emotions, after all. It was a matter of life and death for her. Yet, at this moment, they had no choice but to wait. Just then, someone knocked on the office door. Aiden called out, "Come in," and Flanda, the warden of the core area, hurriedly entered, presenting an envelope. "Warden, this is from the prosecutor's office, addressed to Veronica Wolfe personally," Flanda said, breathless. Aiden immediately sprang from his chair, striding around the desk to seize the envelope, examining it closely. "Let us go to the core area," he declared, leading the way out of the office. "Hurry up." Under Aiden's urging, the duty guards swiftly unlatched the security measures on the prison door. Subsequently, Aiden entered the core area, making his way directly to room 13. The female inmates in the vicinity, taken by surprise as Aiden passed by, momentarily failed to react and did not rush over to berate him as usual. "Warden," Veronica exclaimed as she heard the door open. Appearing instantly at the entrance, her eyes filled with longing. "Is it here?" Aiden remained silent, shaking the envelope in his hand, and as he reached the doorway, he slid it through the bars. "Hurry, take a look. This must be opened by you." "Oh, it really has arrived," Phil exclaimed, bouncing off her bed with interest. "Are we getting out of here?" "Whether we do depends on the application result. Aiden replied coolly. The retrial process in this world bore similarities to that of his previous life. The content of the response to the retrial application could essentially reveal the final outcome. In essence, a retrial was essentially aimed at overturning the previous judgment, making the review process exceedingly stringent and meticulous. If the retrial application was accepted, it would imply that the prior judgment was deemed problematic. Conversely, if the application was rejected, it would be summarily dismissed without hesitation. Veronica snatched the envelope and tore it open, but just as she was about to extract the paper within, her movement abruptly halted. A look of hesitation crossing her face. "What are you doing?" Aiden asked, somewhat taken aback. "Look," Phil urged from beside her. Veronica glanced at Aiden, her anxiety palpable as she swallowed hard before extending her trembling hand. Handing the envelope back to Aiden. "Could you please take a look for me? Do you think this is a lottery draw?" Aiden retorted without hesitation, pulling out the document from the envelope. Veronica turned away, taking a few steps into the cell, closing her eyes as she awaited Aiden's announcement of the result. The psychological trauma of being wrongfully imprisoned still haunted her, and now her mind raced with the thought of what she would do if the document bore the news of rejection. Causing her to feel momentarily disoriented, Aiden swiftly skimmed through the monotonous initial sections, landing directly on the conclusion. The applicant's reasons for retrial are valid. The application for retrial is accepted. "Hey, it's been approved," he exclaimed, raising his head to proclaim to Veronica emphatically. The acceptance of the retrial application practically guaranteed that Veronica could overturn her conviction. Yet, Veronica remained silent, her back turned to him, not moving an inch. "Veronica," Aiden called out in confusion, "I said the application has been approved." I'm listening," Veronica replied softly, nodding slowly. Aiden frowned at her subdued response. It seemed rather lackluster given that this was the outcome Veronica had long awaited. He exchanged a glance with Phil, signaling her to check on Veronica. Phil understood, stealthily moving beside Veronica to glance at her face. Suddenly, Phil's eyes widened in surprise, and she stealthily returned to the front of the cell, a bittersweet smile on her face. She's crying her heart out. She whispered to Aiden. Aiden blinked, then sighed, smiling at Veronica. "If you're going to cry, then do so loudly. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Veronica choked out in response, then lifted her face as if to unleash all the grievances she had accumulated over the days, bursting into tears. Chapter 30. Personnel adjustments. Half a month later, in the core area of the Rose-Iron prison. "Curse you. Warden, the head of the prison has come again today. You don't look too well. Your health declining. Come over here, you little brat, and see if I don't twist your head off." Accompanied by Flanda, Aiden strolled leisurely down the corridor, conducting his usual inspection of the cacophonous core area. "Wait a moment, Lord Aiden." As they passed room 13, Phil once again rushed to the bars, adopting a coy tone. "I have something important to tell you." Aiden shot her an exasperated glance. "What is it? You're not about to claim you've been wronged again, are you? And want me to help you overturn your case?" "Dang, how did you know?" Phil, caught off guard, blinked in surprise. "You've been in here 5 times already. How could I not know you? I can tell what shape of trouble you're getting into just by the way you carry yourself." Aiden retorted with irritation. "Don't even think about asking me to help you overturn your case. That's not fair. Lord Aiden, we're so familiar. At least give me a chance. You helped that wolf girl the first time she came in." Phil pouted in dissatisfaction. "Don't think just because your roommate has left that you have a chance. Your crimes have always been genuine, haven't they?" Aiden kicked the prison door lightly. "For now, enjoy your solitary double room. Don't think you can take advantage and play innocent." With that, Aiden abandoned Phil, continuing his inspection deeper into the corridor. "It's been a week. Hasn't she come back to see you?" Flanda inquired casually, following behind him. "Not at all. She's been told not to visit. And I haven't even received a thank you letter." "What a heartless woman," Aiden replied with a wry smile. A week prior, Veronica had left the prison to attend her retrial hearing, given the likelihood of her exoneration. She had bid farewell to Aiden in advance. She had promised that if she were to be released, she would return to thank him in person. After the hearing, she was released on the spot. She probably wouldn't want anything to do with this place again. Prison is hardly a place for fond memories, especially for someone wrongfully accused. "I've been here for over 10 years, and I could fill the entire prison with inmates who promised to come back, yet not a single one has ever returned," Flanda remarked. "As long as they're not coming back to increase our workload." "Anything's fine," Aiden replied, turning around. "All right, inspection complete. Let us head back." Upon returning to his office, Aiden brewed himself a cup of tea and settled into a soft chair beside the tea table. On the table lay the Silver City Daily, brought to him by other guards, with the headline reporting, "The shocking national case of the mounted police murder goes to trial. Villainous officer Jalen Roden sentenced to life imprisonment. He is not dead yet." Aiden scoffed with a cold laugh. When Veronica was apprehended, she was swiftly sentenced to death without a second thought. Now, in an unexpected turn of events, her case has been reopened, while the far more heinous Jalen received merely a life sentence. It seems that the Honorable Senator Roden must have exerted considerable effort to safeguard his son's life before his own dismissal. Of course, this individual has effectively ruined his own political career, as evidenced by the bold headline on the second page of the newspaper. Senator Anthony Roden under investigation for nepotism in securing positions for family members. This is hardly surprising, considering that the Roden family is not particularly well rooted in the political landscape. And such a scandal would be devastating for them. In addition, the front page article casually mentioned Bruce Kane, who was also on trial. He received a mere 2-year sentence, which, in some respects, could be considered lenient. Under Aiden's persuasion, Bruce ultimately refrained from disclosing that he had been pursued by an assassin, instead informing the prosecution that he had turned himself in out of a newfound sense of conscience. This way, Aiden's subtle manipulations would remain undetected, and Bruce secured a lighter sentence. However, Aiden had no intention of allowing these two men to escape easily. According to reports, they seemed to be confined in the thorny iron prison of Silver City, and he planned to write to the warden, requesting a special watch over these two new inmates, given that the thorny iron prison had recently expressed interest in visiting his unit for a study. He was certain they would acquiesce to his request. Being persistently targeted in prison could, in fact, be more merciless than a life sentence. As he casually flipped through the newspaper, he stumbled upon an interview with Veronica titled, "The Flower of the Police Force." Veronica Wolfe struggles on the edge of death and finally achieves vindication. The article recounted, in broad strokes, the journey from Veronica's wrongful imprisonment to her eventual exoneration in court, listing her past achievements and including interviews with some residents of her district, all while depicting her indomitable spirit throughout her ordeal. The overwhelmingly positive coverage portrayed Veronica almost as a saint, neglecting to mention her werewolf lineage. Aiden recalled the initial moment he became interested in Veronica's case when he had seen a photograph in the Silver City Daily, capturing her fierce expression while resisting arrest. The headline then had been "Murderous Officer Falls into the Grasp of Justice, Transforms into a Werewolf to Maliciously Resist Capture." As Aiden meticulously scanned the article, he finally found a mention of himself in Veronica's interview. "Thanks to the warden of the Rose Iron Prison for his relentless efforts on my behalf, I was able to achieve vindication." This solitary sentence was the only reference to him throughout the entire piece, suggesting the reporter likely believed he merely assisted Veronica in submitting her request for retrial. "After all the trouble I went through, my role is reduced to just this," Aiden mused, holding his teacup and letting out a wry smile. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel that the girl was a bit inconsiderate. Even if she didn't wish to visit the prison, she could have at least expressed her gratitude privately or sent a letter. As he continued reading, he noted Veronica discussing her future career plans. "The mounted police have reinstated my position and have informed me that I can return at any time, but I have also received invitations from other agencies." Due to the fallout from this incident, the mounted police's reputation had plummeted, yet Veronica, as the victim, garnered widespread attention. If she chose to return to the mounted police, they would likely offer her a compensatory promotion in their eagerness to restore their image. Conversely, if she opted for other positions with better benefits, there would undoubtedly be numerous agencies eager to capitalize on her newfound notoriety. In short, her future appeared exceedingly bright. Aiden contemplated that their paths would likely not cross again and set the newspaper aside. Just then, a knock echoed on his office door. "Come in." As soon as the words left his lips, Flanda entered, presenting him with a document. "Sir, this. A personnel transfer request. What, is someone leaving again?" Aiden quickly noted the document's prominent title. "No. Someone is applying to join us. Look at the name," Flanda urged. Aiden shifted his gaze to the applicant section, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. This girl. The applicant's name was unmistakably Veronica Wolfe, her handwriting identical to that on the retrial request. Chapter 31. The Imprisoned Deity. This time, did my strategy prove helpful? Indeed, thanks to your efforts, all is well. In the depths of the secret silver prison, Aiden and inmate 4001, the Saint Melophilia, engaged in a game across a small table while conversing. They were playing a simplified version of Monopoly. Aiden was able to successfully advocate for the death row inmate Veronica's retrial, largely thanks to the secret strategies provided by Melophilia. Thus, he honored his promise, visiting her once more in the dungeon, fulfilling his obligation to monitor her regularly. So, I wonder if I might receive any additional rewards. Melophilia grinned. Wasn't I just with you for an entire night of games? Aiden glanced at her. Is that all it takes to satisfy me? You are not as harsh with the inmates directly opposing you up top. Why, do you want to take a stroll outside? You are not like them. You are not an inmate of the Rose Iron prison. And therefore, different regulations apply. Aiden replied calmly, the holy nails on you are enough to land me in prison with just a touch. Am I not a deity? Do I hold no significance in your eyes? To me, you are merely an inmate. What significance could an inmate possess? Aiden shot her a dismissive glance. If I may say, what sets you apart from others in this world is your utter lack of reverence for the divine. Unfortunately, I hail from a world devoid of gods, or at least, that is what I believe. Aiden's gaze remained fixed on the game board. Speaking of which, I see that the people of this world do not seem to hold you in much awe either. Otherwise, how could they dare imprison you? It is precisely out of fear that they have locked me away, except for you. All the humans who come to see me, whether to surveil or to worship, obscure their faces, not daring to breathe in my presence. You are the only one who dares to strut before me so boldly. Melophilia moved her pieces with her telekinetic powers. I wonder if you are willing to advocate for the innocent. Why not help me secure my freedom? You. Aiden raised his face. Are you claiming to be innocent? I possess the memories of this world. The crimes committed by your cult are countless. Let us not even mention the current body you inhabit. It is the life of a human. Melophilia was discovered and contained by the previous Aiden in the elite of the heretical Inquisition while dismantling a cult known as the Blood-Red Full Moon. She is the deity worshipped by the Blood Moon cult. However, Melophilia is not the name of the deity. It is the name of an ordinary girl who was captured and used as a living sacrifice by the cult's followers, due to certain circumstances. She descended into this world by occupying the body of the girl, named Melophilia, that in exchange, the memories and personality of the girl were entirely devoured by this deity. If one were to insist, the crimes were committed by my followers. I never commanded them to do anything, that I merely took an interest in their prayers and rituals when they summoned me to this world. Ultimately, I grew weary of them and instead aided you in dismantling the cult. Yet, you treat me with standards harsher than those for ordinary inmates. Do you not think that is unjust? Not at all, Aiden replied without hesitation, shaking his head. Humans always proclaim equality before the law. I thought you esteemed justice. Melophilia's expression was one of surprise. You might be under a misapprehension. The rules of humanity, or rather, the law, have never been inherently equitable. Sometimes, a nation will enact laws that harm others to protect its own interests. The ruling class may exploit the law to oppress other classes. Law is a tool for maintaining the interests of the ruling class, at times. It may be just and noble, while at other times, it may contravene morality. However, from the perspective of all humanity, the rules established by mankind, be they laws or moral standards, ultimately serve to uphold the order necessary for survival. An order is not necessarily just. Order, yes, the sheer number of humans is so great that without an orderly framework, individuals cannot survive. Answer me this. Would you willingly abide by the rules set by humanity? Aiden asked, gazing into Melophilia's eyes. Of course not, she replied decisively, then posed a question of her own. If you found a colony of ants, would you be willing to follow their rules? Precisely. You would not wish to abide by human rules in this world. You represent a significant risk factor regarding the concept of human societal order. The law maintains order, yet the existence of a deity poses a grave threat to human order, implying that the very existence of a god is inherently sinful to mortals. Aiden elaborated on his theory. This may contravene morality, but preserving one's existence is the foremost justice for any race wishing to endure. The original sin of deities? Melophilia raised an eyebrow. Indeed, if a deity were to manifest in the realm of humanity, the most prudent course of action for mankind would be to confine it within a prison. Only a fool would dare to bring it forth for veneration, unless such an act could genuinely ensure the preservation of human order at minimal cost. Should the divine exhibit benevolence, refraining from disrupting human harmony and even striving to uphold it, humanity might, for reasons of cost-effectiveness, consider relinquishing control, perhaps even harboring a sense of reverence towards it. Yet, it is abundantly clear that you do not embody such a deity. From my understanding of you, were you to possess a button capable of annihilating half of humanity, you would likely press it out of mere curiosity to release a being like you into the world. Only a madman would entertain such a notion. Oh, how peculiar it is that I find some merit in your words, Melophilia remarked, a hint of amusement dancing in her tone. However, to speak candidly, I am far more concerned about your followers. Aiden sighed deeply. You merely disregard the laws of humanity. But those lunatics will actively contravene the law with reckless abandon. If they were to discover my presence here, they might very well attempt a prison break. Melophilia grinned mischievously. Please refrain from such antics. I am not keen on receiving another bullet to my chest. Aiden replied with an air of resignation as he touched his chest. The blood-red full moon cult had indeed been dismantled. Even the deity they revered was imprisoned, yet the founder of the cult remained at large, their true identity still shrouded in mystery. Fragments of memory inherited from his predecessor hinted that the former Aiden likely met his demise at the hands of this enigmatic cult leader. Aiden bore no desire for vengeance. After all, he and the previous occupant of this body could hardly be considered the same person. Nevertheless, he recognized that in this world, the unidentified fanatic posed a significant threat to him. If you are fearful, I can assist you. Should you be willing to extract a holy nail for me, I could bestow upon you a modicum of blessing, Melophilia coaxed alluringly. My principle is to never place trust in a convict. Aiden rejected her proposition without hesitation. By the way, what reason do you have to assist me instead of worshipping your own followers? The reverence of mortals is of no consequence to a deity, compared to mere pawns who act solely according to the whims of their master. I find myself far more intrigued by you, a piece that moves unpredictably across the board, one whose actions I cannot foresee, Melophilia replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. So this is your rationale for summoning me to this world? Who can say? Melophilia responded, her enigmatic smile returning. Chapter 32. Newcomer reporting in April. A familiar face appeared in Aiden's office. Newcomer, Veronica Wolfe, reporting for duty. In the warden's office, Aiden regarded the newcomer standing before him, saluting with keen interest, unlike her previous disheveled appearance. With dull eyes during her time in prison, Veronica now radiated vitality, her uniform impeccably tailored, her shoulder-length brown curls neatly arranged at the back of her head, exuding an air of confidence. Goodness, I nearly failed to recognize you, Aiden remarked with a chuckle. Nodding in acknowledgement, Veronica smiled in response. I truly cannot comprehend you that if you remained in the cavalry, you would likely have been promoted in no time, Aiden observed, glancing at the incident report handed to him. Although the chief attempted to retain me, I have no desire to remain in the cavalry any longer. Having been unjustly accused by her colleagues and spending time in prison, Veronica's disillusionment with the cavalry was entirely understandable. If you seek a transfer, you could enjoy a leisurely position in the municipal office or aspire to be a lead in the Inquisition. You surely did not mistakenly choose the wrong department. Aiden teased knowingly. I have already stated that I will return to personally express my gratitude to you, Veronica replied candidly, and I genuinely believe that working under your guidance would be a wise choice. Is this then an act of gratitude? To serve me like a laborer? Aiden raised an eyebrow. I did not imply such a thing, Veronica laughed lightly. Given your current rank and experience, you should be able to lead the riot control team directly, Aiden mused, examining the personnel files in hand alongside Veronica's records. However, there is a shortage of personnel in the core area. Perhaps you could oversee shifts there while concurrently serving as the captain of the 4th riot control team? This prison represented Aiden's foundation in this world, and he was determined to manage it effectively. With Veronica's capabilities and background, he had no reason to deny such a talent the opportunity to serve under him, especially since the Rose Iron prison was indeed in need of manpower. 2 positions. Veronica blinked in surprise. Apologies, but we are genuinely short-staffed here. It is quite common for one individual to oversee 2 areas, Aiden smiled. Since you wish to serve diligently, I certainly won't hold back. Is that so, Warden? Are you being serious? Veronica's expression showed signs of hesitation. If the demands are too excessive, I will request another transfer. Aiden waved his hand, signaling her to relax. Do not be so tense. The workload here is not as overwhelming as you might think. The hours are not significantly longer, and the duties in individual posts tend to be lighter than in other prisons. However, you may not be entirely familiar with the inner workings of this prison yet, correct? Indeed. Then for the next couple of days, You shall shadow me as I introduce you to the operations here. Consider it your orientation, Aiden declared with a snap of his fingers. Very well, Veronica replied, a moment later realizing something was amiss. Wait. Warden, are you personally conducting my orientation? The warden was the highest authority in the prison. Typically, an experienced guard would handle such training, and it was unnecessary for the highest-ranking official to personally instruct. The police chief would not attend to the grassroots level just to oversee a couple of intern officers. Do you find that peculiar? Aiden noticed Veronica's concern. The situation is such that since my appointment, I have implemented numerous reforms within this prison, and some aspects are still in the process of being fully realized. Many new procedures and regulations are still being adapted to, and even veteran guards occasionally come to consult me on operational matters. Thus, I have temporarily taken on the role of conducting orientation for newcomers, and if we must be honest, I am arguably the most free at this establishment, so dedicating some time to train new recruits is hardly a burden. Oh, I see. Veronica nodded in understanding. Then let me first take you on a tour of the core area to familiarize you with the daily management of inmates, and afterward, I will explain your responsibilities and various posts. As we are nearing work hours, as Aiden rose from his chair, he led Veronica towards the core area. Upon their arrival, the section chief, Flanda, was directing the inmates in formation. Warden. Upon seeing Aiden personally arrive for inspection, Flanda and the other guards saluted him, to which Aiden acknowledged with a nod. Flanda then glanced at Veronica, who stood behind Aiden. Is the newcomer transferring to our section? Welcome. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Veronica replied politely, returning the salute. To think that an inmate I once managed could one day become a colleague, after over a decade as a guard, this is a first for me, Flanda remarked with a teasing tone. Perhaps it is best we leave those past events unspoken, Veronica said with a wry smile. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at the memory of her past hostility toward Aiden and Flanda while incarcerated. Now that the incident had passed, they all tacitly agreed to move on. Following Aiden's revelation of the truth, Flanda had shown her a bit more consideration. All right, let us proceed with the roll call. Aiden gestured. Flanda led her team down the corridor to begin counting heads. Aside from holidays, inmates must report for work at this time each day, attending to various tasks, Aiden explained to Veronica. At that time, you were a death row inmate, so you were not required to work. Do inmates actually get holidays? Veronica inquired. Somewhat surprised. Yes, they retain basic rights. Inmates work long hours, and life in prison can be quite oppressive. If they are subjected to excessive pressure for prolonged periods, it can lead to rebellious sentiments. Then, do so many individuals need to monitor them daily? Veronica glanced back at the riot control team behind her. Other sections may not require such measures, but the core area must. Aiden paused. You can see for yourself. Veronica peered ahead, nodding silently. The core area was filled with witches whose combat prowess rivaled her own as a pure-blood werewolf. Even with their powers sealed by barriers, standing boldly among such perilous individuals without a substantial backup was indeed daunting. At that moment, Flanda's voice rang out with authority. Inmate 3307, I warn you not to cause any further disturbances. Get out of your cell immediately. Chapter 33, Training. Here we go again. Aiden sighed at the all-too-familiar scene before him. Veronica squinted her eyes, trying to discern the commotion, and recognized that Flanda was facing a cell she had once occupied. Wasn't inmate 3307 the succubus who had shared a room with her at that time? Oh dear. Chief Warden, I genuinely feel unwell today. My head aches. Indeed, the familiar voice of her roommate resonated throughout the chamber. That individual remained unchanged, seizing every opportunity to engage in nonsensical banter with the guards whenever they cohabited. You have shared living quarters with Fayer for half a month. You must have encountered this situation before. Haven't you? Aiden gestured towards that direction. Come, consider this a practical test. Coax that individual out. Understood. Without hesitation, Veronica accepted the command and strode forward with confidence. At that moment, Flanda was preparing to caution Fayer, but Veronica arrived beside her, softly uttering, Warden, allow me to handle this. Flanda looked at her in astonishment, exchanged glances with Aiden nearby, and immediately grasped the situation, nodding in agreement. Very well. Give it a try. Veronica positioned herself at the cell door, where Fayer lay cocooned in her blanket, oblivious to her presence. Inmate 3307, you claim to be unwell, correct? Veronica initiated the conversation. Huh. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Fayer turned her head from the bed. Sis, why are you back again? Did you get into trouble? Mind your words. Open your eyes and see clearly. Veronica replied impassively. Only then did Fayer notice the prison guard uniform adorning Veronica. No way, you actually work here now. She suddenly beamed. That's wonderful. Just remember our past connection and take good care of me. Spare me the flattery. Get to work. Veronica cut her off before she could continue. Fayer immediately began to throw a tantrum. Oh dear. I'm not feeling well. Is that so? Very well. Then you won't work today. Veronica interrupted before Fayer could finish. I'll carry you to see the doctor right now. But let me be clear. If the doctor confirms your ailment, all will be well. However, if the doctor declares you're perfectly fine, I shall pluck every single hair from your head. You're joking, right? Fayer chuckled nervously. I am not jesting. Veronica maintained her stern demeanor, raising a hand to press her knuckles together. Or shall I start plucking a few strands now to convince you? I suddenly feel much better. Let's just go to work. Fayer flipped out of bed, hastily folding her blanket and exiting the cell in formation. Veronica turned around to see Flanda nodding at her with evident approval. Well done, newcomer. A promising future awaits. Veronica smiled in return. During her time in the prison, she had closely observed how guards dealt with persistent inmates and had gleaned a few techniques. Well done, Aiden approached to commend her. In prison, many inmates resort to feigning illness, even with habitual malingerers. One must exercise caution, for should a genuine medical emergency arise, it could become quite troublesome. Of course, one must not be overly lenient, lest the inmates take advantage. Veronica nodded, watching as Flanda directed the guards to escort inmates to various work areas. She scanned the surrounding cells again, unexpectedly noticing that a few inmates still lingered, yet the guards paid them no mind. Sir, are all those remaining in their cells death row inmates? She inquired of Aiden. No. Not all inmates on death row or the ill are exempt from work. Some inmates lack the capacity for labor and are also excused from work, Aiden explained, pointing towards cell number 3. For instance, that individual, the lunatic Hello in cell 3, is mentally unstable and unfit for ordinary tasks. She generally remains confined to her cell. Veronica followed his gaze and saw a disheveled woman standing before the cell door, muttering to herself while repeatedly banging her head against the bars, her expression shifting between laughter and tears, evoking a sense of dread. That is truly unsettling, Veronica remarked. Indeed, this lunatic is a priestess of a cult, reportedly having experienced a mental connection with her deity, leading her to lose her sanity upon hearing its voice. Aiden nodded. While she cannot work and is troublesome to care for, she proves quite useful. If an inmate acts out, merely threatening to place her in the same room as Hello usually suffices to bring them to heel. Yes, I've witnessed that before. Veronica recalled Aiden threatening the thief Catherine and the pirate Anna. Moreover, you must be cautious. She possesses a unique ability to reflect physical harm. Should she cause a ruckus, do not resort to violent suppression. Simply restrain her with binding methods, Aiden added. Essentially, inmates in the core area often harbor exceptional skills or peculiar traits. I will compile a list for you shortly. Oh, little sister, do you remember me? At that moment, the witch Diley from cell 12 leaned against the door, greeting Veronica. A bit bewildered, Veronica nodded. She recalled that this witch had subdued her with magic during her own moments of madness in prison. Inmate 3110. Diley, a witch skilled in summoning demons, classified as a red alert level criminal. Exercise caution, Aiden introduced her. How unfair. You make me sound like some dangerous beast, Diley protested to Aiden. Does she not have to work either? Veronica whispered. She is one of my specially selected exemplary inmates assisting me in managing the core area's other inmates. I assign her various tasks, Aiden clarified. Selecting inmates to oversee other inmates? Veronica's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, it is the most efficient method, Aiden affirmed. I am the loyal hound of the Warden, Diley chuckled, waving at Veronica, unabashedly proud. I played a significant role in helping you, dear sister. You should thank me. Do not flatter yourself, if we must be honest. I've contributed far more, Aiden remarked, gesturing with his thumb towards cell 11. Veronica instinctively followed Aiden's gesture to cell 11, where she saw a young girl curled up against the wall, resting by the bed. Such a young child is imprisoned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing Veronica's exclamation, Aiden merely glanced at her with calm indifference. She has always lived next door? You only just noticed? Veronica stared in shock at the girl huddled in the cell. During her time as a death row inmate, she had never paid attention to the other prisoners. Back then, she had no desire to interact with these criminals, so she had never realized a girl so young was confined next door. Appearing no older than 13 or 14, donned in the smallest prison uniform, with bandages wrapped around her face and hands. The girl sensed Veronica's gaze, turned her head, and her expression was as tranquil as a still pond. "Is there something you need?" "No." Veronica instinctively shook her head. The girl mechanically turned her face back to the wall opposite the bed. Veronica felt an uncanny aura emanating from this girl, her demeanor devoid of any warmth, exuding an extreme calm that seemed to strip away all emotion. Akin to a machine. Her situation is quite unique. She is not of working age, yet she is also one of the inmates assisting me, so she does not have to work, but must regularly undergo corrective education. With someone arriving to take her to class at 8:30 each day, Aiden explained to Veronica. The prison laws in this world were not particularly detailed and lacked institutions specifically for juvenile offenders. Managing young offenders like Ivan Shaw posed a challenge for most prison administrators. However, for Aiden, it was not a particularly daunting task, given his past experiences to draw upon. "She assists you in your duties? What can such a young child possibly do?" Veronica was taken aback. "Do not underestimate her. This child is my ace enforcer." Aiden smiled. Veronica was momentarily stunned. "An enforcer? She is a red alert level felon." Aiden nodded. "Have you heard of the Blighted Blood Reaper? Who was apprehended by the Inquisition 2 years ago?" "Of course, isn't that an S-class wanted criminal?" "Indeed, that is her," Aiden stated nonchalantly. Veronica gawked at Aiden, and after a few seconds, he nodded at her. "It is true. This time." Veronica's expression solidified in shock. During her time as a knight, she had heard of the moniker Blighted Blood Reaper. The Blighted Blood Reaper was reputedly recognized as the king of assassins in the underworld, becoming active approximately 4 years ago. In less than 2 years, the death toll attributed to him exceeded 100, all high-ranking officials, wealthy individuals, or other top-tier criminals. He accomplished numerous legendary assassinations single-handedly, leading to bounties of ludicrous proportions being placed on his head. About 2 years ago, the Inquisition announced that their elite forces had captured the Blighted Blood Reaper, yet all records pertaining to him were sealed, leaving most people to believe that he had been secretly executed. While some considered him merely an urban legend fabricated for entertainment, Veronica could never have imagined that the legendary king of assassins was in the very prison to which she had been assigned. And moreover, that he was merely a child. "When I was helping you with your case previously, she assisted quite a bit as well. I shall refrain from divulging further details. If you wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could buy her something to eat, but do ensure that no other inmates witness this." Aiden whispered discreetly in Veronica's ear. "All right, let us proceed to the next location." After departing the core area, Aiden led Veronica to the work zone where inmates participated in labor. This is where the inmates work. Our prison has 3 sections. One is a textile workshop, another is a horticultural area for cultivating flowers, and the last is dedicated to assembling children's toys that we primarily supply a portion of the flower shops and garment workshops in Silversmith City. A prison that engages in business? Veronica was taken aback, as it was her first encounter with such matters. Indeed, every prison has its own industries. The Thorny Iron Prison, for instance, has a quarry and a carpentry workshop, with hundreds to thousands of inmates. They are a valuable labor force. It would be unreasonable to allow them to remain idle, for they did not come to prison for a holiday. By having them work, we can not only subsidize some of the prison's operational costs, but also provide some of the more idle inmates with the opportunity to learn a trade and gain work experience. In addition to the work in the various sections, cleaning and assorted tasks are also the responsibility of the inmates. Veronica nodded, beginning to observe the conditions in the textile workshop. The small workshop housed around 50 workstations, with inmates seated before sewing machines, their movements synchronized, while only 2 guards monitored their activities. On workdays, inmates line up to begin work at 7, start around 7:30, and finish at 4:30. Overtime is common, and the schedule after work is similar to what you have experienced before, designated meal times, outdoor exercise, showers, and the remainder of the time can be spent in their rooms or applying to visit the reading room at 8:30 in the evening. A head count is conducted, and lights out is at 9. Aiden explained the workday arrangements for the inmates in one breath. "I understand," Veronica responded swiftly. Having spent time in a prison herself, aside from the specifics of work, she had first-hand experience with the other scheduled details. In the textile section, there are typically 2 supervisory posts for each workshop, should any issues arise. One handles it while the other remains on watch. Every hour, inmates are organized in batches for restroom breaks, and there is a 1-hour lunch and outdoor break at noon. After finishing his explanation, Aiden turned and waved his hand. Now, let us visit other work areas, and I will point out some important details for each position. They left the textile section and entered the main building of the prison. Preparing to visit other work areas, as they walked down the corridor, they encountered an elderly inmate, shackled and escorted by 2 guards. "Ah, Warden, what a coincidence," the old man greeted Aiden with a warm smile. Inmate 1081. "Oh right, you're going out today," Aiden recalled, nodding, and then tipped his hat to the elderly man. "Safe travels." Thank you. Thank you." The old man nodded and glanced at Veronica. "The young lady looks unfamiliar." "She's new," Aiden casually replied. "Quite lovely." "Indeed," the old man remarked, his eyes narrowing in a smile. "Young lady, do be diligent in your work." "Yes, thank you," Veronica nodded, slightly dazed. "Well, time is of the essence. You should be on your way." Aiden gestured toward the other end of the corridor. "Indeed." "Farewell, Warden." The elderly man bowed his head to Aiden and walked away slowly with the guards. Chapter 35. The gourmet inmate. As the old man receded into the distance, Veronica quietly inquired of Aiden, "Is that inmate being released? He seemed rather amiable. What crime did he commit?" Aiden turned to her, casting a sidelong glance before speaking after a moment of silence. "He is not being released. He is a death row inmate. Today is the day of his execution." Veronica was momentarily taken aback. When the old man had mentioned farewell, she hadn't given it much thought. After all, whether from the inmate or the guards overseeing them, no one would wish for them to return once they left the prison, and even the term farewell could be deemed a fitting expression in this context. That old woman previously resided in the southern suburbs of the city, renting her house to others, gaining their trust only to poison and kill them, subsequently seizing their possessions. She employed this method to murder 6 individuals, and it can be said she deserved her fate. Eliciting no sympathy whatsoever, Aiden calmly explained. Unlike you, her apprehension was based on irrefutable evidence, and she confessed on the spot. Veronica remained in shock. "But she looks nothing like the type, right?" Aiden seamlessly interjected. "Indeed. Many inmates here appear unassuming, yet you will find such individuals everywhere. The human heart is inscrutable. Thus, remember, the most crucial lesson here is not to trust inmates indiscriminately. Those wrongfully accused, like yourself, are a rare breed in this place." Veronica fell silent, the revelation profoundly impacting her. Aiden then took her to tour other work areas where inmates were laboring and introduced her to various facilities within the prison. Soon, they arrived at the lunch hour, and Aiden led her to the staff cafeteria. "During work hours, must one eat only in the cafeteria?" Veronica cautiously inquired. "Yes, guards are generally not permitted to leave the prison during working hours." Aiden reflected for a moment before adding, "except for me." "Is that even compliant with the rules?" Veronica regarded Aiden with suspicion. "The regulation states that leaving one's post during work hours requires reporting to a superior. But I have no superior here. I report to myself," Aiden replied with a smile. "I must eat in the cafeteria," Veronica sighed. "You seem quite disappointed," Aiden observed with interest. "In my previous role as a mounted officer, I could eat outside while on duty," Veronica admitted, no longer concealing her feelings. Whether in the police academy or the force, the cafeteria food was abysmal. "You need not worry about that. Our cafeteria is quite decent," Aiden asserted confidently. 5 minutes later, Aiden and Veronica sat across from each other, each with their meals. "There seems to be a plethora of dishes I have never seen before," Veronica remarked with a look of curiosity at the contents of her plate. "What is this pile drenched in red sauce?" "That is sweet and sour pork tenderloin, made by marinating the tenderloin, coating it in flour, eggs, and breadcrumbs, frying it in hot oil, and then stir-frying it with a sauce made from fruit vinegar, tomato paste, and sugar," Aiden explained. Veronica cautiously speared a piece of meat and brought it to her mouth. "Delicious," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment at this unfamiliar culinary technique. "And what is this dish?" "Kung Pao chicken." "What?" Veronica did not comprehend the name of the dish. "Essentially, it's a dish made by stir-frying diced chicken and peanuts with a variety of spices. You should give it a try," Aiden encouraged her. Veronica switched to a spoon, scooping a spoonful of the dish into her mouth, and was immediately taken aback. "How did the chefs here come up with such remarkable dishes?" "I taught them," Aiden replied. "Were you previously a chef?" "Sir?" Veronica asked, her eyes wide in surprise. "No, I merely know the recipes." "And where did you learn them?" "A secret," Aiden smiled. In his past life, humanity's culinary arts had already experienced globalization and market testing, although he was not a professional chef. He could recall many well-known recipes from memory as a competent traveler. Upon arriving in this new world, he was determined to promote the culinary arts from his previous world. After all, embarking on a new life in this realm necessitated satisfying his culinary cravings. The level of development in this world was not particularly backward, yet when compared, the culinary experiences of the common folk appeared rather meager. The street restaurants were tolerable, offering both home-cooked meals and gourmet dishes. But the cafeteria's mass-produced meals were deplorable, serving little more than the bare minimum to stave off hunger. Since Aiden's appointment as warden, the prison cafeteria underwent a transformation. He compiled a selection of recipes utilizing available ingredients and spices in this world, teaching them to the chefs here. While this effort merely elevated the meals to the standard of an average cafeteria from his previous life, it represented a significant improvement, and for the inhabitants of this world, these dishes added an element of novelty and flavor. It is worth noting that when Aiden first dined in this world's unit cafeteria, his heart was filled with reluctance at the sight of a plate containing dry bread, a few slices of smoked meat, and a lump of bean paste. The enhancements in the prison cafeteria also raised the standard of inmate meals, although the food quality would never match that of the guards. It was a vast improvement compared to the past, when a single plate contained merely a piece of bread and 2 or 3 lumps of unidentifiable, oddly colored mush, a side effect. Inmate discipline saw a notable improvement. Previous disturbances triggered by dissatisfaction with meals had become a thing of the past. Fights over plates and utensils in the cafeteria had ceased entirely since Aiden's tenure began. By the way, sir, what is that in your hand? Veronica suddenly asked. Is this what you're referring to? Aiden inquired, gently shaking the 2 slender wooden sticks in his hand. The utensils I am accustomed to using are called chopsticks. Is there a problem with that? Do such things truly work? Veronica asked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him. Of course, they are quite effective, Aiden replied, deftly demonstrating by picking up some food from his bowl for her to see. How fascinating, Veronica remarked. Glancing around, I see many guards using the same utensils as you. Did they learn from you? Indeed. If you were to join us for a hot pot meal one day, you would undoubtedly wish to learn as well. Hot pot? What is that? You'll have the opportunity to experience it during a group meal someday. I assure you, you will enjoy it. Veronica nodded, feeling grateful for her transfer to this place. She looked again at the contents of Aiden's bowl, blinking in curiosity. This is the first time I've seen noodles served in soup. What ingredients are in there? Pickled sauerkraut and pig intestines, Aiden replied. What kind of intestines are those? I've never seen such a thing, Veronica said, pointing at a circular piece of the organ meat. Why not try a piece? Aiden suggested with a mysterious smile, using his unused chopsticks to offer her a piece. Veronica, intrigued, placed it in her mouth, chewed twice, and then widened her eyes in surprise. I've never tasted anything like this. What part is it from? I'll tell you later. If you wish to try more, you can order it from that window. What is it called? Pig intestine noodles, Aiden replied with a knowing smile. Based on his experience, he decided it was better not to disclose that what she had just eaten was pig large intestine. Convincing the kitchen staff to handle such ingredients had taken considerable effort. Chapter 36. Trivial skills in the afternoon. During recreation time, Aiden took Veronica outdoors, where they observed the inmates enjoying their time in the yard through the iron bars. The inmates wandered about in small groups, or lazily squatted to chat. Inmates have approximately half an hour of recreation time after meals, which is extended on rest days. Each yard is monitored by 2 guards, with an additional guard stationed in the watchtower, armed with firearms. During this period, the riot squad patrols nearby, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Aiden explained to Veronica about the management of inmates during recreation. It feels as though this yard is shrouded by something, Veronica remarked, looking up and noticing a hemispherical barrier enveloping the entire area. That is an alchemical barrier that suppresses magical abilities, similar to the one in the core area. This small yard is designated for inmates from the core area, and they are managed separately from those in the general population. Inmates from the core area pose a greater danger to others, and some have a strong influence over the general inmates, making it risky to mix them together, Aiden elaborated. Inmates are categorized into 4 security levels, distinguished by color-coded badges and uniforms, ranging from white to red. This classification is based on the inmates' perceived danger and cooperation levels. Those in the core area are typically either yellow or red. At that moment, a female inmate spotted Aiden standing by the railing and approached him with a mischievous grin. Veronica, quick to notice her, immediately became alert. However, The female inmate proceeded to perform an unexpected act, facing Aiden. She suddenly lifted her prison uniform, only to drop it back down in an instant. With an audacious expression, she stuck her tongue out at Aiden, exclaiming, "Hey, Warden, here's your treat. Is it getting hard? Too bad you can see it, but can't touch it." Ha! The nearby inmates joined in with laughter. Veronica cautiously glanced at her superior, unsure of how he would react. Such behavior was a blatant provocation, yet it left one unsure of how to respond. Aiden feigned confusion, squinting at the female inmate for a moment before suddenly speaking in a stern voice. "What is going on here? How did male inmates get mixed in with us?" As soon as he finished, the provocative inmate's expression froze, and the others momentarily looked bewildered, only to erupt in laughter. Aiden then appeared to recognize her, nodding in realization while waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's you? Inmate 3319. Then it's nothing to worry about." The surrounding inmates laughed even harder, while inmate 3319's face turned a deep shade of embarrassment. "What the hell? Are you blind? I have breasts, you idiot. Open your eyes and see," she yelled, preparing to lift her uniform again. At that moment, a guard, having noticed the commotion, blew his whistle. "Inmate 3319, do you think the guards are just standing around, causing trouble here? Do you want to get shot?" the guard warned loudly, while another guard in the watchtower aimed a gun in their direction. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and inmate 3319 halted her actions. She had merely intended to provoke Aiden for fun and to establish her dominance among the inmates, never intending to gamble with her life against the guard's authority. "Don't gather in a crowd. What are you doing? If you enjoy crowding so much, how about squeezing into a solitary confinement cell?" The guard threatened the other inmates lingering nearby. Quickly, they dispersed, and inmate 3319 stormed off in frustration, muttering curses under her breath about the warden and the guards. Just a trivial display, self-inflicted humiliation," Aiden scoffed with a smirk. "Are there many inmates like that?" Veronica couldn't help but recall the chaotic scenes she had witnessed during Aiden's inspections of the core area. Such behavior is rarely seen among the general population, but there are quite a few in the core area. New inmates often harbor strong antagonism towards authority figures and will go to great lengths to humiliate and provoke the guards. How should such situations be handled? Veronica sought her superior's advice. It depends on the circumstances. Most can be addressed by adhering strictly to the rules. If it doesn't constitute a violation, simply ignore them. Once they realize they are merely seeking attention, they will naturally tone it down. However, some inmates may become more defiant the more they are warned or punished, so it becomes necessary to humble them a bit, to prick their pride and diminish their bravado. Employing nonviolent methods to embarrass them in front of others can effectively convey that opposing the guards only leads to self-humiliation. Many inmates are indifferent to punishment. Instead, they believe it enhances their reputation among peers. They often care more about face-saving, and humiliating them is more effective than simply punishing them. That sounds quite challenging. These are merely tips gleaned from experience. You don't need to memorize every detail at the outset. Simply managing according to the established rules is sufficient. There's no need to tame every inmate. Just maintaining order within the prison is enough. Moreover, not all new inmates possess such a disposition, Aiden remarked, gazing at the yard. Just then, a tall female inmate approached along the track, smiling as she nodded at Aiden. "Good afternoon, Warden." Aiden returned her nod, watching her pass by before turning to Veronica. "She is a new inmate who arrived yesterday. Occasionally, there are those who are compliant right from the start. However, one must remain vigilant, as inmates from the core area can be quite dangerous." Veronica nodded, continuing to scan the yard when she suddenly noticed Evangeline sitting in a corner, hunched over and intently observing the ground. "What is that child doing all alone?" Veronica casually inquired. "She is observing ants. It's her interest," Aiden replied. "Is she always by herself?" "Yes, indeed. The other inmates find it difficult to relate to her. Especially considering," Aiden paused, "she is known as the Blight Blood Reaper. Do not forget the origin of her title. A single drop of her blood can easily poison an adult, and there is no antidote. Although she has undergone some purification treatment, she still poses a significant danger. To be honest, I feel a bit apprehensive when I approach her. However, you should not worry too much. Werewolves possess a higher resistance to toxins than ordinary people." "Honestly, I still find it hard to believe," Veronica said, staring blankly. "It's true. Even if the Inquisition were to find a scapegoat, they could not possibly choose someone so outrageous. She is indeed the genuine Blight Blood Reaper," Aiden said solemnly. "She has been groomed by a killer organization since birth, crafted into a lethal weapon. Chapter 37. The Ant Queen in the evening. Within the Warden's office, Aiden stated, "In summary, that's about it. If you join the riot squad, your work monitoring the factory will likely remain unchanged. Typically, you will only be needed during recreation or work shifts." Aiden handed Veronica 2 documents. This one contains the new internal management regulations I've established for the prison, and this one is the inmates' treatment hierarchy, which I also formulated. Please review them when you return. Understood. Veronica replied with a serious salute as she accepted the documents. By the way, are you able to work the night shift? Aiden asked earnestly. Yes. In fact, I am quite accustomed to working nights, Veronica smiled. Werewolves possess certain physiological traits of nocturnal animals, granting them excellent night vision, yet they are more sensitive to bright light. They tend to feel more energetic at night, enjoying the moonlight while being averse to intense sunlight. During her time in the mounted police, she frequently worked the night shift. That's wonderful. Aiden clapped his hands joyfully. In fact, the night shift is considerably less hectic than the day shift. Yet we still face a shortage of personnel. Many guards refuse to work nights, particularly those with families. He glanced at the duty roster. So, starting the day after tomorrow, you'll be on duty at 5 in the afternoon. Is that acceptable? No problem, she replied. Since you reported in this morning, you can clock in now. I appreciate your hard work today. It is I who should be grateful to you. Veronica smiled. Aiden nodded and observed Veronica, only to realize she showed no intention of leaving the office. Is something the matter? Do you have any further questions? Aiden inquired. Well, Veronica hesitated. I find myself rather concerned about inmate 3201, the Blighted Blood Reaper. Ah. No wonder you seemed somewhat distracted this afternoon. Well then, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Aiden straightened his posture. What exactly is her situation? How old is she? Veronica asked earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Aiden's eyes. Don't look at me like that. The truth is, no one knows. Even she cannot disclose her own age, but based on her interrogation and examination results at the time of her capture, she was likely no older than 12. So, you mean to say she hasn't even turned 14 yet? Question mark. Veronica's eyes widened. Initially, she had suspected that Ivantia might be a few years older than her appearance suggested, considering that the infamous master assassin of the underworld was merely a child just past the age of 10. It was simply unbelievable, yes. Which is why she cannot be sentenced to death. Otherwise, given the Blighted Blood Reaper's record of murders, who knows how many death sentences she would face? How could she have become like this? Veronica furrowed her brow. I recall you mentioning that she was nurtured by an assassin organization from birth. Could mere training achieve such a level? She had heard of the Blighted Blood Reaper's notorious reputation. Rumors claimed she could alter her appearance at will, possessed master-level hand-to-hand combat skills, and wielded the strength to easily snap an adult's neck. Furthermore, she was said to be proficient with nearly all lethal weapons, including firearms, blades, whips, ropes, sticks, hidden weapons, and explosives. What was even more terrifying was the rumor that her blood carried a deadly toxin. A single drop on a weapon could make even a superficial cut fatal. Veronica could hardly fathom what sort of training could enable a child to reach such heights in just a few years. Indeed, she was cultivated as a tool by the assassin organization. However, her experience encompassed more than mere training. It included numerous inhumane experiments, Aiden stated with a stoic expression. What kind of experiments? I'm afraid I cannot divulge the specifics. The Inquisition does possess some intelligence, but it is all classified. Essentially, it involves the consumption and injection of alchemical potions, along with signing demonic contracts. Her superhuman strength, transformative abilities, and toxic blood characteristics all stem from this. Yet the cost is substantial. Cost. Veronica was taken aback. After a moment of silence, Aiden continued. Her sense of taste is impaired, she feels no pain, has memory deficits concerning certain specific matters, and her lifespan is limited, according to medical evaluations. Even with ongoing blood purification treatments, she likely has no more than 20 years left, unless there are breakthroughs in medical science. Veronica gasped. What kind of organization could be so cruel? Meanwhile, at the prison yard, inmates from the core area, having finished dinner, were released in batches to breathe fresh air while waiting for their showers. Ivantia was among them. Once again returning to the spot she had occupied that afternoon, crouching down to search for traces of ants. Having recently discovered what seemed to be an anthill nearby, she quickly spotted a line of ants, and at the end of their procession, she unexpectedly found a butterfly with broken wings, covered in a dense swarm of ants. The butterfly appeared to be alive, yet it was clearly on the brink of death. Unable to struggle against the ants' relentless assault, its damaged wings occasionally fluttering weakly. Just as Ivantia was engrossed in the scene, someone spoke to her from behind. "Are you observing the ants?" Ivantia turned to see a tall female inmate bending down, smiling at her, a stranger who seemed to have recently arrived. Ivantia acknowledged, turning her face away. The inmate's initiative took her slightly aback. Such interactions were rare in this prison. Nevertheless, the female inmate persisted. Though ants are small, they are among the most formidable killers in the insect world. Nearly all insects that find themselves swarmed by ants meet their demise. Ivantia remained silent. But the inmate continued, "I've heard that all ants in a colony are born from the same queen. Yet to the queen, these offspring are merely tools." The inmate paused, then spoke nostalgically, "You still love this as much as before." Fan and I. Upon hearing this name, Ivantia jerked her head around, staring intently at the inmate. In her memory, only one person had ever called her by that nickname. The inmate wore a tender smile, squinting her eyes as she said to Ivantia, "It has been 2 years. You've grown a bit." It was as if the fragmented pieces of her memory were being forcibly reconnected. Ivantia felt something stirring within her mind, merging with the seemingly unfamiliar face and voice before her. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Mom. She stared blankly at the person in front of her. Chapter 38. The Children of May Liginu. The Children of May Liginu? Veronica's expression was one of surprise. Yes. The S-level wanted criminal May Liginu, known in the Inquisition's archives by the codename Queen Ant. May Liginu is her alias in the underworld, a name that has been active for nearly 2 decades. On the surface, she serves as a liaison for assassin contracts. However, in reality, all the assassins under her command have been trained by her since childhood. She considers herself their mother. These assassins are collectively referred to as the Children of May Liginu. The Blighted Blood Reaper, Ivantia, is one among them. Aiden recounted, searching his mind for information related to Ivantia from the Inquisition's records. This May Liginu, did she adopt orphans to train them as assassins? Veronica pressed for clarification. The origins of the children remain unclear. She may have adopted them through various channels, or even abducted them. Some rumors suggest that a portion of the children are her biological offspring. In any case, she brainwashes these children from a young age, subjects them to human experiments to enhance their abilities, and meticulously instills in them the skills of assassination, using them as pawns to establish her foothold in the underworld. Aiden explained. Are the other children all like inmate 3201? No, May Liginu has trained many assassins, but only Ivantia is her magnum opus. While the other captured children, known as the Children of May Liginu, are competent assassins, they pale in comparison to Ivantia's exceptional skills, according to alchemists and medical experts. The survival rate among those subjected to the same human experiments as Ivantia is unlikely to exceed 5%, indicating that a considerable investment of resources was necessary to achieve such results. Moreover, logically speaking, if there were to be another Blighted Blood Reaper, they would have already made a name for themselves in the underworld following Ivantia's capture. How can such a person still be at large? Veronica struggled to contain her anger. Unfortunately, yes, she remains quite alive and well. The Inquisition has been unable to gather any detailed intelligence on her. We can only rely on informants to collect peripheral information. Aiden sighed. How could there be absolutely no intelligence? If she considers herself the mother of those children she raised, they should know her well, Veronica pondered. Could it be that inmate 3201 simply refuses to speak? Aiden shook his head. It's not that she doesn't want to speak. Rather, she cannot. What do you mean? Veronica was perplexed. The Inquisition possesses a method of confidentiality through demonic contracts. Once an individual with access to classified information voluntarily signs such a contract, any attempt to disclose secrets to unauthorized persons results in immediate harm. If they attempt to speak, their tongue could split. If they try to write, their fingers may break. In the most severe cases, it could lead to the signer's heart rupturing. May Liginu wields similar methods, and her techniques are even more sophisticated. What kind of techniques? Her dark magic can erase the memories of assassins. If an assassin attempts to divulge information related to her, any impressions they have of her will be forgotten, not completely erased, but temporarily lost. Have you ever misplaced something momentarily, only to find you can't recall where you placed it? Of course, Veronica readily admitted. Most people have experienced something similar. Just moments ago, a situation that had occurred now seemed to fade into vague impressions that were impossible to recall. It's akin to that sensation. Her dark magic can obliterate the impressions of the spellcaster in the minds of others, activating only when they try to reveal information connected to the caster. Once the spell takes effect, the individual afflicted will experience a specific memory impairment regarding the caster's information. They will feel a vague impression, but will be utterly unable to recall any details. Even if the caster stands before them again, they would not be able to identify them, unless the caster chooses to lift the enchantment. Aiden elucidated. In that case, is the child not entirely a victim? Veronica's gaze fell. The plight of Avanza was more tragic than she had imagined. Victim, indeed. One could certainly argue that. Aiden concurred with this assessment. From birth, she had been groomed as a mere tool for the assassination organization. Forced to endure human experimentation, her body marred with countless wounds, her emotions and identity erased, her hands stained with blood, ultimately becoming the king of assassins in the underworld, only to be imprisoned, though she still clung to life. Her existence had been utterly obliterated. What was the verdict on the child's sentence? Veronica inquired cautiously. The judgment rendered by the tribunal was an indeterminate sentence. Aiden replied slowly. Indeterminate sentence? It means that the tribunal sets a range for the punishment. And then based on periodic observations and reports from the prison, the sentence is adjusted accordingly within that range. Aiden explained, the range given to her by the tribunal starts at 8 years. But there is no upper limit. So, does this mean that after 8 years, if she behaves well, she might have a chance for release? Aiden remained silent for a long moment before responding. Literally, that is indeed the implication. But that applies only to ordinary offenders. In reality, this is merely a play on words by the tribunal. The true intention of the tribunal is to condemn her to life imprisonment. What? Veronica's eyes widened in astonishment. At the time of her sentencing, she was far too young for the tribunal to impose a harsh penalty directly, which is why they chose this approach. In truth, even if 8 years pass and she behaves impeccably, without a single misstep, should I submit a report recommending her release, it would undoubtedly be rejected. Aiden gazed into Veronica's eyes, stating, it is nearly impossible for her to be released from this prison. Why must it be this way? She is a victim herself, Veronica protested. Yet her danger is an undeniable reality. She is a skilled assassin, with a heart accustomed to taking lives. For her, killing is as natural as breathing. Hand her a pencil knife, and she could easily eliminate half of the inmates in the core area. Moreover, she is not yet 14 and will continue to grow, thus increasing her threat level. Aiden spread his hands. Such an individual. How could the tribunal ever consider releasing her? Her confinement in this prison is not primarily due to her guilt, but rather because she poses an immense danger. Veronica found herself momentarily at a loss for words. I recall you once mentioning that you are an orphan, treated differently throughout your life due to your werewolf heritage. Aiden crossed his arms. Are you sympathizing with her because you relate to your own experiences? Veronica remained silent, merely lowering her head. Aiden had indeed hit the mark when she had seen Avanza huddled alone in the corner at noon. She was reminded of her own isolation in the orphanage, forced to play alone. That child is different from you. While your origins may be somewhat tragic, you still have opportunities. Aiden spoke slowly, but that child was born without such chances. Chapter 39. You truly are capable. The following day, Veronica arrived at the Rose Iron prison for work as usual. After clocking in, she headed directly to the changing room, placing her personal belongings in a locker before removing her clothes to don her uniform. A young female guard changing clothes at the adjacent locker glanced over at her, suddenly widening her eyes. Oh, Miss Wolfie, your locker is right next to mine. Ah, yes, indeed. The unexpected address caused Veronica to momentarily falter in her response. She looked at the colleague beside her and felt a slight familiarity, yet she could not recall where she had seen her before. It was only her second day working at the prison. Having spent the previous day following Aiden around, and while she had encountered a few guards from the core area, she was uncertain if she had crossed paths with this individual, given the other woman's demeanor. It was evident she recognized Veronica, and if she had introduced herself but Veronica could not remember, it would be quite awkward. Fortunately, the female guard quickly noticed Veronica's discomfort and smiled at her. You probably don't remember me. Do you? I'm Isabella. I work in the surveillance post of the core area, overseeing inmate recreation and bathing. It was I who called for assistance to restrain you during your altercation in the shower. Oh, nice to meet you, senior. Veronica greeted her politely, shaking hands. No, just call me by my name. I've only been here for 3 months as well. Unlike you, with your rank transferred here, your position will surely be higher once assigned. Isabella nudged her with her elbow. I might need to rely on you to look out for me later. You're too kind. Veronica nodded, not particularly adept at interpersonal interactions. However, she did not find the colleagues' warm greeting off-putting. It seemed that guards in the core area, dealing daily with various dangerous inmates, would likely not harbor any particular reservations about her werewolf heritage. I noticed you were with the warden yesterday. Yes. He was conducting my orientation. I was in the same position. Isabella nodded. Thank goodness for such a big shot looking out for me. To be honest, when I was assigned to Rose Iron Prison, I felt utterly hopeless. I had heard that this prison was chaotic, with former wardens even killed by riotous inmates. Yet, upon arriving, I found it surprisingly manageable, and the cafeteria food is quite good. Indeed, I feel the same, Veronica replied politely. At that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted from behind them. Of course, you find it easy now. You have no idea how troublesome it was during the initial reforms. Both women turned to see a female guard in her 30s. With a buzz cut, standing behind them, casting a sidelong glance as she slipped into her uniform. It's just the new warden trying to make a name for himself. He doesn't care whether you lot can adapt or not. Only you young ladies think he's doing well. Isabella remained silent, feeling slightly uncomfortable with the sudden intrusion. However, given that the other woman was a more seasoned guard, provoking her would likely lead to trouble. In contrast, Veronica showed no inclination to coddle the older guard. After staring at her for a moment, she retorted, "At least he has achieved results. If you believe yourself superior, why haven't you been promoted?" Veronica's immediate retort left Isabella speechless. The older guard furrowed her brow. Why doesn't this newcomer understand the rules? What are you going to teach me? Veronica shot back, her naturally fierce gaze intensified, emanating a formidable presence. After a few seconds of staring contest, the older guard faltered slightly but was unwilling to lose face, sneering as she shifted her gaze away. At that moment, a head popped out from the other side of the changing area. It was Flanda, the head of the core area. She had been changing clothes at the other side and had just caught wind of the commotion. What are you all doing? Why are you making such a ruckus so early in the morning? Get back to work, she called out, casting a glance at the older guard. Megan, it's nearly time for work. Why aren't you heading to the workshop? In terms of rank, Flanda held a higher position than anyone present. And Megan, the older guard, dared not challenge her. She fastened her uniform's buttons and, without uttering a word, exited the changing room. Isabella looked at Veronica, speechless, then gave her a thumbs up. What? Veronica asked, puzzled. When I give this gesture, it means you truly are capable. Isabella said earnestly, impressive. No wonder you have even stood up to the warden. I was just a bit irritated by her unfounded provocation, Veronica admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. Don't take it personally. Megan has had a grudge against the warden for quite some time. At that moment, Flanda approached them, engaging in conversation. Warden, both Isabella and Veronica saluted in unison. Warden, why does she have an issue with the warden? Veronica asked bluntly. Megan is quite competent in her role, but she has a bit of greed. Previously, she managed a standard block, where the prison's administration was rather chaotic, and her position offered her plenty of opportunities for personal gain. In the workshop, she would allow inmates to work overtime at her discretion and then sell off materials. When overseeing the cells, she would imply to inmates that they could bribe her to resolve issues. Flanda explained slowly. Now that the new warden has taken office, he requires transparency in the workshop's finances and has transferred her to the core area, where she can no longer profit, naturally leading her to harbor resentment towards the warden. Why keep someone like that around? Veronica frowned. There is no choice. The prison is lacking personnel, Flanda shrugged. Moreover, it's not easy to dismiss someone in our line of work. She is quite cunning, and it's challenging to catch her in a misdeed. Veronica remained silent upon hearing this. Workplace issues exist everywhere. And compared to the cavalry unit, the atmosphere here was considerably better. Having changed her clothes, she made her way once again to Aiden's office, ready to continue her training. Have you gone through the materials I provided you with yesterday? Aiden inquired upon seeing her. I've read through everything. You may quiz me at any time, Veronica replied confidently. Oh, quite ambitious. I initially expected you would need 2 to 3 days. Aiden nodded approvingly. When you have the time, take another look at these, the inmate profiles and the list of contraband. Veronica took the documents and scanned them briefly. Although these are not as crucial as the information provided yesterday, they are still worth noting. Oh, Veronica suddenly noticed something of interest. Playing cards are also considered contraband. Indeed, they were once permitted, but later inmates began to use them for private gambling, and it escalated to alarming proportions. Hence the ban. Aiden nodded. Now, inmates are only allowed to play in the game room under the watchful eye of the guards. But, Veronica hesitated for a moment. Oh. Aiden sensed something and squinted at her. Ah. Veronica realized she had inadvertently revealed something. Very well. It seems the time has come for a surprise inspection. Aiden displayed a devious smile. Chapter 40. Surprise inspection, no, please. In the core area of the prison, a desperate cry echoed from cell number 13, where Phyllis resided. Wow. Who would have thought? Upon inspection, you have concealed so many valuable items. Aiden stood with his arms crossed, keenly observing the contraband that other guards retrieved from cell 13 and laid before him. Playing cards and dice for gambling, cosmetics, hair clips, large denominations of cash, small granules of precious metals, prohibited literature, and vibrating crystals. Phyllis's personal belongings accounted for nearly a third of the list. Had Veronica not reacted to the list earlier, Aiden would not have considered conducting a surprise inspection today. When Veronica expressed her astonishment, he surmised that Phyllis must have previously smuggled the playing cards as contraband for her own games. Traitor. I took such good care of you when we shared a cell. How could you betray me as soon as you got the position? I misjudged you. Phyllis glared at Veronica behind Aiden, loudly accusing her. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Veronica looked apologetic, feeling sympathy for Phyllis, who appeared as if she were about to write the word tragic in blood. Dawn T apologized to the inmates so casually, she brought this upon herself. Aiden turned to lecture Veronica. He then faced Phyllis, ready to speak, but Phyllis suddenly lunged at his thigh. Lord Aiden. Thankfully, Aiden had anticipated this maneuver, swiftly stepping back and grabbing Veronica's shoulder, pushing her in front of him as a shield. Before Veronica could react, Phyllis clung to her leg, nearly toppling her. TSK. Realizing she had grasped the wrong target, Phyllis immediately released Veronica and focused on Aiden again. If you come any closer, I'll leave a shoe print on your face. This time. Aiden was prepared, lifting a foot in warning. If Phyllis latched onto his leg, this obstinate individual would surely not relent easily. Phyllis immediately adopted a pitiful expression, pleading with Aiden. I didn't know these were contraband. Please show mercy and spare me this time. Willing to do anything, are we? Aiden interjected, feigning to clean his ears. I've heard that line so often my ears are about to callous over. If you're willing to do anything, then how about you follow the rules and not cause me any trouble? This is your 5th time in here. Your 5th, and you expect me to believe you didn't know these were contraband. It's true. Items confiscated. Possessions processed, cash and precious metals stored in your private vault, to be returned upon your release, and you'll serve 1 day in solitary confinement, with your treatment level downgraded. That's the deal. Aiden announced the consequences with a flat tone. No. Please, I don't want this. Why are you doing this to me? Phyllis began to throw a tantrum on the floor. Aiden, unfazed, turned to the riot squad. Take her away. 2 members of the riot squad, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, seized the still struggling Phyllis, dragging her toward the isolation room. Aiden then turned his attention to another inmate in cell 13. Inmate 3340, a recent arrival assigned to this cell. Seemingly in her 30s, tall and graceful, Veronica recognized her as the amiable female inmate who had greeted Aiden on the small playground yesterday. Warden. Upon locking eyes with Aiden, she flashed a conciliatory smile. You too. Inmate 3340. I thought you were a rule-abiding person, Aiden remarked, picking up a small glass vial containing some tablets. I am so sorry. I have rhinitis and insomnia, so I brought in a tiny bit of my usual medication. Inmate 3340 lowered her head submissively. If you're ill, you can see the prison doctor. Many here would like to feign illness to avoid work, yet you're so proactive about treating yourself. Aiden tilted his head, scrutinizing her downcast face. It must be difficult to smuggle such items in. Who helped you? I had my family secretly mix it in with my personal belongings. I'm truly sorry. I swear I won't do it again. Inmate 3340 bowed her head even lower. Aiden glanced around and noticed that many of the female inmates, having been ushered into the hallway due to the surprise inspection, were directing their attention toward this exchange. He lowered his voice, leaning in to warn Inmate 3340, your sentence seems to be only a few months. So there's no need to stir up trouble here. Don't even think about causing me any issues. Understood? Inmate 3340 glanced at Aiden, her gaze sharpening for just a moment. Yet ultimately, she nodded in compliance. I don't understand what you mean, Warden, but since I've made a mistake, I will accept any punishment. Very well. Aiden straightened up, casually handing down the verdict. The medication will be confiscated, and you'll serve 5 days in solitary confinement. Inmate 3340 raised her face, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Even Veronica was taken aback by the severity of this punishment, clearly more stringent than that imposed on Phyllis. "Do you have any objections?" Aiden asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded inmate 3340. "None." Inmate 3340 once again lowered her head obediently, then followed a guard as she departed toward the main gate. Passing by cell 11, she caught sight of Iphigenia standing in front of her cell door. Iphigenia gazed blankly at the inmate. Feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall why.it was as if she had been in a fog since last night, constantly forgetting things. How strange. Yesterday evening, on the small playground, Mama. Iphigenia's eyes widened as she recognized the woman before her, whose appearance and voice were unmistakably reminiscent of her mother. Mei Luginu, who had nurtured her. It seemed as though she had been standing there for quite some time, yet Iphigenia had only just now realized it. "Why are you here?" Iphigenia asked, bewildered, examining her mother in the prison uniform, marked with the number 3340, as if she had only recently arrived. "Of course, I'm here to rescue you, my Vani." Mei Luginu smiled affectionately. "You are my most cherished child. How could I bear to see you trapped in this prison?" "Rescue me." Iphigenia felt a sudden surge of doubt. Why? When her older siblings had been captured, her mother had remained indifferent. "While I would love to take you away immediately, preparations will take some time. Until then, please endure a little longer," Mei Luginu said, reaching out to gently stroke Iphigenia's head. "It brings me great joy just to be able to recognize you now." Iphigenia felt the same soft touch through her hair, exactly as she remembered. Then, her memories faded. When she regained her senses, there was no one left in front of her. What was I doing? She stood there, dazed. Was she lost in thought while observing the ants? She lowered her head again to see a butterfly being dismembered by ants, along with the ants returning in formation to their anthill, laden with their spoils. Chapter 41. Contraband. Why is it that the female inmate only concealed a bottle of medication, yet must serve 5 days in solitary confinement? After leaving the core area, Veronica, holding a tray filled with contraband, questioned Aiden beside her. This surprise inspection had uncovered numerous items, and most of those caught had only concealed 1 or 2 prohibited items, while Phyllis had monopolized nearly a third of the list. Yet despite this, Aiden had only sentenced her to 1 day in solitary. However, inmate 3340, who had hidden merely a bottle of pills, was met with a 5-day solitary confinement sentence, which seemed a tad biased. "Your inquiry indicates a commendable desire to seek clarity. Very good." Aiden praised Veronica before turning around. "I only showed you the list, but Haven T had the chance to explain that different contraband items carry varying degrees of danger, and correspondingly, the punishments differ in severity. The danger level of medication exceeds that of a blade." Veronica expressed her surprise. During this inspection, one inmate had been caught with a carving knife, yet even she had only received a 2-day sentence. The rules in the core area differ somewhat from those in regular zones. Tools of that nature cannot serve as weapons here. Consider this. If you were in prison and someone threatened you with a penknife, would you be afraid? Veronica pondered. "I suppose I would first break the bridge of their nose." With the overwhelming physical strength of a pure-blood werewolf, an ordinary person stands no chance, even wielding a legitimate cleaver, let alone a mere penknife. This is precisely correct. The core area is predominantly occupied by dangerous individuals, and a knife cannot stir up significant turmoil. However, that said, hazardous items must still be strictly regulated at AS for pharmaceuticals. Regardless of which prison zone they inhabit, they pose a considerable threat, as their complexities far exceed those of other contraband. What do you mean by that? Firstly, drugs can be used for poisoning and can also be ingested to feign ailments, which is more challenging to detect than using tools. Additionally, certain potions can replenish magical energy, allowing inmates in the core area, whose powers are sealed, to temporarily regain a portion of their strength. Lastly, this prison harbors many inmates who are addicted to drugs. For these individuals, certain drugs can serve not only as hard currency, but also as a means of control. It is quite coincidental that the substances brought in by inmate 3340 are addictive. Aiden spoke slowly. "Do you know why inmate 3340 was incarcerated? For what reason?" "Illegal distribution. She was selling her homemade pharmaceuticals outside." "Counterfeit drugs." Aiden shook his head. "No, they are real. The drugs she produces are genuine, including some potions with special effects, with purity surpassing those manufactured by pharmaceutical companies. However, some of the drugs she sells are controlled substances, and she possesses not a single permit." which led to her arrest and a 6-month sentence, 3 months for illegal distribution and another 3 for possession of unidentified dark magic. Is she a witch? She claims to be a wandering alchemist, but she is likely a witch, particularly one skilled in potion making. In this world, while magic is not an uncommon phenomenon, not everyone can learn it, especially dark magic, which is heavily regulated under treaties. Only military forces and armed institutions like the Inquisition can teach and utilize it under specific management. The astrology and blessings practiced by witches are not prohibited, but their involvement with dark magic and potions draws the scrutiny of the Inquisition. That a typical example within this prison is the witch Deli, who excels in summoning demons, and the necromancer Asina, who studies spirit communication and necromancy. This explains why inmate 3340 was cast into the core area. So, she is quite dangerous. Veronica seemed to grasp part of it. Did you notice how many inmates turned to look when I questioned inmate 3340? Aiden interjected suddenly. Indeed, Veronica recalled, her realization dawning. They were watching someone capable of smuggling drugs into the prison. Precisely, the regulation of drugs is stringent, yet that woman managed to bring them in, indicating she possesses some channels or means. Mixing powdered drugs into food or items and then reconstituting them through professional methods makes detection exceedingly difficult. We cannot completely prohibit the circulation of items in and out of the prison. This indicates her capability to become a drug lord here, a truly formidable resource within a prison. Aiden gestured as if counting money, a resource more valuable than currency. With it, she could cultivate her own influence within the prison. But her sentence is only 6 months, Veronica murmured softly. She found it hard to comprehend why someone who only needed to remain incarcerated for half a year would need to orchestrate such grand schemes. Even 1 month warrants vigilance, Aiden stated earnestly, especially concerning inmates in the core area. Having interacted with numerous inmates, Aiden had honed a considerable sense of professional intuition. Though it was merely a gut feeling, he sensed that the seemingly polite woman was far from ordinary. Her demeanor exuded an elusive cunning that was hard to pin down. Aiden was indifferent to the inmates' attitudes towards him. He had encountered too many who cursed his ancestors. Whether courteous or foul-mouthed, what mattered was whether they adhered to his rules. Inmate 3340 began testing the boundaries upon her arrival, which instinctively raised his guard. This surprise inspection was initially aimed at habitual offender Phil, and discovering inmate 3340 was an unexpected bonus. Thus, he issued her an initial warning followed by a 5-day confinement, both a display of authority and a probe. I understand now, Veronica nodded, her expression one of enlightenment, but suddenly posed another question. By the way, sir, why is this a contraband item? Aiden turned his head, only to be taken aback by Veronica, holding the vibrating crystal seized from Phil. I discovered it vibrates on its own. Veronica tapped it lightly against the edge of the tray, and the crystal began to tremble rhythmically. When she grasped it tightly, the vibration ceased. Do you truly not know? Aiden donned an awkward yet polite smile. I don't. This is my first encounter with such a toy. Is it dangerous? Veronica asked innocently. When you have the time, perhaps you might inquire with Flanda. She is more familiar with it. Aiden sighed, passing the question off to his subordinate. Chapter 42, Juvenile Offender 5 days later. In cell number 13 of the core area, the succubus Phil sat idly on the edge of her bed, engrossed in a book, when the prison door swung open and her cellmate, inmate 3340, was ushered in. Finally. You re-out, sis. Phil greeted her. Yes, I'm finally out. Those 5 days were torturous. I had to sleep next to the toilet every night. Eugenu flopped onto her bed, exclaiming loudly. You are quite audacious. Brazenly leaving a whole bottle of drugs out in the open, Phil glanced her way. Drugs are strictly regulated in this prison. I had no idea they would suddenly conduct a search. I had previously coordinated with the guards. But it proved utterly useless. Eugenu wore a look of helplessness. This inspection was a spur-of-the-moment decision by the warden. Even if you had connections with other guards, that wouldn't prevent it. Phil understood what her companion meant. Inmates like her, who had no shortage of money, often sought ways to bribe guards for favors. Although Warden Aiden was not swayed by such tactics, it did not imply that every individual under his command was above reproach. The large amounts of cash and precious metals she secretly hoarded were not intended for other inmates but rather to bribe guards. In prison, such money could not procure goods, hiding it was cumbersome. And it didn't hold significant value among inmates, yet it could easily sway guards looking to profit. Once a guard was bought, They could arrange easier tasks or provide early warnings during large inspections. Benefits aplenty. You are indeed quite familiar with life in prison. Mila Eugeniu smiled at Phil. You must have quite the network here. Right? One could say so, Phil replied nonchalantly. Then, Mila Eugeniu smiled knowingly. Are you interested in making some money here together? What do you have in mind? Phil regarded her warily. When I was outside, I heard others say that certain drugs could fetch several times their worth within the prison. But I don't know if it's true, Mila Eugeniu tentatively suggested. However, Phil, being a seasoned inmate, quickly discerned her intentions. So, you wish to become the drug lord here. Just looking to make a profit. Nothing shameful, Mila Eugeniu chuckled. Don't involve me. I must make it clear that I am not in need of money. Phil firmly declined. I don't care how you proceed. But don't drag me into it. Let us keep our paths separate. When the self-proclaimed wandering alchemist Mary had first entered, she appeared amicable, and Phil thought her relatively easy to deal with but had no intention of fostering a closer relationship. Firstly, she perceived this inmate as unremarkable, lacking the high utility value of her previous cellmate, the death row inmate Veronica, and secondly, Mary's sentence was only 6 months. Yet, it now seemed Phil had underestimated her new roommate. During the raid, this individual had managed to pull out a bottle of illicit drugs, something even Phil hadn't anticipated. Based on her experience, someone with such resourceful means could easily become a significant player in prison. Moreover, this roommate appeared to harbor such ambitions. However, Phil had no desire to attach herself to this rising star. I advise you, your sentence is only 6 months. It would be wise not to engage in such petty schemes, Phil warned Mila Eugeniu earnestly. Although she often put on a stubborn front before Aiden, Phil was well versed in the survival strategies of this prison. She recognized that Aiden confining inmate 3,340 for 5 days was a warning. Should inmate 3,340 persist in her illicit activities, it would be an outright provocation towards Aiden, and Phil certainly did not wish to be caught in the crossfire. Opposing the warden was not a prudent choice. Mila Eugeniu remained silent for a moment before forcing a smile and nodding. Understood. I've learned my lesson. She had initially thought this succubus to be somewhat naive, but it appeared she was not as easy to manipulate as anticipated. Mary had intended to leverage other inmates to expand her drug distribution network within the prison, thereby building her influence. However, it seemed more straightforward to take matters into her own hands. Well, although the discovery of the drugs was somewhat unexpected, it conveniently serves as a rather effective advertisement. Soon enough, those in need of the substance will likely seek her out. However, it is imperative to remain discreet. Any overly bold actions may attract unwanted attention. The words of the succubus ring true, that Warden indeed possesses a certain formidable quality. We must divert his attention with other matters. Fortunately, reinforcements will arrive shortly. Meanwhile, in the Warden's office, these are all the applications submitted today, Franda stated respectfully while holding the reports as she stood before the desk. Very well, Aiden replied. Casually placing aside the documents he had finished processing, he then looked up at Franda and inquired, how is our new recruit faring in the core area? Quite well. Franda paused for a moment before smiling and adding, I should say, this girl is truly remarkable. Oh. Aiden leaned back in his chair with keen interest. Earlier, during the airing out, inmate 3,319 provoked her, only to find himself lifted and hung from a pillar by her single hand, Franda said with a smile. Now, whenever she is on patrol or monitoring, the inmates behave particularly well. Impressive. Aiden nodded in appreciation. Veronica's learning curve exceeded his expectations. It was evident she had established a certain level of deterrence among the inmates. As a pure-blood werewolf trained in standard combat, her fighting prowess was top tier, even compared to those in the core area. With such a promising newcomer on board, it was akin to striking gold. I have another matter to report. 2 new inmates have been transferred to the core area, Franda continued. Presenting 2 files. Aiden furrowed his brow upon seeing the files marked with the Inquisition seal, indicating that these inmates had been apprehended and internally tried by the Inquisition. What troublesome individuals are these? He cast a glance at Franda. Both are juvenile offenders, and their crimes are identical. Attempted murder, Franda replied quietly. It seems these 2 are professional assassins. Aiden promptly opened the file, scanning the contents with widening eyes. His gaze landed on the final segment, where the last line of both inmates' profiles read, based on the investigation results, they are presumed to be offspring of Mila Eugeniu. Chapter 43. The Twin Assassins in the Rose Iron Prison's Educational Correction Room. The newly incarcerated inmates were gathered under the watchful eyes of the riot squad, being instructed by the guards on the prison's rules and regulations. Among them were the two new juvenile offenders. Veronica stood in the corridor, observing the situation through the one-way glass. The guards stationed in the corridor could see inside the room, but the inmates could not see outside. In addition to her monitoring duties, she had also been appointed as the captain of the core area's mobile riot squad. That moment, Aiden strode down the corridor. "Commander." Veronica immediately stood at attention. "Thank you for your hard work." Aiden greeted her with a smile. Veronica then shifted her gaze to the petite figure beside Aiden, Evanshaw from room 11, who was surprisingly accompanying him today. Aiden turned towards the glass, scrutinizing the two young inmates. The girls appeared to be identical twin sisters, their physiques and appearances mirroring one another. While their ages were not recorded in the files, they seemed to be a year or two younger than Evanshaw, their eyes and facial expressions eerily cold and mechanical. Much like hers. These are the two individuals. It is said they, like you, were trained as assassins by Maliu. Do you recognize them? He asked Evanshaw. Without hesitation, Evanshaw shook her head. No, I have had little interaction with other siblings. This is the first time I have seen these two. Upon learning that individuals akin to Evanshaw had been transferred to the prison, Aiden brought Evanshaw along, hoping to glean some insights. However, it appeared that Evanshaw was not well versed in the affairs of other assassins either. Although the Inquisition had struggled to capture Maligenu, the children of Maligenu, tasked with assassination missions, had occasionally been apprehended. Yet, these cursed assassins were unable to provide any information regarding Maligenu due to their altered memories. Currently, besides these new inmates, there were 4 captured assassins in total. 2 male offenders were incarcerated in Thorn Iron Prison, while a female assassin had perished 6 months post-capture due to the backlash of a demonic contract. Only Evanshaw had been transferred to the Rose Iron Prison. The 2 new female assassins had been caught during a collaborative assassination gone awry. As the Inquisition could not extract further intelligence, they hastily brought them for trial and transferred them to the Rose Iron Prison, which, on the surface, seemed reasonable. Aiden meticulously reviewed their files. The danger posed by these twin assassins lay in their demonic contracts, through which they had each sacrificed one of their hands, exchanging them for demonic claws imbued with tremendous strength and cursed power. One sister had sacrificed her left hand, while the other had sacrificed her right. Consequently, the Inquisition had fitted them with specially designed sealing shackles on their wrists that in terms of capability, they were vastly inferior to Evanshaw, who had undergone numerous modifications. Keep a close watch on them. Report promptly if they attempt to engage with you or do anything noteworthy, he instructed Evanshaw. Having a fellow practitioner from the same school and a superior skill set monitor them was a prudent approach. Understood. Evanshaw nodded. In this prison, obeying Aiden's commands had become the new rule of survival, she had learned. Watching Evanshaw comply without hesitation, Veronica's expression grew somewhat complex. "Commander," she cautiously addressed Aiden. "What is it?" He turned to her. "I have a few questions I would like to discuss with you privately. May I come to your office after the monitoring work here concludes?" Veronica quietly requested. Of course, Aiden readily agreed. Meanwhile, in the small playground, the core area inmates, having had an early lunch, were herded like sheep into a confined space. Miley Eugenius sat quietly on a bench, scanning the surroundings. Had Evanshaw been taken somewhere else? At that moment, a female inmate stealthily approached and, after clearing her throat, said, "The weather has been quite dry lately. One can easily start coughing." Miley Eugeniu glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." The female inmate then glanced at the distant guard and lowered her voice. "You are the alchemist Mary, right? I wonder if you have any cough medicine here." Miley Eugeniu smiled slightly. "I just came out of solitary confinement. I might be under observation. Bringing in medicine would be rather risky." Well versed in pharmacology, she knew that many cough medicines could be addictive, and this inmate's request for cough medicine was clearly not innocent. This was already the 4th person to inquire about medicine today. "Of course. I won't let you have it for free." The female inmate understood her implication. "The compensation is negotiable. No worries. Everyone has a time when they need help, even if you can't offer compensation. Owing a favor is still valuable," Miley Eugenia said with a shrewd smile. "Of course, if you need anything, just let me know." The female inmate nodded eagerly, as she was currently in need of assistance. Miley Eugeniu was quite pleased, through her pharmaceutical expertise. She had begun to establish connections in this place. Now, it was essential to gather as much intelligence as possible. Speaking of which, that warden is truly ruthless. Just a few pills earn me 5 days in confinement. It's infuriating. Myliugenu crossed her arms. That fellow must be quite despised around here, wouldn't you agree? Which prison had ISNT hated by the inmates? The female inmate concurred. However, that guy is indeed formidable. Not many dare to confront him. Is there not a single formidable inmate in this prison who harbors deep resentment towards him? I feel I could find some common ground with a figure like that. If you're looking for someone to protect you, it would be wise to avoid such individuals. Those who catch the wardens I usually end up suffering. Without exception, the female inmate advised kindly. Did you see that woman hiding in the shadows over there? Following her indication, Myliugenu noticed a pale woman sitting in the shade with her legs drawn up. A vampire? She immediately recognized the woman's race. That woman is a prince-level vampire. Previously, she spent 2 years digging a tunnel to escape, only to find she had already been targeted. After being captured, she was treated quite harshly, the female inmate lamented. If someone of that caliber has met with misfortune, it's best for us lesser characters to tread carefully. Oh, an escape. Myliugenu's interest peaked, her eyes narrowing as she fixated on the distant vampire prince, akin to a predator honing in on prey. Sounds like a rather spirited inmate. Chapter 44. The Vampire Prince. As evening fell, a whistle echoed, summoning the core area inmates together as they were escorted in batches to the bathhouse by the guards. The condemned prisoners stood in a line beneath a horizontally positioned long water pipe, with a row of shower heads cascading cold water down upon them. The female inmates lathered themselves with soap and rinsed off, promptly returning to the changing room after their ablutions. In this prison, showers were predominantly cold. Even in winter, the water barely heated to a lukewarm temperature. Bathing here was merely a utilitarian act of cleansing the body, devoid of any semblance of enjoyment. The vampire Ophelia meticulously wiped her body with a towel, as an undead being. She did not perspire, but she abhorred having dust cling to her skin. You must be the renowned bloodline prince, Ophelia. I never imagined I would find myself in the same prison as such a distinguished figure, a voice interjected from beside her. Belonging to a fellow inmate who was washing her hair, Ophelia cast a sidelong glance at her, recognizing her as the alchemist who had previously been confined by Aiden for 5 days. Without uttering a word, she diverted her gaze, dismissing her. Yet, the persistent Muley, undeterred by the cold shoulder, continued, I heard you spent 2 years digging a tunnel to escape. What a pity. This time, Ophelia finally responded, albeit with a hint of derision. A mere human dares to mock me? Do you have a death wish? She did not even glance at Muley, delivering a frosty warning. Muley smiled, pressing on with her approach. Do not misunderstand. I am not mocking you. In fact, I admire your spirit of resistance. It is rare to find someone in this prison who retains their dignity like you. Her words were abruptly cut off as Ophelia suddenly seized her throat, pinning her firmly against the wall. I have not yet sunk to the depths of seeking sympathy from someone like you. Do you think I fear to act? Ophelia tightened her grip on Muley's neck, glaring at her from a mere breath's distance. Cold water cascaded down from above, soaking Ophelia's inky black hair, which clung to her alabaster skin. The only vivid hue upon this vampire was the crimson of her eyes, now alight with unrestrained murderous intent. The remaining female prisoners merely cast a glance in their direction before exiting. Such minor conflicts were commonplace in the core area. Even if the two were to come to blows, it would be the guards' duty to intervene. Becoming embroiled in the affair would only invite trouble. Muley sensed the extraordinary strength conveyed through Ophelia's fingers. And despite being strictly controlled in her diet and having her magic sealed, the vampire before her still wielded power beyond that of an ordinary human. However, she remained unfazed, observing that the others had departed the shower room. She succinctly stated her intent. I wish to assist you. Yet Ophelia scoffed. You think you can exploit me? If you truly wish to help, why not offer me your blood? I have been famished for far too long. You wouldn't mind if I drained you dry, would you? With that, Ophelia grasped Muley's shoulder, leaning in close to her neck, parting her lips. The vampire's sharp fangs soon grazed Muley's throat. The closer the bloodline of a vampire approached their supreme progenitor, the higher their status and magical capacity, and the greater their appetite to satiate a prince-level vampire. An ordinary human could hardly bear the burden. Yet Muley was not afraid. Instead, she chuckled lightly. Do not attempt to intimidate me. My prince, point one sip of my blood, and that curse mark on your neck will bring you unparalleled agony. She paused, then added, however, I can assist you in unbinding such shackles. You understand this curse. Ophelia's expression shifted. Around her neck lay a ring of curse marks imposed by the Inquisition. Should she consume human blood, the marks would activate, subjecting her to the torment of being scorched by the sun. Due to this restriction, she could only drink the animal blood provided by the prison. I do not merely understand. I am an expert in this field. Muley replied with a smile, gently caressing the curse marks on Ophelia's neck. Then leaning her fair neck closer. Consider this a welcome gift. Give it a try, and savor the taste of human blood once more. Ophelia felt a fleeting sting, akin to tape being ripped from her neck. She scrutinized Muley for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the temptation, sinking her fangs into the woman's neck. The warm, rich blood flowed over her tongue, cascading down her throat like rain nourishing parched earth. Ophelia began to greedily suckle, having gone far too long without experiencing the flavor of human blood. While it may be a welcome gift, you are rather inconsiderate, aren't you? After some time, Muley attempted to push Ophelia away, only to find the vampire clinging to her shoulders with unyielding fervor. Do not forget, I can help you unbind the curse, but I can just as easily reapply it. She tapped the back of Ophelia's neck, causing the curse marks to flare to life. Ophelia's eyes widened in agony as she clutched her neck, coughing as the blood she had just swallowed trickled from the corner of her mouth. Now do you believe I possess genuine skill? Muley remarked nonchalantly, even as the wound continued to bleed, quickly washed away by the falling cold water. It seems you have indeed starved for far too long, a noble blood prince shackled like a dog. Do you not feel humiliated? What exactly do you intend to do? Ophelia managed to recover somewhat from the pain of the curse, fixing her gaze intensely upon Muley. Or rather, I should ask who you truly are, to decipher the Inquisition's arcane secrets. This woman was certainly no ordinary alchemist. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is our shared enemy, Muley replied with a smile. A shared enemy? The Warden. You wish to escape this prison, and I also seek to liberate others from here. We share a common goal, and those with shared objectives ought to collaborate. Muley spread her hands. What do you want me to do? I have a means to procure a special potion that will allow you to regain your strength within this prison. You intend to use my power to forcibly break out of this prison? Ophelia chuckled bitterly. Regrettably. Even at my peak, I would not be capable of such a feat. That does not sound like something a bloodline prince would say, even if you were once defeated by that man. With allies, your odds should still be favorable, no? Muley crossed her arms. I will arrange for the necessary manpower. No matter how many allies you gather, they cannot surpass him. He possesses superior pieces on his chessboard, Ophelia replied with unwavering certainty. What do you mean? Prisoners. Here, there are others as dangerous as I who serve him, Ophelia slowly elucidated. As far as I know, there are 3, the necromancer from cell 15, the witch from cell 12, and that tainted bloodline. Ivantia. Muley's expression shifted slightly. Could you elaborate? Chapter 45. Those who can only survive in a cage. A knock echoed, and Aiden called out, Come in. Veronica entered the office, saluting Aiden at his desk. Commander, what is it? What would you like to inquire about? Aiden asked, observing his subordinate. Is it concerning Ivantia? Did you notice? Veronica replied, somewhat surprised. When I spoke with her earlier, I could sense your gaze lingering. You are quite concerned about that child. Commander, I previously heard that you had 3,201 assist you. Veronica cautiously inquired. Indeed, Aiden affirmed. What tasks do you typically assign her? Aiden considered briefly. I generally assign her duties related to suppressing inmate riots or apprehending escapees. And like today, to keep an eye on other inmates. I believe I have mentioned that she is my star operative. But isn't that the responsibility of the riot control team? Our manpower is severely lacking. Given that you have joined the riot control team, you should have noticed that the number of inmates in this prison exceeds 2,000, while the riot control team comprises only a handful of individuals. The core area requires more riot control personnel than all other districts combined. Without utilizing inmates for assistance, you would hardly get any sleep. To be frank, I feel that assigning such tasks to a child is rather inappropriate. Veronica cautiously chose her words. In terms of danger, her tasks are significantly more perilous than what I assign her. Based on my assessment, the tasks I give her are not overly challenging, Aiden replied calmly. With all due respect, Veronica swallowed hard. Summoning her courage to voice her thoughts, aren't you treating her like a tool? That assessment is not entirely inaccurate. Objectively speaking, I am indeed treating her as a tool, Aiden readily acknowledged. Veronica's eyes widened in disbelief at Aiden's candid admission. Leaving her momentarily speechless, after a long pause, she finally managed to respond. So this is the same as, This is no different than how Muley treats her as a killing tool. Is that what you are implying? Aiden interjected. The distinction is vast. Muley treats her as a tool for murder, which is illegal. I regard her as a tool for maintaining discipline within the prison. It is lawful. Can such reasoning truly be justified? Veronica still struggled to comprehend. It may not be the most commendable approach, yet it is indeed pragmatic, Aiden replied, maintaining his composure. In essence, a prison serves as a place for administering punishment to wrongdoers, teaching them the means to abide by the law. If that child can only grasp the concept of survival as a tool, then I shall instruct her on how to be a tool deemed acceptable by the law. The exercise of violence is intolerable for criminals, yet law enforcers are permitted. But can't she learn to be an ordinary child instead? She is not yet 14. Surely there is room for re-education? This may hold true for typical juvenile offenders, but it bears no significance for her. Aiden gazed at Veronica for a prolonged moment before he softly spoke. Veronica, we offer rehabilitation education to inmates to provide them with opportunities, not to satisfy our own sentiments. Everything must stem from the offenders themselves. Veronica was momentarily taken aback. I have a friend who devoted himself to teaching delinquent youths. He believed that those children strayed due to moral and ideological issues, and that with sincere guidance and correction, they could recognize their mistakes and aspire to goodness. Aiden recounted calmly. Thus, he established an institution where these children were gathered, receiving lessons in moral philosophy alongside other educational subjects. Isn't that commendable? However, on the very first day, those children ridiculed him. Many mocked his lack of understanding, accusing him of merely preaching lofty ideals. Consequently, very few were willing to engage in the educational sessions he offered. How could that be? Veronica was astonished, because he never delved deeply into the roots of why those children went astray. In truth, only a small fraction of those in the institution aligned with his perspective. The majority hailed from troubled backgrounds. Some lacked parental guidance, others endured domestic violence, and some had parents who were criminals themselves, coercing their children into begging or thievery. For some, their entire existence was marred by distortion. Even if their ideologies were corrected, their environments remained unchanged. Yet he believed that his mere sermons could effectuate change. Ultimately, it was merely his own naivety. Aiden recounted this with an impassive expression, drawing from his 2 years of experience in a juvenile detention center. Upon seeing Veronica, he was reminded of his younger self. In the end, my friend realized that rather than imposing his ideals upon those juvenile offenders, it was far more pragmatic to teach them how to navigate society correctly under the premise that wrongdoing incurs punishment, as long as they do not commit crimes. That is sufficient. This approach is the most tangible for those children. Veronica blinked thoughtfully. As an orphan herself, she understood the precariousness of fate. Had she not been sheltered by a commendable orphanage, she too might have strayed. She carefully pondered the depth of his words and cautiously inquired, "So, are you suggesting that Ivasha is an entirely different breed from ordinary individuals? She will never be able to live as a normal person throughout her life." Correcting her mindset to resemble that of an ordinary child holds no significance for her, Aiden stated with utmost seriousness. As long as the skills of killing reside within her, this society will almost certainly prevent her from leaving this prison. There will always be those outside wishing to exploit her as a tool for murder. She is a being that can only survive within these prison walls. What I can do is solely teach her how to endure in this environment. Yet this world seems exceedingly unjust towards her, leaving her with no opportunities whatsoever. Veronica's eyes fell with sorrow. As a werewolf, she still had the chance to alter her destiny, but for Ivasha, her life was a one-way street leading to despair, either as a tool for murder or a prisoner. She was born into this world without a chance. As I have told you, Aiden reflected for a moment before adding, Unless what? Veronica lifted her gaze anew. Unless the one who could cultivate her, Miliugenu, were to be captured. Aiden crossed his arms. If there exists a person in this world capable of offering Ivasha the chance to revert to an ordinary life, it would currently be her. Chapter 46. The obedient child. The following day, at noon, during recreation time, Ophelia sat alone on a bench at the edge of the playground. The day was overcast, with heavy clouds blanketing the sky, providing her the rare opportunity to roam during daylight. Miliugenu stood about 2 meters away, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. The woman over there on the east side of the playground, dressed in formal attire and wearing a wide-brimmed witch's hat, is the witch Dolly, Ophelia murmured, her lips moving slightly while her eyes remained focused on the two guards patrolling below. Dolly, Mila Eugenu squinted. Is that the witch Dolly residing in the Shadow Ruins? I'm not certain. I lack substantial knowledge about her background. Is she not highly skilled in summoning demons? Mila Eugenu pressed further. Indeed. She wields a short blackwood staff. I have witnessed her summon 3 different demons. Then it must be her. Mila Eugenu was convinced. Do you know her? Ophelia inquired. No, I've merely heard her name. She is quite a prominent figure in witch gatherings. Though she has been absent for many years, never expected to find her here. It seems you are also a witch. Ophelia glanced sideways at Mila Eugenu. She had suspected Mila Eugenu's witch background when she helped her neck's curse. I should say, I was once. Mila Eugenu exhaled deeply. Yes, she had long been expelled from the witch assembly. Once, she had enjoyed a modest reputation in that realm, excelling in potions, demon contracts, and sealing spells. It was through these methods that she had transformed those children into fearsome assassins. Does she not have to wear prison garb here? Mila Eugenu asked. That is a privilege reserved for high-status inmates. They are allowed to retain a certain amount of their personal clothing, Ophelia explained. They can obtain such privileges by acting as lackeys for the warden. And where is that necromancer you mentioned? Asina is not here at the moment. But you should have seen her. She is the warden's appointed librarian. The bespectacled girl who sits there all day immersed in books. Mila Eugenu recalled. Yes, that's her. Ophelia paused before adding, and lastly, the tainted blood. Ivanshah. She directed her gaze towards the small figure in the corner of the playground. Yet at that moment, Mila Eugenu interrupted her. There is no need to inform me about her. I am well aware. Indeed. More than anyone else, she understood, for that child had been nurtured by her own hand. The only ones I know are these 3. I do not rule out the possibility of others. But I suspect there are likely none, Ophelia stated calmly. Living beings should find it exceedingly difficult to bear too many demon contracts. So, does that mean? A faint smile appeared on Mila Eugenu's lips. If we can sway them, the warden will find himself utterly isolated. But the prerequisite is that you can truly their death contracts, Ophelia added. Are you truly capable of that? In this regard, I possess a modicum of confidence, Mila Eugenu replied nonchalantly. When do you plan to act? I shall inform you in due course. You must grant me some time for arrangements. Then I shall await your good news, Ophelia said as she rose. Heading towards the dormitory. If any observant guard noted her prolonged interaction with the new inmate, it could certainly raise suspicions. Their plan was still in its preparatory phase and required utmost caution. Mila Eugenu turned her gaze back towards Ivanshah in the corner, watching her intently for a while before confirming the guard's movements, then proceeded towards the corner of the playground. Vani. Standing behind Ivanshah, she softly called her nickname. Ivanshah turned in surprise, and Mila Eugenu seized the opportunity to unlock her memories. Upon seeing the mother from her memories standing before her, Ivanshah's eyes widened as she recalled the incident of mother infiltrating the prison. She had forgotten such a crucial matter. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Mila Eugenu raised a finger, signaling for silence. Ivanshah immediately closed her mouth, swallowing her words. Obeying this woman was a reflex deeply ingrained within her. Mother has heard. You know, Mila Eugenu's lips curled slightly, though her eyes bore no mirth. You are helping others, correct? In that instant, color drained from Ivanshah's face. Years of memories with mother warned her that the current mother was angry. Angering a mother would lead to punishments more agonizing than death. If she could make mother happy, mother would love her. One must never defy mother, a lesson she has reiterated countless times, distilled into the ironclad rule of survival. Yet at that moment, Mila Eugenu reached out to caress her head. Speaking in a gentle tone, you have truly suffered, being coerced to toil for that wretched man, who even dares to threaten your life. Ivanshah, bewildered, stared blankly, momentarily at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity, Mila Eugenu probed into the demonic contract imposed upon Ivanshah. But fret not. Such shackles are no match for mother, Mila Eugenu smiled. Soon, I shall whisk you away from this dreadful place, and you will soon be free. Leave here. Ivanshah's expression suddenly turned perplexed. In an instant, Aiden's previous words echoed in her mind. This is the only place you can find refuge. If you leave this prison, you will be hunted to the ends of the earth. There is no corner in this world where you can live freely. What is the matter? Mila Eugenu noticed her unease. Do you doubt mother's words? That hardly seems like you. But Aiden said. Ivanshah replied stiffly. Are you going to repeat what others have said to mother? Have you forgotten my teachings? Mila Eugenu's smile vanished abruptly. A chilling sensation coursed through Ivanshah. rendering her tongue as if knotted. Even though she had lost the sensation of pain, the haunting memories of past anguish were deeply etched within her soul. Finally, she mechanically parted her lips and responded in a lifeless tone. No. Excellent. My obedient child. A smile once again graced Maliagenu's face. Chapter 47. Collective affliction. That evening, Aiden, accompanied by Flanda, conducted his usual patrol of the core area S cells. Haha, the Warden is back for more abuse. Oh, Warden, you don't have a penchant for masochism, do you? Shall I wear high heels and stomp on your eggs? Aiden, you little rascal, come and face my wrath. They were met with the familiar tidal wave of insults. However, at that moment, a cough abruptly echoed from the duty room by the entrance. Ahem. Instantly, the entire corridor fell silent, an uncanny stillness enveloping them. Aiden turned in surprise to see Veronica standing at the door of the duty room. Hands behind her back, standing straight with a smile, slightly bowing to the two. Directly opposite cell number 1 was not another cell, but the duty room where a guard was stationed, monitoring the corridor through a wide-angle lens. Today, it was Veronica on duty. The next moment, the prisoners finally realized how embarrassing their reaction had been, and to mask their discomfort, they escalated their insults. So, you're on duty today? Aiden nodded at Veronica with a smile. It seems you've successfully established your authority among the prisoners. Well done. The raucous prisoners in the core area were essentially paper tigers, but it required a certain skill to silence them with a mere cough. Establishing authority through relatively stringent means was necessary to instill fear in the prisoners' minds. A simple cough that compelled prisoners to instinctively quiet down was something Aiden could also accomplish, but he had long since grown weary of it. However, Flanda could not, as she was merely an ordinary human. As a veteran guard, she was well versed in the workings of the prison, but when it came to intimidating prisoners, she still lacked the necessary prowess. Someone like Veronica, who could reach this level in just a few days, could only suggest that her previous methods of disciplining prisoners were indeed effective, and she had not wasted her pure-blood werewolf heritage. Sir, there is something I need to report to you. Veronica saluted earnestly. Tonight, there was a situation in the core area. 8 prisoners simultaneously exhibited symptoms of fever and diarrhea. So many. Aiden furrowed his brow. Have they been sent to the infirmary? Yes, I compiled the list for your review. Veronica submitted the report. Aiden glanced over it. The twins are among them? The notorious twin assassins who had been sent to the prison were indeed on the list. Yes. Aiden's expression grew serious, with so many prisoners exhibiting symptoms simultaneously. It could not merely be a coincidence. Food poisoning, or an epidemic. Seal off the cafeteria and send the leftover food, ingredients, and utensils for inspection. Just as Aiden prepared to instruct Flanda, Veronica interjected, raising her hand. No need. Sir. I have already asked Isabella to handle it. She was supposed to report to you after visiting there, but you arrived here first. Aiden paused, then a look of approval crossed his face. Not bad. Very efficient. He then turned to Flanda. Let us quickly tally the prisoners, then head to the infirmary. Understood. Under Veronica's watchful gaze, Aiden and Flanda moved deeper into the corridor. Though it's a common observation, this child is truly suited for the role of a guard, Flanda remarked quietly. She used to catch criminals, so she has some experience. Aiden replied calmly. But ultimately, the primary duty of a mounted officer is to serve the residents. While the main focus of a guard has always been the prisoners. In this regard, she still has much to learn. What is it like to take on a disciple? Flanda teased. You should familiarize yourselves with the new regulations quickly. It's not fitting for the highest officer to be burdened with training newcomers. Aiden forced a smile. As they passed cell number 13, Phil suddenly darted to the railings. Aiden, listen to what I have to say, shut up. Aiden turned his head, cutting her off immediately. But I haven't said anything yet. Phil's eyes widened. It's certainly not going to be anything serious, rather than listening to your nonsensical prattle. It's better to silence you outright. Aiden coldly replied. I warn you, I'm quite busy right now. You're becoming more and more unreasonable. Phil puffed her cheeks in indignation, then, with a smile, threw him a flirtatious glance. But I like it. Hey, good evening, Warden. At that moment, Maliagenou approached the railings, courteously bowing to Aiden. Aiden, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly, preparing to move on. Yet, Maliagenou called out to him, Please hold, Warden. What is it? Be brief. Aiden glanced at her. Warden, it seems many prisoners have fallen ill. You're planning to check on the infirmary. Aren't you? Maliagenou said with a submissive demeanor. You could take me along. I might be able to lend a hand. You. Aiden frowned. Actually, I have some knowledge of pharmacology, Miliugenu replied humbly. I've heard that you are quite unconventional in your use of personnel, and that some prisoners are working for you. I too hope to have the honor of contributing in any way I can. Who told you that I employ prisoners? Aiden feigned confusion that it was no secret that he had Ivantia and others help him. But he had never made a grand announcement about it. Prisoners like Ophelia, who rarely interacted with others, only learned about this after being incarcerated for 2 years, right up until the day of their escape. While Miliugenu had not even been here for a month. Realizing Aiden's scrutiny, Miliugenu feigned surprise and replied, "Oh, I heard it mentioned by other prisoners while they chatted. Is it merely a rumor?" Aiden watched her intently for a moment, but could not discern any clues. So he replied flatly, "No, I do occasionally have prisoners assist me, but I have a set standard for selecting them." "What kind of standard?" "You need not know. You have not been here for even half a month. And I do not even know your background." Aiden fixed his gaze on Miliugenu. "And do you think I would allow a prisoner to have unfettered access to the medications in the infirmary? Do I seem that foolish?" "I apologize. I have overstepped." Miliugenu immediately lowered her head in submission. "Do not make similar requests again." With that, Aiden resumed his stride. Chapter 48, Conspiracy. Are there no other symptoms? In the infirmary. Aiden frowned at the prison doctor. "No, there are no other particularly noteworthy symptoms, just a slight elevation in temperature." The doctor gestured toward the prisoners lying on the beds behind him. "Isn't there also diarrhea?" "Diarrhea is what they claim. I checked. And they all seem relatively normal. Although they all say their stomachs hurt. When I inquired, each described the pain's location and intervals differently. It's simply impossible to diagnose any illness based on that." The doctor shrugged. Upon hearing this, Aiden understood the doctor's implication that it seemed the doctor suspected the prisoners of feigning illness. In fact, it was not uncommon for prisoners to pretend to have headaches or stomach aches to loaf around in the infirmary. Experienced prison doctors often had a keen eye for such behavior. In terms of abdominal pain and diarrhea, the prisoners appeared no different from those merely pretending to be ill. "But there is indeed a fever, correct?" Aiden pressed. "Yes, that's why I find it strange. Generally, there would be some other symptoms." "What are the results of the blood tests?" Aiden inquired further. "So far, nothing out of the ordinary. At least we can confirm it is not a known infectious disease." "Whatever happened to the test results of the canteen food?" "There were no issues detected. I doubt it is food poisoning." The prison doctor pondered. "All inmates in the facility share the same canteen. It is illogical for only the prisoners in the core area to fall ill collectively." Aiden contemplated this before lowering his voice to inquire of the doctor. "Could it be a reaction to drugs?" "Drugs?" The prison doctor paused momentarily. "That is indeed a possibility. But under our current conditions, it would be impossible to test for them, and inmates in prison should have difficulty obtaining such substances, right?" "One cannot be so certain." Aiden recalled the incident of drugs discovered in room 13. "What should we do with these inmates?" The doctor sought guidance from his superior. "Aside from administering some antipyretics, I cannot think of an alternative plan. Let's have them remain with you for now. Given their symptoms, even if we suspect foul play, we must adhere to protocol," Aiden replied, shaking his head. "I will send a few personnel to assist you." "Very well." After briefing the prison guards, Aiden turned to Florinda and commanded, "Go to the core area and organize a surprise inspection." 15 minutes later, Florinda and Veronica returned to Aiden, who stood at the corridor's end, shaking their heads, indicating that nothing had been uncovered. Aiden was not particularly surprised. With so many inmates falling ill simultaneously, if it were due to a drug reaction, one would expect that the more cautious individuals would have hidden their substances elsewhere in advance. Or at the very least, disposed of the remaining drugs to avoid being caught. "Didn't we just conduct a search recently? Why are we here again?" An inmate grumbled. This remark ignited a wave of complaints among the prisoners. "Isn't this an abuse of power?" "But nothing was found, right?" "Truly impressive, esteemed Warden, acting like a local emperor here." The inmates clamored in protest. Aiden listened for a few moments before finally speaking up. "Do you think you are living in your own home?" In an instant, the prison fell silent. The prison has the authority to search inmates' quarters. There are no restrictions on the frequency, Aiden said expressionlessly. "Finding no contraband should be the norm. Do you dare challenge me on this? Have you all lost your minds, thinking you can instruct me on how to do my job?" Just an hour prior, these new inmates had been hurling insults at Aiden, yet now no one dared to confront him. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see that Aiden was not in a forgiving mood. While they often took pleasure in provoking the warden, none truly tested the boundaries of danger. Aiden was also feeling anxious. His seasoned instincts told him that someone was stirring trouble in his prison. The prime suspect was undoubtedly inmate 3340, yet he had yet to catch wind of their activities. The duty of the prison guards was to maintain order, a position that often left them in a passive stance when confronted with inmates attempting to challenge that order. Ultimately, that night, he could do nothing but allow the feverish patients to remain in the medical room and instructed Florinda to enhance surveillance in the core area. The next day, in the prison garden, female inmates were gathered, working in the greenhouse to transplant flowers and eliminate pests. "Were those who fell ill yesterday your doing?" the vampire Ophelia asked, approaching Milujan with a flower pot in hand and lowering her voice. "Yes," Milujan replied while continuing her transplanting work. "I administered a special drug to them that induces a rise in body temperature without presenting additional symptoms. Seeing Aiden unable to uncover anything is rather satisfying," Ophelia smirked. "But to use the painstakingly smuggled drugs for such purposes? The medical room is relatively distant from the core area, and its guards are rather lax. It may serve as a suitable breach point," Milujan stated calmly. "There are my people among the patients. I have instructed them to take this opportunity to familiarize themselves with certain aspects of this prison structure. By the way, how on earth did you manage to smuggle things in?" Ophelia pressed. "That guard at the greenhouse entrance. Her name is Megan. She is rather corrupt. Besides the garden, she also oversees the inspection of materials brought in from outside. Slip her some money, and she will turn a blind eye to what is delivered into my hands." "Bribing a guard? How utterly unoriginal," Ophelia remarked. "Regardless, it works. Look here." Milujan carefully extracted the flower branch along with the soil from the pot, revealing the bottom of the container to Ophelia. Upon inspection, Ophelia noticed numerous small paper packages. There was no doubt that these contained the drugs Milujan had smuggled in, after learning her lesson once. She had hidden these items in the greenhouse. "Is what I need also inside?" Ophelia inquired about the potion Milujan had promised her, which would restore her powers. "Not here. It is in another location. Do not look at me like that. I am not deceiving you. When the time is right, I will provide it to you." "How much longer do you need to prepare?" Ophelia grew impatient. "Do not rush. The current supplies are still insufficient," Milujan replied solemnly. "Once my next batch of drugs arrives, I will distribute them all. For success, we need to cultivate more inmates willing to cooperate with us." "What exactly are you planning?" "I heard that around 10 years ago, the warden of this prison died during a riot instigated by the inmates." Milujan spoke cryptically. "You do not mean to?" Ophelia widened her eyes slightly. "It is time for another uprising," Milujan declared as she flicked an ant off a leaf of a flower. Chapter 49. The survival rules of assassins. It is a simple matter to take a life. One may slice open a throat with a sharp blade, shoot through the heart with a bullet, strangle the windpipe with a rope, snap the neck with one's hands, pierce the eyes with a long nail, or even simply use a drop of one's own blood. Countless methods of killing have long been etched deeply into the assassin's being, just as a lumberjack fells a tree or a fisherman casts a net. Taking a life is the assassin's profession. From the moment she could remember, there was but one path before her. "Vani, this is today's target." "Understood, mother." "Good child." As long as she obeyed her mother's commands, this had once been the only rule for her survival in this world. "Please do not kill me. I can pay you, no matter how much the employer offers you. I will double it. The target must be eliminated. Anyone obstructing the process must also be killed, as her mother instructed her. The assassin has appeared. Protect the target. The bodyguards tasked with protecting the target must be eliminated. Please, I beg you, do not kill my son. The family members standing before the target must be killed. It's the bloodstained reaper. Kill him, and we'll share the bounty. The bounty hunters drawn by the reward must be killed. Bloodstained reaper, you are surrounded. Surrender at once. The police and investigators pursuing her must be killed. The only task was to kill. Repeatedly cleansing her existence with new blood until she fell into a trap and was captured. After being thrown into prison, she felt lost, no longer receiving commands from mother, leaving her momentarily unsure of what to do. Pleasure to meet you. Inmate 3201. I never expected the legendary bloodstained reaper to be such a small child, but I am the warden, Aiden. Inmate 3201. I wish to ask if you would be willing to work for me. Across the iron table, the man addressed her, shackled in handcuffs and leg irons. Is this a command? She instinctively replied. Listening to her mother had been her way of surviving. Yet now, mother was gone. The man before her seemed intent on taking Mother's place and giving her orders. This was her first impression. However, the man uttered something astonishing. This is not a command. I am inquiring about your opinion. This is merely a suggestion, and you can refuse. Should I refuse then? She did not grasp the significance of this command. That is not quite what I meant. He appeared somewhat exasperated. What I mean is, you may choose for yourself. After much contemplation, she asked, is it like deciding on the method of killing? Yes, that is somewhat accurate, Aiden sighed. I personally suggest you assist me, as you will likely be here for a considerable period. To survive here, you must learn the rules of the prison. Are the rules here different from those outside? Indeed. Very well, then I agree. Without further thought, she acquiesced. Who do you wish for me to kill? That is all I know how to do. Now, let me teach you the first rule. You cannot kill here. Aiden suddenly became serious. Cannot kill. Correct, you cannot, that if you do not kill and do not break the rules. You may live a peaceful life here. Understood, I will comply. Thus, the rules of survival changed, from obeying her mother to adhering to the rules taught by Aiden. Aiden did not deceive herself. Following the new rules indeed allowed her to live a stable life. No longer needing to kill, she would not be hunted either, until Mother appeared before her once more. Inmate 3201. A sharp command snapped Ivanshaw from her reverie. Before her stood the prison guard who usually conducted her lessons. Why are you daydreaming again? The class has already ended. What are you still doing here? The guard stood solemnly by the door, raising a hand to rap on the doorframe. Hurry up and come out. It's time to go back. Outside in the corridor, a line of juvenile offenders, much like her, had formed, and the pair of twins were conspicuously among them. Understood. Ivanshaw rose and followed them outside. Ever since the arrival of Mother, she had felt her mind in a tumult, akin to an entangled mass of threads. This was a sensation she had never encountered before. She had always simply obeyed, whether it was the commands issued by Mother or the rules imparted by Aiden. These were the survival tenets that belonged to her. Ivanshaw, leaving this prison was a command from Mother. Yet, the new rule imparted by Aiden was that she must absolutely not leave. Bound by her own survival principle of obedience, she found herself ensnared in a logical contradiction. To escape the prison meant returning to her past life, continuing the cycle of murder under Mother's orders. Remaining here meant persisting in what Aiden referred to as a stable life, devoid of murder and threats to her existence. Was this truly a choice she had to make? What was her own opinion on the matter? I am not giving you an order. I am seeking your opinion, Aiden often said to her. Just like the methods she had chosen to eliminate her targets, this was the only matter she had ever had the autonomy to decide for herself. Sister. A whisper from ahead drew Ivanshaw's attention back. The voice belonged to the sister of the twin assassins, who stood directly in front of her, also molded by Mother. Ivanshaw regarded the twins, recalling Aiden's instruction to keep an eye on their movements. From her observations, the twins had yet to engage in any notable misconduct. They attended classes and adhered to the prison's rules, much like her. The only point of concern was that the pair had suffered from a fever 2 days prior, spending an entire day in the infirmary, only returning this morning to resume classes as usual. Is there something you need? She replied indifferently, harboring no additional feelings toward the twins, who shared her origins. As the most perfect creation of Mylukin, she had never interacted or communicated with her siblings. Killing had always been a solitary endeavor. Those of lesser skill would only hinder her. Joint training and competition were out of the question. No sibling could ever come close to her prowess. This is a command from Mother. The younger twin turned her face towards Ivanshaw at that moment. A command. Ivanshaw paused slightly. Was Mother sending them to relay a message to her? However, in the next instant, the claws of the demon, bound in bandages and shackles, swung into view. The tips pointed directly at her eyes. Chapter 50. Insurrection, another fight among the inmates? Who was involved? In response to his subordinate's report, Aiden initially appeared unfazed, continuing his work while inquiring further. It concerns inmates 3201, 3361, and 3362. The guard wiped the sweat from his brow as he answered. What? Aiden finally ceased his tasks, lifting his head to probe deeper. Elaborate. As the head of the prison, he could usually recall the inmates corresponding to their identification numbers without difficulty, particularly those under his scrutiny. Inmate 3201 was Ivanshaw, while 3361 and 3362 were the recently arrived twin assassins. The guard proceeded to narrate, today, when they were returned to their cells after class. Inmates 3361 and 3362 suddenly launched an attack on 3201. Attempting to poke her eyes, but failed the eye in retaliation, inmate 3201 injured both of them. Aiden was not surprised by this outcome. As assassins trained by my lookin', the twins' combat abilities were nowhere near Ifantia's level. Even in ambush, they were no match for her. What is the current situation? Aiden inquired further. Inmate 3361 has a fractured rib, while inmate 3362 was struck on the chin and lost consciousness for 5 minutes. They are currently recuperating in the infirmary, and inmate 3201 is cooperating with the interrogation. Have you gleaned any information? No. Inmate 3201 claims she has no idea why the twins attacked her, and the twins have said nothing. The guard cautiously sought Aiden's opinion. Aiden rubbed his temples, feeling a bit agitated by the recent events. The peculiar collective illness in the core area had led him to suspect the circulation of drugs among the inmates. But no leads had emerged yet. Although he had suspicions regarding inmate 3340, without evidence, he could not take action against her. Just as he was trying to unravel that mystery, another incident arose, the moment the twin assassins entered the prison. He felt a vague sense of unease. Assassins trained by my lookin' typically lacked independent will. Would they attack Ifantia on account of a prior command from my lookin'? Yet, he could not fathom my lookin's motive for targeting Ifantia. With the existence of memory erasing techniques, she had no need to eliminate her own assassins. Moreover, it was clear that the twins could not possibly overpower Ifantia. My lookin' herself must surely understand that. After a protracted period of contemplation, he declared, "I will go see for myself. Take me to inmate 3201. Meanwhile, in the prison library, I wish to borrow this book." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Asena lifted her face from her studies. The Blood Prince, Ophelia, stood before her, placing a hefty tome on the table. Very well. Asena adjusted her glasses and extended her hand, signaling for Ophelia to present her library card. "I can't stand your way of speaking. Does saying an extra word kill you?" Ophelia expressed her dissatisfaction with Asena's demeanor. Asena ignored her complaint, diligently recording the details on the library card before looking up with a businesslike tone. "The return date is within 2 weeks. Do not forget. You've really embraced the role of a librarian. Or perhaps you resemble a studious girl more now." Ophelia teased Asena softly. "After all, you are the one who personally killed your teacher, yet here you are reduced to this state? It is not uncommon for necromancers to slay their own teachers and students. He had intended to kill me as well," Asena replied with nonchalance. Unlike other practitioners of dark magic, necromancers seldom took apprentices. Most necromancers only took on disciples to eliminate them at the opportune moment, as the souls and corpses imbued with the potent essence of death were excellent materials for other necromancers. Of course, from the apprentice's perspective, this was equally true. "Please do not disturb me." With that, Asena returned her focus to the books. "I can undo the demon contract binding you." Ophelia unexpectedly interjected. "You should find that intriguing." "You cannot do that." Almost simultaneously, Asena retorted. "I cannot, but there are those here who can." Ophelia spoke softly. This time, Asena finally lifted her gaze. "What exactly do you intend to do?" She fixed her gaze on Ophelia's crimson eyes through her glasses. "I plan to leave this place." Ophelia grinned, her sharp fangs faintly visible. Minutes later, Ophelia entered the reading room, settling down beside my lookin'. "So did she agree?" My lookin' inquired quietly. "She said she would decide after meeting you." Ophelia responded in a lowered voice, pretending to browse the borrowed book. A cautious judgment. At least she shows some interest. My lookin' appeared satisfied with this outcome. "Next is Delhi. I will need your assistance there as well." "Do I also need to persuade her?" "I have no rapport with her at all. You know her better than I do." Ophelia protested. "She may not take kindly to someone expelled from the witches' assembly if she directly questions me. It would be quite awkward." My lookin' replied. "Do not worry. I will take care of the last person to sway. Isn't it enough to have those two on our side?" Ophelia raised her objections. "There is no need to recruit that little one. Her mind is not quite right. She only listens to the warden, and she might just expose our plans." "That will not happen. I am confident I can handle her. Just do as I say." My lookin' responded with unwavering confidence. "How is the drug plan progressing?" "Very smoothly. I have already gained control over a number of dim-witted fish, who will serve as pawns to create chaos. The next batch of drugs will arrive tomorrow. If you make too much noise, you will attract attention," Ophelia cautioned softly. "He is surely investigating your channels." And what of it? I have caused him some trouble to deal with. The current head of the prison should be quite overwhelmed. My lookin chuckled. By the time he realizes it, I fear he will have lost control of the situation, bribing the corrupt guards to provide her with channels, subverting the warden's henchmen, and using drugs to control the dim-witted inmates. The prison meticulously managed by that warden was on the verge of disintegration under my lookin's influence, such as the price of having a daughter, cultivated through the casual manipulation of others. Warden Ivantia, however, belongs to me. Chapter 51. A series of unforeseen events. Are you injured? In the conference room, across an iron table, Aiden scrutinized Ivantia. No, she shook her head. That's good. Do you have any idea why they attacked you? Aiden continued his inquiry. They said it was Mother's order. Ivantia replied with an inscrutable expression. It was indeed the command of Miliugenu. This time Aiden was certain. What do you think prompted Miliugenu to order such actions? Aiden decided to seek Ivantia's perspective. Yet Ivantia simply shook her head. I cannot fathom. It was an expected response. Very well. You may return to your quarters. He concluded the questioning decisively. Ivantia tilted her head slightly. Is that all? Yes, that suffices. The guards can attest that they initiated the confrontation, and you acted in self-defense. You bear no responsibility here. Aiden gestured towards the door. You may leave. Ivantia looked at Aiden with a hint of confusion. Not moving immediately. What is it? Aiden casually inquired. Nothing. Ivantia rose from her chair. She experienced an odd sensation, as if she had intended to express something to Aiden just moments ago, but the thought slipped her mind. Much like a fleeting notion that eludes recollection as one drifts into slumber, It felt as though a portion of her memory had been abruptly excavated, leaving her unable to retrieve it. Just as she was about to exit, Aiden suddenly remarked, By the way, you need not keep an eye on those sisters anymore. I will assign them to someone else, since they have targeted you. I will do my best to separate you. I am perfectly capable of handling it. Ivantia replied calmly. This was not mere politeness. It was her genuine sentiment. Thus she articulated it. Dealing with the twins would be quite manageable for her. Rest assured. This is not your concern. It is a miscalculation on my part that needs rectification. Just continue as you normally do, Aiden said, patting her shoulder. Ivantia said nothing further, merely nodded. This was the nature of her relationship with Aiden, as long as she adhered to the rules he set for her. She could live here in tranquility, a consistency that had remained unchanged since their first encounter. After sending Ivantia back to her cell, the guard who had just reported the incident approached him, inquiring, Warden, shall we proceed to the infirmary, or should I bring the individuals here? They are all injured. If we are to question them, it must be done by me. Let us go, Aiden instructed, upon arriving at the infirmary. He discovered 3 inmates waiting in the corridor outside, with a guard supervising. Warden, the guard immediately saluted him. What is the situation? Aiden furrowed his brow. These 3 were injured by the sewing machine while working. I brought them for treatment. The guard indicated the 2 inmates beside him, but the doctor is currently occupied. Several patients have suddenly developed fevers during work hours. Fever. Aiden tightened his brow. Another outbreak coincidentally occurring at this moment. According to protocol, they would have to lock down the cafeteria for an investigation, while also dispatching additional personnel to oversee the infirmary. Soon it would be time for dinner and outdoor activities. If they locked down the cafeteria, they would need to notify the factory area personnel to return the inmates to their cells, thus adding to the workload. As he contemplated this, the guard leaned closer and whispered, Warden, I think there's something off with these 3. Aiden instinctively cast a glance at the 3 female inmates. Only then did he realize that all 3 were inmates from the core area, including the one who had brazenly flirted with him on the playground, inmate 3319. They were now leaning against the wall, applying handkerchiefs provided by the guard to their injuries. Strangely, their gazes were vacant, their expressions dazed, as if they were lost in thought. This state likely contributed to their injuries while working. Inmate 3319. Aiden called out. Alert. However, she merely swayed her head slightly, glanced at Aiden, and then grinned vacantly. It's the head honcho. She appeared to be inebriated, yet there was no scent of alcohol. They must have taken drugs. Aiden's first instinct was this. He noted that the pupils of these 3 inmates were somewhat darkened. Their pupils dilated to varying degrees. They likely ingested something strange. After treating their injuries, have the prison doctor examine them immediately, he instructed, furrowing his brow. The matters concerning the twins, the collective illness of the inmates, and the suspected drug use among these three all required urgent attention. The series of unforeseen events left Aiden feeling somewhat overwhelmed, especially given the already insufficient manpower at Rose Iron Prison. He sensed that something was amiss, as if an invisible hand were stirring turmoil within his meticulously managed prison, obscuring his vision. He suspected that the collective illness among the inmates was a drug reaction. And the sudden appearance of three suspected drug users further validated his theory. Was it merely a coincidence that the twin assassins were incited by Miley Ujinu to attack Ivantia? No, that could not be. He suddenly recalled that the night before, during the inmates' collective fever, those sisters had been present as well. If the inmates' collective illness was indeed due to drug reactions, the twins must have also voluntarily taken the substances. The elusive drugs that lingered within his suspicions intertwined with all the unforeseen incidents. In other words, someone had infiltrated the prison to distribute drugs, and on a considerable scale. This was not a quantity that could be casually smuggled in with everyday items, without assistance from someone within the prison's management. It would be nearly impossible to achieve. Aiden was not entirely oblivious to the possibility of guards accepting bribes and colluding with inmates. After all, he could not guarantee that every individual under his command was entirely above reproach. As he formulated this conclusion, he gradually recognized the intent behind the chaos being orchestrated from the shadows. This prison was his domain, and he could no longer allow them to act with impunity within his territory. Yet, facing so many unforeseen circumstances, he found himself stretched thin. Nevertheless, he devised a plan. It seems Veronica is on duty today. Have her come to me. Aiden turned to the guard beside him. I have urgent instructions for her to carry out. Chapter 52, The Drug Detection Dog. I am to inspect the incoming items. Standing outside the infirmary, Veronica pointed at herself in bewilderment. Yes, the items brought into the prison will undergo a centralized inspection this evening before being distributed to the inmates. The time is rapidly approaching, and I need you to assist with the inspection, Aiden affirmed. Inmates receive items from the outside, primarily brought in by their families, some requested by the inmates themselves, and a small portion comes as donations. According to regulations, all items must be inspected by the guards. Anything that does not meet the prison's requisition criteria cannot reach the inmates. Veronica's assigned duties involved monitoring and riot control, making this her first experience with inspection tasks. Understood. Veronica acknowledged, then inquired, is there a shortage of personnel for the inspections? No, the inspection staff is all on duty. I merely hope you can conduct an additional check, Aiden replied. Lowering his voice and leaning closer to Veronica's ear, there are individuals in the core area spreading drugs on a significant scale, and I suspect the inspection personnel may not be entirely clean. I intended to handle it myself, but I am currently indisposed, so I must rely on you. Understood. However, sir, with all due respect, I am merely a newcomer. Do you really trust me this much? Veronica had spent several years in the police force and had a certain understanding of workplace dynamics. For those in high positions, such self-audits were typically entrusted to trusted individuals, often referred to as confidants. In my work, I do not require absolute trust. I need professionalism. You are diligent in your duties. And I can see that. You will fulfill your responsibilities thoroughly. That is my judgment, Aiden calmly responded, then handed her a signed note. Take this and proceed. The prison operates on order and regulations, as long as guards fulfill their duties within the rules. The management structure can function smoothly. To Aiden, a subordinate who diligently fulfills their responsibilities is a good subordinate. Beyond that, whether they respect or resent him is inconsequential. He does not need to cultivate absolute confidence. He merely requires that his subordinates do not become liabilities. Veronica did not respond, offering Aiden a salute before turning to her assigned post. Upon arriving at the item inspection room, she encountered a somewhat familiar face. A newcomer, the veteran guard, Megan, turned to face her with her hands behind her back. What brings you here? She was directing two younger guards to load several bundles of blankets onto a cart. The warden instructed me to inspect the incoming items. Veronica took out the note that Aiden had signed for her and gave it a shake. Such tasks are usually not assigned to newcomers, Megan remarked with a hint of insinuation. It seems you have garnered your supervisor's favor. Veronica had heard from other guards that within the prison, roles were divided into profitable and unprofitable positions. For instance, the workshop managing inmates was a particularly lucrative role, with some guards engaging in internal dealings, embezzling a portion of the workshop's profits for themselves. Additionally, inspecting incoming items was also a well-compensated task. Sometimes, those in this position might have the opportunity to accept bribes from inmates or their families. Consequently, some seasoned guards, well-versed in these matters, would display a keen eagerness for such duties, rarely allowing newcomers a chance. The warden's orders require me to conduct a re-inspection, Veronica stated bluntly. What do you mean by that? Megan furrowed her brow. It means, quite literally, that I am to inspect the items here once more. There's no need for that. I have already checked everything here, Megan replied lazily. Let us do this instead. Let us send out the items that have been inspected, and you can take your time with the rest. The warden's command was for me to inspect everything. Again, thoroughly. Veronica stressed with an impassive expression. You see, you are merely running errands for the warden. Do not let it go to your head at a newcomer trying to assert authority over me. Megan shot her an incredulous look. The one asserting authority here is you. Isn't it? The warden has ordered a re-inspection, and yet you are here making decisions? Veronica countered with conviction. All right. There's no need for this. Normally, we only check once. Why double-check when everything is in order? Megan waved her hand dismissively, signaling the other two to take the cart away, completely disregarding the newcomer. However, just as the two young guards were about to comply, Veronica suddenly stepped forward, blocking the doorway, and, with a powerful swing of her fist, struck the door. The force was so great that it left cracks in the solid wooden door. The loud noise caused Megan and the two young guards to freeze in place. I dare anyone to take items out of this doorway. Veronica glared fiercely at those present. Her naturally intimidating visage, combined with the display of strength that had just cracked the door, instilled a chilling silence in the room. The two young guards remained motionless, as none felt confident their bodies were sturdier than that door. Megan sensed she was losing face. She had not anticipated such a forceful reaction from her counterpart. Oh dear, young one, don't be so hot-headed. This only makes things awkward for everyone. She softened her tone, attempting to smooth over the situation with insincere charm. Unfortunately for her, Veronica was not swayed. You are the one who should feel awkward. I do not, and this is of your own making. Megan felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, but maintained her composure outwardly. I mean, with so many items, how long do you plan to recheck everything? That's simply unrealistic. Rest assured, my efficiency will undoubtedly surpass yours. Veronica approached, roughly pushing Megan aside, and began rummaging through the bedding on the cart. She knew precisely why Aiden had assigned her this task. The bedding was the easiest place to conceal items, necessitating meticulous scrutiny. At times, guards even had to open the bedding to inspect the cotton inside, and then re-sew it. However, Veronica merely glanced through the top layers of bedding before casually setting them aside. It was only when she reached the very bottom layer that her movements halted. Leaning in closer, she took a careful sniff. This one stays. The others can go, Veronica said with a grave demeanor. Pointing to the final bedding, Megan's face gradually drained of color. Before she could react, there was a tearing sound as Veronica ripped open the fabric of the outer bedding. Found it, after rummaging through the cotton. Veronica whispered. Among the clumps of cotton, several yellow paper packets emerged. The extraordinary sense of smell possessed by pureblood werewolves alerted Veronica that these packets contained substances that were strictly regulated outside the prison walls. What do you intend to say about this? Madam, she fixed her piercing gaze on Megan. Chapter 53. Walking into the crossfire. So, what explanation do you have for today's events, Megan? In the office, Aiden tapped his fingers on the desk with a sardonic smile, addressing the former guard, who sat with her head lowered. Upon hearing the good news brought by Veronica, his first instinct was to suspend Megan for investigation. Well, Megan, already drenched in cold sweat since her arrival, managed a strained smile under Aiden's scrutiny. I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight and lack of ability that led me to overlook the contraband hidden by an inmate. And I am grateful to the warden for his timely intervention. Leaning against the office door, Veronica cast a disdainful glance at Megan. Having been obstructed by her before, she knew all too well that Megan was now spewing nonsense. However, since Aiden was conducting the interrogation, she remained silent, her primary duty being to oversee the interrogation scene, only speaking when Aiden required her input. Overlooked. Aiden raised an eyebrow. A single bedding, a box with compartments, and even the cookie tin contained drug powder. Just how much do you think those drugs weighed? And you managed to overlook all of that. Are those two things on your face made of glass? Yes. Yes, you are absolutely right. Megan nodded vigorously, wearing a smile typical of someone being reprimanded by their boss. As an experienced guard, Your level of professionalism is quite unacceptable. Wouldn't you agree? It was my negligence. I am willing to accept the consequences. She attempted to downplay the situation, transforming the essence of the matter into mere negligence. A reprimand or a salary deduction, even termination, would be a mere trifle to her. However, should the issue of bribery come to light, the implications would be entirely different. Aiden scrutinized her for a long moment before slowly speaking. Very well. After you accept the punishment, let this serve as a lesson for you to be more vigilant in the future, so that similar incidents do not occur again. Yes. Yes, Megan nodded eagerly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Given the severity of her actions, an internal reprimand would be nothing more than a slap on the wrist. Fortunately, this young upstart seemed easy to deceive. Just as Megan thought this, Aiden suddenly shifted his tone. You thought I would say that, didn't you? Megan's expression changed abruptly as she looked up in shock, meeting Aiden's cold gaze. When I first entered this prison, I heard of your reputation. Megan, what you have done is known to many, Flanda knows, and I know too. I have wanted to deal with you for far too long, but I simply never had enough evidence to bring you down. Aiden's eyes bore into hers. I never expected you would stumble into my trap so hard this time. Colluding with inmates to smuggle such a large quantity of contraband into the prison, even without mentioning bribery, this alone is enough for you to spend some time inside, isn't it? Panic surged within Megan. But she forced herself to maintain her composure, drawing upon her years of experience in the workplace. Come on, Warden, what are you implying? She chuckled awkwardly, spreading her hands. This was merely an oversight on my part. Was it really necessary to escalate things to this extent? You don't have to target me like this just because you dislike me, do you? Believe me, I am not one to target others merely out of dislike. I am quite fair. I only retaliate when someone attempts to undermine me. Aiden's icy stare remained fixed on her as he continued. Recently, drugs have been circulating in my prison, creating chaos. And now it turns out that you are the one responsible for smuggling them in. ISNT that you trying to undermine me. I admit, I have taken some minor advantages in the past. But I am truly different now. Megan raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, attempting to retreat while advancing. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. But Aiden cut her off with a single statement. Enough. The two individuals under your command have already confessed. You took the bribe from the items and shared a small portion with them to keep them quiet, while placing the items containing drugs back in the inspected basket without alteration. They. Megan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, but soon formulated a retort. They are trying to shift all the blame onto me. They were the ones. However, Aiden did not allow her to finish. You were in charge of the scene. You are inherently responsible. If you continue to insist, I will have to ask Veronica to search you. If you are truly innocent, then there should be no bribery items on you that match their testimonies, right? Megan froze on the spot, face reality. Megan, you are finished. After a prolonged silence, Aiden spoke softly. You should understand that knowing what the inmates hid is irrelevant. Accepting bribes for the flow of contraband drugs is enough to convict you. You are a guard. You ought to comprehend this. Stop struggling. It will only make your situation more embarrassing. He rose from his seat, moved around the desk, and looked directly into her eyes. To be honest, I do not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for you. However, at this moment, trouble was brewing in my prison, and I truly did not wish to squander too much time on a pawn like you. If you could save me a bit of time, I might still assist you in negotiating a plea deal with the prosecutor. This time, Megan could no longer hold her composure. Her lips trembled for a moment, ultimately contorting into a sorrowful grimace. She collapsed onto the ground, clutching her head and wailing. Enough! You will have plenty of time to weep in prison, Aiden said, gazing down at her with unyielding resolve. First, tell me who bribed you to smuggle in the drugs. Minutes later, after concluding the interrogation, Aiden instructed Veronica to summon other guards to escort the ashen-faced Megan away. Subsequently, Veronica, still present at the scene, offered Aiden a salute filled with admiration. Sir, it's truly impressive how you thought of this approach. Now the source of the drug influx has been severed. It's nothing, merely a fortunate observation. Aiden waved his hand dismissively. Realizing that the drugs were the linchpin of a series of unforeseen events, Aiden instinctively recognized that these occurrences were merely a smokescreen. The influx of substantial quantities of drugs must originate from a specific channel, and severing this source would resolve a multitude of issues, akin to pulling the rug out from under them. I mean, I can't believe you thought to rely on my nose to trace the drugs, Veronica said, slightly embarrassed as she playfully tapped her own nose. It's the first time someone has utilized my talent this way. After all, I used to work for the Inquisition. Aiden chuckled sheepishly, drawing upon inherited memories. He was aware that a werewolf's sense of smell could rival that of a dog. However, the idea of leveraging Veronica's unique ability to investigate the drugs was inspired by the recollection of drug enforcement officers in his past life who would employ certain animals to inspect customs cargo. Such matters are best left unsaid. Chapter 54. Preemptive action at 6 o'clock that evening, in the changing room. The drugs haven't arrived? Ophelia paused in front of her locker, preparing to remove her prison garb. No. According to schedule, I should have received the next batch tonight, Miliu, Jinu whispered beside her. But it seems things have taken a turn. What do you mean? Ophelia asked, still bewildered. I had arranged for 3 inmates hooked on drugs to smuggle the drugs in among their belongings. And I even bribed a guard, Miliu Jinu replied, her gaze fixed on her locker. But I just received a tip-off. Those 3 were taken away by the guards that I fear the goods have been intercepted. Did you not prepare a diversionary tactic? Ophelia glared. Yes. But I didn't anticipate that the warden would counter so swiftly. Miliu Jinu's expression turned grave. The spread of drugs in the prison had certainly alerted the warden to divert his attention. She had intentionally orchestrated a series of diversionary incidents to disrupt the guards. She had arranged for several inmates to ingest a substance that would elevate their body temperature, creating a false collective illness, and instructed the twin assassins to assault Ivansa, generating a sudden injury incident. Yet, she had not foreseen that Aiden would not only see through her ploy, but would also manage to urgently uncover the batch of drugs despite the manpower shortage. Doesn't this mean you're finished? Ophelia's expression turned anxious. If those individuals expose you. She had already embarked on this treacherous journey with Miliu Jinu, and should Miliu Jinu's plan be unveiled, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. However, Miliu Jinu calmly interrupted her. Rest assured, they won't betray me anytime soon. They are also participants in the insurrection plan, and the nature of the uprising is far more severe than drug trafficking. Moreover, they have signed a contract with me. What contract? It's my unique secret method, which can compel them to keep silent about any information concerning me. By using the magical potion she had previously smuggled in, Miliu Jinu could temporarily regain her magical powers and cast spells. She wielded a technique capable of sealing memories. In the past, she had always employed this method to control the assassins she trained, ensuring they could never divulge her secrets. This time, she had utilized this technique to keep those inmates who sought drugs under her control. But even if they don't expose you, Aiden has already suspected you. Ophelia realized the crux of the issue. He is now aware of the existence of the drugs. Next, you will undoubtedly be under intense surveillance. Ah, I suppose so, Miliu Jinu concurred. Thus, we can only commence our actions sooner than planned. Are we going to take drastic measures? Ophelia's gaze sharpened. With the drug supply channel cut off, time is no longer on our side if we cannot continue to bolster our numbers with drugs. Waiting merely affords the guards more time to react. It's better to act swiftly and catch them off guard. As Miliu Jinu spoke, she removed her prison garb and discreetly passed something to Ophelia. Ophelia glanced down to find a small vial containing a dark red liquid. This potion, made from the blood of several magical beasts, can significantly amplify a blood clan's magical power for a short duration, Miliu Jinu whispered. When Ophelia confirmed the plan with her, be ready tonight. I will distribute the drugs to others. You need to feign communication with the warden and lure him into the conference room. Miliu Jinu continued softly, then I will create chaos in the infirmary when the riot squad is drawn there. We will seize the opportunity to break out of the cells. Did you not say you would break through from the infirmary? No, the personnel remaining in the infirmary are merely pawns. The true escape route lies in the conference room. You can't possibly be planning. Ophelia's eyes widened slightly. Yes, we must concentrate all our strongest members to ambush the warden. Only then can we obtain the key to escape the prison. Miliu Jinu narrowed her eyes. 11:30 that night. In the warden's office. Can't find anything. Aiden's reaction to his subordinate's report was one of mild astonishment. No, we've tried every method, Flander replied gravely. They adamantly refused to speak. Have these fools battered their brains with drugs? Aiden couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. After Veronica successfully extracted the drugs from the inmates' possessions, Aiden immediately began his investigation from those items. However, the reality diverged slightly from his expectations. The items containing the drugs did not belong to the inmate he had long suspected. Number 3340, these items had been sent in from the outside, intended for 3 different female inmates. And these 3 inmates were all, without exception, drug addicts. According to Megan's own confession, it was precisely those 3 who had bribed her to allow those items to enter. The drugs sent in were intriguing as well. The knowledgeable prison doctor, after conducting a preliminary inspection, discovered that the powder hidden within the items was closer to raw drug materials and required a series of processes to be converted into consumable drugs. Of course, what kind of drugs could be concocted would require further testing, but it was certain that in the hands of the untrained, those items were almost worthless. They could only be of use in the hands of someone well-versed in pharmacology. And none of those 3 inmates possessed such a background that in other words, the drug lord, who was spreading drugs within the prison, had not personally bribed Megan to procure the goods this time. Instead, they had used the drugs as bait, sending their underlings to carry out such tasks to satisfy their own drug cravings. Those underlings would not refuse the drug lord's demands once the raw materials were obtained. Only the drug lord possessed the expertise to formulate them into usable drugs, meaning the drug lord had no reason to fear that these small fish would abscond with the goods. Aiden discerned that this time, the opponent seemed unexpectedly cautious. Even though he had already rooted out the corrupt guards and identified the underlings responsible for bringing in the raw materials, he still could not uncover the identity of the drug lord behind the scenes. Although he harbored deep suspicions that inmate 3340 was the mastermind, he could not act against her without sufficient evidence. He relied on the rules to manage the prison. Order was the foundation of his authority as a manager. From the perspective of a manager, he could not actively violate the rules of the game. Aiden still trusted Flanda's interrogation skills as an experienced guard. If she could not extract results, it would likely be quite difficult to pry any information from them in the short term. However, he found it hard to fathom how a few drug-addicted small fry could maintain such loyalty to the drug lord supplying their needs to that moment. A guard knocked and entered the office. Saluting Aiden. "What is it?" Aiden inquired. "An inmate claims to have information regarding the flow of drugs within the prison and wishes to report to you privately in the conference room," the guard respectfully replied. "Which inmate?" "It's inmate 3100. Inmate 3100 happened to be the necromancer Asina." "Working for Aiden." "Asina." Aiden furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately nodded. "Very well, bring her to the conference room. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 55, Magical Potions. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, the prison doctor was busy in the examination room. She had not had a proper rest for the past few days. From the night of the day before yesterday to this afternoon, the core area of the prison experienced 2 inexplicable outbreaks of collective illness. The inmates exhibited a collective rise in body temperature. Yet no other symptoms could be discerned. Subsequently, 2 underage inmates attempted to assault others, but were ultimately injured in the process and had to be sent here for recuperation. Almost simultaneously, several inmates suspected of drug use were taken to the infirmary for examination. Leaving the duty nurse, who happened to be on call today, deeply distressed, the beds outside were nearly filled with inmates, and naturally, a considerable number of prison guards and riot control officers crowded the room, almost causing the infirmary to burst at the seams. Fortunately, the warden acted swiftly and immediately traced the source of the drugs, but regrettably, these substances had to be temporarily handed over to her for testing. "If I get through this, I shall certainly apply for a raise," she silently resolved in her heart. While contemplating this, she reached for a test tube from the warm water tank. Half an hour earlier, she had added some of the drugs to the testing reagent, and the reaction results should be ready by now. The liquid in the test tube glowed a vibrant red. A magical reaction? The prison doctor was momentarily stunned. Substances exhibiting magical reactions typically derive from powerful magical creatures. Medicines concocted from these materials are known as magical potions. Like dark magic, magical potions are strictly regulated in this world. Few dare to handle them, except for witches wanted by the Inquisition. A chill ran down the doctor's spine. These drugs were not mere illicit substances. In terms of danger, ordinary addictive drugs pale in comparison to the potent magical potions. The Rose Iron prison housed many formidable witches whose powers had been sealed by the prison's barriers, rendering them unable to utilize their true abilities. If these witches were to acquire magical potions capable of temporarily amplifying their magic, they could regain their strength within the confines of this prison and potentially break free. If the drugs circulating within the prison included these magical potions, those who brought them in must have motives far beyond merely wanting to be the drug lord here. Allowing red alert level criminals to regain their strength within the prison could lead to a potential upheaval. This matter must be reported to the warden immediately. Realizing this, the prison doctor quickly stood up, preparing to compile a report for the warden. Just then, a guard burst into the examination room. "Doctor, an inmate has fallen and injured her head. Please take a look. If it's just a surface wound, let her wait. I have more pressing matters at hand." The doctor waved her hand impatiently. What could be more important? The guard blinked in confusion, just as the doctor was about to respond. An inmate's voice suddenly erupted from the infirmary's hall. "Now's the time." The newly admitted inmate had inexplicably gone into a frenzy. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The guard immediately turned to reprimand the inmate. However, in the next moment, upon hearing her voice, other inmates abruptly jumped out of bed, collectively launching an attack on the guards present, including inmates 3361 and 3362, the twin assassins sent in by Milidu. Their demonic claws, implanted on their forearms, expanded in an instant, shattering the shackles imposed by the Inquisition. Milidu had long since unsealed the bindings to allow them to remain hidden until this moment. Intending for them to strike at the guards, they pounced like predatory beasts, targeting the two nearest guards. Inmate 3361, the elder twin, was slightly slower due to a broken rib from a kick delivered by Ivancha, allowing the guard to evade her demonic claws just in time. Unfortunately, the other guard was not as fortunate. Despite instinctively dodging, he was still slashed on the arm by the younger twin. Just as he prepared to draw his weapon in retaliation, he realized that the muscles in his entire arm had stiffened, leaving him unable to move. He instinctively glanced at his right hand, letting out a gasp of horror as he saw it had turned to a gray-black stone. With the petrification spreading up towards his shoulder, the demonic claws grafted onto the twin's wrists were imbued with a curse that gradually petrified the flesh of living beings. The infirmary descended into chaos as guards and inmates engaged in a fray. "Stay inside. Hurry and call for help." The guard who had just brought in the inmates slammed the examination room door shut, trapping the doctor inside while he stood guard at the entrance. He knew full well that the doctor was unarmed. If she got caught up in the melee, it would surely spell her doom. The doctor stood there, disoriented in the examination room, listening to the sounds of the fight outside. 2 seconds later, she suddenly snapped back to reality and pressed the red button situated on the wall. Instantly, an alarm blared at the infirmary entrance, echoing throughout the prison. In cell number 12, the witch Diley sat on the edge of her bed, gently caressing the bottle in her hand. Hours earlier, the vampire Prince Ophelia and inmate 3340 had found her in the library's reading room and handed her this vial. "Inside is a potion that can temporarily restore your magical powers. I can help you sever the demonic contract binding you. We plan to act tonight. Eliminate the warden and escape this prison. If you wish to regain your freedom, join us, or continue wearing the collar, living as a dog in this prison." The proposition was undeniably tempting. She could now feel that the demonic contract imposed by Aiden, which constantly threatened her life, had vanished. When Ophelia first proposed a collaboration to escape the prison, she had dismissed it. However, it now seemed that the conditions offered were genuine. If that were the case, then the magical potion must also be authentic. In that case, she had only one choice left. Meanwhile, in cell number 8, vampire Prince Ophelia sat on her bed, gripping an identical vial, her ears perked up in anticipation. Finally, the distant sound of the alarm from a corner of the prison reached this ward. The guards on duty in the core area also heard the alarm. Their curiosity peaked in cell 13. Under Fire's astonished gaze, Milidu smiled as she approached the door and called out to the room diagonally across. "It's time, my prince. Let us return home." Upon hearing this, Ophelia, who had long been awaiting the moment, immediately opened the vial in her hand and drank its contents in one gulp. Chapter 56. Breaking through the core area, the potion, infused with the scents of herbs and blood, flowed down her throat. Mere seconds later, Ophelia felt a searing warmth rise from her abdomen, coursing through her limbs. The violent magical energy contained within the potion surged through her, and while the sensation of forcibly replenishing her magic was not particularly pleasant, she could indeed feel her suppressed powers rising in an instant. The strength of her knight kin had returned. She then approached the door and began pounding on the cell door with her bare hands. Attempting to draw the guards' attention, the loud clattering echoed down the corridor, awakening several inmates who had already settled in for the night, prompting them to shout at her in anger. The guard on duty, initially focused on the alarm from the infirmary, quickly rushed out upon hearing the commotion from the cell, angrily shouting towards cell number 8. "What is going on in there? Quiet down. I told you to stop knocking. Didn't I?" Ophelia, far from ceasing her actions, intensified her efforts. Seeking death, the guard muttered, tugging on the nearby pole cord to summon the riot control team to drag the inmate to solitary confinement. The riot team arrived a few minutes later than expected, with 5 fully armed officers pouring in. "Which inmate is causing trouble?" they inquired upon entering. "Cell number 8, the guard pointed to the far end of the corridor. As the riot team approached, Ophelia seized the moment, biting into her pale wrist. Crimson blood gushed from the wound, transforming into a floating red blade that swiftly severed 2 bars. Seizing the opportunity, Ophelia dashed out of her cell and into the corridor. In truth, she could have easily broken through the cell door the moment her magic was restored. She deliberately waited for the guards to summon the riot team to help open the door for her. As the cell door was compromised, the alarm in the core area blared in response. The riot officers were taken aback as a red alert-level inmate suddenly burst forth from her cell. They had merely come to handle a troublesome inmate and had not anticipated encountering a prince-level vampire with restored powers. Just as Ophelia was about to take action against the guards before they could close the door again, shadows behind the guards began to undulate as if boiling. The guards remained focused on Ophelia, their weapons still holstered, when countless dark claws emerged from the shadows beneath their feet, seizing their limbs and lifting them into the air. Ophelia paused, recognizing the spell. It was Daily's signature move, and those black claws were manipulated by her shadow demons. "You made a wise choice." Ophelia turned to face her ally. From the dark abyss, clawed hands emerged from the confines of cell No. 12, grasping the bars and bending them with ease. The witch, Dolly, stepped through the gap between the rails with an unhurried grace. "With such a splendid opportunity before me, I certainly have no reason to let it slip away," Dolly replied with a light smile. With a flick of her fingers, she commanded the shadowy claws of her minion to shove the guards into the observation room, subsequently sealing the door and snapping the lock shut. "Why don't you two free me first before engaging in idle chatter?" interjected Maliuginu. Standing before the door of cell number 13. Although she was a master of potions, demonic contracts, and sealing arts, her combat prowess was somewhat lacking. Unable to breach the sturdy cell door, she nonetheless knew that Ophelia would not abandon her. The plan to incite a riot and escape had been her brainchild, and she alone knew the entire scheme's intricacies. "Step back," Ophelia instructed, allowing Maliuginu to retreat a pace, before deftly slicing through the bars with her blade. Maliuginu stepped out of her cell with composure, casting a glance back at the demonic seductress, Feyre, who sat on the bed, paralyzed with shock. "Would you care to join me, Miss Succubus?" she casually invited. Feyre remained frozen for a moment, finally lying back down on the bed, covering her head with the blanket. "I'm sound asleep and have seen nothing." With a mere year of her sentence remaining, she had no intention of getting involved in such an escape plan. As a succubus lacking in combat capability, she feared that a stray bullet might very well seal her fate. Maliuginu had only made the suggestion in passing, so she did not press the issue further. Turning to Ophelia, she pointed towards cell number 11. "Let us release her as well. Are you sure she will assist us?" Ophelia still harbored some reservations. Among the 3 prisoners recruited by Aiden, she was most uncertain about Ivanshaw. While Dolly and Asina were at least communicable, Ivanshaw remained an enigma. "Rest assured," Maliuginu replied confidently. After a brief contemplation, Ophelia manipulated the blood-imbued blade to cut through the bars of cell number 11. Ivanshaw appeared at the entrance. Hesitating before stepping out, her expression wary as she scrutinized the 3 outside. That moment, Maliuginu approached her with a warm smile, arms outstretched. "Come here, Vani." Memories surged back to Ivanshaw, as if she had awakened from a dream. "Mother, come. It's time to go home," Maliuginu beckoned. Ivanshaw gazed at her mother in confusion, momentarily hesitant. The notion of being liberated from this prison was almost surreal. Yet, she vaguely recalled Aiden's warnings against leaving, noticing her inaction. Maliuginu's tone grew serious. "I am freeing you, Vani." In an instant, fear flickered in Ivanshaw's eyes that it was unthinkable to defy her mother, who had instilled obedience in her since childhood. Thus, she reflexively stepped out of her cell, placing her slender, scarred hand into Maliuginu's grasp. "Good girl." Maliuginu smiled with narrowed eyes. "So it is true. You are indeed the witch Maliuginu," Dolly remarked from behind, arms crossed. Though she was unfamiliar with Maliuginu personally, she had heard whispers of the once-renowned witch who, after being expelled from the witches' gathering, had immersed herself in the underworld, using her expertise in potions and demonic contracts to train orphans into assassins, ultimately becoming the queen of the assassin realm. Ivanshah was her proudest creation. Let us set aside such trivial matters for now. Our priority is to escape this cage. Myliugenu urged Ivanshah forward. Goodness. Someone is escaping. Hold on, big shot. Take me with you. To conserve time, the four disregarded the shouts of other prisoners and made their way out of the core area. Ivanshah was mechanically pulled along by Myliugenu, her bewilderment deepening with each step. Chapter 57. 1 against 100. Just a minute before Myliugenu and her companions departed the core area, the medical room erupted into chaos, the alarm blaring as if intent on shattering eardrums. Guards stationed in the medical room exerted their utmost to subdue the inmates, their superior equipment allowing them to dominate, especially as many prisoners were shackled. However, the inmates' retaliatory strike surpassed their expectations, catching them completely off guard. Even more alarming was the fact that the twin assassins, endowed with demonic claws, had become the backbone of the riotous prisoners. They utilized their petite frames to scurry beneath beds, darting like cats along the floor, occasionally emerging to strike at the guards' ankles. The petrifying curse affixed to their claws meant that even a mere scratch could incapacitate someone within minutes. Soon, several guards had succumbed, and the prisoners began to gain the upper hand. One guard, having drawn his weapon to shoot an inmate in the leg, was abruptly taken down from behind with a bench. The assailant, Pirate Anna, swiftly seized the gun from his grasp. Nearby, Bandit Catherine was choking another guard with the chain of his shackles. Laughing maniacally, "Say something, you lapdog officers. Aren't you all so arrogant on normal days?" Not only were the inmates who rallied behind Myliugenu motivated by addiction to her drugs, but there were also those who harbored grievances against the guards. Particularly Warden Aiden. Upon hearing of Myliugenu's plan to incite a riot and eliminate the warden, they joined her without a second thought. However, they remained unaware that they were merely pawns in Myliugenu's scheme to draw the main force of the riot squad away. At that moment, the door to the medical room was kicked open with a force so fierce that it detached from its frame and flew into the room. The inmates cheered, reveling in their role as instigators of the riot. Eager to escalate the chaos, they assumed that the louder the mayhem, the more exciting it would be. Believing that the big shots from the prison were merely stepping in to join the fray, Myliugenu had indeed assured them of this. Yet, when the newcomer stormed into the medical room, the inmates were left in stunned silence. The familiar face was not that of a fellow prisoner, but rather Veronica, the new captain of the 4th Riot Squad. Veronica quickly scanned the room, assessing the situation. She had raced into the medical room, leaving her fellow Riot Squad members behind, her sprinting speed unmatched by ordinary humans. Typically, those who charged into enemy territory like this did not live long unless they were extraordinary fighters capable of taking on 100 foes at once. However, Veronica was not afraid. She truly possessed that capability. Before the inmates could fully react, she sprang into action, targeting the nearest inmate with a swift hook that knocked them unconscious. Another inmate lunged at her, only to be caught and thrown over her shoulder. Veronica leaped onto a medical bed, evading an inmate's desperate grapple, and delivered a sweeping kick that knocked out several teeth. In her peripheral vision, she noticed Pirate Anna aiming her gun at her, and immediately dove under the bed to avoid the shot. As Anna aimed again, Veronica had already rolled to the other side, rising from beneath the bed. Veronica used her sheer strength to flip the entire bed towards Anna. The mattress obscured Anna's view, forcing her to sidestep. Just as she managed to dodge the iron bed, blood erupted from her shoulder as the gunshot rang out, ringing painfully in her ears. After rising, Veronica promptly fired back at Anna, who was armed, showing no hesitation. Anna felt a jolt, followed by a dull thud as she fell to the ground, her arm numb, though her shoulder throbbed with agony. Within mere seconds, Veronica had seized control of the situation. She was well versed in such chaotic encounters, having battled gangsters in the old town during her time as a mounted police officer and having quelled bandit nests in the outskirts. Of course, some inmates were equally accustomed to such scenarios. While Veronica focused on Anna, Bandit Catherine approached stealthily from behind, wielding a stolen baton. As soon as Veronica fired, Catherine leaped, using the gunfire as cover to strike Veronica's head with all her might. Catherine, a former bandit leader, was accustomed to such brawls, which fueled her animosity towards Veronica's background as a mounted officer. The blow was intended to be lethal, potent enough to snap an adult's neck. Yet, Veronica merely staggered, her head tilting slightly, before turning to deliver a powerful punch to Catherine's face, breaking her nose. Catherine saw stars and collapsed, clutching her bleeding nose in disbelief. The physique of a werewolf is quite formidable, Veronica remarked, glaring at her as wolf ears sprouted from her head, her eyes gleaming with wild ferocity. Before Catherine could react, she saw Veronica's foot coming towards her, and her vision went black. Just then, a strange shadow darted from beneath the bed. Aiming for Veronica's calf, she instinctively raised her leg and delivered a kick, sending her opponent sprawling. The petite figure collided with the wall, and it was only then that Veronica realized her adversary was a little girl. No, rather, there were two. The other had somehow leaped onto a nearby medicine cabinet and launched herself at Veronica, claws outstretched, aiming for her crown. The girl, recently kicked into the wall, bore the pain and charged once more. Veronica reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to evade the strike from above, then seized the assailant's foot with determination, swinging it like a hammer to crash into the advancing girl. The twins collided, tumbling into disarray. Veronica possessed not only the extraordinary physical prowess of a werewolf, but also the skills of police combat and a wealth of battle experience. Although the demon claws of the twin assassins were perilous, their combat techniques were still lacking by comparison. Watching the two children struggle through their pain to rise again for another fight, Veronica felt a fleeting pang of pity, yet in the next moment, she reminded herself that if Aiden were present, he would certainly show no mercy to these twin assassins. Surrender at once, or I shall not hold back. She steeled her heart and issued a warning to the twins. Without hesitation, they charged at Veronica once more, their expressions cold and mechanical. Chapter 58. Interception. Miligenu walked briskly at the forefront, pulling Avanza along the prison corridor, followed closely by Ophelia and Dolly. Is it not rather too easy that there isn't a single guard in sight? Ophelia scanned the surroundings warily. The situation in the infirmary drew the riot squad there. Leaving us a clear path, Miligenu replied with a hint of pride in her voice. So where are we headed now? Dolly, who had just hitched a ride on this prison break, inquired. Surely you can tell me now. To the corner of the corridor west of the conference area. We are to intercept the warden there, Miligenu answered. How can you be so sure he will be there? Dolly pressed. He often wanders around the prison. We sent Ursina ahead to find him, pretending to have a tip-off to lure him to the conference room. With the infirmary situation now, he will surely head there with Ursina. We merely need to lie in wait on his path, Ophelia explained, her crimson eyes sparkling with excitement. The one who had captured her was Aiden, and after she was imprisoned, it was still Aiden who oversaw her, from the Inquisition Bureau to the Rose Iron prison. This proud vampire prince had been forced to endure under that man's oppressive rule for so many years. Today, she would finally have her revenge, using that man's blood to wash away all the humiliation she had suffered over the years. So, UVE also roped Ursina in, Dolly pondered. It seems the warden's road is coming to an end. Although he can be considered a strong one, he cannot possibly survive against such a multitude, Ophelia scoffed coldly. And after we kill him, are we to rescue anyone from the infirmary? Dolly pressed further. There's no need. The warden possesses the keys and magical artifacts to break the barriers. Once we eliminate him, we can exit through the main gate directly. Why take the long way around? Miligenu replied. The riot squad should all be crowded in the infirmary. There's no need to clash with them. The Inquisition Bureau isn't far from here. And if we miss our chance, even our combined strength 1T take us far. Miligenu was acutely aware that even if the four battle-hardened witches, aside from herself, teamed up, they would still be hard-pressed to break through if surrounded by the prison's riot forces. Furthermore, if they were too slow, and the elite forces from the Inquisition Bureau and cavalry arrived, it would spell disaster for them, abandoning the rabble in the infirmary, including the twin assassins she had sent to prison. Was indeed the best choice. Avanza looked at Miligenu in surprise. Are we to abandon them? She was well aware that the twins were currently in the infirmary, having been the one to send her sisters there for healing. She understood that the twins had likely come at Mother's behest to this perilous prison, and Mother had gone to great lengths to bring her out of here. Yet now, Mother was ruthlessly discarding them like mere scraps of paper. Miligenu turned back to glance at her indifferently. You've changed a bit in these 2 years. You would never question Mother's decisions before. Avanza instinctively averted her gaze from Miligenu. Feeling confused about why she would leave the twins behind while insisting on taking her away, yet she lacked the courage to voice her doubts, Miligenu stared at her for a few seconds, her expression suddenly softening. Do not worry, Vanny, you are different from them. You are Mother's most exceptional child. She will never abandon you. Miligenu smiled. Shouldn't it be the most exceptional tool instead? Even someone as cold-blooded as you wouldn't easily give up such useful killing instruments. Would you? A deep male voice interjected unexpectedly. Miley Eugenu halted her steps, and at the fork in the corridor ahead, Aiden appeared, leaning on his cane, with the necromancer Arsena following behind him. The prison corridors are no place for a leisurely stroll, Aiden said, his gaze piercing into Miley Eugenu. Good evening, Warden. Miley Eugenu greeted him with a pleasant smile, just as she had when she unexpectedly encountered him on the playground. Good evening, inmate 3340, Aiden replied flatly. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call you the witch Miley Eugenu. You have already uncovered my identity. Miley Eugenu chuckled, the atmosphere cordial as though they were engaged in a tea gathering. Your sisters you sent and deliberately injured themselves to enter the infirmary and caused a ruckus with the drugged inmates. Even I, no matter how foolish, should have deduced that the flow of drugs within the prison was orchestrated by you, the Queen Ant, Aiden said slowly. The Inquisition Bureau's files state that the children raised by the witch Miley Eugenu have undergone extensive drug modifications, indicating her expertise in pharmacology and potion making, and indeed, the reputation does not deceive. You are quite astute. Miley Eugenu nodded in appreciation. No, I am still not clever enough. If I were truly wise, I would have realized during the twins' drug-induced visit to the infirmary. That way, I could have dragged you out and handed you over to the Inquisition Bureau much sooner, Aiden said with a self-deprecating smile. By the way, if it weren't for the accidental discovery of the prohibited items related to the succubus fair, I probably wouldn't have suspected you at all. In the game of wits with the inmates, the guards were largely relegated to a passive role, as long as the inmates did not provoke trouble first. They could not proactively seek to trouble them. Just like this uprising, the guards could only suppress the inmates after the riot had begun. Aiden was not some omniscient detective but merely an experienced guard. His sole option was to lay out preventive measures beforehand. But unfortunately, Miley Eugenu had not afforded him that time. That he had only just intercepted the drugs and had not had the chance to unearth her identity when she had decisively set her uprising plan into motion. It must be said that this woman was indeed formidable. Her unexpected first move had proven effective. Your aim is to break out and take Avanza with you. Aiden surveyed the individuals present. Even Ophelia has been ensnared by you. Ophelia shot him a cold glare in retort. Upon seeing Ophelia, Aiden revealed little surprise, but when he noticed the witch standing at the back, he furrowed his brow slightly. Dolly, what are you doing there? As you can see, Warden, Dolly cast him a flirtatious glance. I simply made a wise choice. Chapter 59. Kill him, the wise choice you speak of. Aiden fixed his gaze on Dolly's eyes. Refers to this act of betrayal. Of course. If something benefits me, I have no reason not to pursue it, Dolly replied with an elegant smile. Fool, do you still think you are in control of the situation? The demon contracts you placed on them have been nullified. Ophelia could no longer contain herself and mocked Aiden loudly. Nullified? Aiden pondered for a moment, then seemed to realize something. His eyes widening slightly, he turned slightly and saw Arsena already pointing a long staff at his back. That's precisely it. Arsena adjusted her glasses. I have quite the expertise in non-summoning demon contracts. As you should well know, Miley Eugenu added with a laugh. If I intend to take my daughter away, how could I allow her life to remain in your hands? A demon contract, by its very name, is an agreement forged between the caster and a demon from another world, wherein sacrifices are made to the demon in exchange for rewards. It is, to some extent, a highly convenient method of acquiring power, albeit at a steep price. Dolly specializes in summoning contracts, gaining the ability to summon and command demons after offering sacrifices. Meanwhile, Miley Eugenu excels in power contracts, wherein sacrifices made to the demon grant the caster the demon's own powers directly. As seen with the petrifying claws of the twin assassins and Avanza's transformation abilities, Aiden's use of the contract with Dolly and her ilk is of the latter kind. But his aim was not to gain power after the contract was fulfilled, but rather to utilize the contract itself. He positioned himself as the master of the contract, yet the sacrifices offered were the hearts of the three prisoners. The moment he activated the contract, Dolly and the others would perish in an instant from their hearts bursting. What Aiden truly coveted was merely the intimidation that the contract wielded over the prisoners. However, that very contract had now been nullified by Miley Eugenu. You've reached the end of your road, Warden, Ophelia cackled, a wide grin spreading across her face. Today, I shall personally send you on your way and drain your blood. Her exuberance was palpable. She had waited far too long for this day. Captured by this man, interrogated by him, and even after being transferred to another prison, he had relentlessly followed her, thwarting her escape plans and subjecting her to wild humiliation. What infuriated her most was that this man had been unbearably aloof when he first captured and interrogated her. Yet after becoming the warden, he seemed a different person, indulging in mockery that was clearly aimed at her. This scoundrel was her calamity, the greatest blemish on her existence. Not a day passed without her imagining how she could sever his throat and drain the life from his body. Aiden leaned on his cane, gazing intently at Ophelia. You've truly let it go to your head, vampire. Surely you understand the principle that a cornered beast will bite? Even if I cannot defeat all of you, I can at least strive to take one of you down with me. You are eager to accompany me, aren't you? Though he spoke thus, Aiden was acutely aware that given his current strength, he stood little chance, not even in a one-on-one with Ophelia, let alone facing multiple opponents. The previous owner of this body had indeed been a prodigious warrior, adept in marksmanship, swordsmanship, and dark magic, capable of besting a monster like Ophelia with the cutting-edge equipment of the Inquisition. As for him, despite having inherited the memories and skills of his predecessor, even after some practice, his proficiency and experience remained vastly inferior. Moreover, having transitioned to the role of a prison guard, his available equipment was far from exceptional. His combat prowess barely reached 60% of the former Aiden's capabilities. He could manage against somewhat formidable humans like the thief Catherine and the pirate Anna, but he stood no chance against a criminal of Ophelia's caliber, akin to a level red alert. After arriving in this world, devoid of any special advantages or fortuitous encounters, he certainly fell into the category of being rather unambitious by the standards of a transmigrator. Yet, even so, he was quite adept at posturing. It was his professional habit to establish authority before the prisoners. At the very least, he could not afford to lose face. As an elite of the Inquisition, the former Aiden's reputation was relatively formidable among the prisoners, and he had no qualms about leveraging this renown to instill fear. This time, Ophelia had indeed been intimidated by him. Observing Aiden's calm demeanor, etched with an expression that seemed to say, "If you wish to fight, then fight," she instinctively tempered her arrogance, cautiously advising her companions, "For safety's sake, let us all attack together. After we dispose of him, I shall drink his blood." However, at that moment, Miliugenu raised her hand. "Allow me to handle this." With that, she pushed the dazed Afansa to the forefront and softly commanded, "Go on, Vani, kill him." Her tone was unusually flat, as if instructing someone to assist with mundane tasks like peeling an onion or chopping vegetables. "Kill him," Afansa repeated, momentarily stunned, before turning to Miliugenu. "Kill him. Let me see if your skills have deteriorated over the years." Miliugenu placed her hand on Afansa's head, reiterating the command, "Kill that man, and then we shall return home." Afansa looked to Aiden, whose expression remained unperturbed. "You and I had an agreement. You must not kill indiscriminately. This is the rule, whether here or outside." Afansa's face betrayed confusion. She distinctly remembered the rules Aiden had taught her, which had allowed her to survive in this prison, a delicate balance she had only just managed to adapt to. Yet now, Mother had suddenly appeared, commanding her to break that very rule, trained since childhood by Miliugenu to be a killing machine. Her thought processes had been conditioned to be singular and mechanical. Machines operate according to protocols, and she too lived by rules, having previously followed Mother's commands and now adhering to Aiden's teachings. The conflicting rules had created a paradox within her, rendering her as paralyzed as a malfunctioning machine. Observing Afansa's inaction, Miliugenu's expression darkened. From the moment she reunited with Afansa, she had sensed a shift. During the 2 years spent in the prison, the warden seemed to have significantly diluted the brainwashing effects she had instilled in Afansa. This was intolerable. Afansa was her finest creation, and she would not permit anyone else to interfere. Thus, Miliugenu resolved to command Afansa to personally eliminate Aiden, the most effective way to eradicate the negative influence he had imposed upon her. After all, Afansa was forged for the sole purpose of killing. Chapter 60. You have been sold. If you take action to kill now, there will be no turning back, Aiden stated. You will only exist as her instrument of death. Pursued by the Inquisition, living like a rat scurrying through the streets. Do not listen to him. He is the one who views you as a tool. Miliugenu interjected impatiently. He implanted a demonic contract within you. Had I not intervened, he would have undoubtedly killed you by now. Indeed, had the demonic contract still bound Afansa, I would not hesitate to kill her. I do not show mercy to escapees, Aiden replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Glancing at Aphansa, this I have also made clear to you, Aphansa. Mylaiugenu hesitated momentarily. Aiden's words took her by surprise. She had anticipated him to offer a defense, yet he boldly acknowledged the truth. But at least I will not deceive you. Aiden fixed his gaze on Aphansa's eyes. This prison is the only place where you can truly live. If you leave this prison, you will only exist within the lies of that woman for a few years before dying a miserable death. Aphansa's eyes widened. Aiden had previously made it clear she could not escape the prison. Her instincts told her Aiden was not lying, as she could not formulate a counterargument, and he had never deceived her. In the outside world, she was the queen of assassins, pursued by countless individuals seeking to exploit her, as well as innumerable enemies desiring her head. Once she left the prison, she would be forced to resume killing, returning to a life steeped in blood. Should she be captured again, a death sentence would be her fate. Even if she managed to evade capture, her time was limited. This body, ravaged by potions and demonic contracts, could not endure for long. Do not listen to his nonsense. Act swiftly, Mylaiugenu urged Aphansa. Listen to Mother. Vani, only I love you in this world. You have transformed her body into a broken vessel that will not survive past 30, yet you can utter such vile words without a flicker of shame. You truly are rotten to the core. Mylaiugenu, Aiden retorted coldly. Face the reality, Aphansa. There is no one in this world who loves you. You will never obtain such a thing, but at least you still have a chance for a stable life. That woman is the architect of your current misery. Once you rid yourself of her, you can seize that opportunity. A stable life stirred something within Aphansa, from being a manipulated assassin to a convict. She had never experienced true freedom, hence she felt no inconvenience in prison life. Rather, it seemed far more comfortable than her past, free from the perils of violence, as long as she adhered to the rules and refrained from killing. Even without a moral compass, the profit-driven instincts buried deep within her urged her to remain here. Aiden's experience over more than a decade had taught him that people are driven by self-interest. To reform a prisoner, it was far more effective to make them understand that living an honest life was more reliable than a life of crime, rather than appealing to vague emotions. Over the past 2 years, he had never deliberately sought to forge a bond with Aphansa. He merely arranged for her to live as normally as possible within the prison. If Aphansa developed even a modicum of self-awareness, she would realize that her previous life was even worse than that of the prisoners. Observing the flicker of uncertainty in Aphansa's expression, Mylaiugenu sensed impending danger. She reached for Aphansa's shoulder. But Aphansa abruptly broke free from her grasp, distancing herself. Vomit. Both Mylaiugenu and Aphansa herself expressed astonishment. This was a reflex that Aphansa could not comprehend. In the split second of realization, she had instinctively rejected her mother's command. Well done, Aiden smiled knowingly. At this moment, Ophelia, who had been merely spectating, could no longer contain herself. Stop dragging your feet. If this drags on, the riot squad will arrive. Kill this man first, then we can leave. Mylaiugenu glared at Aiden in frustration. During the 2-year gap in which Aphansa had been beyond her control, this man had influenced her more profoundly than she had anticipated, even provoking Aphansa to resist her orders. Although she desperately wanted Aphansa to eliminate this man to eradicate his influence entirely. It appeared there was no time left for her to hesitate. Now she could only settle for second best, instructing Ophelia and the others to eliminate Aiden and forcibly abduct Ivasha, with plans to brainwash her anew later. Although Ivasha had rejected her murderous command, she still maintained a certain degree of respect for her, showing no intention of betrayal. The fear instilled by past brainwashing was not easily dispelled. Very well. Proceed, Mylaiugenu conceded. Ophelia stepped forward, controlling the blood to flow from her wrist wound. Coalescing into the shape of claws at her fingertips, Asena began to chant a spell. A mist-like spirit coiled around the tip of her staff. Deli's magic was also poised to strike, the shadow beneath Aiden beginning to seethe. Aiden warily scanned his surroundings before fixing his gaze on Ophelia. Do not resist. Accept your fate, even if that little wretch refuses to strike. How do you expect to survive 4 against 1? Ophelia mocked Aiden, convinced of his inevitable demise, and no matter how formidable he was, he could not simultaneously fend off attacks from 3 directions, front, back, and below. Seizing the moment, she leaped forward, her crimson claws extending ominously as they lunged for Aiden's throat. That instant, Asena, in synchrony, unleashed her spell, the surging spirit coalescing at the front of her staff. manifesting as her signature offensive necromancy, Wail of the Damned. Yet, just as the spell was ready to be unleashed, Asena abruptly raised her staff, redirecting it past Aiden's shoulder towards the airborne Ophelia. Ophelia was momentarily taken aback. In the next heartbeat, the spirit that erupted from the end of Asena's staff morphed into a skeletal visage. Its mouth agape as it emitted a soul-shattering roar. Caught off guard, Ophelia succumbed to this onslaught, crashing to the ground. Melagina watched in stunned disbelief, but before she could react, dark claws emerged from the shadow beneath her, seizing her limbs and hoisting her into the air. "What are you doing?" Melagina gasped, realizing that it was Deli's summoned shadow demon that had ensnared her. Deli looked up at her, a silent smile gracing her lips. "You are mistaken. It is 3 against 2, Aiden remarked, glancing at the fallen Ophelia. Ophelia, finally recovering, raised her head to meet Asena's gaze, her face a canvas of disbelief. "Why?" "It is as it is," Aiden exhaled. "You two have been sold out." Chapter 61. The Net Titans 10 minutes earlier. Aiden entered the conference room, where Asena had been waiting for quite some time. "So, what do you wish to tell me?" Aiden asked as he took a seat at the iron table, according to the prison guard's relay. Asena seemed to have grasped intelligence regarding the flow of drugs within the prison. However, what followed from Asena's lips was completely unexpected. Inmate 3340 from Cell 13 has colluded with Ophelia. They plan to incite a riot among the inmates in the medical ward and then use the chaos to escape and eliminate you. They are set to act in about 2 minutes. It took Aiden several seconds to digest this information, and then he asked with a serious expression, "How did you come by this knowledge?" "They attempted to recruit me. They sent me here to draw you into the conference room to pinpoint your location," Asena replied, her face a mask of indifference. She then succinctly explained how inmate 3340 had helped them break the demon contract and provided them with a potion to temporarily regain their magical powers. "So, you intend to sell them out?" Aiden finally grasped the situation. "Trading with you may be more lucrative. Deli thinks so too," Asena stated calmly. "Never would I have imagined that the Queen Ant, elusive for so long under the Inquisition's grasp, would fall into my hands today," Aiden remarked, arms crossed, addressing the 2 immobilized female inmates before him, the noble bloodline Princess Ophelia and the witch Melagina, who had trained the king of assassins, could only stare helplessly at the warden standing before them. They refrained from attacking Aiden or attempting to flee because their limbs were firmly gripped by the shadow demon's claws. Suspended awkwardly in mid-air to their right, the witch Deli held a short staff, a smirk of schadenfreude playing on her lips. When first captured by the shadow demon, Ophelia had attempted to struggle with her princely bloodline strength. She could have transformed into a swarm of bats to escape. However, with a necromancer who understood bloodlines present, Asena had swiftly placed a cursed by vengeful spirits curse on her before she could make her move, sealing her magic. "You wretched fool!" Ophelia glared at Asena, who stood expressionless to her left, cursing vehemently. "Did you lose your mind? I broke you out specifically to bring you along, and you betray me like this? Given our history, I would prefer not to, but the rewards offered are simply too great," Asena replied calmly. "I don't understand." Melagina turned to Deli. "We were so close, and I had already helped you break the demon contract. Why would you choose to assist this man? Isn't leaving this prison better?" She realized now that she and Ophelia had been played by these 2 women. From the very beginning, Deli and Asena had been preparing to ambush them. Reflecting on past events, in the core area, Deli had preemptively captured the guards before Ophelia could act, even damaging the lock to protect those guards. Had Deli not intervened, they might have perished at Ophelia's hands. "You wish to leave does not mean that I wish to leave," Deli shrugged. "There is nothing wrong with being here. I can focus on studying dark magic as before, with someone providing for my needs, and most importantly, I won't be disturbed by soldiers or bounty hunters. Furthermore," she glanced at Aiden, a knowing smile gracing her lips, "there exists such a fine gentleman. Why would I have any reason to leave?" Melagina stood there dumbfounded. "Do you think they are helping me because I coerced them with the demon contract?" Aiden interjected. "You are mistaken. They voluntarily entered the demon contract because they agreed to assist me. The contract serves merely as insurance. They work for me because I provide them with benefits. Oh, you know why I chose them for this transaction." "What?" Melagina instinctively asked. "Because I can offer them what they desire, while you, in your dealings with them, seem utterly oblivious to their needs." Aiden spread his arms. Deli used to dwell in the shadow ruins, While Asena resided in the gloomy forest, they distanced themselves from society to delve into dark magic and necromancy. Living in conditions worse than a prison. If I allow them to study magic within the prison, what reason would they have to leave? Permission to study, but they are researching forbidden arts. Melaginu could not comprehend. Indeed, they were imprisoned for researching forbidden arts, as they lacked the Inquisition's approval. Thus, I utilized my connections to secure that approval for them, provided they are willing to share their research findings with the Inquisition. Aiden smirked. If their research proves valuable, I can even advocate for a reduced sentence. This approach was something he had learned from his past life, utilizing the unique skills of inmates to engage in research and invention within the prison, thereby fully realizing their potential. Deli and Asena were imprisoned due to their obsession with forbidden arts. Aiden possessed a more progressive vision for inmates than other law enforcement officials, while others viewed them merely as dangerous witches. He recognized their potential as invaluable talents, even possessing superior techniques in dark magic compared to those regulated by the Inquisition. Talent should be wisely utilized, even if it originates from a criminal background. For Deli and Asena, being able to continue their research in forbidden arts was preferable to living in fear of being hunted outside. Once their sentences were served, they would no longer be targets of scrutiny. Thus, they would not easily betray Aiden, a fact he was well aware of. In truth, the only value in the deal proposed by Melaginu for them was the opportunity to sell her and Ophelia out in exchange for reduced sentences and rewards. I must admit, you are indeed quite remarkable. When it comes to scheming, I may not be your match. Aiden leaned closer to Melaginu, speaking slowly. Your failure stems from one singular reason. You underestimated my methods of managing this prison. In the end, he was still best at his craft. This prison, meticulously overseen by him, was not easily upended by Melaginu's machinations. Melaginu glared at the man before her, her teeth clenched in frustration. You have, at last, made the right choice based on your own convictions. Finally, Aiden turned to look at Ivanshaw behind him. Is this sufficient? Ivanshaw gazed at him, somewhat bewildered. Yes, it is enough as long as you do not commit any wrongful acts. Aiden smiled. Ultimately, the rules of the prison are simply as such. Chapter 62, The Rescue Operation in the Medical Ward. Veronica directed the riot control team as they cuffed the last batch of subdued inmates. Captain, should we also handcuff these two little rascals? One of the team members inquired. Veronica glanced at the unconscious twins sprawled on the ground and replied, Of course, we must. They are the most dangerous individuals here. Their hands should be secured behind their backs. Recalling the recent battle, Veronica felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Despite their youth, these twins fought with a ferocity that was truly vicious, striking with precision aimed at vital points. Had it not been for the enhancement of her strength from the werewolf's power, she feared she would have been incapacitated like the prison guard who was initially attacked. After exchanging a few blows, she too had ceased holding back. The riot police present gazed at their new captain with admiration. When the alarm first rang, Veronica had charged in alone, shaking off her comrades, who could not even call her back. They had worried that by the time they arrived, they might need to collect their new captain's body. But upon their arrival, they found that Veronica had already subdued a significant number of the inmates, having rendered one of the twins unconscious and was currently swinging the other around while effortlessly knocking out another prisoner. Thanks to her fearless foray into the fray, the remaining prisoners had lost their will to fight, allowing the riot police to control the scene with almost no resistance. Finally, it's over, the prison doctor said as she emerged from the examination room. Patting her chest, there are quite a few injured. I'll leave their rescue to you. Veronica beckoned her over. The doctor glanced around, nearly choking on her breath. So many. The scene was littered with bodies, half of which were the prison guards initially attacked by the inmates, while the other half were the prisoners who had been bested by Veronica, totaling at least 30 injured. It had been a long time since the Rose Iron prison had experienced such a large-scale riot. However, with the situation as it was, she had no choice but to steel herself. Everyone, lend a hand. Focus on the guards first and set the inmates aside. Help check for any serious injuries, and let us not move anyone who has severely hurt. I'll handle it. The doctor began directing the riot police to assist. Veronica also took a moment to examine the injured and quickly discovered something amiss. Doctor, something doesn't seem right over here. Please come take a look. The doctor hurried over and gasped upon seeing the scene. Several prison guards lay on the ground, appearing conscious but utterly rigid, their bodies unmovable, with only their eyes able to shift. The skin exposed beneath their tattered uniforms had turned a grim, ashen hue. It seems they cannot speak. Their limbs have become as stiff as stone, Veronica reported to the doctor. It's petrification syndrome, the doctor said. Her expression grave. Cut their clothing away carefully. We mustn't injure their limbs further, or they'll be crippled. First, let us pour some holy water on them. She instructed the riot police to retrieve a bottle of holy water from the medicine cabinet and pour it onto the injured areas affected by the petrification. The spread of the curse seemed to slow, but there were no signs of recovery. This is troublesome, the doctor said, her face darkening. The curse of petrification was a rare ability possessed only by some formidable magical beasts. Simple cases could be remedied with holy water, but curses from more powerful entities were not so easily dispelled. What should we do then? Veronica furrowed her brow. We can only continue applying holy water to delay the effects. I must report to the warden immediately that we need to contact the Inquisition. There may be someone there who knows how to address this. The doctor offered this plan, knowing that if the petrification spread to the brain, even if they managed to reverse it later, the victims would become mindless vegetative states. Very well. Just as Veronica prepared to leave the infirmary, Aiden strode in, locking eyes with her. Sir, she instinctively saluted and swiftly reported the situation. Sir, a riot just occurred. The scene has been brought under control, but there are still injured individuals requiring rescue, and some have fallen victim to the petrification curse. Yes, I am aware, Aiden nodded. I came here for this very matter. I've brought assistance. He snapped his fingers, and a prison guard pushed a prisoner forward. Prisoner 3340, my Lujan. As you can see, due to your actions, many have been injured. Aiden cast a sidelong glance at my Lujan. Since you are knowledgeable in pharmacology, lend a hand. You should have some means to counter the petrification curse, yes? He had learned about the twins' profiles from their files, and, upon discovering that my Lujan was the mastermind behind the riot, he surmised that someone in the infirmary might already be afflicted by the curse. Thus, he brought her along. My Lujan was well-versed in potion-making. Her skills could be used for harm or healing. A look of surprise crossed her face. Warden, do you really need the help of a prisoner who wants to kill you? There are plenty of prisoners who wish to kill me. You are not unique. I simply ask if you can save those individuals, Aiden replied, his tone firm. I could, but are you not worried I might tamper with the treatment? My Lujan narrowed her eyes. You might consider yourself clever enough not to engage in such foolishness, Aiden replied, his expression unyielding. Do not forget that you are in my custody. You are on my turf, and I have yet to settle the score with you if anything happens to my people today. You should understand the consequences. My Lujan held his gaze for a moment before finally averting her eyes. Fine, bring me some paper. I'll write a prescription. Aiden turned to Veronica. You keep an eye on her. She is the principal instigator of this incident. If she attempts any treachery, do not hesitate to act. Principal instigator. Veronica stared at my Lujan in bewilderment. Is it really her? Yes, indeed. The inmates in the infirmary were acting under her orders. She conspired with other prisoners to escape and intended to kill me. Aiden briefly explained the situation. I will provide you with more details later. Are you all right? Veronica asked, astonished. It was a minor affair. Aiden replied nonchalantly that in truth, although he had been informed beforehand that Dolly and Asina would betray my Lujan, he had felt considerable tension during the standoff in the corridor. Rarely does one encounter life-threatening moments throughout a lifetime. Having served as a prison guard for many years, this was his first experience with a riot of such magnitude. Fortunately, his extensive exposure to dangerous inmates helped him maintain composure. That he emerged unscathed at the conclusion of the incident was, in part, due to Ivantia defying my Lujan's commands at a critical moment. Had Ivantia chosen to side with them, even if Dolly and Asina managed to catch them off guard. Whether he could stand here unscathed remained uncertain. Chapter 63. Public execution. The following day, Ophelia sat uneasily in her cell, unable to find peace, her demeanor one of palpable anxiety. After being captured, Aiden had not thrown her into solitary confinement, but rather returned her to her designated cell number 8. Given her understanding of Aiden, she knew that man would never let her off the hook. Having participated in a riot and attempted to murder the warden, this was no mere matter of a few days in solitary or an extended sentence. If there were a way to escape the prison through the toilet right now, she would not hesitate to take it. After a while, she heard the sound of the main gate to the core area opening, causing her heart to sink. Well, what must come will come. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot evade fate. She resolved within herself that no matter what Aiden had in store for her, She would not flinch. At the very least, she would preserve her dignity as a vampire prince. Moments later, Ophelia, it's time for reckoning. Aiden appeared at the cell door, calling out to her. He paused in silence upon seeing the state of the cell, then rolled his eyes in exasperation. What are you hiding under the blanket for? The cell was entirely obscured, with only a lumpy blanket subtly quivering, clearly concealing someone. I am not here. Ophelia's voice sounded muffled from beneath the blanket. Stop avoiding reality. There are consequences for breaking the rules. You were quite bold yesterday. Is it amusing to cower before me now? Aiden opened the cell door, both amused and exasperated, and rapped on the bars. Hurry up. Is this how a vampire prince behaves? This remark snapped Ophelia back to her senses. Since there was no escaping, she might as well confront the warden directly. It would be disgraceful to back down so easily. With a surge of anger, she threw off the blanket and glared defiantly at the door. Come at me. I'm not afraid of you. However, her bravado faltered as she noticed Aiden standing calmly by the door, pointing at an erected cross. Very well, you can take it upon yourself to climb up. At that moment, Ophelia felt her legs weaken. You must tell me what you intend to do first, she tentatively asked Aiden, her earlier bravado dissipating. What do you think I wish to do? I already explained this to you when you attempted to escape, Aiden replied, rolling up his sleeves with an air of preparation. Ophelia suddenly recalled the moment during the prison break when she had attempted to confront Aiden, who had threatened her with ominous words. Should you dare to strike, upon capturing you this time, I shall bind you to a cross, stuff your mouth with garlic, and leave you to bake under the sun for an entire day. At that instant, a chill swept through her entire being. You can't possibly be serious, can you? Her voice quivered with trepidation. One must honor their words. If I say you'll be left in the sun, then indeed, you will be left in the sun, Aiden declared, patting the cross. You are so eager to stir trouble. Yet when it comes to punishment, you appear so distressed. This makes my task rather challenging. In that moment, Ophelia was engulfed by the dread of the warden's dominion and the humiliation of being imprisoned in the Iron Rose dungeon. I refuse. In her despair, Ophelia clutched the iron bed tightly, disregarding any semblance of dignity. Pull her out, Aiden commanded, turning to Veronica. Yes, Veronica replied, striding into the cell with no mercy, prying Ophelia's grasp away and hoisting her out. I don't want to go to the execution ground. No, let me go. No, no, no. Ophelia struggled desperately, but without her magical powers, she stood no chance against Veronica's strength. Veronica effortlessly held her, binding her limbs to the cross as if she were a fat lamb awaiting slaughter. Immediately, Aiden forced a spout of a water container into Ophelia's mouth. Instinctively, she attempted to break free, only to discover that what was being poured into her was not some perilous holy water, but blood, though not human blood. It was the fresh pig's blood collected from the slaughterhouse that she typically drank in this prison. After Aiden poured a few gulps into her, he withdrew the water pouch. And Ophelia looked at him with confusion. Don't misunderstand, beheaded meal. Here is a bit of blood for you. Should you find yourself unable to endure later, at least you'll be a well-fed ghost, Aiden said with a smile. However, I doubt it will come to that. Vampires of rank above count can resist a modicum of sunlight's harm. You, being a prince, are surely safe. With that, he tucked the blood-filled vessel away and produced a clove of garlic from his pocket. Ophelia's scalp prickled with alarm. Hey, you can't be serious about this. Not a single step can be omitted, Aiden replied, peeling the garlic with a nonchalant demeanor. The faint scent of raw garlic wafted through the air to humans. It was nothing, but to a vampire, it was a pungent stench. Can you act like a human for once? Ophelia felt utterly unwell. Enough chatter. Open your mouth, Aiden instructed kindly, brandishing several peeled cloves of garlic. Now. Ophelia clenched her teeth, turning her head away in defiance. Scratch her, Aiden ordered Veronica. Yes. Veronica loyally executed Aiden's command, reaching around to Ophelia's armpit and scratching fervently. With her hands bound, Ophelia had no means of evasion. Leaving her to endure the torment, the tactile sensations of a vampire's body were not vastly different from those of a human. She initially held her ground for a brief moment. But as seconds passed, she began to squirm restlessly. When Veronica intensified her efforts, Ophelia could no longer contain her laughter. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Mm. Her laughter was abruptly silenced as Aiden swiftly stuffed all the peeled garlic into her mouth and sealed it with tape. Although vampires do not require breathing, at that moment, Ophelia felt as if she were suffocating. the strong aroma of raw garlic flooding her mouth and nose, nearly causing her to faint. Yet, she also foresaw that swallowing the garlic would result in her stomach churning violently. The blood she had just consumed undoubtedly regurgitating. Drag her away, Aiden motioned with a wave of his hand. Immediately, 2 riot squad members stepped forward, hauling the rolling-eyed Ophelia towards the core area. The inmates in the core area stood at the door, silently observing the public execution. Even the rowdiest of them remained hushed out on this day. The inmates grasped the warden's ruthless nature. Chapter 64. The assassin seeks a quiet existence, Warden. After resolving Ophelia's predicament, Aiden heard Dally from room 12 calling out to him. What is it? Aiden turned to look. This time, I assisted you in capturing the escaped inmate, and I was wondering. Dally paused meaningfully, smiling at Aiden. Ah, rules are rules. The benefits due to you shall certainly not be overlooked. However, Aiden too paused deliberately, sharing a knowing smile. Of course, I will re-establish the demonic contract that inmate 3340, May Leginu, dissolved. Dally nodded in understanding. From a purely transactional perspective, Aiden was certain that Dally and Asina would not easily betray him. This incident served as proof. Nonetheless, one matter was distinct from another. Utilizing these dangerous inmates was akin to dancing with wolves, and he would never relinquish the collar around their necks lightly. Furthermore, this incident involving May Leginu revealed the vulnerabilities in the demonic contract when confronted by inmates more adept in such matters. Aiden recognized the need for caution in placing too much trust in the binding power of demonic contracts. Aiden. At this moment, Phil from room 13 also called out to him. What do you want? Aiden replied with a hint of impatience, anticipating yet another bizarre request from her. However, Phil's subsequent words caught him off guard. Aiden, what reward do I get? What? Aiden momentarily thought he had misheard. No, during this incident, you hardly contributed at all. Did you? What face do you have to ask for a reward? When that woman broke out of her cell, I resisted the temptation and stayed obediently in my own cell. Phil puffed out her chest with inflated pride. Aiden could not help but chuckle at her audacity. After a while, he nodded in mock admiration. I must say, your audacity is truly impressive. I suspect you've monopolized the entire prison's audacity. Your sentence is merely a year, but escaping and being recaptured would add at least 5 years to your term. What sort of madness would lead you to escape with them? Staying put in your cell should be the expected behavior. At least I complied with your rules. Phil persisted stubbornly. Shouldn't you reward a model inmate for following the law? Reward you? By that logic, inmates would have an obligation to report illegal activities within the prison. Inmate 3340 just caused such a ruckus, and you share a room with her, yet you noticed nothing? Aiden's sharp gaze bore into Phil. I haven't even begun to hold you accountable for your failure to report. I knew nothing. She is just a weak and helpless succubus who can only whimper. Phil averted her gaze, feeling guilty. This was, of course, a blatant lie. When May Leginu attempted to exploit her connections within the prison for drug distribution, Phil had refused to comply but had not reported it to Aiden. Her survival principle in this prison was to keep her head down and look out for herself, having interacted with her for so long. Aiden was well aware of her character and chose not to confront her further. With a cold snort, he turned and headed towards room 11. Ivancha was, as usual, calmly curled up on the bed, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous day. However, upon Aiden's arrival at the door, she slightly reacted, glancing over. Aiden gestured for Veronica to open the cell door. Inmate 3201, Ivancha, come out. Ivancha descended from the bed with composure, approached the door, and calmly inquired, Are you here to punish me? Having witnessed Ophelia's recent fate, she had mentally prepared herself. That is precisely why I've called you out for questioning. Come along. Let us go to the interview room. Ivancha nodded and exited the cell in the interview room. Separated by an iron table, Ivancha sat poised at one end, resembling a student ready to attend a lecture. Aiden occupied the opposite end, with Veronica standing guard behind him. Ordinarily, Aiden would not require a bodyguard when conversing with Ivancha, but now, stripped of the demonic contract's protection, he understood the wisdom of not placing himself in a precarious situation with such a top-tier assassin. He was not the type to believe that trust alone could reform an inmate. While he felt confident that Ivancha would not harm him, he would not easily let down his guard. Their relationship was maintained through transactions and rules, not the ephemeral nature of trust. After a long silence, Aiden finally broke the stillness. I do not intend to pursue your escape attempt from yesterday. Ivancha looked up. a hint of confusion in her eyes. Your escape was coerced by inmate 3340, May Legenu, and I can attest to that. Aiden elaborated on the transaction. If you are willing to commit to testifying against her true identity in the future, I will overlook your escape. Testify. Ivantia blinked in surprise. To prove inmate 3340's true identity to the tribunal and the Inquisition, your testimony would be the most compelling. Currently, my Lujan is under our strict supervision, and she is temporarily unable to erase your memories. So, is this asking me to betray her? Ivantia replied, bewildered. It requires you to sever ties with her, Aiden corrected. You owe her nothing. How could this be considered betrayal? Ivantia fell into silence. The fear and so-called emotions that my Lujan had instilled in her since childhood made her hesitant about Aiden's proposal. Aiden gazed at her for a while and sighed. Ivantia, have you ever contemplated a tranquil life? Not in prison, but a peaceful existence outside, where you need not kill, but merely adhere to the rules to live securely. Outside, but you previously stated. Ivantia exhibited a hint of surprise. Yes, before, you were destined to remain in prison for life. However, with my Lujan now captured, you may have this opportunity. Aiden tapped the table with his knuckles, but the prerequisite is that you must sever your past as an assassin. You must accuse my Lujan. This decision must be made by you alone. I can assist you with the rest. This is your only chance. I must make the decision myself. Ivantia still appeared somewhat bewildered. You have already learned to make decisions for yourself, have you not? Just like yesterday. Aiden encouraged, looking at her. Ivantia recalled the moment from yesterday when a sudden thought prompted her to defy her mother's command. The desire for a tranquil life was her own notion. After a long pause, Ivantia finally spoke. I am willing. Chapter 65. An opportunity for you. An hour prior to meeting Ivantia in the conference room, Aiden sat at the iron table, with Veronica standing behind him. However, this time, the individual seated at the opposite end of the table was not Ivantia, but my Lujan, shackled in handcuffs and leg irons. The guards and inmates you treated are all fine now. Your medical skills are indeed remarkable, Aiden stated, fixing his gaze on my Lujan's eyes, his tone ambiguous. Whether it be derisive or commendatory, it seems the Warden is quite discerning of talent. I wonder if my abilities can capture the Warden's attention, my Lujan smiled. It's difficult for me to cherish someone who sought my life just yesterday. Aiden raised an eyebrow. Moreover, the news of an S-rank criminal falling into my hands will likely prompt the Inquisition to come demanding her. So, that means my death, my Lujan sighed, yet her tone remained composed. I wonder if the Warden would be willing to grant me a chance at life. After being taken by Aiden to assist in the medical ward's rescue efforts, my Lujan realized something. This Warden possessed the audacity to utilize high-risk criminals like herself. Yesterday, she had experienced firsthand how Aiden wielded the prisoners to his advantage. The witch Dolly and the necromancer Asena were originally S-rank fugitives, classified as high risk within the prison. Yet this Warden had brokered a deal with the Inquisition, allowing them to research forbidden magic in exchange for their loyalty. In essence, this man was willing to negotiate with valuable criminals. My Lujan believed she held equal worth to Dolly and Asena. She also sensed that Aiden, in their conversation, intended to broker a deal with her. This was her only chance at survival after falling into Aiden's hands. In her past, she had used the assassins she trained to eliminate many individuals of high status, immense wealth, or those who held dominion over others. There were countless who wished to see her dead, to silence her forever. Ivantia served both as her tool for murder and her shield. Having made numerous enemies, losing Ivantia equated to losing her very foundation in the underworld. However, even with her skills, it would be exceedingly difficult to cultivate another assassin of Ivantia's caliber, which is why she had chosen to risk infiltrating the prison to attempt to abduct Ivantia. Yet, she had ultimately fallen into the hands of this Warden. Now, her life was entirely at the mercy of this man. Should Aiden compel Ivantia to reveal her true identity, a death sentence would be all but guaranteed unless this Warden was willing to broker a deal with the Inquisition on her behalf, akin to what he had done for Dolly and Asena, to secure her a commutation. Leaving aside the lives lost at your hands, even those children you have ruined, your crimes warrant you to be executed countless times over. To be frank, I personally wish for your demise, Aiden stated, before abruptly shifting the conversation. However, if you can somewhat atone for your sins, I might be inclined to offer you an opportunity. How do you expect me to atone for my sins? My Lujan inquired. Following suit, Aiden gazed at her for a moment before speaking. Ifantia. Upon hearing this name, Milugin's expression subtly shifted. Aiden continued. Your expertise in potion making and demonic contracts exceeds the black magic techniques managed by the Inquisition. Ifantia's powers are also a result of your training. If you can devise a way to strip her of her powers, restoring her to an ordinary state, or at least close to it, I could advocate for your sentence reduction. Veronica, standing behind Aiden, subtly shifted her expression. You wish to render that child indistinguishable from the rest. Milugin furrowed her brow. This proposal elicited some resistance within her. She had only viewed Ifantia as a tool, yet Ifantia was, after all, her most outstanding creation to date. Much like a blacksmith who cherishes the fine sword they forged, she held an extraordinary obsession with Ifantia. Aiden's proposal, in a sense, was akin to destroying her magnum opus. Previously, she had no opportunity to leave the prison. I could only teach her how to survive within its confines, Aiden stated calmly. But now, you have fallen into my hands that if you can restore her to normal, she might be granted release after serving 8 years. There are countless lives that rest on her hands, and you would actually be willing to give her such an opportunity. Milugin expressed her confusion regarding Aiden's thoughts. Those lives should be accounted to you. She was coerced into it by you. Aiden replied unperturbed. Moreover, judging by her defiance of your command yesterday, I believe she possesses an intention to reform, which is why I am willing to grant her this chance. She has never had her own thoughts, Milugin asserted. Now she does, Aiden interjected seamlessly. People can change. Do not assume she remains merely your tool at your beck and call. At that moment, Milugin distinctly felt that the Ifantia she had nurtured had been entirely usurped by the man before her. This was the second time she felt defeated since falling into Aiden's grasp. And if I refuse or claim ignorance, what do you intend to do? She asked, testing the waters. I will hand you over to the Inquisition and have the court sentence you to death. Before I turn you over and prior to your execution, I will ensure to torment you in every possible way. Aiden replied coldly. You intend to impose personal punishment upon me. Indeed, I am not one to adhere to conventional methods, Aiden stated, reaching for Veronica behind him. Lend me your baton. Veronica dutifully handed over the iron baton. Aiden then leisurely circled the iron table and approached Milugin's side. As Milugin pondered whether Aiden intended to strike her with the baton, he suddenly grasped her cheeks, forcing her mouth open, and abruptly thrust the baton into her mouth. Milugin instinctively shivered, realizing that with a mere twist of the iron baton, he could shatter a multitude of her teeth, inducing agonizing pain that could even make her insides convulse. She could sense that this man was entirely capable of such an act. I intend to deliver you alive to the Inquisition. But that does not imply I must hand you over intact. As long as I report that you sustained injuries during the riot, Aiden stated coldly. Now, let me hear your answer. After a long pause, Milugin finally relented, nodding slightly, her teeth clinking against the iron baton with a sharp sound. Aiden then withdrew the baton from her mouth and returned it to Veronica. Veronica hesitated momentarily, cautiously accepting the baton, preparing to clean it later. Why? Milugin questioned, covering her mouth, the remnants of Aiden's rough action still causing her teeth to throb. Are you willing to go to such lengths for that child? Out of pity. I do not pity her. But it is our duty to ensure that inmates can leave prison and live well, Aiden replied, adjusting his hat. Now that she has a glimmer of hope for release, I shall certainly do my utmost for her. Chapter 66. Contract Transfer. That's splendid. This way, that child will have the chance to be released in the future. In the warden's office, Veronica looked at her superior seated at the desk, her face filled with joy. We merely created an opportunity for her. Whether she can successfully be released depends on her own fortune, Aiden replied while reviewing the documents in front of him. First, her conduct in prison must be exemplary, and secondly, she must prepare for her future promptly. Future plans. Upon her release from prison, many inmates find themselves lacking other vocational skills, often resorting to their former illicit activities. Some long-term offenders struggle to adapt to life outside and may even intentionally commit crimes to return. Regardless of whether Ivance's sentence is calculated at its minimum duration, she will certainly have reached adulthood by the time of her release, necessitating her to fend for herself. Previously, her occupation was murder. One would hardly wish to witness her transformation back into a killer upon her release, would they? Aiden glanced up at Veronica. She nodded thoughtfully. Realizing that Aiden's considerations extended far beyond her own, While she contemplated Ivance's potential chance at redemption after her release, Aiden had already begun to ponder the implications of her life thereafter, to aspire for a life of normalcy. That child has a long road ahead of her. Let us first address the immediate concerns, Aiden stated, placing the documents down. There are two extraordinary traits in Ivanca that must be resolved. One is the toxicity of her blood, and the other is her shape-shifting ability. If we can eliminate these two issues, her danger quotient will diminish to an acceptable level for the court. The authorities were particularly wary of these two capabilities. Ivance's blood and bodily fluids were highly toxic. Even if she harbored no intent to kill, this trait could inadvertently lead to fatal outcomes. The concern surrounding her shape-shifting ability lay in its inherent suitability for criminal activity and its difficulty in monitoring. Even those recognized as legitimate practitioners of dark magic by the Inquisition, such as investigators, must possess the highest level of qualifications to be permitted to wield similar powers. What does inmate 3340's proposal entail? Veronica inquired, craning her neck to glimpse the documents. The information Aiden had been reviewing originated from Miliugenu, outlining the general plan for Ivance's treatment. The plan provided by Miliugenu stipulates that the former requires long-term administration of specific potions to alter her constitution, gradually purging the toxins from her blood. This process will take at least 5 years, Aiden replied. Is it really that long? Veronica's eyes widened. That is considered short. Miliugenu spent nearly a decade transforming Ivanca into her current state. Fortunately, Ivance's sentence is sufficiently lengthy, and if I assist Miliugenu in reducing her sentence, she is likely to be sentenced to life imprisonment, providing us ample time that if we successfully cleanse the toxins from Ivance's blood, her lifespan could be significantly extended. Miliugenu's expertise in this area surpasses official medical techniques. That is splendid, but what of the shape-shifting ability? It seems it must be transferred to another individual, Aiden remarked, glancing again at the documents on the table. Is that ability transferable? Veronica asked, taken aback. Yes, Ivance's shape-shifting ability is derived from a demonic contract, the cost of which is the loss of her sense of pain. Do not be misled into thinking that the absence of pain is beneficial. It is a mechanism through which the body perceives harm. Ivanca frequently subjects herself to severe burns simply because she cannot feel the pain of being scalded. Additionally, she remains unaware of her ailments until they reach a critical stage. The sensation of spiciness in food is also a form of pain. Ivanca is entirely incapable of tasting the heat in her meals. Indeed, that presents considerable inconvenience, Veronica acknowledged. Is there a means to restore it? No. Once a demonic contract is enacted, it cannot be undone. Demons are not philanthropists. The price paid is non-refundable unless a higher price is offered, as is the unyielding rule of demonic contracts. However, should the individual who paid the price consent, the beneficiary of the contract can be altered. Miliugenu possesses a method to modify the demonic contract, transferring the shape-shifting ability to another individual. Aiden paused momentarily before adding, but it is not something that just anyone can do. Why is that? Within the realm of officially regulated dark magic, shape-shifting abilities such as this are classified at the highest level of regulation. Level 5, and only those with the requisite qualifications are permitted to possess them. Aiden crossed his arms, contemplating as he spoke. I intend to leverage my connections to inquire at the Inquisition, though I suspect few will be willing to assist. How could that be? It is essentially a free opportunity, Veronica exclaimed, momentarily surprised. From Aiden's description, Ivanca had already paid the price of the demonic contract, making the transfer of the contract akin to acquiring a shape-shifting ability without cost. According to official regulations, individuals possessing such special abilities at this level of scrutiny must report their daily activities to the Inquisition every 3 days. Any use of their abilities must be immediately reported, and deliberate concealment is considered a crime. Furthermore, any cases that arise which are even remotely related to this ability necessitate full cooperation in investigations. Aiden chuckled bitterly, stating, You see, the conditions are akin to those of a paroled inmate. Could we not enable Ivanca to obtain the qualifications herself? Veronica queried. The Inquisition's regulations stipulate that incarcerated individuals cannot obtain qualifications for dark magic. Aiden shrugged. Without cleansing her shape-shifting ability, Ivanca would face near impossibility in achieving early release. However, to gain the qualifications necessary to possess such an ability, she would need to be released first, creating an insurmountable contradiction. Thus, Ivanca could only transfer the ability to another. What if we cannot find someone suitable? Veronica asked, bewildered. No worries. I already have a backup candidate. Who is it? Me. Aiden replied calmly. Huh, I was previously a senior investigator at the Inquisition, and I possess the qualifications to hold level 5 regulated dark magic. Aiden gestured to himself, stating, although I am no longer employed at the Inquisition, my qualifications remain intact. If we are truly unable to find another candidate, I can apply to have Ivance's ability transferred to me. He paused momentarily before adding with an untroubled expression, after all, it wouldn't be a loss for me. Aiden was acutely aware that even with a change of position, his circumstances in this world remained precarious. The recent insurrection was a vivid example. Acquiring an additional ability would certainly serve him well. Chapter 67. One cannot generalize the physique of humans in the evening. Veronica changed into her uniform in the locker room, commencing her shift as usual. She first assembled the riot squad on duty, patrolling the core area and the workshop, before proceeding to the inmates' cafeteria to monitor the inmates as they finished their meals. Having been a prison guard for nearly a month, she had grown increasingly adept at her responsibilities. Veronica, have you had dinner yet? Her colleague Isabella approached her quietly, suggesting, let us eat together later. Sure, Veronica responded. It's rather uncomfortable to oversee inmates dining on an empty stomach. I had intended to eat before starting my night shift. Isabella continued to chat. On my way here, I bumped into a colleague from the second prison block who told me they're serving spicy hot pot in the cafeteria today, so I came straight over. Under the modifications of Aiden, the warden, the cafeteria at Rosiron Prison had introduced numerous dishes that should not exist in this world, elevating the culinary standards to rival those of specialty restaurants outside. Over time, Veronica, like her fellow guards, began to prefer dining within the prison for work meals. Yes, I quite like that too, Veronica replied, casting a glance at the inmates dining. The food in the cafeteria is excellent, but recently, I've noticed that my waistline seems to be expanding. It's easy to overindulge here, Isabella lamented. Have you experienced this? Not at all, Veronica denied. I've actually lost 2 pounds this month. How is that possible? I see you eating nearly double my portions, Isabella exclaimed incredulously. Don't exaggerate. It's not that extreme, Veronica chuckled, nudging her colleague playfully. I'm serious. How do you manage that? Do you exercise regularly? I do, when I'm not on night shifts. I usually exercise a bit in the evenings, Veronica explained. What kind of exercise do you do? I do like to take notes, Isabella inquired eagerly. 5 minutes of calisthenics, followed by 15 minutes of punching a sandbag. If it's not a full moon or raining, I run 5 kilometers on the streets, Veronica recounted. Sometimes, I encounter ruffians on my night runs, which gives me an opportunity to practice my combat skills. Is that for real? You read quite hardcore, aren't you? That's just a bit of exercise. Isabella was astonished. It's not that remarkable. When I was in the mounted police, it was even more intense. Once, we stormed a gang stronghold and engaged in a melee for an hour and a half. And afterward, I chased down fleeing criminals for over 10 kilometers in the old city's alleys, Veronica recounted nonchalantly. Werewolves and humans have different physiques. One cannot generalize. You truly are a werewolf, Isabella remarked with admiration. Nodding, then dramatically raising a finger to indicate, when I make this gesture, it signifies you are. All right, enough of that. Focus on work and return to your post. Veronica interjected, redirecting her colleague back to her duties while she continued to monitor the inmates present. At that moment, she noticed a petite figure carrying a tray, seated quite close to her. It was Ivanza. Veronica could not help but glance at her twice. When she first entered her position, she had felt a sense of familiarity with this young girl. Ava, as she was reminded of her own past, she harbored a deep sympathy for Ava's plight, yet felt utterly powerless to change it. Fortunately, after the resolution of last month's incident, Ava's circumstances began to take a turn for the better. At the request of Warden Aiden, Ava commenced a regimen of regular medication and relinquished the powers she had gained through a demonic pact. According to Aiden, preliminary negotiations with the tribunal and the Inquisition had gone relatively smoothly. And if Ava continued to display commendable behavior, there was a possibility of her release upon serving her sentence. Veronica had always remained steadfast in her duties, with little interaction with Ava, yet she felt a genuine sense of joy for Ava's newfound prospects. She observed as Ava neatly arranged glass jars filled with condiments, which she had procured from the serving area, as a testament to her elevated status in the prison hierarchy. Ava was afforded a higher quality of food, and had a wider array of choices. Even the liberty to use condiments at will. She began by spreading jam on slices of bread, followed by ketchup, and then yellow mustard, layering them one atop the other until she created an exaggerated mound of colorful mixture. Veronica watched in astonishment, her heart racing at the thought that a normal person might choke on such a concoction. However, when she noticed a glimmer of eager anticipation in Ava's otherwise expressionless face as she lifted the slice of toast, Veronica refrained from voicing her concerns. She understood that due to Ava's diminished sense of taste, she needed to amplify flavors to make her meals palatable. Ava's lifespan was destined to be short, rather than futilely advising her to adopt a healthier lifestyle. It was better to let her savor her food. Just as Ava was about to take a bite of the toast, she suddenly caught sight of Veronica's gaze, closing her mouth and turning her face away. Locking eyes with Veronica in the process, Veronica paused, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. An awkward silence lingered for several seconds, until Ava glanced at Veronica and then at the bizarrely colored slice of bread in her hand. Breaking the silence with, "Would you like some?" She expressionlessly broke off a small piece and extended it towards Veronica. "No, you enjoy it," Veronica replied, shaking her head and averting her gaze. The inmates sat in the cafeteria, methodically eating, and everything seemed to be as usual. It appeared that today would be a tranquil day. Just as Veronica thought this, she suddenly spotted an inmate behaving suspiciously. This inmate ignored the nearby empty seats and headed straight for the crowded tables at the back. Without even holding a tray of food, she contemplated blowing the whistle to halt the inmate. That very individual lunged at another inmate who was dining, seizing her by the neck with one arm while producing a gleaming silver knife in the other, aiming it directly at the victim's eyes, shouting, "Die, Camila!" The roar of anger and the surrounding gasps erupted almost simultaneously. The targeted inmate reacted promptly, grasping the assailant's wrist and, with a tremendous effort, lifted her and hurled her over her shoulder onto the dining table. Chapter 68. Of course, the one with the gun is more fearsome. The long table snapped in half, and trays clattered to the floor one after another, in the blink of an eye. The two inmates were entangled in a fierce struggle, while others hastily retreated. Veronica was the first to blow her whistle and rushed forward, shouting, "Stop! I command you to cease." In normal circumstances, when inmates from the core area fought, the monitoring guards could only call for the riot squad, as intervening directly was perilous due to the extraordinary physical capabilities of many inmates in this zone. The assailant who had just retaliated was evidently one of them. Her throw had enough force to incapacitate an ordinary person instantly. Yet, Veronica harbored no such reservations. After all, she was the captain of the riot squad and possessed physical abilities that far surpassed the norm. The assaulted inmate showed no signs of halting upon hearing Veronica's warning. Relentlessly pursuing the attacker with a ferocity that suggested an intent to kill, Veronica, now compelled to act, brandished her baton, preparing to strike the assailant's back. However, at that moment, the attacker suddenly pivoted, throwing a punch aimed directly at Veronica's face. Startled, Veronica instinctively raised her baton to block. The metallic clang of the baton echoed as it met the forceful punch, sending a jolt of pain through her wrist. Stumbling back 2 steps, she regained her footing and looked incredulously at the inmate before her, noting that it was rare for anyone in the core area to match her in hand-to-hand combat. "Well, you've got some skill, officer. Care to spar?" The young inmate laughed, provokingly waving her hand, her eyes shimmering with an eerie golden light. Veronica recognized her as Camila, a notorious inmate residing in cell number 10. "Of course it's you. Didn't you hear my command to stop?" Veronica frowned, having deduced from the name shouted during the altercation that it was indeed Camila. Known as a formidable figure during her time in the mounted police, Camila was a member of the gang Blood Hand. Notorious for her prowess as a fighter, she had never been defeated in gang brawls, earning her the title of the street bully of the old district. A year ago, she was incarcerated for fatally injuring a rival gang member. The tales of her strength were said to stem from her ancestral dragon blood, a notion that Veronica now believed to hold some truth upon witnessing Camila's reptilian-like golden eyes and moments of excitement. "Come on, you saw it yourself. That trash started it." Camila gestured dismissively behind her. "I was merely acting in self-defense." The inmate who had attacked her now lay amidst the shattered table, buried under a pile of trays and food, completely motionless, uncertain if she was alive or dead. "Get out of the way." Veronica firmly shoved Camila aside, prioritizing the rescue of the injured inmate before addressing the situation with the assailants. But just then, Camila unexpectedly threw a punch at Veronica, who fortunately reacted in time, sidestepping to avoid the blow. Veronica retaliated with a kick aimed at Camilla's abdomen, forcing her to retreat. Are you out of your mind? Veronica glared at Camilla. It's not every day you find an equally matched opponent. Wouldn't it be a shame not to have a proper fight? Let's see if the werewolf is stronger or the dragon-blooded is. Camilla grinned defiantly, her expression radiating excitement at that moment. Veronica recalled having read in the archives that Camilla was addicted to violence, having previously assaulted fellow inmates over trivial disputes, which had led Aiden to confine her alone. The brief skirmish seemed to have reignited Camilla's thrill for combat. Just as Veronica pondered how to handle the situation, a figure suddenly leaped onto the dining table behind Camilla, executing a spinning kick aimed at her head. It was Ava, designated as a model inmate by Aiden, who, upon witnessing the chaos, promptly sprang into action to uphold the order of the prison as instructed. Camilla heard the sound of Ava's leap and turned just in time to brace herself, successfully absorbing the kick with her forearm. Oh, so you want to join in, little brat? Camilla's excitement escalated as she prepared to retaliate against the landing Ava. But at that moment, Veronica's cold voice cut through, "Don't move, or I will shoot." Camilla froze, turning to face the barrel of Veronica's gun, the momentary pause giving Veronica ample time to aim. Hey, using a gun in a duel is a bit unfair, don't you think? Camilla raised her hands in surrender, displaying a feigned helplessness. Regardless of her formidable physical abilities, she was still merely flesh and blood. The handguns issued to the guards in the core area were equipped with bullets designed specifically for dealing with magical creatures. Even a dragon-blooded individual would not emerge unscathed from a few shots. If one were to debate who was more powerful between a dragon-blooded and a pure-blooded werewolf, it was evident that the individual wielding a gun held the advantage. Who said anything about a duel? I've already warned you. Veronica glared at Camilla, preparing to command her to duck for cover. Just then, the inmate who had been previously subdued by Camilla suddenly climbed up from the broken table. Camilla! The injured inmate screamed, charging once more at Camilla. Veronica was taken aback. This inmate had just sustained severe injuries, and yet she had the strength to launch another attack. Moreover, her appearance was unsettling, disheveled hair, skin, and hair devoid of color, with only her eyes shimmering an eerie blue flame. She resembled a vengeful spirit. Fortunately, Ava dashed forward, sweeping the attacking inmate's legs, sending her sprawling, then swiftly securing her arms behind her back and disarming her of the knife. Veronica finally recognized that the criminal was a prominent figure from the core district, much like Camilla, residing in cell number 19, Silian, the corpse demon. Camilla, I shall kill you. Kill you. Silian roared in fury while struggling. In response, Camilla merely rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "How tiresome." With no time to ponder the enmity between the two, Veronica hastily called out to the other guards, quickly, restrain both of them. After issuing her command, she turned her gaze back and inadvertently locked eyes with Ivantia. After a brief silence, she opted to nod at Ivantia in acknowledgement of her gratitude. Chapter 69. Bodily Transformation in the Warden's Office. Aiden stood upright before a full-length mirror, scrutinizing his uniform-clad reflection. In the next instant, his face bizarrely morphed like a lump of kneaded clay, and when it finally reformed, his features had altered. His visage, akin yet more refined than before, witnessed his hair rapidly grow into shoulder-length locks, and his physique became slender and curvaceous. The reflection before him unmistakably revealed a female form. I see now. It is becoming clearer. Aiden mused internally as he gazed at his transformed self. This was the shape-shifting ability Ivantia had acquired through a demonic pact. Ultimately, he could not find anyone willing to accept Ivantia's power, and thus he was left to accept this gift himself, while others might view his appropriation of this ability as somewhat self-serving. Aiden felt no guilt in his heart. Given the direction from the heretical Inquisition approving this proposal, extracting Ivantia's ability could significantly lower the threat level assigned to her by the court and the Inquisition, benefiting her chances of eventual release. After all, even within the prison, Ivantia, known as the Demon of Corruption, remained a substantial risk. Not only had Myliugenu orchestrated the previous uprising, but other underworld factions could also be lurking, eager to exploit her lethal talents. The prospect of diminishing Ivantia's threat through such a peaceful means was something other law enforcement agencies would undoubtedly welcome. Having obtained this ability from Ivantia, Aiden conducted some rudimentary experiments. Although he had previously acquired some intelligence from Myliugenu and Ivantia herself, practical application proved to be the most enlightening. From what he understood thus far, this so-called shape-shifting ability was not primarily about disguise, but rather bodily transformation. He could not finally alter his appearance to precisely resemble another individual. Instead, he could change his physique based on his original body, adjusting height, weight, and perceived age. The most extreme transformation involved merely altering gender. He could turn himself into a muscular figure without exercise or morph into an overweight person or a gaunt skeletal frame. He could regress to a youthful state or rapidly age into a frail elder. Moreover, he could now manifest a female version of himself. During the transformation, facial features and proportions would adjust in accordance with the body's shape, allowing for a considerable degree of disguise for those unaware of his ability. For instance, if he were being pursued, he could transform into an elderly person or a child while remaining out of sight, making it difficult for the average person to recognize him. Conversely, if an adversary was informed of his abilities and possessed a keen eye for recognition, identifying his altered form would not pose a challenge. In the past, Ivantia had always executed her assassinations while masked, but merely changing her physique would suffice to significantly hinder investigation and capture. However, the true utility of this bodily transformation lay not in disguise, but in the flexibility of adjusting one's own form. This ability could be employed for immediate treatment of minor physical injuries. For instance, if he sustained a stab wound or a bullet wound, he could temporarily seal the injury and staunch the bleeding through bodily transformation. Simple fractures and dislocations could also be somewhat corrected and stabilized. Of course, this differed fundamentally from self-healing. Injuries treated via bodily transformation would still exist, and, without prompt medical attention, would revert to their original state once the ability was relinquished. Furthermore, altering his body could adjust his physical condition to some extent. For instance, transforming into a towering, muscular figure would activate a tank mode, enhancing strength and muscle power, albeit at the cost of sensory perception and reaction speed. Conversely, adopting the form of a child or a slender person would initiate a scout mode, where physical strength diminished. But vision, hearing, and reaction speed would improve. Transforming into an elderly person would lower physical capabilities across the board, yet stabilize mental state, enabling him to regain composure during panic or mental distress. As for gender transformation, it could swiftly nullify any enchanting states. Naturally, this skill did come with a cooldown period. A single transformation could last a maximum of about 2 hours, and surpassing that limit would leave him unable to transform again for a considerable duration due to fatigue, akin to muscle exhaustion. Overall, it remained a highly practical skill. If one were to note a drawback, Aiden mused, it truly is painful. He touched his face. The transformation process brought a needle-like pain to the transforming parts of his body. Though not unbearable, it certainly discouraged casual experimentation with the ability. It was no wonder the cost of this power was the loss of pain sensation, which, in a sense, was quite fitting. Aiden lowered his gaze and instinctively rubbed his own skin. However, touching himself felt akin to scratching an itch, yielding no distinct sensation. Thus, he lost interest. That moment, a knock echoed at the office door. "Come in," Aiden instinctively called out, adjusting his posture. Only upon hearing the voice did he realize something was amiss. He had transformed. Veronica, who stood outside to report, momentarily faltered upon hearing the voice, but instinctively pressed the door handle and entered, her hand moving before her thoughts could catch up. She then found herself locking eyes with Aiden, who now appeared as a woman. After a brief, silent exchange, Veronica promptly closed the door again. Why was there a woman resembling the warden, garbed in the warden's uniform, standing in the office? Veronica fell into contemplation, struggling to reconcile the sight before her. Although she was aware that Aiden had acquired Ivantia's ability, she lacked concrete information about it, and at that moment, her thoughts were overwhelmed by an avalanche of questions. No, it must have been her improper manner of entering that caused her momentary disorientation. She steadied her mind, took a deep breath, and reopened the door. This time, she found Aiden seated at his desk. Engrossed in paperwork as he usually was, Aiden paused his activity, slowly lifting his face to regard her with an untroubled expression, as if nothing had transpired. "Ah, Veronica, what brings you here?" he inquired calmly. Veronica, still in a daze, saluted. "There was a fight among the inmates in the cafeteria, and I came to report it." Chapter 70. The Grudge of Filial Murder. "Ah, it's Cillian and Camilla, understood." Aiden nodded, unfazed by Veronica's report. His nonchalant demeanor took Veronica by surprise. After a moment's contemplation, she tentatively asked, "Sir, do they often engage in fights?" Indeed. After all, Cillian entered the prison with the intent to kill Camilla, Aiden replied casually. I typically have them kept apart as much as possible. But due to prison regulations, it's impossible to entirely prevent their interactions. This time, it seems the watch staff in the work area were negligent, allowing Cillian to infiltrate the cafeteria. Let us attend to the inmates first. As he spoke, he rose from his seat and moved toward the office door, with Veronica closely following. Sir, why does the corpse demon Cillian wish to kill her? Veronica inquired curiously as they walked down the corridor. For revenge, Aiden answered without looking back. What could they possibly have against each other? Veronica paused, momentarily bewildered. Cillian was 37, a former textile worker from the old district, while Camilla was only 20, a former minor operative in the underworld. She found it difficult to imagine any prior connection between the two. It is a grudge of filial murder. Prior to her imprisonment, Cillian had a son who belonged to a rival gang of Camilla's. During a gang conflict, he was killed by Camilla, leading to her incarceration. In pursuit of vengeance, Cillian used the compensation she received from her gang to find a necromancer, transforming herself into a revenant corpse, deliberately embracing dark magic to land in prison with the hope of finding an opportunity to kill Camilla, Aiden elucidated. To seek revenge to such an extent that she would become a revenant corpse, it truly is shocking, Veronica exclaimed. Taken aback, the term revenant corpse refers to a vengeful spirit bound to a corpse, a being that arises after death to fulfill uncompleted wishes, often driven by the desire for vengeance, forcibly resurrecting the soul to its original body through necromantic powers. In other words, to willingly become a corpse demon, one must first commit suicide. When her son was killed, Cillian appeared to have been gravely ill, with only a few years left to live, while Camilla's prison sentence was 8.5 years. Cillian seems to believe that she can no longer endure until Camilla's release, and that her only opportunity to eliminate Camilla lies within the confines of the prison. However, it is worth noting that an ordinary person, even if guilty of a crime, cannot access the core area of the Rose Iron prison. Thus, she has taken a desperate gamble, transforming herself into her current state to infiltrate the Rose Iron prison and exact revenge on Camilla. Aiden said, shaking his head. Of course, for us, it merely adds to the troubles. From the perspective of the prison guards, they could never condone one inmate killing another within the prison walls. At this point, the two had arrived at the infirmary designated for the inmates. Upon entering, they found the on-duty prison doctor standing in the infirmary, utterly at a loss as he gazed at Cillian, who was bound to the bed with belts. Ah, you've arrived, Warden. The attending physician sighed in relief upon seeing Aiden. I can't handle such injuries. I only treat the living, not the dead. Cillian's face was marred with bruises, and from the unnatural state of several joints, it appeared she might have sustained multiple fractures, all the handiwork of Camilla. However, as a corpse, she felt no pain, even in her grievous state. She struggled restlessly on the bed, her ghostly blue eyes fixed on Camilla, who sat nearby with her arms crossed. The reason she refrained from cursing her nemesis was that the guards had sealed her mouth with tape. I didn't ask you to treat her. I merely borrowed your space for a moment. Aiden waved his hand dismissively at the doctor and then turned to a guard overseeing the scene. Go to the library and fetch Asina. She knows how to treat the undead. The guard nodded and presented an object. Warden. This is the weapon she used. Aiden took it and examined it closely, a silver dinner knife, resembling the kind used in the cafeteria, but noticeably shorter and sharper. It seemed to be something Cillian had hidden away. Acquiring such a weapon in prison would have required considerable effort to sharpen. After a momentary glance at Cillian, Aiden exhaled, then addressed Veronica, saying, once Asina has treated her, confine her to solitary for 7 days. He had no interest in lecturing Cillian, fully aware that it would be futile. He then approached Camilla, who was bound to a chair with several riot guards standing nearby. This scene suddenly reminded Veronica of the times she had seen Camilla assault other inmates. The treatment was the same. Aiden stared at Camilla for a long while. Camilla, your privileges have been reduced to the minimum. You are to be confined for 9 days. Wait a minute. Why is my sentence longer than hers? Camilla protested, glaring at Aiden. What I did was self-defense. Your confinement is not due to self-defense. It is for assaulting a prison guard. You did indeed strike the on-duty guard, did you not? Aiden replied with a stoic expression. So what? I noticed she was quite skilled and wanted to spar a little. Must you be so rigid? Camilla shrugged nonchalantly. Attacking an inmate and attacking a guard are entirely different matters. 9 days is a lenient sentence. If you had injured a guard, your punishment would be even harsher. What do you hope to gain from this? Aiden frowned slightly. The thrill of it, I suppose. I've found the guards intolerable for quite some time. None of you stand a chance against me one-on-one. Yet you constantly try to boss me around. As she spoke, Camila cast a glance at Veronica. If you're truly a capable individual, why must you adhere to the rules and act as a pawn for the state? How foolish. Capable individual? You're merely a little thug. Just because you dabble in the underworld doesn't mean you've ascended to greatness. Do you think you possess a rebellious spirit? Aiden replied with a cold smirk. Camila shot him a disdainful look, and after a few seconds of silence, she spat at his boot, then raised her chin defiantly to meet his gaze. Aiden glanced down at his boot, maintaining a blank expression as he lifted his foot to rub against her pant leg. Hey, what are you doing? Camila exploded with rage. You brought this upon yourself, Aiden replied calmly, and that earns you an additional day in solitary. With that, he gestured for the riot guards to take her away. Watching his subordinates escort the inmate out, Aiden sighed, hands on his hips. Truly, they're a handful. Chapter 71. Afternoon tea in the infirmary. The following afternoon, having concluded his duties, Aiden strolled to the infirmary. He was there to check on the results of Ivancha's medical examination to rid Ivancha's blood of toxins. He had been administering daily medication and scheduling weekly checkups. He remained somewhat wary of the treatment plan proposed by Miliuginu. Upon pushing open the door to the infirmary, he immediately spotted Veronica, who was stationed at the door, overseeing the inmates. Commander. Veronica sprang to her feet, saluting Aiden. Aiden raised a hand to indicate she should remain seated. Oh, you're on duty today. Yes, Veronica replied. Aiden scanned the room and spotted Ivancha, who had just completed her examination, sitting on the edge of a hospital bed, casually enjoying a small piece of cake from a tea plate. With white cream smeared around her mouth, Aiden paused momentarily, taken aback. Where did the cake come from? In the prison cafeteria, whether for guards or inmates, only meals were served. Desserts such as this were not provided, leaving the only possibility that a guard had brought it from outside. Ivancha, hearing his question, paused her chewing but did not respond directly. Instead, she silently shifted her gaze to Veronica. Aiden followed her gaze towards Veronica, who reluctantly raised her hand in acknowledgement. I apologize. I bought it for her as a thank you for her assistance yesterday. Oh, I see. Then it's no problem, Aiden smiled. It is only reasonable to reward an inmate for meritorious conduct. It does not violate regulations. I often offer little perks to those who assist me. In the future, if you find yourself overwhelmed in the prison, feel free to ask them for help. Is that allowed? I haven't seen the section chief do anything like that, Veronica said. Somewhat surprised, she knew that Ivancha, Dali, and Asina had been appointed by Aiden as model inmates to assist in managing the prison, but since taking up her position, she had only observed Aiden directing these inmates as he pleased. Other guards, even the section chief, Franda, had little interaction with them. Over time, Veronica had developed the impression that only Aiden had the authority to summon these 3 inmates. Aiden shrugged. There's nothing wrong with it. I recruited them to assist the guards in managing the prison. They're not just my personal secretaries. The other guards avoid involving them out of habit and perhaps some hesitation, but you shouldn't worry about such issues. Aiden could see that. In contrast to other guards who treated core area inmates as if they were ferocious beasts, Veronica appeared able to engage with and manage these inmates from a more egalitarian perspective. Just as she did with Ivancha, where other guards regarded her as a dangerous monster and refrained from close contact with a child whose blood was laced with toxins, Veronica could still see her as a child deserving of sympathy. After all, Veronica herself was no less extraordinary than these inmates. She was unafraid of close interaction with them. Aiden was keen to cultivate Veronica, gradually imparting his methods of managing the prison to her. Should Veronica eventually become his representative in overseeing the core area, many tasks could be alleviated from Aiden's direct involvement, making his work considerably easier. Keep an eye on her. I will check the examination results, Aiden said. Striding towards the examination room, upon entering, he closed the door behind him. Inside the examination room stood 2 individuals, a prison doctor and Miliuginu, who was shackled. Miliuginu's left foot was secured by a long chain, the other end tethered to a pillar, ensuring she could not leave the examination room and engage with Ivancha. Have the blood test results come in? He asked the doctor directly. Not all results are in yet, but the toxicity assessment has been completed, the doctor replied. What are the results? The toxicity has indeed diminished significantly. The concentration of toxic substances has roughly halved, and no other physiological indicators appear abnormal. Based on the current results, this treatment plan is proving quite effective. The doctor provided a reassuring confirmation. Halved? That sounds promising. It won't be long before she can be as normal as anyone else. Concentration is merely a reference point. Initially, the effects of the medication are pronounced, but progress will slow as treatment continues. The ultimate goal is to completely alter the child's hematopoietic function, a process that will be lengthy, Miley-Agnew interjected, offering an explanation to Aiden. Upon hearing this, Aiden nodded and turned to Miley-Agnew. You seem rather honest. I was concerned you might attempt something underhanded. With my fate in your hands, I have resigned myself to my circumstances. I certainly wouldn't gamble with my life, Miley-Agnew said with a bitter smile, raising her hands to rattle her shackles. I have already accepted the prospect of spending the rest of my life in prison. I wonder if the warden would be willing to grant me a little more opportunity for redemption. Aiden discerned Miley-Agnew's intention. She wished to become a model inmate like Ivashaw and the others, thereby earning privileges within the prison. I am rather hesitant to engage with a woman like you, who resembles a venomous serpent. Moreover, I am unable to invoke a demonic contract with you. However, as long as you adhere to the rules, I shall not complicate matters for you. When the time comes that I require your assistance, I shall naturally trade with you. Aiden replied earnestly. He was acutely aware of the utilitarian value of Miley, yet simultaneously recognized her as a wholly untrustworthy femme fatale. Her current display of compliance was merely a result of her lack of opportunity to defy him. With this woman, he could only maintain a cautious distance, engaging in transactions under the condition of his safety. Truly, a man who leaves no room for error. Miley sighed at that moment. A knock resonated from outside the examination room. Who is it? Aiden turned his head. Sir, came Veronica's voice from outside the room. The warden has summoned someone to see you, mentioning that there seems to be a situation in the isolation chamber. The isolation chamber. Aiden furrowed his brow. Ordinarily, the isolation chamber was not a place prone to disturbances. The inmates were strictly segregated, and any issues were typically managed promptly by the supervising guards. Furthermore, there should currently be only 2 prisoners detained there. The troublemaking Tyrannosaurus Camilla from the cafeteria incident yesterday, and the corpse demon, Selene. After a moment's contemplation, Aiden replied, Understood. I shall proceed there immediately. Chapter 72. Haunted. Aiden strode down the corridor, his eyes widening at Franda's report. Indeed, you shall see for yourself. As Aiden followed Franda around the corner and approached the corridor near the isolation chamber, he was rendered speechless. The entire corridor was shrouded in a smoke-like ethereal presence, faint wails echoing through the air, which felt icy and biting, reminiscent of the depths of winter. The light streaming through the windows appeared to be siphoned away by some invisible force, casting a disquieting gloom over the entire corridor that sent shivers down one's spine. It truly is haunted. Aiden immediately concurred with Franda's assertion. The entire corridor of the isolation area had transformed into a frightful haunted house, to the point where one could easily set up a table at one end to sell tickets. While it appeared manageable at the moment, come nightfall, it was unlikely many guards would dare to continue their duties in this eerie place. From the memories inherited from his predecessor as an investigator of the Inquisition, Aiden could only liken this phenomenon to a haunted house or tomb, where necromancers had established a stronghold, plagued by vengeful spirits. He recognized that the ethereal entities drifting throughout the corridor were manifestations of resentment emitted by the vengeful spirits. Contact with these resentful creatures would slowly siphon away one's vitality, rendering them increasingly weak, posing a certain danger to the living. Thus, Franda and the others dared not approach recklessly. These emanate from Isolation Room 1. Franda pointed to the nearest chamber, and Aiden recalled that it housed the corpse demon, Selene. Selene had willingly undergone necromantic transformation for the sake of vengeance, possessing an exceedingly potent vengeful spirit affinity. Without the magical barrier sealing her powers, she would exude a formidable aura of resentment as she did now. Yet even when sealed, she still retained some peculiar traits, one of which was that anyone sharing a room with her would experience recurring nightmares upon slumber, thus making her an undesirable roommate in the core area. Is the sealing barrier functioning normally? Aiden casually inquired. I have checked. Everything is in order, Franda nodded. Should we increase its strength? Not yet. Please summon Asina from the library to handle this. I will go check the situation first. Aiden waved his hand, Given that the sealing barrier was operating normally, the sudden manifestation of Selene's vengeful spirit affinity could only be explained by an abrupt surge in her magical power. However, Selene had been confined to the isolation chamber since yesterday, so logically, she should have had no opportunity to meddle. Warden, isn't this a bit perilous? Franda cautioned from the side. It's fine. I can manage this level of disturbance, Aiden replied, licking the fingertip of his right hand before tracing a symbol on his left palm, an incantation for a simple spirit-repelling blessing inherited from his predecessor. He then approached Isolation Room 1. Peering through the barred iron window at a first glance, he did not see Selene's figure. Was she sitting against the door? He cautiously leaned closer to the iron bars. Just then, Selene's ghastly, pale zombie visage suddenly rose from below the window. Startling Aiden nearly into a state of shock, he tensed his entire body, barely managing to suppress a scream. This haunted house was indeed thrilling. Inmate 3271, could you elucidate the situation for me? Aiden struggled to regain his composure, forcing himself to address Selene. Warden, Selene gazed at Aiden with her eyes flickering like ghostly flames, responding with a non sequitur. Please, let me out. What do you intend to do outside? I want to kill Camilla. She murdered my son. Selene grasped the bars tightly. I can feel my time is running out. I must kill her while I still can. Upon hearing this, Aiden could only sigh deeply. Stop speaking nonsense. How could I ever permit an inmate to commit murder within my prison? Let me kill her. Can you imagine my anguish, watching my enemy before me, yet being unable to take her life? Selene pounded on the iron bars, her voice rising to a near wail. Aiden fell silent, acutely aware that communication with Selene in her current state was futile. It was likely he would gain no information from her. Selene was a recidivist in the core area, a fearsome corpse demon, yet if one could set aside their fear of her, she was merely a common woman who had lost her son. Aiden had once read in the records that Selene's son had joined a gang to raise money for his mother's treatment, and he was only 15 when he was killed. You annoying old hag. You've turned this place into a den of spirits. I can't even sleep. A furious roar erupted from the end of the corridor, accompanied by the sound of Camilla kicking the door. Aiden turned his head to see Camilla's clenched teeth and furious expression at the far end of the hallway, where they had intentionally placed these two enemies in the most distant rooms from one another. Selene's original vengeful spirit affinity could not extend that far, yet now, with her resentment suddenly spreading, Camilla was still affected. Although her dragonborn constitution was robust enough not to be weakened by such resentment, the psychological impact was inescapable. The aura of resentment could incite agitation and tension in living beings, leading to nightmares upon closing their eyes. Murderer, you owe me my son's life. Selene screamed at Camilla, her wailing exacerbating Aiden's headache, prompting him to frown and cover his ears. Oh, you? I'm already in prison. Aren't I? Your son was just a lowlife in the underworld. Getting killed was only to be expected. Don't push your luck. Camilla retorted angrily, kicking the door again. At that moment, Asina approached, leaning on her staff. Aiden noticed she said nothing, but merely pointed toward the isolation chamber where Selene was confined. Asina nodded in understanding, raised her staff, and with a swift motion, dissipated the lingering resentment in the corridor. Then directed her staff at the still agitated Celine. In an instant, the ghostly flames in Selene's eyes extinguished, and she collapsed as if unconscious. Asina forcefully suppressed the resurrection magic binding her, abruptly halting her consciousness as if turning off a machine. Hey, Warden, I can't take this anymore. Just open the door and let me beat this old hag to death. Let it all end. Camilla shouted at Aiden, banging on the cell door. I'm already handling it, can't you see? Stay in your own room obediently. Aiden glared at her. Camilla shot back a glare at Aiden, kicked the cell door once more, and retreated. Chapter 73. The deadline for vengeance. This is a perfectly normal occurrence. Her deadline is approaching, Asina stated indifferently while standing in the corridor outside the isolation chamber. What deadline? Aiden inquired further. The deadline for a resurrected corpse. A corpse demon, at its core, is merely a vengeful spirit forcibly reattached to a body through necromancy, allowing it to linger in this world driven by the desire for revenge. This spell has a limited duration, typically around a year, Asina explained, raising a finger. So from the very beginning, she only had a year to enact her vengeance. Precisely, the resurrection effect does not dissipate until she successfully kills her enemy. However, when the deadline is reached, regardless of whether her revenge was successful, the spell will be forcibly undone. Asina adjusted her glasses. What does this have to do with her sudden change? Aiden continued his inquiry. This is a characteristic of resurrected corpses, if vengeance remains unfulfilled. As the deadline approaches, the intensity of her vengeful desires deepens, and the power of the vengeful spirit is determined by the strength of that desire. It is akin to the phenomenon of a dying person experiencing a final surge of vitality as a spirit nears its forced demise. Its resentment intensifies significantly, Asina articulated in a professional tone. Aiden, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. This meant that Selene's sudden surge in magical power was merely a manifestation of her inherent characteristics as a corpse demon. Selene appeared to sense her impending doom, thus becoming increasingly fixated on exacting revenge on Camilla. This posed a considerable risk for prison management. Let us first consider whether she, empowered by her resentment, has any opportunity to eliminate Camilla. The intense animosity radiating from her is already sufficient to pose a threat to both fellow inmates and prison guards alike. In theory, enhancing the operational intensity of the prison's barriers should serve to suppress Syrian's powers. Yet such an endeavor would inevitably escalate the costs of maintaining these barriers solely for the sake of one prisoner, which is evidently impractical. As the warden of the prison, he must also contemplate the judicious allocation of its resources. Managing a prison invariably encounters such perplexing inmates that induce considerable headaches. Is there a simpler solution to address this issue? Aiden inquired, seeking advice from Asena, the necromancy expert. The simplest approach. Asena raised her hand, gesturing towards the isolation cell housing Syrian, then pointing to the distant room where Camilla resided, is to eliminate one of them, either by obliterating the corpse demon with necromantic arts or by assisting her in eliminating her adversary. For those well acquainted with death, the necromancer's contemplation of solutions often possesses a refreshing nonconformity. If a problem could be resolved through murder, they would invariably opt for that route. Undeniably, the most straightforward method to resolve an issue is to directly eliminate the source of the problem. However, Aiden clearly could not resort to such measures. If I could simply execute the prisoner to resolve this once and for all, there would scarcely be anyone left in the core area, Aiden remarked, rolling his eyes and sighing. Please suggest a feasible alternative. I could impose an additional seal upon the corpse demon, temporarily suppressing her amplified powers, Asena proposed after a moment's reflection. Once her time runs out, she will naturally cease to exist. How long will that take? It's uncertain, but given the current circumstances, it should not exceed 2 months at most. It seems we have no choice but to proceed with that. After a brief silence, Aiden nodded in agreement. His duty was to maintain order within the prison. While Syrian's background and experiences warranted sympathy, he could not abandon his principles and allow her to commit transgressions within his facility. Suppressing Syrian's powers and intensifying her supervision until she met her bitter end was, from his perspective, the most prudent course of action. After thoroughly briefing his subordinates on the situation, Aiden returned to his office, preparing to take a brief respite. However, just as he settled into his chair, someone knocked on the door. Aiden sighed in resignation and called out, "Come in." Young guard Isabella, responsible for the core area, entered the office and saluted Aiden. "Sir." "Isabella, if I recall correctly, you should be on duty at the visitation reception today." Aiden suddenly remembered. Is there something amiss? Every day, individuals applied to visit inmates, most of whom were relatives, friends, or lawyers of the prisoners. Isabella's role today was to receive these visitors. Yes, a young man just came in seeking to visit an inmate in the core area, but the situation is somewhat unusual, so I came to consult you. Isabella reported respectfully. Ordinarily, if an inmate has a visitation opportunity, their relatives, friends, or lawyers can be directly approved for a meeting. However, if there are issues concerning the inmate, approval from the prison administration and leadership is required. Who does he wish to see? He wishes to meet inmate 3271. Isabella said cautiously. Syrian. Aiden furrowed his brow slightly. What relation does he claim to have with Syrian? He claims to be the nephew of inmate 3271. What nephew does that corpse demon have? Aiden was somewhat taken aback. He was aware of Syrian's circumstances. She was a widow with no siblings, her only relative being her son, who had been killed in a gang shootout a year prior. However, according to the visitation records, he has visited 3 times over the past year, and inmate 3271 has met with him, even bringing money and items for her. Isabella clarified, if the inmate does not wish to acknowledge their relationship with the visitor and does not consent to the meeting, then the visitation cannot proceed. This suggests that at the very least, this so-called nephew had a certain rapport with Syrian. But currently, inmate 3271 is in solitary confinement for a week, and according to regulations, she cannot have visitors. Aiden shook his head. I've already informed him of that. Isabella's expression appeared somewhat helpless, but he insists on meeting the prison leadership. Otherwise, he refuses to leave, sir. Isabella cautiously glanced at Aiden's expression and inquired, should I have the riot squad escort him out? Aiden pondered for a moment before waving his hand. No need. Arrange a visitation room for him. I'll go meet him now. He suddenly recalled Asina's recent disclosure regarding Syrian's dwindling time. If this individual seeking to meet Syrian indeed had some familial connection, then as guards, they were obliged to inform her of this matter. Chapter 74. Prison Visit. You are Syrian's nephew? Upon entering the visitation room, Aiden observed a youthful boy through a glass window with a hole cut into it. He appeared to be around 16 or 17, his most distinctive feature being a scar across his face. He did not take a seat at the chair designated for visitors, nor did he intend to engage in a lengthy discussion. As the warden, he typically avoided direct meetings with the families of inmates to prevent any potential conflicts of interest. Are you the leader here? The boy seemed rather anxious. Yes, I am the warden. What exactly is your relationship with Syrian? From what we've gathered, she has no nephew. I'm a friend of her son, the boy stammered. Aiden noticed the boy's evident tension and, glancing at the scar on his face, recalled the background of Syrian's son, suddenly grasping the situation. A friend from the gang. Aiden ventured a guess. The boy's eyes widened slightly before he affirmed. Yes, we were good brothers. Just as Aiden had surmised. The boy was also affiliated with the gang. His nervousness stemmed primarily from the prison uniform he wore. So, you were looking after her on behalf of her son. Quite loyal of you. However, Syrian is currently in solitary confinement. And according to regulations, she cannot have visits, so your presence here is futile. Aiden crossed his arms. She is in solitary because, the boy hesitated to inquire. Has the guard who received you not informed you? She attempted to attack another inmate within the prison. Since you know her son, you should be aware of the reasons for her incarceration, Aiden replied. She still intends to kill Miss Camilla. The boy lowered his gaze, his voice tinged with melancholy. Aiden sensed something amiss. Given that the boy was a friend of Syrian's son within the gang, he should have been well aware that Camilla was the one who killed his friend. Yet, his choice of words and tone suggested he harbored no animosity towards Camilla. The boy quickly regained his composure. So, when can I see her? Also, I brought some money and items. She will remain in solitary for another 6 days. Return next week. The items cannot be taken in right now, and it would serve little purpose. You might as well hold on to them for now. Aiden replied in a businesslike manner. I must inform you of something important. Her time is running short. The boy, startled, stood up from his seat. Execution? No, her own time is nearly up. The dark magic has rendered her in such a state. Neither human nor ghost, and the duration of that magic is approaching its limit. At most, in less than 2 months, she will vanish from this world. Aiden explained to the stunned boy. If you still intend to meet her, it would be wise to do so soon. The boy stood there in a daze, unable to articulate a response. That's how it is. You should head back today. Aiden conveyed the crucial information and turned to leave the visitation room. Wait, the boy called out to Aiden, the words escaping his lips impulsively. Is there anything else? Aiden glanced back. The boy appeared hesitant, lingering in indecision for a while before ultimately swallowing the words he yearned to express. No, it's nothing. Aiden exited the visitation room, while on the other side of the glass wall. The boy lowered his head and trudged away, memories from the past resurfacing in his blank mind. Sister, these are the 2 boys, the mice that ventured into the warehouse. A coarse voice echoed throughout the dimly lit warehouse. A group of menacing thugs surrounded the 2 bound youths kneeling on the floor. The boys were forced to sit, facing a massive wooden crate, upon which the figure in charge, Camilla, lounged with an air of authority, presiding over their judgment. 2 novices daring to invade my territory. I must truly be underestimated, Camilla remarked, a hand-rolled cigarette dangling from her lips as she leisurely struck a match to ignite it. Camilla regarded the 2 boys with an air of nonchalance, exhaling clouds of smoke, while the youths hung their heads, acutely aware that their lives rested precariously in the hands of the woman before them. They hailed from a rival gang, Skeleton, embroiled in a turf war with the Bloodhand gang, and had been coerced by a direct subordinate to infiltrate the Bloodhand's warehouse and scout the hidden goods stored within. Today marked the day of their impending doom. In order to exert sufficient deterrence, the gang rarely shows any mercy to the adversaries that fall into their hands. It is not uncommon for their enemies to be returned with gouged eyes, severed ears, or missing limbs. Alternatively, they may simply vanish from this world, leaving not even a fragment of their remains behind. From the very beginning, they were nothing more than pawns discarded by their own gang. Near expendables at the bottom rung of the criminal hierarchy. How old are you? After a considerable pause, Camila casually inquired. The two young boys exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by the significance of the question. Are you deaf? Seeing their silence, Camila shot them an impatient glare. 10, 15, one replied hurriedly. 15, the other chimed in. Humph, barely past childhood. Camila scoffed, spitting disdainfully. Do you think this is a game? Do you believe that being involved in the underworld is something to be proud of? One of the boys lowered his head, too afraid to respond, while the other hesitantly spoke. I just want to help my mom get better. Did I ask you to speak? Camila suddenly lifted her foot and kicked the boy who had dared to speak, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sister, how should we deal with these two brats? One of the gang members asked. Camila, cigarette in mouth, glanced at the boy on the ground who was biting back his pain. Then kicked the other boy down as well. Throw them out. Let them crawl away. I have no interest in weaklings. Wasting time on such insignificant pests is futile. Camila declared with irritation. The two fallen boys exchanged incredulous looks, hardly able to believe their ears. Trash should know its place. Go home and drink your mother's milk. If I see you again, I'll gouge out your eyes. With that, Camila discarded her cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot. When the boys came to their senses, they found themselves standing at the prison gates. What should they do? One of them wondered internally. In their hesitation, they noticed an iron mailbox standing at the prison entrance. Warden's mailbox. The boy stood frozen, staring at the painted letters. Chapter 75. The offering. A year ago, in the old district, members of the Bloodhand Gang and the Skull Gang were engaged in a fierce shootout in the warehouse area of an abandoned dock. The air filled with shouts and cries. Looking for death, Camila executed a vicious side kick to a thug's leg, then seized his hair, forcing his head down as she drove her knee into his face, shattering his nose. Everyone, charge, slay these little bastards, and let them know whose territory this is. Camila shouted with excitement. A cadre, an ace enforcer of the Bloodhand Gang. She personally led her subordinates into battle. Recently, the emerging rival gang had been increasingly audacious, continuously sending people to harass the Bloodhand's territory and its establishments. Today, she had taken the initiative to set an ambush, finally catching these little minions. The Skull Gang had sent around 10 men to wreak havoc, whereas the Bloodhand had only 5. However, under Camila's unstoppable onslaught, the Bloodhand quickly gained the upper hand. The thugs from the Skull Gang, who attempted to surround Camila, were swiftly taken down, leaving only a few brave enough to advance. Camila picked up a brick and struck a burly man under the chin, knocking him unconscious. Not a single capable opponent. Is there no one here to make this more entertaining? She cackled as she surveyed the remaining thugs. The exhilarating rush of violence filled her mind. That moment, she keenly heard a noise behind her. Without a second thought, she spun around and threw a punch. The boy who had tried to attack her from behind with a club cried out, clutching his ribs as he staggered back, dropping his weapon. Damn it! How is it you again? Camila recognized the boy as the one who had previously sneaked into her warehouse, the one who had pitifully claimed to be trying to get help for his mother. The boy, clutching his shoulder, looked at Camila with terror in his eyes. Camila wasted no time, delivering a right hook that struck the boy's cheek, sending 2 bloodied teeth flying. The boy collapsed to the ground, the excruciating pain from his broken teeth rendering him nearly unconscious. You come back to be cannon fodder after barely saving your own skin. Getting killed would be no injustice. Camila picked up the fallen club, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she fixed it on the boy. The boy gasped, scrambling to his feet and fleeing in a panic. Trash! Camila spat, discarding the club. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached. The cops are coming, someone shouted. The brawling crowd immediately halted, turning in unison to see a squad of mounted police charging toward them, officers firing shots into the air. Run! The crowd scattered in all directions. Damn it! Camila quickly realized she had been set up and sprinted toward a low wall, vaulting over it to escape. 2 hours later, in the old district, at the Skull Gang's hideout. I can't believe you managed to return, a cadre of the Skull Gang remarked, eyeing the row of subordinates before him. Among them stood the two boys, one with bruises on his face. 16 men taken down by 5. How embarrassing. You all look pretty clean. Were you watching the fight instead of participating? Huh, the cadre reprimanded loudly. The organization put a bounty of 500 pounds on that she-devil. All you had to do was put her in the hospital. And you let such an opportunity slip away? The boy with bruises silently licked his broken gums, hoping to earn the reward his gang had placed on Camilla's head. However, I suppose there is a silver lining to this. The cadre's tone softened unexpectedly. Latest news. The mounted police have apprehended Camilla. We lost a few brothers, but it's not a total loss. Unfortunately, this will only amount to a charge of disorderly conduct. She'll be out in 10 days or so. Do we need to seize this time to expand our territory? Understood. A few of the sharper subordinates cast cautious glances at the cadre, quickly averting their eyes. They sensed that the arrival of the police had likely been orchestrated by the cadre himself. The mounted police had been tirelessly seeking to dismantle the Bloodhand gang's dominance in the old district, with Camilla, a cadre of the Bloodhand, being a prime target for law enforcement. By placing a bounty on her while sending them to harass her territory, the cadre sought to incite such conflict, allowing the police to swoop in. In essence, these newcomers were merely sacrificial pieces employed to restrain Camilla. The cadre surveyed his subordinates, ultimately fixing his gaze on the boy with the bruised face. Bailey, he called out. Here. The boy tensed, staring at his toes. You're the only one who came back with injuries. I heard you had the guts to attempt an ambush on that woman. Although you lack experience, you seem to possess some wit. The cadre suddenly patted the boy's shoulder, his voice tinged with approval. You all should learn from him when it's time to act. Don T. Be a turtle. What use do I have for you? Bailey, taken aback by the unexpected praise, lifted his head but found himself at a loss for words. You got beaten up by that woman. Didn't you? Looks like it was pretty severe, the cadre asked with faint concern. I'm fine, Bailey stammered, nodding timidly. Young man, don't think that just because you took a few punches you're unscathed. You might have some hidden injuries that could turn fatal, the cadre said with a friendly demeanor. I know a good doctor. I can take you to get checked out. For your first fight, you did quite well. Thank you, brother. Bailey bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. Stay back. I have something to discuss with you privately. The rest of you may leave, the cadre waved his hand. Dismissing the others, the boy with the scar followed the others out of the room, but instinctively turned back to glance at his good friend left behind. Once the door closed, only Bailey, the cadre, and 2 stoic bodyguards remained in the room. You have not disappointed my expectations. It's clear you are loyal to the organization, the cadre said, placing both hands on the boy's shoulders. Seeing your performance today, I've decided to promote you. I've heard about your situation. Your mother is ill and requires a large sum for treatment, correct? I might be able to assist you with that. Bailey's eyes widened with astonishment, and he immediately bent again. Thank you, brother. No need for thanks, it's only right, the cadre laughed heartily. However, I also have an important task I'd like to assign to you. So, Bailey, are you willing to make some sacrifices for the organization? Sacrifices? The boy sensed something amiss and lifted his head. As he gazed at the cadre's strange smile, a chill ran down his spine. The next day, the boy's lifeless body was discovered in an alley near his home. Chapter 76. The anonymous letter, fighting over a mere snack. Is that amusing? Can't you share properly? What do you think this place is? Veronica crossed her arms, glaring back and forth at the 2 girls before her. This is a prison, not a daycare. Behave yourselves. If there is another incident, it's the isolation room for you. Understood? Understood. The identical twin girls, the infamous assassins thrown into prison by Melioji, replied in unison. Before Veronica, they appeared unusually obedient, largely due to the severe beating they had received from her when they had previously caused trouble under Melioji's orders. Go back to your cell. Veronica pointed toward the cells behind them. The 2 sisters entered the room with their heads bowed, and without hesitation, Veronica swiftly closed and locked the door. Thank goodness for you, expressed Isabella, the guard on duty, as she approached to offer her gratitude. These 2 rascals just wouldn't listen when I told them to stop. While the general prison block was manageable, encounters with inmates in the core area fighting in their cells left guards with no option but to call in the riot team after issuing warnings. I never imagined being a prison guard would also involve looking after children, Veronica sighed. Yet, in a way, it seems to be a good thing. They appear to resemble normal children more than before. When they were first incarcerated, the sisters, under the control of Miliugenu, resembled emotionless puppets. Subsequently, Aiden ordered their complete separation from Mileugenu, severing her influence over them and allowing them to undergo rehabilitation alongside other juvenile offenders. Veronica held a fair amount of confidence in Aiden's methods. The sisters' situation was not as complex as Ivance's. And given time, they still had a chance to return to a semblance of normalcy. The patrol is over. I'll report to the warden. Veronica bid farewell to Isabella and departed the core area towards Aiden's office. You've worked hard, Aiden replied in a measured tone as he examined the case files in his hands upon hearing Veronica's daily report. Since Veronica had entered, he had been perusing the documents repeatedly. Not wishing to disturb her busy superior, Veronica prepared to exit the office. However, Aiden called out to her, "Veronica, during your time as a mounted officer, did you have any insights into the gangs in the old district?" "I had a fair understanding," Veronica turned back, slightly surprised by Aiden's sudden inquiry. "I was assigned to handle several related cases. The mounted police primarily dealt with large-scale violent incidents. Unlawful gatherings of cults and protesters, marauding bandits in the suburbs, and urban gangs, all of which were common adversaries for the mounted unit." A glance at the case file number on the desk led her to a realization. "Are you reviewing Camilla's case?" "Indeed. Do you suspect there are irregularities in her case?" Veronica asked, her expression one of confusion. When she had been wrongfully imprisoned, Aiden had meticulously reviewed her case file, concluding there were inconsistencies, which prompted him to assist her investigation and ultimately help exonerate her. "I am hoping to uncover any discrepancies, but I can't discern anything just yet." Aiden set the file down. Investigating gang-related violent crimes was not his area of expertise. He was primarily responsible for overseeing inmates. The previous owner of his body had specialized in investigating exotic crimes. Possessing some knowledge of gang activities, but lacking depth, there was nothing in the inherited memories that could be of assistance. Why the sudden interest now? Veronica blinked in bewilderment that Camilla's case had occurred a year prior, and it was indeed puzzling to revisit her file after such a long interval. "This morning, I received an anonymous letter in my mailbox." Aiden rummaged through his desk to extract a letter. The writer claims to have information regarding the truth behind the Camilla case. Veronica took the letter, pulling it out for a glance. The handwriting was uneven and varied in size, clearly an attempt by the writer to disguise their usual penmanship, yet the content remained decipherable. The letter recounted a gang brawl that took place a year ago at an abandoned dock in the old district, detailing a conflict between the Skull Gang and the Bloodhand Gang over territory. During the altercation, a youth named Bailey from the Skull Gang was knocked down by Camilla of the Bloodhand Gang, after which the mounted police arrived unexpectedly, causing the fighters to scatter. These details aligned closely with what was documented in Camilla's case file. The youth who was assaulted had fled the scene, but succumbed to traumatic shock, only to be discovered by a homeless man rummaging through trash the following dawn. That youth was the son of the corpse demon, Silane, currently incarcerated in the core area of the Rose Iron prison. The issue lay in the latter part of the letter, which detailed aspects not present in the case file. Bailey had not displayed any severe injuries while fleeing the scene. Upon returning to the Skull Gang's hideout, he was praised for his spirited participation in the fight and subsequently taken aside. The next day, he mysteriously died in an alley. "Do you have any leads on the origin of this letter?" Veronica inquired after finishing the letter. Much about it was suspicious. The anonymity, the careful alteration of handwriting, making its source entirely unclear. The timing was equally strange. It emerged a full year after the incident and did not reach the investigating police or the prosecutor's office, but instead was sent to the prison warden. Without unforeseen circumstances, such a baffling letter would likely end up in the trash, yet Aiden was now diligently revisiting Camilla's case file. Veronica sensed that Aiden might have some inkling regarding the letter's origin. "Yes, I have a reasonable guess about who sent this letter." Aiden nodded. The image of the gang youth he encountered in the visitation room the previous day surfaced in his mind. The boy's hesitant demeanor was vividly etched in his memory, and the perspective in the letter perfectly aligned with the youth's identity. Given his position, exposing internal gang matters likely required considerable resolve. Aiden had informed him of Silane's dire condition only yesterday. Knowing that Silane was running out of time, while still unaware of the true murderer of his son, could very well have been the catalyst for his decision to send this letter to the prison. This indeed clarified the letter's origin. "Veronica, what are your thoughts?" Aiden summarized the previous day's events and sought Veronica's opinion. "Based on my past experience in handling cases, such occurrences are not entirely implausible." Veronica pondered for a moment. "However, I believe it would be best to inquire directly with the individual involved." Chapter 77. An unjust burden. 15 minutes later, Aiden and Veronica found themselves in the interrogation room, separated by an iron table, where Camila sat, having been brought over from solitary confinement. I didn't expect to get a breath of fresh air after being locked up. Did the warden summon me to this little room for some thrilling game? Camila smirked at Aiden, then glanced at Veronica. And you brought along a little secretary? Looks like this is going to be fun. Mind your language. If you lose all your teeth, you won't even be able to eat. Veronica shot back coldly. Locking eyes with Camila, the exchange was charged with tension, yet both women wore familiar expressions. Camila once held a minor leadership position in the gang, while Veronica had been a mounted officer staunchly opposed to gang activities. Such confrontations were commonplace. Aiden, accustomed to receiving verbal barbs from inmates, maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Camila directly. The reason I called you here is that I have some questions. Could I get a cigarette? Camila interrupted suddenly. What are you talking about? Aiden replied flatly. While smoking was not entirely prohibited in the prison, there were significant restrictions on inmate smoking privileges. Those with low status, like Camila, who was currently in solitary confinement, were certainly not allowed to smoke. Oh, come on. There's no need to be so serious. I was just joking, Camila replied playfully. Being stuck in here is driving me crazy. Just one puff, and I promise I'll cooperate fully with whatever you ask. Veronica rolled her eyes. She found such manipulative inmates exasperating, as they often diverted the conversation and imposed conditions, making the officers' jobs unnecessarily complicated. However, as the one in charge, Aiden remained silent, retrieving a thin cigarette and a match from his uniform pocket. Tossing it across the table, Camila's expression brightened as she expertly caught it with her handcuffed hands, swiftly lighting it. Veronica was somewhat taken aback. Aiden, who did not smoke, had evidently anticipated Camila's request and prepared accordingly. Camila took a deep drag, exhaling with satisfaction, then scrutinized the cigarette in her hand with a frown. Isn't this the cheap stuff sold in prison? Are you expecting me to provide you with a premium cigar? Aiden scoffed. Now extinguish that cigarette. You've had your puff. All right, it's your territory. You call the shots, Camila retorted, extinguishing the freshly lit cigarette with her fingers. The reason I'm questioning you today is that I received an anonymous letter regarding your previous case. Aiden waved the letter in front of her, then succinctly relayed the circumstances surrounding it. So, what is your take on this? Aiden's gaze intensified as he fixed his eyes on Camila. Camila's expression remained unchanged, revealing nothing of her internal thoughts. After a moment, she exhaled, raising an eyebrow at Aiden. Is that it? I thought you called me in for something significant. This reaction surprised Aiden. It seemed she was entirely unconcerned about the possibility of being wrongfully accused. So, what do you mean? Aiden prompted her to clarify. The letter states what it states. That's likely all there is to it. Camila scratched her ear nonchalantly. I only punched that kid twice. One in the chest and one on the face. At that moment, he still had the strength to run away. In my experience, unless someone is inherently weak, they generally do not die from a beating. After all, I have spent a few years as an enforcer. So, it seems you might indeed be the one taking the fall for someone else. Aiden ventured cautiously. That should be the case, Camila replied flatly, but you seem quite indifferent about it. Aiden crossed his arms. Unlike Veronica, who also believed herself to be wrongly imprisoned, Camila exhibited no inclination to clear her name. Knowing she was falsely accused of murder by a rival gang, one would expect a normal reaction to be furious outrage, especially given Camila's notoriously combative nature. Indeed, I've long suspected that I might have been set up, Camila shrugged. Such tactics are not uncommon in the underworld. Then why don't you appeal? If you are innocent, you should at least fight for some reprieve, Aiden queried. Innocent? Camila's eyes widened as if she'd heard a joke, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, my dear Warden, just because I took the fall doesn't mean I'm blameless. Considering all the crimes I've committed, it's no surprise if I were to serve 8 years in prison, or even end up on the gallows. As she spoke, her golden-hued eyes narrowed. You might want to ask that little secretary beside you. I was somewhat notorious in the mounted police. Aiden turned to Veronica, who nodded. Although I never directly handled her case, I've certainly heard of her. Before her incarceration, Camila was already embroiled in numerous allegations: assault, robbery, extortion, kidnapping, and unlawful detention. If all the evidence were gathered for conviction, a life sentence would be the least of her worries. That's the truth. I am a thoroughly wretched person. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you, Warden? Camila laughed unabashedly. That is indeed the case, Aiden replied with a slight nod. agreeing with her sentiment. After all, he had spent nearly a year with Camilla. Finding a completely innocent person in a gang is nearly impossible, given the historical and hierarchical nature of organized crime. Gangs typically possess highly developed counter-investigation methods to eliminate evidence, resorting to bribery, or even hiring someone to take the fall. Core members of a gang will go to great lengths to protect themselves, making it difficult for law enforcement to take action against them. But the crimes you've committed likely went unpunished, right? Otherwise, all charges would have already been levied against you. Please don't tell me you suddenly wish to turn over a new leaf and accepted this imprisonment willingly, Aiden remarked. I didn't want to. But at that time, I had little choice, Camilla shrugged. After all, not all those mounted officers were incompetent. Aiden remained perplexed, ready to ask further questions when Veronica suddenly spoke up, as if struck by a revelation. I see now. You made a deal with the mounted police, didn't you? Chapter 78. Law enforcement deal. Hearing this, Camilla broke into a knowing smile. No wonder you were in the mounted police. Aiden shot a glance at Veronica, silently urging her to elaborate. Clearly she understood more of the backstory. Veronica nodded in agreement, offering Aiden an explanation. When Camilla was imprisoned a year ago, the mounted police were preparing to take down the Bloodhand Gang, the most powerful faction in the Old City. The chief himself was overseeing the operation to dismantle a gang. It is essential to eliminate its key members one by one, and Camilla was on that list. Gang leaders typically carry numerous allegations against them, yet securing convictions is not straightforward. I believe the mounted police sensed there were discrepancies in this case, but to avoid wasting an opportunity to imprison gang leaders, the mounted police decided to have Camilla take the fall for this crime, correct? Aiden interjected. Veronica hesitated but nodded. The day before the body was discovered, the mounted police apprehended Camilla at the scene of a brawl. In such circumstances, convicting her could be more convenient. In contrast, investigating the possibility that the Skull Gang was behind it would be considerably more challenging. Aiden began to grasp the situation. In other words, after discovering that Silane's son had been beaten to death, the mounted police did not immediately attribute the cause of death to the injuries inflicted by Camilla the day prior. They also considered the potential involvement of the Skull Gang in covering up the crime to frame Camilla. However, pursuing the Skull Gang would likely prove fruitless, as gathering evidence would be difficult, and the investigation might ultimately lead to some lesser player taking the fall, leaving the actual culprits untouched. In contrast, prosecuting Camilla was far simpler, given that she had been arrested in the act of fighting, with witnesses among the mounted police and other arrested members of the Skull Gang confirming her assault on the young man. At that time, the mounted police were already targeting the Bloodhand Gang, so to efficiently capitalize on the death of this gang member, they ultimately chose to have Camilla bear the blame. Considering she was hardly a paragon of virtue, the methods employed by law enforcement in this world are not always by the book. Veronica, being an elite of the mounted police, spoke with undeniable authority. Yet this still did not clarify why Camilla chose not to appeal. So what did you gain from taking this fall? Aiden asked Camilla if it was indeed a transaction. The mounted police must have offered her some form of benefit for not appealing. Those officers told me that the demise of the Bloodhand Gang was merely a matter of time. The mounted police had already begun plans to ensnare the other leaders, and when the Bloodhand Gang was finally dismantled, my past transgressions would likely come to light. Camilla recalled thoughtfully. But as long as I concede to this charge and serve my sentence obediently, they would refrain from probing into my past. And you believe them. I was a gang leader myself. I knew the situation inside out. On the surface, they still seemed the most dominant faction in the Old City. But in reality, they were akin to an old man teetering on the brink of death. Information within the gang was repeatedly leaked to the police, and I couldn't fathom how many informants were embedded. Emerging gangs were eyeing the territories of the old guard, while the higher-ups squabbled for power. Camilla's face twisted into a scornful smile. Half a year after I entered prison, the gang was gone. Faster than I had anticipated. To swiftly eradicate the Bloodhand Gang, the mounted police seized the opportunity to incarcerate Camilla and brokered a deal to prevent her from appealing and dragging them into a protracted legal battle. With the loss of Camilla as their ace enforcer, the Bloodhand Gang faced intensified pressures from rival factions. The police aimed to weaken the Bloodhand Gang's influence, utilizing internal strife to constrict their operational space, ultimately employing informants to dismantle the leadership until the most powerful gang in the Old City was completely obliterated in a mere 6 months. However, in this chain of events, an unexpected casualty emerged, the mother of the slain youth. Silane. Upon concluding that Camilla was the murderer of her son, chose to transform herself into a revenant. So, Silane indeed targeted the wrong person for revenge. Aiden murmured, "Humph, that foolish woman, deceived to her own demise without any awareness." Camilla scoffed disdainfully. Aiden fell silent. The case files on Silane indicated that following her son's death, the Skull Gang had provided her with a compensation sum in accordance with gang protocol. Yet, instead of using the funds for medical treatment, she sought out a necromancer through the connections of her son's gang to transform herself into a revenant in pursuit of vengeance. Logically speaking, the one she found would likely be a direct member of her son's gang. The very enforcer mentioned in the anonymous letter, in other words, she had not only been deceived by the true murderer of her son, but had also been subtly manipulated into becoming this grotesque abomination in her quest for futile revenge. Should we inform inmate 3271 of the truth? Veronica pondered, cautiously addressing Aiden. Aiden shook his head, telling her would likely be futile. She wouldn't believe it. The fundamental requirement for creating a revenant is to transform the soul into a complete vengeful spirit. It's best not to assume that Silane retains any semblance of her former rationality. Aiden's memories from his previous life contain knowledge about undead beings. The immortality of a revenant stems from its hatred. Necromancers purify the hatred from their former lives, effectively inscribing a desire for vengeance against Camilla into Silane's soul. Given these circumstances, persuading Silane to believe that Camilla is not the murderer is, objectively speaking, nearly impossible. That enforcer had executed their plan flawlessly. What was that enforcer's name? Aiden inquired of Camilla. Carlo Palbo. Camilla replied, "He was the one from the Skull Gang responsible for contesting territory with me." Carlo Palpo? Veronica reacted to the name. "You know him?" Aiden turned to ask her. "I have previously handled a case involving this man. He is a high-ranking member of the Skull Gang, a formidable candidate for the next leader of the organization. He is a genuine scoundrel, exceedingly cunning. The mounted police have been investigating him, yet have failed to catch him." Veronica replied expressionlessly. "He has certainly risen in stature. When he was competing with me for territory, he was merely a low-ranking member. Now, you officers will find it quite challenging to deal with him. It will likely take you a decade or two." "But that is of little concern," Camilla said, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "If he is still alive when I get out, I will find a way to eliminate him." Chapter 79. A thoroughly wretched individual. You plan to kill someone after your release? Upon hearing Camilla's declaration, Aiden immediately furrowed his brow. "I chose to serve my time in prison simply because circumstances dictated it. The gang is on the verge of collapse, and I have no choice but to protect myself. However, that does not mean I intend to swallow my grievances silently. That scoundrel not only betrayed me, but also sent that foolish woman to prison to harass me. How could I possibly let him go? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That is my principle." As Camilla spoke, she was not gritting her teeth, but rather beaming with a radiant smile, her eyes alight with the thrill of anticipation. Like a child who has spotted a coveted toy, she was indeed a formidable, violent individual, filled with eagerness at the prospect of eliminating her enemy. That in her eyes, Carlo Palpo was less a bitter foe than a valuable target. "The mounted police do not intend to pursue your past offenses. Upon your release, you will be regarded as a person of good standing," Aiden reminded her, his gaze fixed intently on her. "If you commit another crime and return here, even if you escape death, you will remain here for a lifetime. Are you genuinely concerned for my future?" "Esteemed Warden," Camilla replied with a sarcastic tone, "unfortunately, for someone like me, there has never been a life worth living. Even if I do not seek retribution against that trash, I will not lead a respectable life upon my release. After all, I have been entrenched in the underworld since I sprouted my first hairs. This is the only way of life I understand." Aiden noted that Camilla had yet to reach the age of 20. Yet her history with the gang spanned over 5 years. He suddenly found himself intrigued by her past. "What prompted you to join the gang?" "Oh, nothing particularly special. I think it was when I was 13. 14, or maybe 15. I can't quite remember. I've never celebrated a birthday," Camilla said, slightly irritated as she scratched her head. "Regardless, it was during that period when the woman who bore me became involved with a gang member. I didn't mind it at first, but one day, that member took an interest in me. That woman helped him find an opportunity to lock me in a room with him, allowing him to do as he pleased." At this point, Camilla paused, a lewd smile creeping across her face. "Then, I made sure he would never get out of bed again." "What do you mean?" Aiden raised an eyebrow. I incapacitated that man, rendered him paralyzed, broke all of his fingers, and finally gouged out one of his eyes, Camilla exclaimed with excitement, as if recounting a cherished memory. Those two wretched individuals thought I was merely a child, easy to handle, not realizing I had already awakened to my lineage. Aiden and Veronica instinctively exchanged glances. Camilla's tale was indeed quite shocking. Your own mother actually assisted your stepfather in such deeds. Veronica's expression turned grave. The woman who bore me was engaged in such activities, Camilla retorted with derision, extending a finger in a gesture that held special significance in this world. She didn't earn her living independently. Instead, she was sold to the gang for such nefarious deeds, with a significant portion of her earnings siphoned off by the gang. I have no idea when or with whom she became inadvertently pregnant, thus giving birth to me. From the moment I could remember, she neglected me, providing food only sporadically to her. I was merely a burden. At that time, both she and that man believed I had reached an age where I could be exploited for profit, only to find themselves caught in their own trap. Camilla spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, even smiling as if recounting someone else's story. However, injuring a gang member to that extent created a significant problem. For the sake of their pride, they had to eliminate me. Seeking refuge, I joined a rival gang and subsequently annihilated that gang. Frankly, I saw nothing wrong with it. In the old town, being part of a gang was rather respectable, compared to those who could only be exploited. I, with my innate lineage, considered myself fortunate. Veronica shuddered involuntarily. Despite being a natural outcast, Camilla's life trajectory was starkly different from her own. Aiden had once mentioned that there are individuals whose environments are inherently twisted, destined to stray down the wrong path because they have no choice. And Camilla was evidently one of them. Having been born into such a distorted family, she was, in contrast, far more fortunate than orphans like herself. So, I was born into a world of wretches that I learned to steal shortly after I could remember, by the age of 10. I had become the leader of the wild children in the old town. Before joining the gang, I had already mastered the art of extorting money from shopkeepers by the time I entered the gang. I was already steeped in a life of crime, Camilla said nonchalantly. I am a thoroughly wretched individual. Esteemed Warden, I advise you to abandon any illusions of reforming me. I am well aware that you are a thoroughly wretched individual, and I never entertained the notion of reforming you. Aiden replied expressionlessly. I merely thought that merely keeping an eye on someone like you for 8 years would be exhausting enough. If I have to watch over you for a lifetime, I might be tempted to put an end to you myself. Through past experiences and his studies in criminal psychology, Aiden recognized that Camilla's propensity for violence did not stem solely from her lineage, but rather from her past experiences. Having grown up in a similarly twisted environment, Camilla's distortions likely surpassed even those of Ivanshaw. Due to the oppressive control of Mei Li Jun, Ivanshaw developed a certain aversion to killing. After experiencing life in prison, she yearned for a stable existence. In stark contrast, Camilla thrived in such an environment, utilizing her innate violent advantages to protect herself and gain survival advantages. The continual positive reinforcement from her violent actions led her to derive pleasure from violence. Ultimately becoming addicted, she had willingly embraced the life of a criminal, making reformation a formidable challenge. Then perhaps, esteemed Warden, you could help me eliminate that scoundrel, Camilla suggested, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Me. Aiden furrowed his brow. Waiting 8 years to settle the score will be unbearable. If you could assist me in avenging this wrong, I could offer you something in return, Camilla proposed, suddenly slapping her thigh. Oh, how about this? You help me deal with that man, and I'll offer you a night of pleasure. Chapter 80. The elusive Warden. Camilla's crude proposition instantly froze the atmosphere in the room, and Veronica's face darkened. Hey, what is wrong? Are you also interested in him? Camilla turned to Veronica with a mischievous grin. Veronica's face flushed crimson, her eyes wide, yet she could not muster a word. Aiden, on the other hand, remained composed, leaning back in his chair, retorting nonchalantly. Who do you think you're looking down on? You trade your body for others' labor. Do you think I'm that desperate, or do you consider yourself gilded? Dealing with such flirtations was not new to him. He had long since become accustomed to it. Seeing that her teasing had no effect, Camilla quickly raised her hands in mock surrender. Just a joke, just a joke. But she suddenly shifted her tone, gazing intently into Aiden's eyes. I genuinely wish to negotiate with you. With that, Camilla stood up, leaning forward to rest her elbows on the iron table, bringing her face closer to Aiden's. Veronica immediately became alert, placing her hand on her sidearm. Guards were highly wary of inmates drawing near without warning. Should Camilla make any suspicious move towards Aiden, she would not hesitate to draw her weapon. "You help me deal with that bastard," Camilla said, her gaze piercing into Aiden's, "and I will be at your service." "What do you mean?" Aiden replied, maintaining his composure, reassured by Veronica's presence. "Literally, I can serve you. I am willing to assist with any dirty work you need done. If there are inmates in the prison who require my attention, I can handle them. And I'll take the blame myself," Camilla explained slowly. Aiden regarded her for a moment before coldly responding, "Who would be foolish enough to keep a rabid dog like you? Go back and sit down quietly." Camilla fell silent, slowly retreating to her seat. "Have you lost your mind? Asking a prison warden to deal with the underworld?" Aiden said flatly, "You truly overestimate me. I genuinely believe you are capable of it." Camilla suddenly grinned. "I am only interested in the strong within this prison. There are many strong individuals who pique my interest. The formidable individuals, whether they serve your interests or are subjugated to your authority. I have witnessed your prowess. Indeed, you are sufficiently strong. Flattery avails me not. I shall determine my own course of action without your guidance." Upon finishing his words, Aiden turned to Veronica. "I have grasped the situation. There is little more to discuss. This wretched individual bears no grievances worth mentioning. Take her back to the confinement chamber." Wait. At least allow me to finish my smoke." Camilla reached for the matches on the table, but Aiden swiftly retrieved the box. Without a hint of mercy, he tucked the matchbox into his pocket and rose, gesturing resolutely, "Remove her." Veronica complied, stepping forward and unceremoniously grasping Camilla by the collar, dragging her towards the exit. Hey, don't be so rough," Camilla protested, still dragging her feet at the doorway. "Enough of your prattle. Move swiftly." Veronica, losing her patience, yanked her outside and delivered a kick to her rear. "Damn, I will remember this slight," Camilla shouted. But she obediently trudged towards the confinement room. As Veronica escorted Camilla down the corridor, she glanced back to see Aiden emerging and heading directly to his office. She was uncertain whether Aiden planned to take action regarding the incident. If the current clues they had gathered were indeed accurate, the actions of Carlo Pulpo were despicable beyond measure. Just listening from the sidelines ignited a desire within her to eliminate that scoundrel on the spot. Yet, she understood that dismantling gangs fell under the purview of the cavalry, not the prison guards. Aiden was neither a champion of justice nor a legendary hero. For this particular incident, he deemed it unnecessary to intervene to such an extent. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart regarding Aiden. After all, he had the extraordinary capability to reverse her nearly inevitable death sentence and ensnare the elusive Queen Aunt Maluagen, evading the Inquisition-esque grasp. If Aiden was indeed preparing to act, she wished to be of assistance. Thus, after returning Camilla to her confinement, she promptly approached Aiden's office once more and knocked on the door. In no response, Veronica knocked again. But silence reigned within. Had he stepped out? She was surprised, having seen Aiden stride towards his office just moments ago. At that moment, the head of the core area, Franda, passed by with a freshly brewed cup of coffee and inquired, "Veronica, is the warden not here?" "Yes," Veronica replied. "Have you seen where he went?" "I noticed him enter his office just a minute ago as I passed by on my way to the break room," Franda recalled. "You might want to check if the door is locked." Veronica tested the doorknob. "It's locked." "Then he must have stepped out for some matter," Franda shrugged. "The warden has numerous responsibilities, and occasionally he becomes elusive. Perhaps wait a moment and return." "All right." Veronica nodded, prepared to return to her post. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had approached from this corridor, yet the break room was on the opposite side of the office. Franda had seen Aiden enter the office while heading to the break room, and by the time she and Franda reached the office door from their respective directions, Aiden had already departed without encountering anyone. Could it be that the warden had passed by the break room unnoticed by Franda? This notion flitted through Veronica's mind. Meanwhile, in the depths of the warden's office, within the secret silver cell of inmate 4001, Aiden sat at the table, playing a game of Uno with Maluagen. "So, you wish to stir things up for that fellow?" Maluagen smiled enigmatically, manipulating the cards with her telekinesis. "Indeed, I have been overwhelmed by the recent troubles involving Syrian and Camilla, only to learn that all of this is the result of someone's meddling. Although the chaos did not originate within my prison, it has nonetheless burdened me with unnecessary strife. I must return the favor to the instigator," Aiden replied. expressionless as he played a wild card. Here, draw 4, and change it to red. Chapter 81. The cards in hand. So, you have come to solicit my wisdom once more? Maluagin remarked as she played a card. Is that not permissible? Aiden retorted. Of course it is, to win such a game. One must utilize every card at their disposal. I admire your audacity in daring to exploit even the divine, Maluagin said with a narrowed smile, although Aiden had not responded to Camilla's proposed deal. He had already entertained the idea of taking action against that underworld operative. The gang conflicts held no interest for him. Camilla's predicament of being ensnared in prison for 8 years was her own affair. But the situation involving Syrian transforming into a corpse demon and entering this prison to seek vengeance against Camilla was an entirely different matter, causing him and the other guards considerable distress. If Syrian's revenge was indeed orchestrated by Carlo Palpo to swindle her out of her compensation, then he was the root cause of their current woes. In other words, this underworld operative was the source of their troubles. Camilla was the type to repay grievances tenfold. Her claim of killing Carlo upon her release was certainly one she would pursue. Although Aiden did not voice it aloud, he was not one to suffer in silence. As he had once told the accuser Jaren Rodton, who had wrongfully imprisoned Veronica, he held grudges. When inmates troubled him, he would ensure they faced repercussions. Now, with others creating turmoil within his prison, he felt compelled to respond in kind. Moreover, Carlo Palpo, by Aiden's extensive experience with countless inmates, was a truly despicable character. There was no need for leniency in dealing with such scum. That said, Aiden maintained a realistic perspective of himself. In this world, he was neither a monarch nor a cataclysmic legend, merely a warden managing a prison. If he were to release the high-risk inmates under his care, he could not only eliminate a gang operative but likely obliterate an entire gang without breaking a sweat. However, he could not afford to act thus. Should he do so, he would find himself incarcerated. Both the underworld and the law enforcement must adhere to certain rules. If a gang operative were so easily defeated, the cavalry would have eradicated the gangs in the old city long ago. The cards in my hand are, after all, limited. Aiden continued to play. The world outside the prison is not my domain. Recklessly venturing into another's territory could lead to my demise. He understood well that within the confines of his prison, he wielded significant power, for it was replete with resources at his command. Maluagin had underestimated his influence here, leading to her downfall. However, beyond the prison walls, the situation was entirely different. To proactively target a gang operative could necessitate shifting the battlefield to their territory. It must be noted that gangs excel in home turf operations, with their influence permeating every corner of their domain. To overcome such disadvantages, he could only rely on the cunning of the goddess of schemes. Maluagin, I advise you not to underestimate the resources at your disposal, Maluagin said, drawing cards from the deck with her telekinesis. You see, you currently possess individuals capable of significantly undermining the external gang's influence. Do you not? Prominent individuals. Aiden played a card, instinctively ruminating that he struggled to recall any significant figures within his prison. Indeed, there were several inmates with underworld connections, yet they were either inconsequential players or once powerful individuals who had long since fallen from grace. While he might identify a few influential figures still commanding respect within the male prison, the sample size of the female inmates he managed was comparatively smaller. Is it truly necessary to ponder so long? It would be the female inmate you recently subdued, the one causing trouble in your prison. I believe her name was Maluagin. Noticing Aiden's struggle, straightforwardly pointed out. Maluagin, yes, that seems to be it. Upon hearing this, Aiden's guard was instantly raised. How do you know about Maluagin? He had not disclosed the plot to incite a riot to Maluagin. After all, she was an inmate he needed to remain vigilant against. He would only share information when he required her assistance. Otherwise, he would certainly not divulge prison intelligence. He had never even mentioned Maluagin's name in her presence. Do not underestimate the insight of the divine, Maluagin smiled as she played a card, refusing to directly answer Aiden's question. Aiden fixed his gaze on Maluagin, realizing that she seemed to possess the ability to gather information from the outside. He could rule out the possibility of anyone else having contacted her. This heavily fortified cell was nearly impossible to breach, let alone operate unnoticed beneath his very nose. Thus, either Melophilia still retains the ability to perceive the external world, or she can directly extract information from him, regardless of which is the case. He finds himself defenseless against either possibility, though it undoubtedly warrants heightened vigilance. For the moment, He can only follow Melifilia's cues and continue to inquire. Miluji is not affiliated with the gang. She merely has close ties to the underworld. She is involved in assassination. What can she possibly do? When considering how to deal with Carlo, Aiden's first thought is to gather incriminating evidence against him and hand it over to the police. Without contemplating what role Miluji might play in this process, that is more than sufficient. A hitman capable of easily severing the heads of significant figures is enough to sow discord within an organization, Melifilia calmly remarks. To annihilate someone, one does not necessarily need to rely on their enemies. It can also be their allies. Aiden immediately experiences a moment of clarity, his mind racing as he comprehends Melifilia's implication. However, he quickly recognizes the dilemma. If that is the case, it would require leveraging Ivancha's power, but it seems inappropriate to involve her in such matters. Moreover, her current capabilities have already... No, we do not require that little girl. All you need to borrow is her name. After all, did you not acquire her abilities? How do you know about that? Aiden falters momentarily. Because I have been keeping a close watch on you, Melifilia replies with a knowing smile, then plays her penultimate card. All right. Uno. Chapter 82. Utilizing a name. Essentially, that is the plan. What are your thoughts? Sitting in his office, Aiden summoned Veronica and relayed the gist of the plan he had received from Melifilia. Her suggestions indeed constituted a clever strategy, one that fortuitously could only be executed with the cards Aiden held. However, given the plan's unconventional nature, it harbors considerable uncertainty. Thus, he sought Veronica's counsel, as she, being a police officer, possessed the most experience in combating organized crime. Although Melifilia consistently appeared to favor him, Aiden held little trust in her as her guardian. He recognized that while she might assist him in a moment of whimsy, she could just as easily turn against him. Relying too heavily on her intellect without critical reflection on her strategies posed a significant risk. Veronica's eyes widened, seemingly taken aback by the audacity of the plan. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously responded, "It may be feasible. Among the gangs in the old district, the Skull Gang is currently one of the primary targets of the police that I possess some intelligence. Carlo Pulpo holds a high position within the Skull Gang and is one of the frontrunners to succeed as the next leader. The police sometimes exploit undercover agents and informants to incite internal strife within gangs to dismantle them. However, would this not pose excessive danger for you? Combat capability is not an issue. I can arrange for Dolly and the others to support me," Aiden replied calmly. "With their strength, even facing an entire gang should not be problematic. At the very least, my personal safety remains assured. I can also provide support. If need be, you may take me along, and I can protect you from the shadows," Veronica earnestly pledged, pressing her hand against her chest. "Bringing you along would be meaningless. The gang members would undoubtedly recognize you if discovered. The entire plan would collapse," Aiden replied with a wry smile. He could see that Veronica, driven by her strong sense of justice, was eager to assist his plan, yet she was ill-suited for its execution. He had studied her professional history. She had been a formidable pillar of the police force, gaining notoriety in several violent confrontations with gangs, and was now a celebrity for which several gangs had placed bounties. Indeed, Veronica conceded, her gaze dropping in disappointment. Noticing her demeanor, Aiden quickly added, "However, I still hope to leverage your connections to gather more intelligence. If possible, it would be best to secure assistance from the police. This plan would also benefit them. Leave it to me." Veronica instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling with determination as she saluted. By utilizing Veronica's connections to bridge the gap with the police, securing their assistance would undoubtedly be advantageous for executing the plan. Now, the next step was to arrange the most critical card. "Now, go fetch Miluji and bring her to the conference room. We need to have a serious discussion with her," Aiden instructed. A quarter of an hour later. As for the gangs in the old district, if it were in the past, I indeed wielded some influence, Miluji reflected thoughtfully. She sat at the iron table, opposite Aiden, who had summoned her, with Veronica standing at attention. "In the past? Are you implying that your influence has waned?" Aiden tapped the iron table with his fingers. "It is not as strong as before, after all," Miluji lamented, displaying her shackled hands. "My most outstanding daughter has fallen into your grasp. When Ivancha was still active as the top assassin in the underworld, Miluji held considerable sway over numerous factions, including several major gangs in the old district. According to investigations by the Heretical Inquisition, over half of the assassination contracts Miluji undertook stemmed from the underground struggles of the old district's gangs. Given sufficient remuneration, she could easily eliminate a gang leader or cadre. Although she lacked territorial power, those factions held a profound reverence for the legendary Queen Ant. However, following Ivancha's capture and the complete eradication of the corrupted Blood Reaper from the underworld, Miluji's influence plummeted. Some gangs even began actively offering bounties to uncover Miluji's whereabouts, seeking to eliminate her and seize her operations and amassed wealth. Had it not been for this, Miluji would not have resorted to the desperate measure of attempting a prison break at the Rose Iron prison. Indeed, that is a valid point, Aiden acknowledged, nodding, before shifting the conversation. However, conversely, if the name of the corrupted Blood Reaper were to be revived, your influence in the underworld would also be restored. Is that correct? Miluji's gaze sharpened. What do you mean by that? I require a token from you, Aiden stated plainly. He was aware that Miluji's children would utilize a unique token to authenticate their identity when accepting assassination contracts. Of course, in that world, few dared to impersonate Miluji's name, as those who attempted were typically eliminated by Ivancha when she was still known as the corrupted Blood Reaper. Are you intending to misuse my name for something? Miluji inquired with intrigue. Is it not inconsequential? After all, you are already incarcerated. Even if something were to transpire, it would not affect you. The outside world believes the corrupted Blood Reaper has long since vanished, yet they remain unaware that you have been apprehended. Your name could still hold weight, Aiden asserted, locking eyes with her. Rest assured, this is merely a transaction, not coercion. If you consent, I can offer you corresponding benefits. If you refuse, I will not press you. Oh dear, how could I refuse such a request? Given that my life hangs by your mercy, Warden, you may freely use my name. However, I am curious as to how you intend to revive that child's reputation, Miluji replied with a smooth smile. That you need not concern yourself with, Aiden replied expressionlessly. Chapter 83. Library Tea Party. I understand your request, but I fail to comprehend. Warden, what benefit you derive from such actions? The witch Dolly inquired, seated with a cup of red tea in hand. I too am perplexed by your motives, remarked the necromancer Asena, expressionless as she poured tea into her cup. Ultimately, eliminating that gang leader provides you with no tangible advantage, only pure risk. Sylphine's target for vengeance is Camilla, not him, as long as she refuses to accept the truth. Even if you aid her in avenging her, she will find no solace. In the library's reading room, Aiden convened a tea party with Dolly and Asena. As part of their arrangement to assist Aiden in managing the prison, he permitted the two to dedicate 2 hours each day to continue their research on forbidden arts within the library. This time, he had chosen to directly approach them in the library to discuss matters. I will devise another solution for Sylphine's issue, Aiden remarked as he accepted the tea poured by Asena. Is my motivation truly so significant? Must I report my actions to you? Dolly and Asena exchanged glances before simultaneously addressing Aiden. I am merely concerned for you, Dolly expressed with a face full of concern. I fear you may encounter misfortune, Asena added. Still maintaining her emotionless demeanor, Aiden paused, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair, silently regarding the two. While I still hold a great deal of faith in your capabilities, Warden, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that a momentary lapse in concentration could result in you being struck down by a stray bullet, Dolly remarked, shrugging her shoulders. If you were to perish, it would pose quite a dilemma for us. There is no assurance that the next Warden would be amenable to engaging in such a transaction with us. I would find it regrettable if you were to meet your end outside, Asena stated expressionlessly, adjusting her glasses. You have inherited Ivancha's body modification abilities, and I am exceedingly intrigued by your physique. Even if death were inevitable, I would prefer that your corpse be available for my examination. Aiden could no longer contain himself and set his teacup down with a clatter. Enough. Why do I get the impression that you two are conspiring against me? I approached you for my own safety. To be honest, there seems to be little tangible benefit in this endeavor. However, Dolly echoed. Killing that gang member would bring me immense satisfaction, and that is the extent of it, Aiden declared, raising his teacup and taking a sip. Dolly pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. All right. That does sound like a reasonable motive, but why not simply take me along? I could assist you in eliminating the target directly. Do you think I am a fool? Aiden rolled his eyes. Wouldn't that land me in prison? Isn't that rather appealing? Warden, you could join us here, and who knows, we might even share a room, Dolly teased. Who wants to come in and keep you company? Besides, I am male. Even if I were to enter, it would be a male prison. You need not worry about that. In fact, among the witches I know from the witches' gathering, Many possess the secret arts to change gender at will. I have even experienced it myself, Dolly stated earnestly. Experienced? Were you originally male or female? Asenna inquired. Her typically stoic expression suddenly tinged with caution. Well, that's... Would you two stop diverting the conversation? Aiden exclaimed, pounding the table with his fist. I am inquiring if you can provide me with remote support. Of course. That is not an issue, Dolly and Asenna replied in unison. Why didn't we establish this sooner? Aiden crossed his arms. What is the maximum range of your spells? His plan was to have the two assist him without revealing themselves. And to execute it, he needed to comprehend their spellcasting limits. He possessed knowledge of dark magic, understanding that the potency of offensive spells and the precision of manipulation are often inversely related to casting distance. You need not worry. I can remain in prison while supporting you. No matter where you go, Asenna replied with calm assurance. I have no desire to leave this place. I would indeed like to step outside the prison, but considering the risk of discovery, I shall remain here to assist you as well, Dolly concurred. What must be done? Aiden inquired. The old city lay a considerable distance from here, far exceeding the limits of most dark magic. Only spells akin to Dolly's familiar manipulation or prearranged demonic contracts could achieve such a range. Summoning spells could accomplish this. I can summon a shadow demon to attach itself to your shadow and transfer complete control to you. The effect could last for approximately 3 hours, but exceeding this duration while forcibly commanding the demon would result in a backlash, Dolly proposed. I can create a guardian spirit to attach to you, allowing you to wield necromantic spells for a limited time without restrictions, though it will dissipate once its magical energy is depleted, Asenna explained calmly. So, as long as I am possessed by these summons, I can borrow your abilities. Aiden deduced. You are already quite powerful in your own right. With our enhancements, ensuring your safety would be a trivial matter, and even annihilating a gang stronghold would pose no challenge, Dolly encouraged with a smile. You could test it out first, if unsatisfied. We can make adjustments. That sounds rather promising, Aiden nodded. His intention was not to directly confront the gang with their powers, but to ensure he was prepared for a risky endeavor. After all, if one attempts to act impressively without any cards up their sleeve, it is all too easy to suffer a setback. Do you have any specific rewards in mind? He broached the topic of compensation. I would appreciate it if you could bring me back some of the new pastries from 7th Street. Anything baked will suffice, Dolly smiled. As for me, I hope you can procure some books that are difficult to obtain in prison, Asenna added. What kind of books are hard to come by? Aiden lifted his teacup. Romantic tales involving beautiful youths. Anything released this year would be acceptable, Asenna stated slowly. Aiden's hand trembled, spilling tea onto his face. After a moment, he looked at Asenna. You really enjoy that sort of thing? Asenna nodded silently. Chapter 84. The Inquisition Bureau. Aiden leaned on his cane, standing at the street corner, gazing at the imposing, somewhat antiquated edifice not far away. The gray walls were neatly adorned with narrow windows. The spire resembling a bell tower painted a dark crimson at the first glance. The building style bore a striking resemblance to that of municipal structures. However, its darker hues set it apart. The high walls and watchtowers surrounding it, along with the armed guards and trench coats stationed at the entrance, conveyed an atmosphere that forbade entry to the uninvited. The sign to the left of the entrance bore the words, Inquisition Bureau. Aiden approached the entrance, and the guard on duty recognized him, greeting him promptly. It's been a while, Captain. Care for a drink tonight? Not today. I have work to do. Is the old man in the office? Aiden replied calmly. He should be. I haven't seen him leave yet. Aiden walked straight through the door, bypassing a series of registration procedures. This was the workplace of Aiden. Or rather, the former owner of this body. The previous Aiden had served as a senior investigator, a high-ranking inquisitor, in this organization. In this world, the Inquisition Bureau is a militarized organization associated with both the army and police, somewhat analogous to the special police forces of Aiden's previous life. Unlike the religious persecution that unjustly condemned innocent women to the stake in the name of hunting witches, the Inquisition in this world, where dark magic, monsters, and even evil gods truly exist, is a serious matter. The Inquisition Bureau is responsible for investigating, suppressing, and capturing criminal activities related to dark magic and otherworldly powers. It diligently combats various supernatural forces, maintaining the order upon which mortals rely for survival. Of course, the nature of this work dictates that those employed here may not enjoy long lives, especially frontline inquisitors, who often face a significantly higher casualty rate than other agencies. In a bid for survival in this world, Aiden had done everything possible to secure a transfer to prison work, yet he could not fully sever ties with his former unit. Firstly, the nature of the Inquisition Bureau ensured that most inmates from the core area of the Rose Iron prison would pass through here. Secondly, to obtain his transfer approval, he still served as an auxiliary personnel, assisting the Inquisition Bureau in monitoring Melophilia. After resolving the incident involving Miluki, Aiden had established another link with his former unit. And after inheriting Ivancha's corporeal abilities, which were strictly regulated by the Inquisition Bureau, he was required to report his whereabouts regularly. Under normal circumstances, given his past connections here, he could have completed these routine procedures via correspondence. However, this time, he had a compelling reason to discuss matters in person. After exchanging greetings with a few former colleagues along the way, Aiden arrived at the director's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." A deep voice responded from within. Aiden pushed open the door, greeting the occupant of the office with a bright smile. "I came to see you, Director. How have you been lately?" Behind the desk sat an elderly man with graying hair and a face marked by sharp angles that exuded an air of authority. His left eye appeared unnaturally clouded and gray, a shocking scar running from his forehead across his eyelid to his cheek. Yet, compared to his muscular physique that seemed to strain against his uniform, this feature was not the most visually striking. Harold, the director of the Inquisition Bureau in Silver City, was Aiden's former superior and, in many ways, the professional mentor to the previous Aiden. Tio summarized this elderly man's presence in a single phrase. He was a visibly hardened veteran. No, an old warrior. His exaggerated musculature and his identity as a purveyor of the Inquisition always invoked the image of an old paladin capable of wielding a warhammer weighing dozens of kilograms with ease, or a martial monk capable of shouting, "Great Thunder Dragon," while smashing the skull of a demon. The hardened veteran director glanced coldly at the enthusiastic young man greeting him, his expression impassive, and enunciated a single word with precision: "Get out." "Don't be so harsh on your former subordinates," Aiden replied without a hint of embarrassment. Naturally settling into the guest chair, he was somewhat familiar with Harold's brusque demeanor. "Haven't you already risen in rank and fortune? We're on equal footing now. Why the need for pleasantries?" Harold replied somewhat irritably. After leaving the Inquisition Bureau, Aiden and Harold no longer adhered to a superior-subordinate dynamic. This became even more pronounced following Aiden's promotion to Warden of the Rose Iron Prison. The Rose Iron Prison and the Inquisition Bureau were not part of the same system. In terms of public office ranks, the Warden of the Rose Iron Prison and the Director of the Inquisition Bureau in Silver City were essentially peers. "Being able to rise above indicates my dedication to duty," Aiden smiled. "What trouble is brewing today?" "Speak quickly if you have something to say," Harold waved his hand impatiently. Aiden, not wishing to prolong the conversation, promptly handed over the application he had prepared. Harold tore open the envelope, glanced at the contents, and discarded the paper dismissively. "You want to use your control abilities to collaborate with the cavalry to deal with gangsters. If you're that idle, why not just return to your post?" "I have my reasons for doing so." As stated above, Aiden began to explain, but Harold cut him off impatiently. "You can do as you please, but just don't create any mess for me." "Thank you, Director." Aiden smiled. He understood that this implied approval, and it was necessary for him to inform the Inquisition Bureau about this plan in advance to avoid unnecessary complications later. "Since you left, the number of applicants to join the Bureau has dwindled. At this rate, I might have to retire soon," Harold complained while taking out a cigar. Aiden had once been a rising star whom Harold had high hopes for in the Bureau, but after being injured in an assassination attempt, he had abruptly sought a transfer to the prison for a retirement. In Harold's eyes, this was akin to desertion. "You are still quite vigorous. Spare me your flattery. Just disappear. Your face annoys me." Harold glared at him. "Then I shall take my leave," Aiden said, removing his hat. Just as he was about to exit, Harold suddenly added, "By the way, do visit Rebecca when you get the chance. She is currently recuperating." "What happened to Rebecca?" Aiden paused in surprise. Chapter 85. The Amnesiac. Which Rebecca was a former colleague of Aiden at the Inquisition Bureau, with whom he had maintained a decent relationship. She had joined the Bureau a year after Aiden and had once served in the team he led, proving to be an exceptionally capable investigator among the younger generation. Upon inheriting the identity and memories of his predecessor, Aiden naturally also inherited the interpersonal relationships formed in that life. It was Rebecca who had organized his farewell party when he left the Bureau for a position at the Rose Iron Prison. In the face of high-risk tasks involving the hunting of dark sorcerers and other aberrant criminals, investigators from the Inquisition Bureau often face the risk of injury or even death that a frontline judge taking leave for recuperation typically did so to heal from injuries. Just last week, we discovered intelligence indicating that the S-rank wanted criminal, Priscilla, had relocated to the southern forest, and Rebecca led the assault. Harold lit a match, roasting the cigar while recounting the details. The witch Priscilla? Yes, that's her. The witch Priscilla was a notorious dark sorceress. Classified as a red-level S-rank wanted criminal by the Inquisition Bureau, skilled in mental magic, a prominent member of the Witches' Assembly. Her bounty exceeded even that of the previous witch, Dolly. Was she captured? Indeed. She was. However, there were minor complications during the assault, and some members of the search team got separated in the forest. Nevertheless, Rebecca pursued Priscilla to her lair and apprehended her. Impressive, Aiden genuinely marveled, even among the seasoned and skilled upper judges. It was a rare achievement to single-handedly confront a red alert level criminal. When Aiden had left, Rebecca had just been promoted to upper judge, and in just a few short years, she had grown to this level. If Priscilla had been captured, it wouldn't be long before she was transferred to the Rose Iron prison. But now she has amnesia, Harold said solemnly. Amnesia. There were complications during the capture. She fell victim to Priscilla's mental attack, resulting in partial memory impairment. The situation is quite delicate, and her recovery appears to be challenging. Harold took a puff of his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Since Priscilla has been caught, why not let her attempt to restore Rebecca's memories? Is she not adept in mental dark magic? Aiden immediately proposed this solution. Harold gave him a complex look and scolded. Only you would consider such a foolish idea. Stay away from those monsters. They are all criminals. After Aiden had left for the prison and subsequently ascended to the position of warden at the Rose Iron prison, he had quickly acquired another aspect that deeply displeased Harold: his close association with the criminals of the Rose Iron prison. The Inquisition Bureau was a typical law enforcement agency, characterized by an extremely strict culture. Their mission was to capture formidable criminals, and to them, criminals were simply enemies. Harold embodied the archetype of an Inquisition officer, harboring not only distrust, but also considerable animosity towards the criminals they pursued. However, Aiden, as a prison guard, held a different perspective. To him, criminals were his subjects of work. The criminals he dealt with had already been apprehended, most stripped of their fangs and claws, given that he had to coexist with these individuals for an extended period. He could not perpetually maintain an adversarial relationship. Although he shared the same distrust of criminals, he would at least attempt to engage with them from a common standpoint. The differing natures of their work dictated their respective thought processes. Simply put, Aiden would utilize criminals, while Harold viewed such actions as akin to courting disaster. In fact, when Aiden had previously sought permission from the Inquisition Bureau to allow Dolly and Asina to research forbidden techniques in exchange for reduced sentences, it had taken considerable effort to persuade Harold. Criminals can also be valuable assets, Aiden responded calmly. And regarding Rebecca's recovery, you should be less rigid. Harold scrutinized Aiden for a moment, snorted. Do you think I'm truly senile? If it were possible, I would certainly be open to trying it, but that is simply not feasible. What do you mean? Because the witch Priscilla also has amnesia, Harold retorted tersely. And her condition is even more severe. She doesn't even remember who she is. How could this happen? Aiden furrowed his brow. Rebecca still retains some fragments of her memories regarding the incident. According to her report, the sequence of events unfolded as follows. When Priscilla cast her mental attack on her, Rebecca shot at Priscilla before the magic took effect, hitting the witch's arm with a demon-bane bullet. Rebecca fainted from the mental shock, but Priscilla also suffered a backlash from her own magic, resulting in her memory loss. Is that so? The results of the mental assessment also confirm that Priscilla currently possesses no memories at all. Relying on her is out of the question, Harold said softly. This complicates matters. Aiden couldn't help but sigh. Priscilla's complete amnesia not only meant that Rebecca had lost a potential avenue for memory restoration, but it also indicated that Aiden would need to manage a prisoner requiring special attention. Given Priscilla's identity as a witch, he would likely have to confine her in the core area. Yet, a woman without memories thrown into the midst of the monsters in the core area would be akin to a lamb in a den of wolves. So, when you have the opportunity, do go visit that girl. She currently has almost no recollection of her work at the Inquisition Bureau. Engaging with someone she previously collaborated with might aid in her recovery. Harold suggested gently. Strictly speaking, Aiden had not truly worked alongside Rebecca. Although the memories were still vivid in his mind, he tentatively agreed. All right, once I finish this matter, I will visit her. The number of capable individuals in the Bureau is dwindling. The days ahead will likely be difficult. Harold took a puff of his cigar. Looking up with a deep sigh, casting a significant glance at Aiden, as if to imply, why don't you just return to your post? From Aiden's inherited memories, it was apparent that Harold was sincerely eager to cultivate the former Aiden as his successor. Aiden thought to himself that it wasn't that he didn't want to assist, but rather that his abilities were limited. Well, time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Not wishing to linger any longer, Aiden promptly bid farewell to his superior. Get lost, you little brat, Harold muttered, biting down on his cigar, squeezing out a curse from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 86. The Informer Selection. A few days later. Warden. Here is the latest intelligence report. Veronica respectfully presented the document to Aiden in the warden's office. Thank you. Aiden took the report and began to scrutinize it closely. Leveraging Veronica's previous connections within the cavalry, Aiden successfully established a cooperative relationship with them. The official reason he provided was to address potential hazards within the prison, while the cavalry had long considered the Skull Gang a target for eradication. Aiden's proposal was mutually beneficial, with no downsides for them, as the risks were borne solely by Aiden. In recent days, Aiden had been gathering intelligence on the Skull Gang, which had taken root in the Old City. Utilizing his connections with the cavalry, ever since the demise of Camilla's former employer, the Bloodhand Gang, the emerging factions in the Old City had begun to carve up the territory and influence once held by the Bloodhand Gang. The Skull Gang also emerged as one of the rapidly growing factions during this period, with the ruthless gang leader Carlo Pulpo playing a pivotal role in the expansion of the gang's influence, ascending to a high-ranking position just a step below that of the leader. However, his tendency to betray and exploit even his own comrades has made many members wary of him, to the extent that the current leader harbors concerns about Carlo's formidable power potentially overshadowing his own. The swiftly expanding Skull Gang, along with the rising gangster Carlo, had long since become prime targets for the mounted police. The police had been infiltrating the gang and gathering intelligence through undercover agents and informants. Through a temporary alliance, Aiden managed to acquire substantial key intelligence from the mounted police. This seems a bit too smooth, Aiden remarked casually. The more intelligence he collected, the more he felt that the strategy provided by Melophilia was indeed viable. In retrospect, it seemed as if Melophilia had foreseen this information and tailored her strategy accordingly. He couldn't help but speculate whether she possessed some ability to foresee the future or a unique talent for gathering information from the outside world. Yes. The director also mentioned that your ideas are quite exceptional. He said he could organize some internal personnel to cooperate with your actions. Veronica believed that this strategy was conceived by Aiden himself, deepening her admiration for her superior, the informants and undercover agents of the mounted police. Aiden leaned back in his chair, contemplating seriously. The mounted police exhibited a strong willingness to cooperate, likely not solely because Aiden's objectives aligned with their interests. The police had previously exploited Carlo's setup against Camilla, ultimately leading to her imprisonment. However, after having Camilla take the fall, Carlo manipulated the revenge-seeking mother to transform Sylvine into a wraith to some extent. Carlo's insidious methods caught the mounted police off guard, turning them into accomplices in Sylvine's current plight. Perhaps out of guilt and anger, or perhaps eager to rectify the situation, the relevant officials from the mounted police were likely desperate to eliminate Carlo Pulpo. Yet, while utilizing the resources of the mounted police for intelligence gathering was convenient, directly employing their resources to execute a plan was an entirely different matter. The primary adversary of the gang was the mounted police. Their defenses were all tailored against them. If a third-party force intervened, the gang might not immediately recognize the threat. Carlo Pulpo was probably still unaware that he had offended a prison warden, who might seem unrelated to him, and the other gang members were virtually oblivious to Aiden's existence. Aiden possessed a unique advantage over them, but overly relying on the resources of the mounted police would mean willingly relinquishing that advantage. The informants or undercover agents deployed by the mounted police might have already aroused suspicion among the gang, which had long been on guard against the police. Under such circumstances, depending entirely on them for planning could inadvertently raise their alertness, disrupting their operations. Ultimately, Aiden responded to Veronica, let us hold off for now. There might be more suitable candidates for this. More suitable candidates. Veronica was taken aback. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. "Come in." As Aiden responded, the door swung open, and the prison guard Isabella entered. After exchanging a glance with Veronica, she saluted Aiden and reported, "Warden, the person you mentioned to me earlier has come to request a meeting today. To see inmate 3271. Yes. Speak of the devil." Aiden immediately sprang to his feet. "Excellent. Send him to the visitation room. I'll meet with him first. After I finish, you can notify inmate 3271. Understood." Minutes later, Aiden arrived at the visitation room. Behind the glass barrier sat the scarred gangster youth who had visited Sylvine a week prior. Today marked the first day Sylvine was released from solitary confinement. Aiden had informed the guards on duty at the visitation desk in advance that if someone claiming to be Sylvine's nephew requested to meet inmate 3271, they should notify him immediately. Upon seeing Aiden, the youth visibly tensed up, though he did not seem particularly surprised. Clearly, he had anticipated Aiden's arrival. "I want to waste words. You wrote that letter, didn't you?" Aiden stood with his hands clasped behind him, getting straight to the point. After a prolonged silence, the youth, maintaining a stern expression, nodded. "In recent days, I've conducted some investigation, which somewhat corroborates your claims," Aiden said slowly. "But writing to me serves little purpose. Inmate 3271 has transformed into a vengeful spirit, and she will not heed the truth. Even if she believes it, she remains incapable of exacting revenge." The youth dropped his gaze in silence. "Was it Carlo who led inmate 3271 to this fate?" Aiden inquired. Having previously confirmed with Sylvine that it was Carlo who had deceived her into seeking out the necromancer after stealing her compensation funds, the youth nodded silently again. "So, are you still under Carlo Polpo's command?" Aiden pressed further. The youth lowered his head, remaining silent. "Continuing to assist the very person who brought ruin to your brother's life. Don't you feel any pangs of conscience?" Aiden continued to interrogate. "I have no choice," the youth replied with a tone of resignation. Aiden scrutinized the youth, refraining from further ridicule. For those like Camila, who found themselves in such an abnormal environment, expecting them to reform through mere words was a form of arrogance. The youth, entrenched in the gang, sending that letter of denunciation might have been his utmost effort. "Perhaps you had no choice before, but now you have an opportunity," Aiden suddenly stated. "An opportunity to bring down the official responsible for your brother's death." The youth lifted his head, bewildered by Aiden's words. "I have connections with the mounted police. Listen carefully, this is intel I just received from an undercover agent." Aiden leaned closer to the voice hole in the glass partition, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Carlo Polpo is conspiring to assassinate the leader of the Skull Gang, preparing to seize power." Chapter 87. Offering the weapon for vengeance in the afternoon, within the medical room of the prison's core area. "All right, inmate 3271, you may enter now." Upon hearing the voice from the medical room, the guard escorted Sylvine, her hands shackled, into the facility. "Please sit over here." The individual receiving them was not the attending physician but the necromancer Asina, who had been entrusted by the warden. Sylvine was nearing the end of her time, during which her resentment had intensified, and her power had grown stronger. Aiden had to take additional sealing measures to suppress her surging magical energy. And during Sylvine's final days, he assigned Asina to conduct regular checks on her seals. The guard leading Sylvine felt a twinge of apprehension towards Asina, who had been granted certain magical permissions, especially with the warden absent. Although everyone knew that this necromancer was one of the model inmates personally appointed by the warden to assist the guards, she still remained a red alert level prisoner. Fortunately, the guard soon spotted Veronica standing with her arms crossed in the medical room, monitoring the situation, which provided some reassurance. Veronica had now effectively become the warden's semi-secretary. Many tasks that Aiden had previously had to handle personally were now delegated to Veronica. While other guards hesitated to allow Asina, who had been granted temporary magical permissions, to carry out her duties, Veronica had the courage to do so due to her formidable strength. She had single-handedly quelled the riot in the medical room, earning her a reputation. Noticing the guard's unease, Veronica looked over and said, "I'll keep an eye on things for you. You can wait outside." "Understood." The guard gratefully nodded and stepped outside, closing the door. Asina pointed her staff at Sylvine's forehead and softly intoned a spell. Almost immediately, Sylvine, seated in the chair, twitched as if manipulated by invisible strings, forcing her to lift her face. The smoky spirit was forcibly extracted from her flickering, ghostly eyes, coalescing at the tip of Asina's staff. Moments later, Asina interrupted the spell, and Sylvine slumped backward in the chair, her limbs limp as if she had expended tremendous energy, while probing Sylvine's soul. Asina also cast a binding spell to restrain the spirit, ensuring her cooperation. Asina waved her staff towards a pre-prepared basin of water, flicking the extracted spirit into the testing potion, in an instant. The inky darkness spread through the colorless solution, rapidly transforming the liquid into an opaque black. In just a few days, your resentment has escalated to this extent. Your bitterness is truly remarkable, Asina remarked coolly. We must reinforce the seals with a ritual. I beg you. I have no more time left, Sylvine pleaded weakly. Her eyes filled with determination as she gazed at Asina. I just want to kill the one who murdered my son. Though she lacked knowledge of necromancy, she could instinctively sense the changes in her power and the imminent deadline. Once Camilla emerged from solitary confinement, the time left for her revenge would be a mere few days. The fleeting power of returning light before the Wraith's disappearance was her only card to kill Camilla, who possessed dragon blood lineage. Yet, under the Warden's command for Asina to continually suppress her powers, she would not even have the opportunity to seize this solitary trump card. I am merely executing the Warden's orders. Please do not make things difficult for me, she pleaded. Asina cast her a fleeting glance and resolutely rejected her. Veronica, could you assist in moving this unconscious patient's bed? This fellow is quite heavy. The prison doctor, tending to another inmate in the corner, beckoned to Veronica. After glancing at the feeble slain, who was unable to perform any minor actions, she responded, I'll be right there. By the way, I need assistance to complete the ritual over here, Asina interjected suddenly. I'll help over there first and come back to assist you afterward, Veronica replied succinctly. At that moment, Mei Leginu emerged from the inner room, interjecting, Why don't I help Asina with the ritual? I am knowledgeable in dark magic, making me more suited for this task. Due to her expertise in pharmacology, Mei Leginu was occasionally sent to the infirmary to assist the prison doctor under supervision. Veronica raised an eyebrow at her, her face betraying skepticism. I won't do anything mischievous. My life is at stake. Mei Leginu quickly raised her hand with a forced smile. It better be so. Veronica shot her a warning glare before turning to assist the doctor. What do you need me to do? Mei Leginu turned to Asina. Wrap these bandages around her, 2 loops around the wrists. Ankles and neck will suffice, Asina instructed, producing a strip of bandage inscribed with spells in red liquid. She handed Mei Leginu a note. Since this is a ritual, the incantation will be rather lengthy. After I finish reciting each segment, you will chant the corresponding line from the note. A reinforcement of the spirit summoning spell? Understood. Mei Leginu replied after a quick glance at the note. Have you studied necromancy? I have dabbled in it, she answered. Taking the bandages. Is this hastily assembled ritual tool truly adequate? We lack proper burial cloths for sealing the undead. We must make do. The most crucial element of the ritual is the facilitator, not the tools. Now, let us begin, Asina declared, positioning her staff before her and concentrating on the preparations for the spell. Mei Leginu approached the already ensnared slain and began to wrap the bandages around her. Stealing a glance back at Asina, who was focused on chanting the preparatory incantation, she noticed Veronica in the corner cautiously assisting the doctor in moving an injured inmate, momentarily drawing no attention to herself. Seizing the opportunity, she lowered her voice to Slain. How unfortunate, harboring the resolve to exact vengeance as a vengeful spirit, yet being suppressed by that warden, destined to perish with resentment. Perhaps I can assist you. Slain's eyes widened, a flicker of eerie light igniting within. I have some grievances with that warden. I wish to cause him a bit of trouble, Mei Leginu whispered. If you can move freely today, come to the library's reading room. I can provide you with something to kill Camilla. Chapter 88. The protagonist emerges 2 days later. Nightfall. Aiden stood atop the old town's clock tower, gazing down at the abandoned docks below. That white-roofed bungalow is Borbo's office. He tends to handle the accounts from his territory there every Saturday night, Veronica informed him, pointing. According to the informant, he is currently inside, with about a dozen people around. The antagonists and supporting characters are in position. Aiden nodded, handing his staff to Veronica. It is time for the protagonist to make an entrance. Unlike his usual attire, today he donned a set of nocturnal garb, shrouded in an oversized hooded cloak that concealed his entire form. Is this truly all right? Veronica expressed her concern. To be honest, I cannot guarantee the outcome. But at the very least, I can assure my own safety, do not worry. Dolly will be monitoring the situation, Aiden replied, shaking the cat's eye stone ring on his finger. If anything arises, she will inform you through her familiar. Then you can launch a surprise attack with the mounted police. Understood, Veronica nodded. Before the entrance, I must apply some makeup. No sooner had she spoken than Aiden began to utilize his body-altering abilities. A sharp pain coursed through him as his form rapidly diminished, quickly shrinking to a height that barely reached Veronica's chest. His limbs proportionately reduced, his physique grew slender, while his face became slightly rounder, no longer bearing the gauntness it once had. Within mere seconds, he transformed into what appeared to be an 11 or 12-year-old child, his features retaining only a semblance of his original visage. After numerous practices, he had become quite adept at wielding this peculiar ability. Nevertheless, he still sought Veronica's confirmation. How does it look? Are there any flaws? Not only did his appearance change, but even his voice adapted to match the corresponding age, losing its previous depth. Veronica stared at Aiden, then silently gave him a thumbs up. Veronica? Aiden was somewhat puzzled by her reaction. Apologies. Veronica snapped back to reality, quickly retracting her hand and awkwardly smiling. I think this transformation is perfect. That's good to hear, Aiden replied nonchalantly. Could it be that this girl has a penchant for youthful appearances? I'm heading out. You keep watch here. Aiden grabbed a mask and lantern hanging nearby and swiftly descended the clock tower. At the abandoned docks, outside Borbo's office, two guards were idly chatting. Suddenly, one of them noticed the approaching light. Hey, someone's coming. He promptly alerted his companion. Who is it? I didn't hear the boss mention any visitors, the other replied. Puzzled, although they sensed an unexpected guest, neither felt threatened, as the approaching figure was singular and appeared somewhat diminutive as the individual ambled closer, lantern in hand. The two exchanged a glance, both registering a degree of surprise. This guest barely reached their chests, either a child or a dwarf. More bizarrely, the person was clad in an oversized black cloak that trailed on the ground, and a mask that was evidently too large for their face obscured their features. Hey, what do you want? One of the guards called out. I'm looking for Mr. Borbo. Can you take me to him? The mysterious figure, Aiden replied. A kid. Upon hearing the youthful pitch of his voice, both guards paused for a moment. One of them retorted sharply, This isn't a place for children. Scram. He punctuated his words by banging a crowbar against the dock's concrete to intimidate the newcomer. I need to see Mr. Borbo. Aiden remained unfazed. Do you want to die? The other guard, growing impatient, stepped forward, ready to kick him away to make his point clear. Occasionally, such naive youngsters would attempt to infiltrate the underworld, mistakenly believing they could waltz in after hearing rumors about the gang's stronghold. Gangs would occasionally recruit 15 or 16-year-old street urchins as muscle. These half-grown kids were quite manipulable. Their simple minds led them into reckless actions, and with a little incentive, they could be easily coerced into risking their lives. While if caught, they would receive leniency. They were ideal scapegoats for any mishap. However, this particular child seemed too small, and judging by his bizarre attire, he appeared somewhat mentally unbalanced. This lad likely harbored misunderstandings about the underworld. Most importantly, Mr. Borbo had already ascended to a senior position within the Skull Gang. Times had changed, and the mere act of recruiting lower-tier henchmen would hardly stir him from his seat. The guards would surely face repercussions for any misstep. Yet, as the guard brandishing the crowbar took 2 aggressive steps forward, he suddenly stumbled and fell, sensing something strange gripping his ankle. Instinctively, he turned to see a jet-black claw emerging from his shadow, gripping him tightly. Before he could utter another word, more dark claws extended from the shadows, ensnaring his neck, arms, and legs, pinning him firmly to the ground. The other guard, witnessing this scene, felt his mind shatter. In this world, while dark magic was a well-known phenomenon, it was strictly regulated, and ordinary individuals rarely had the chance to witness such supernatural powers firsthand. Aiden wasted no time, conjuring the shadow demon's claws from the guard's own shadow, forcing him to the ground. In truth, even without Dolly's summoned shadow demon, Aiden could easily handle such ordinary thugs, but Dolly's demons undoubtedly made for a more impressive entrance. Why not take advantage of it? Aiden leaned closer to the 2 incapacitated guards, tossing a coin before them as if bestowing charity upon beggars. Do you recognize this? Straining to focus their gazes, they discerned a copper badge the size of a coin. Intricately engraved with a poppy flower, the badge exuded a faint, peculiar fragrance, as if coated with a special potion in the underworld. Although few had seen this item in person, most had heard of it. It served as a token of identity for a group of highly skilled assassins in the criminal world. Mei Leginu's offspring, the two guards exclaimed in terror, their eyes widening. I shall reiterate, I have come to see Mr. Carlo Borbo. Could you kindly escort me? Aiden spoke with a hint of mirth. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming him. I am here to discuss business. As the door to the office of the second-generation Blighted Blood Reaper swung open, two doormen, coerced by Aiden, entered with trepidation, their necks rigid as if welded in place, afraid to glance back. Their caution was well-founded, for behind them lurked a perilous imp, closely trailing their steps. Moments prior, this oddly dressed boy had greeted them with a set of dark sorcery, courteously revealing his identity, and then politely requested to be led into the office. The offspring of Miliugenu, renowned in the underworld, included the legendary Blighted Blood Reaper, a figure of infamy in the realm of assassins, making it nearly impossible for anyone involved in the underworld to be unaware of his existence. Thus, upon the boy presenting the token of Miliugenu, the doormen promptly relinquished their resistance. Rumors suggested that the progeny of Miliugenu possessed extraordinary abilities. Even the least skilled assassin was formidable, let alone this boy, who had already demonstrated his prowess through action. Aiden cautiously followed behind, concealing himself in their shadow. Once inside, the doormen pushed open the door, and a dense cloud of smoke rushed forth through the gap between the two doormen. Aiden glimpsed a gaunt man seated behind a large desk, puffing on a rolled cigarette, while three members of the underworld conferred with him. Near the entrance stood three bodyguards on either side. What on earth is going on with you two? Carlo Borbo, seated behind the desk, was the first to notice the two doormen, previously stationed at the entrance. That he furrowed his brow, his hawk-like eyes betraying evident displeasure. His subordinates' faces paled in response to his darkening expression. They stammered, We apologize, boss, but someone said they wanted to see you. What? Carlo was taken aback. That moment, Aiden interjected. Do not waste time. If your tongues are tied, simply present the token to Mr. Borbo. Instantly, the room's occupants grew alert. To them, this voice was not only unfamiliar but also startlingly abrupt. Aiden, concealed behind the two adult men, went unnoticed. Yet, the tone of his voice was mature, while his timbre bore the quality of a child, which struck an eerie chord. One of the doormen, stiff with fear, stepped forward, braving Carlo's furious gaze. Having brought Aiden here without permission and obeying him, the doorman had already generated a substantial amount of Carlo's ire. However, he had no choice. While Carlo's glare was intimidating, it did not possess the power to pierce them, but Aiden's bizarre black magic could easily end his life in an instant. Trembling, the doorman placed the emblem Aiden had given him on the desk. Carlo merely glanced at it and gasped. The progeny of Miliugenu. At this revelation, the already taut nerves of the bodyguards snapped, and they instinctively reached for their sidearms. The progeny of Miliugenu were infamous assassins. The mere presence of an assassin in this office would send their minds racing to the conclusion that someone had set their sights on their boss's head. The remaining doorman, terrified, cried out and dropped to the floor. Covering his head, he stood between Aiden and the bodyguards, and with a gunfight looming, he knew he would be the first to be riddled with bullets should it erupt. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated gunfight did not materialize. Instead, a series of anguished cries erupted as dark, tentacle-like appendages, akin to those of an octopus, emerged from the shadows of the six bodyguards, ensnaring their arms and bodies with a constricting grip that threatened to shatter their ribs. Do not draw your weapons so hastily. I am but a child. Aiden, masked, stood at the doorway, smiling as he shrugged. Prior to the operation, Dali had summoned a shadow demon within the confines of the prison and attached it to Aiden's shadow. For 3 hours following the summoning, control of the shadow demon was transferred to Aiden. As the summoning process had been completed, Aiden could command the shadow demon without uttering any incantations. The shadow demon was the most adept of the 3 demons under Dali's control, and Aiden found it remarkably convenient to utilize. Now, within a 30-meter radius of Aiden, he could manifest the shadow demon in various forms by utilizing any clearly defined shadow within that range to attack targets. With a maximum capture capacity of 50, even more conveniently, he could direct the shadow demon to autonomously sense rapidly changing outlines, attacking the corresponding targets directly. In other words, within this brightly lit room illuminated by gas lamps, Everyone standing upon a shadow had already been marked by the shadow demon affixed to Aiden. As the bodyguards attempted to draw their weapons, the shadow demon immediately detected their movements through their shadows and launched an attack. Those familiar with shadow demons might devise ways to counteract them, such as shattering the gas lamps to eliminate the light source, thereby obliterating the defined shadows, or preemptively killing the spellcaster from a distance. However, apart from this, while the manifested shadow demon possessed tremendous power, it was inherently weak. The shadow demon, capable of altering its form at will, was impervious to physical harm, but harbored a deep fear of holy water and similar substances that inflicted unique damage on demons. Yet, those present were utterly at a loss against such an uncanny spell, even with firearms at their disposal. Black magic was stringently regulated by the Heretical Judgment Bureau precisely because it often allowed those who wielded such forbidden knowledge to overpower the uninitiated with ease. Aiden's instantaneous elimination of the 6 armed bodyguards sent a palpable shockwave through the assembled crowd, including the room's owner. Carlo. A cigarette slipped from Carlo's lips, falling onto his thigh, igniting a hole in his trousers and causing him to leap from his seat in shock. As a member of the underworld, he had witnessed a fair share of extraordinary occurrences, having encountered several peculiar individuals who wielded black magic. After all, he had introduced the necromancer who transformed the Rhine into a corpse demon. Yet, none of those individuals could compare to the enigmatic boy before him. "Do not be so tense, Mr. Borbo. I am not here to take your life." Aiden raised his hand, mimicking a gun gesture towards Carlo. "If I desired your demise, I could act upon it right now. Who on earth are you?" Carlo's cheeks twitched. He was aware of the progeny of Mileugenu, yet he had never heard of such a formidable figure among them. This level of power was nearly on par with the legendary king of assassins from the past. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Blighted Blood Reaper." Young Aiden placed his hand upon his chest and replied with utmost politeness. The Blighted Blood Reaper. Wasn't he? Carlo's expression was one of utter disbelief. The Blighted Blood Reaper had vanished from the scene for nearly 2 years, and word had spread throughout the underworld that this king of assassins had been captured by the Heretical Judgment Bureau. "Oh, I am indeed the successor, the 2nd generation," Aiden exclaimed with a smile, spreading his arms wide. "The 2nd generation Blighted Blood Reaper.